Chapter 1. Galba, Diga is still chasing me. In the realm of American comics, United States, New York, Iron Man, clutching a mushroom egg, soared toward the expansive portal from which the Chitauri army continually poured forth. Roar! At that moment, amidst a colossal cloud of black mist and a thunderous, otherworldly roar, a gargantuan creature, standing 65 meters tall, predominantly hued in silver and black, with two faces for eyes and a pair of fleshy wings reminiscent of a dinosaur, suddenly erupted from the darkness, its cavernous maw gaping wide as it lunged toward Iron Man. "Oh God!" Iron Man exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. What on earth is that thing? Regrettably, reality afforded him little time for contemplation. He had no choice but to act decisively, hurling the mushroom egg toward the beast and swiftly opting for retreat. As for the portal above, he would have to devise a plan later. Concerning the enormous creature that had materialized before him, Iron Man remained hopeful that the mushroom egg, humanity's most formidable weapon, would suffice to vanquish it, or so he thought. His only source of concern was whether the explosion of the mushroom egg would wreak havoc upon New York. What? In the next moment, Iron Man's expression shifted drastically. Boom! Roar! The mushroom egg, though it had entered the creature's maw and detonated successfully, did not slay the monstrous being. Instead, it appeared to absorb the energy from the explosion, seemingly growing even more powerful. "No!" Iron Man shouted in frustration, unable to fathom the nature of a creature capable of not only devouring a mushroom egg, but also harnessing its energy. What was even more alarming was that the beast was clearly a foe, coupled with the invading Chitauri army already wreaking havoc in New York. If this continued, it seemed not just New York, but humanity itself would face an existential threat. Moreover, boom, boom, the creature, having consumed the energy of the mushroom egg, once again fixed its terrifying gaze upon Iron Man, unleashing fiery projectiles from its uppermost eyes. Meanwhile on the ground, what is that? So enormous. A dinosaur? No, that is a demon sent by God to bring about the world's destruction. It's over, we're all doomed this time. The citizens of New York, already battered by the alien invasion, gazed upon the colossal creature with despair etched across their faces. Even superheroes like Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Thor stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the sudden appearance of such a behemoth. And in a corner of a street, what the hell? The ancient dark beast, Galba? How could this vile creature appear here? A young man clad in a white shirt, appearing to be in his 20s, gazed at the monstrous entity emerging in the sky, his eyes filled with a complex blend of disbelief and astonishment. This young man, known as Qin Yang, could never have anticipated that he would inexplicably traverse into a realm that amalgamated elements from Marvel, DC, and other narratives. To his dismay, he found himself amidst the Battle of New York from the Avengers, as fate would have it. After narrowly escaping the chaos, he was confronted with the emergence of Gorba, a creature that should have only existed within the Ultraman series. Specifically Trigger. Was this a script gone awry? The most critical aspect was that the Chitauri army, positioned through the spatial portal above, had not suffered the same fate as depicted in the original storyline, where their mothership was obliterated by a nuclear blast. Thus, even if Black Widow, Natasha, successfully utilized the Mind Stone to close the portal, the portion of the Chitauri army left in New York would still retain their combat capabilities. Let us assume, for narrative purposes, that they would. Compounding the situation was the presence of Gorba, which posed an even greater threat than the Chitauri. Qin Yang could almost visualize his late grandmother beckoning to him from the distant heavens. Suddenly, a series of system notifications echoed within his mind. Ding! Monster detected. Ultraman System activation successful. Newbie gift pack issued. Godlight Stick, Dark Godlight Stick. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a long-term mission. Uncover the truth behind the appearance of monsters in this world. Congratulations on triggering a new task. Defeat the ancient dark monster, Gorba. At that moment, two Godlight Sticks, designed with an appearance reminiscent of crystal and marble, one white, one black, with an upper section akin to Tiga's chest. Armor materialized in his hands. System, Godlight Stick? Qin Yang momentarily stood in stunned silence. But once he grasped the situation, elation surged within him. Which Ultraman enthusiast wouldn't yearn to transform, to embody the very essence of Tiga Ultraman as inscribed in the lore? Now, an opportunity to realize this dream seemed to unfurl before him, firmly grasped within his hands. How could he not feel exhilarated? Crucially, with the two Godlight Sticks in his possession, Qin Yang no longer had to dread the incursion of the Chitauri army or the emergence of Gorba. Given the circumstances, as several Chitauri soldiers approached him and the colossal form of Gorba began its descent upon the city, Qin Yang hesitated no longer. He swiftly stored the dark godlight stick into the system space, raised the godlight stick in his left hand, pressed the button atop it, and murmured, "Grant me the power to vanquish monsters, Tiga." In the next instant, amidst a radiant yet gentle and warm white light, a towering figure 53 meters tall, adorned with intertwining stripes of red, purple, and silver emerged. Featuring a golden chest plate and an oval-shaped colored timer upon its chest, the magnificent giant of light made its inaugural appearance in this world. Was that? At this moment, whether it be the panicked citizens of New York or the members of Team M still engaged in battle against the Chitauri forces Hawkeye, Hulk, or Natasha, who had just used a Mind Stone to touch the Tesseract, and thereby close the portal, there stood Thor, who had attempted to rescue Iron Man from a barrage of fiery projectiles while wielding Mjolnir to strike at the creature, only to find his efforts largely ineffective. All of them gazed in astonishment at the mysterious giant adorned with stripes of red, purple, and silver. They were perplexed as to why such a towering behemoth had suddenly manifested in their world, akin to a giant. In that fleeting moment, it was difficult to ascertain whether this enigmatic figure was a foe or a friend. However, judging by the warm and soothing white light that had just emanated, it seemed that this giant was perhaps a benevolent being. Chapter 2: The Deity. At this very moment, Galba was far more astonished and bewildered than Iron Man and his companions. It is well known that the ultra-ancient dark beast Galba is a fusion of the ultra-ancient monster Gorzum and the ultra-ancient dragon Melba, earning it the moniker of the two emperors, Death. Although Galba made its debut in Tiga, this does not diminish its fated animosity towards Tiga. After all, in a certain sense, Tiga can be regarded as an alternate dimensional counterpart of Dinah. Little did Galba anticipate that, having traversed into another world, Tiga would still be in pursuit of it. Hence, when Galba beheld the familiar giant adorned in red, purple, and silver, unexpectedly appearing in this realm, its heart swelled with uncontainable delight. Roar. However, Galba quickly regained its composure. With a fierce roar to bolster its courage, it unhesitatingly unleashed a surge of electrified orange-yellow flame lasers from its eyes toward Tiga. This was the signature move, Melbanic Ray, originally belonging to Melba. Although its power might not rival that of a standard Ultra's finishing move, a direct hit would surely inflict considerable pain. Across from it, the elder beast displayed a lack of chivalry, launching a deceitful surprise attack against the young Qin Yang, who had just acquired the ability to transform. Having recently transformed into Tiga, Qin Yang had yet to fully absorb the ceaseless power coursing through him when he noticed the formidable, bushy-browed creature had already initiated an assault. Fortunately, as a knowledgeable time traveler familiar with Tiga, Qin Yang was not utterly at a loss. Ultra Shield. In an instant, Qin Yang, now embodied as Tiga, swiftly raised both hands to conjure a radiant, rainbow-hued circular shield before him. Bang! The next moment, Galba's Melbanic Ray struck the colorful shield. Yet it inflicted not a trace of damage. What an immensely powerful giant. Who could he possibly be? Witnessing this spectacle, Iron Man and Thor were left astounded. They envisioned the scenario and realized that if they had faced that orange flame laser, only Thor might have stood a chance to withstand it, while the fates of the other Avengers would likely not be so favorable. Yet, that remarkably potent beam was effortlessly deflected by the enigmatic giant. Fortunately, it appeared that this giant was aligned with humanity. Otherwise, At this moment, having successfully blocked Galba's attack, Tiga unhesitatingly raised his fists, crossing them above his head. Accompanied by a flicker of purple light from the crystal on his forehead, Tiga lowered his hands to his sides. As the red segments of his body were instantly replaced by purple, his form also appeared noticeably more slender. Tiga had undoubtedly shifted to an aerial form, emphasizing speed. Light arrow. Upon transforming, Tiga immediately placed his left fist upon his waist and unleashed a series of azure-white energy orbs from his right hand. With a roar, Galba swiftly retaliated by releasing several crimson fireballs from its eyes. The clash between the azure-white orbs and the crimson fireballs resulted in a series of explosive collisions, creating a blinding light that obscured Galba's vision. When it regained clarity, it discovered to its astonishment that Tiga had vanished. A perplexed expression filled Galba's large eyes as it struggled to comprehend the situation. Finally, as it looked up, a formidable red figure descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful kick to Galba's grotesque visage. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as Galba, unable to withstand the force of Tiga's kick, toppled backward, its colossal weight of 70,000 tons crashing to the ground. The tremors echoed throughout New York, causing countless individuals to stumble and fall. Shortly thereafter, the purple hues of Tiga transformed into red, signifying the emergence of the enhanced Tiga power type, who granted Galba no opportunity for recovery. Dila Zyam Lightstream. Tiga let out a signature battle cry, gathering an ample amount of orange energy in his hands before thrusting his right hand forward with vigor. A stream of ultra-high-temperature orange energy particles surged forth, striking Galba, who had yet to rise. The resulting explosion was deafening, fragmenting Galba's form into countless pieces. In the aftermath, a dark beam shot from the side of Galba's explosion and swiftly entered Diga's body. Simultaneously, the dark divine light stick materialized within Diga, absorbing the dark energy and returning Galba's full capabilities, along with a portion of its strength. In essence, Diga had not only grown slightly stronger but had also acquired several new light-based skills. The revelation of the dark divine light stick's function left Qin Yang transformed into Diga, both bewildered and astonished. However, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for him. Moreover, a notification resonated in Qin Yang's mind. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully defeating Galba and completing the task. Reward, Ultra Telekinesis Enhancement. The system's voice echoed at the opportune moment. What a remarkable achievement. Feeling the substantial elevation of his ultra telekinesis, Qin Yang's heart soared with joy. Although he could not yet manipulate monsters with telekinesis in his human form, like Ultra 7, or forcefully repel tsunamis like Jack, this enhancement positioned ultra telekinesis as one of his paramount abilities. Crucially, the strengthened ultra telekinesis could be utilized even in his human form, significantly bolstering Qin Yang's self-defense capabilities. Moreover, he might even masquerade as a telekinetic or a psychic, possessing extraordinary abilities. After all, this realm is an intricate tapestry woven from the vast narratives of both Marvel and DC, alongside various lesser-known universes. The safety of Qin Yang in his human guise remains paramount. Meanwhile, has it come to an end? Upon witnessing the colossal figure of Galba explode, Black Widow instinctively exhaled in relief. Whether it was the formidable beast that first emerged or the subsequent appearance of the Crimson, Violet, and Silver Giant, both were imbued with an overwhelming sense of despair. Not far away, Hawkeye gazed upon the giant standing majestically on the earth, radiating a divine luminescence, and could not help but exclaim, "They truly resemble demons and deities descended upon this world." Ahem. Hearing this, Thor, the god of thunder, cleared his throat a couple of times and timidly interjected, "Brothers, could it be possible that I too am a god?" Alas, no one paid him any heed. After all, in comparison to the monstrous beings and giants, Thor, the so-called god of thunder, was not merely outclassed. There was simply no need for comparison. Wait, it is not over yet. At that moment, Iron Man turned his gaze towards the ground, where the Chitauri army was swiftly gathering around the giant. His expression growing increasingly grave. What are these rascals up to? Could it be that they intend to assault the giant? Chapter 3. Enhanced psychic power. Without a moment's delay following the demise of Gorba, the Chitauri forces took the stage. To be precise, these were the remnants of the Chitauri army, left behind after Black Widow had utilized the Mind Scepter to close the spatial wormhole created by the Tesseract. They had lost all communication with their mothership and any hope of reinforcements. However, that was not the sole issue. Given their current numbers and the technological weaponry at their disposal, they could have potentially subdued the Avengers and continued their mission to invade Earth. Yet, they were confronted by a giant capable of effortlessly vanquishing monsters. Moreover, it appeared that this giant was aligned with humanity, rather than with the Chitauri and their enigmatic leader. Thus, the remaining Chitauri forces unanimously resolved to eliminate the giant first. What audacity possessed these foolish beings? Thor gazed incredulously at the Chitauri preparing to launch an assault on the giant. The terrifying creature that could disregard even the likes of the Hulk and his Mjolnir was rendered feeble in the presence of this giant. Did this mere band of Chitauri remnants truly believe they could contend with the giant? Under normal circumstances, I would commend the aliens for their folly. Iron Man voiced his concerns. However, you all witnessed the giant's power just moments ago. Should he direct his wrath upon these extraterrestrial pests, our city and its inhabitants would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. As the saying goes, when gods clash, mortals bear the brunt. In Iron Man's estimation, even a single step from the giant would wreak considerable havoc. Not to mention that the alien forces had encircled the giant, which clearly indicated that a mere stomp would not suffice to resolve the situation. Furthermore, if the giant opted to unleash that devastating beam of light once more, Iron Man struggled to fathom the destruction that would befall the city. Unless the giant possessed the ability to target each alien with precision, or he chose to allow them to attack without retaliation, the situation was precarious. Trouble was brewing. The other Avengers, along with some perceptive civilians on the ground, shared Iron Man's apprehension, their expressions turning grim. Bang, bang, bang. The Chitauri army was evidently indifferent to the Avengers' concerns and unleashed a barrage of lasers from their weaponry, capable of effortlessly obliterating ordinary life, aimed directly at the enigmatic giant. Roar. Several massive mechanical creatures, resembling some form of aquatic life, floated in the air and charged toward the giant from various angles with all their might. Psychic power. Observing this scene, Tiga merely raised a hand and pressed downward in a gesture of command. In an instant, the Chitauri forces their attacks, and the mechanical leviathans hurtling toward him were all suspended, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Boom. Immediately following this, the colossal figure clenched his fist with remarkable intensity. Boom. Thunder. Bang. The Chitauri forces were instantaneously reduced to mere mosaics, their unleashed attacks erupting violently in midair. Even those mechanical leviathans met the same fate as the previous Gorba, shattering into countless fragments. Oh my god, did you witness that? With just a simple gesture, he effortlessly eradicated all extraterrestrial remnants within the city of New York. I swear, I have never beheld such an astonishing spectacle. This giant, he truly embodies a divine being. Iron Man and Captain America stood agape, struggling to regain their composure, despite having encountered numerous events that profoundly challenged their worldview. The impact of this moment was undoubtedly the most significant. Even Thor ceased his proclamations of divinity. However, I find myself more curious about the giant's next actions. Once calmness returned, Iron Man couldn't help but focus on another crucial concern. The others also regarded the giant with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Given the giant's prior actions of vanquishing monsters and precisely annihilating the Chitauri, it seemed he was aligned with humanity's cause. At least for the moment, he posed no threat. Yet, this was the first encounter with the giant. Without confirming his benevolence towards humankind, they had to maintain utmost vigilance. They were uncertain about how to thwart him should he choose to strike against humanity. However, the giant never cast a glance in their direction. After obliterating the Chitauri, he ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. The giant has flown away? Captain America followed the giant's rapid ascent until he completely disappeared. Then turned to Iron Man and inquired, "Tony, can you track the giant's whereabouts?" Undoubtedly, this encounter would make the giant's every movement a source of anxiety for all of humanity. Only by understanding the giant's trajectory could the Avengers and humanity at large devise appropriate responses. Unfortunately, Iron Man first connected with the satellites launched into space by Stark Industries through the artificial intelligence Jarvis, then quickly shook his head, stating, "The instant the giant departed Earth, he completely eluded detection. I have no idea where he has gone." "That is quite reasonable," Thor remarked, unperturbed. "Insignificant mortals can merely gaze upon the majestic form of a deity. That is the extent of their capability. Why should they foolishly aspire to match the pace of the divine?" Thus, Black Widow turned to Thor, teasingly asking, "Our Lord of Thunder now belongs to the mortal realm, does he?" Though reluctant to admit it, he conceded, "Indeed, in the presence of that being, I am, without a doubt, as mortal as any other." Thor nodded in serene acknowledgement, but swiftly turned to Black Widow to retort, "However, to you all, I remain a deity, the Hammer of Asgard. The God of Thunder." "Very well, the Hammer. Your Excellency, the God of Thunder." Black Widow chuckled lightly, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Initially, her intent was merely to shift the conversation, aiming to lighten the atmosphere amidst the barrage of recent events. "All right," Captain America concluded, "regardless, the Chitauri forces have been utterly vanquished, and the suddenly emerged monstrosities have been dispatched by the equally sudden giants. Our next course of action is to apprehend Loki, the architect of this chaos, and safeguard the scepter alongside the Tesseract. With that, we can bring this incident to a close. As for the damages sustained by the people of New York and the subsequent reconstruction efforts, it is evidently more suitable for SHIELD and the relevant authorities to manage those matters. Speaking of which, I know a delightful barbecue joint," Iron Man interjected, proposing. "Shall we wait until everything has truly concluded and then indulge in a taste together?" Chapter 4. The Vanished Loki. I apologize for interrupting you, but just as Iron Man and Captain America were discussing after-work activities, Hawkeye suddenly spoke with a grave expression. "I wonder if any of you have noticed that Loki has vanished? Moreover, prior to the appearance of that colossal beast, I vaguely saw Loki toss something from his hand. However, the distance was considerable, and with several aliens causing chaos, I couldn't discern what it was. Following the emergence of the monster and the giants, I also failed to find an opportune moment to inform you." "What?" Upon hearing this, Iron Man and Captain America's faces shifted dramatically. If Loki had merely disappeared, it would not be alarming. The sequential emergence of the monster and the giants surely provided him with an opportunity to escape. Yet, what truly concerned Iron Man and the others were Hawkeye's subsequent words. "Barton, are you suggesting that the appearance of the monster is related to Loki?" Black Widow inquired, her tone tinged with unease. This time, had it not been for the mysterious giant's arrival, even if humanity had ultimately found a way to deal with the beast, the cost would have been tremendously high. In fact, humanity could have faced a genuine apocalypse. Yet, if such a monster were artificially created, particularly by Loki, ugh, How could we be trapped in such a nightmare? It's terrifying, utterly terrifying. To be honest, I cannot be certain. In response to Black Widow's inquiry, Hawkeye shook his head once more. Everything happened too swiftly. I could only sense that Loki's actions were somewhat amiss. Nevertheless, I have a premonition that even if the beast was not conjured by Loki, there may be a connection of some sort. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Upon realizing that Loki was involved, Thor could no longer contain himself and retorted, "My foolish brother is someone I have watched grow up. He could not possibly be associated with such a creature. In fact, I have never even heard of such a beast." On one hand, Thor genuinely doubted that the monster's appearance could be linked to Loki. On the other hand, despite the creature being swiftly vanquished by the giant, who resembled a true deity, the fear it instilled in humanity was indelible, especially considering that no one knew if other monsters might emerge in the future. Most critically, Thor understood Loki. He deeply realized that if the previous monster was indeed related to Loki, many undesirable events would inevitably unfold, and Loki would bear countless sins as a result. Thor, I recall you mentioning that Loki once fell from that rainbow bridge and disappeared for a time. You even believed he was dead. Iron Man pondered for a moment before looking at Thor. Subsequently, when Loki reappeared, he brought with him a scepter, along with this alien army. Is it possible that during his disappearance, he encountered something that inadvertently bestowed upon him the ability to summon monsters? I do not know. Thor shook his head, his expression darkening. My mind is currently in disarray. As you are aware, I do not wish for the emergence of monsters to be associated with my foolish brother in any manner. This is true in every conceivable sense. Yet, I cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the appearance of the monsters is entirely unrelated to him. Well, discussing this further seems rather futile at the moment. Captain Me cast a glance at Thor before speaking. The connection between the monster's emergence and Loki is merely our conjecture at this point. Regardless of the truth, our singular duty remains unchanged: to protect the people, uphold justice, and dedicate all that we have to this cause. On the ground, at the corner of a certain street, a cluster of golden light particles reassembled into Qin Yang's form. Was that the sensation of transforming into Tiga? Gazing at the godlight stick still firmly grasped in his hand, Qin Yang could hardly contain his exhilaration. This is truly magnificent. In the guise of Ultraman, Qin Yang experienced an overwhelming sense of omnipotence, akin to that of a deity. Perhaps due to his understanding of Tiga and Galba, or perhaps due to a lack of delay, he resolved Galba with a speed and directness far surpassing that of Tiga in the original series. Moreover, Qin Yang could feel Tiga's light subtly enhancing his body at all times. Although the acceleration of this enhancement was not rapid, if this continued, he might very well attain a physical prowess comparable to that of Captain Me or Thor. As he pondered this, Qin Yang's excitement began to wane, giving way to a heavier and more complex expression. Monsters are manifesting in this world? Furthermore, judging by the long-term quest issued by the system to explore the emergence of monsters, it is highly likely that other monsters will appear in the future. To be frank, setting aside the exceptional form of Shining Tiga, Tiga's overall power in its regular state is not particularly formidable. Not only are there various monsters from other Ultraman series, but even within Tiga's own television series, there exist several adversaries he struggles to contend with. For instance, the second generation of Griza, and not to mention Gatangia. Qin Yang was uncertain how many individuals in this world, known for its simple-hearted Gotham City, would be willing to lend him their light in a critical moment. He certainly did not dare to gamble on it. Fortunately, I can absorb the power of defeated monsters through the dark godlight stick. With this thought, Qin Yang felt a slight relief. The crucial factor is that I also possess the Ultraman System. Given sufficient time to evolve, it may yet stand against other monsters that may emerge in the future. From the current situation, it seems that the system requires the appearance of monsters to trigger new quests. Qin Yang contemplated within himself. Perhaps there are alternative methods of activation as well. Regrettably, he had only just activated the system, and the information available for contemplation was woefully inadequate. Setting such thoughts aside, Qin Yang soon resolved to seek a place to settle down. Strictly speaking, I should belong to a different identity. However, it seems the system has assigned me a persona. As Qin Yang reflected briefly, he unearthed a fragment of unfamiliar memories that felt somewhat illusory. In essence, this world's Qin Yang was also a citizen of Huagua, hailing from a relatively well-off family. After graduating from university, and with his parents' consent, he decided to embark on a journey to the United States for a bit of relaxation. Fortuitously, a friend from his parents' youth, with whom they still maintained occasional contact, resided in New York. Thus, fresh from the completion of his academic pursuits, his gaze still imbued with a naive clarity, Qin Yang arrived in New York. Shortly thereafter, he found himself confronted by the invasion of the Chitauri. Chapter 5. The Mighty Titan. Although these identities and backgrounds are fundamentally fabricated, it seems that since they are orchestrated by the system, There should be no inherent issues, right? Qin Yang murmured to himself. In any case, I should first visit the friend of my parents in my memories. If all goes as anticipated, my splendid life in this world shall officially commence from there. As for investigating the reasons behind the emergence of monsters in this realm, that is evidently not a matter that can be resolved in a short span of time. In fact, Qin Yang is currently at a loss as to where to begin. However, as long as monsters continue to appear, and as long as his strength is ever increasing, all truths shall inevitably reveal themselves before him. Having made his decision, Qin Yang prepared to depart from this place. The divine light staff in his hand transformed into particles of light and vanished. Yet, whenever he required it, the staff could materialize in his grasp at will. This included the dark divine light staff he had previously stored. It would similarly respond to his summons, thus averting the embarrassment of losing his transformation device to theft and finding himself unable to transform. Soon, as Qin Yang stepped out of the alley, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Mom, how are you? My dear, I beg you, do not leave me. Cursed aliens, damned monsters. Thank goodness for the giants. Otherwise, not only we, but all of humanity would be obliterated by these beasts. Indeed, looking at him, I feel as if I am gazing upon a deity, upon God himself. But if he truly is a god, why did he not appear sooner? Why did he not save my loved ones? What of Iron Man, Captain America, and all those so-called superheroes? Utterly useless. What have they truly protected? Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Without Iron Man and the giants, you lack the right to blame them here. The car I bought on loan, the house I purchased on credit, my flesh and blood family. Gone. All gone. Giant, oh giant. Take me away. I cannot live without you. God, you wretched being. Why did you take them from me? Why? A multitude of voices surged into Qin Yang's ears. Sorrow, anger, gratitude, faith, resentment. A myriad of emotions clashed within him. Alas, Qin Yang is not a native of this country, nor this world. He is not the Spider-Man who believes that with great power comes great responsibility, nor the inherently virtuous Superman. Even if Qin Yang were of such ilk, the external voices and emotions would only serve to disturb his mind, proving more detrimental than beneficial to his future. Moreover, I seem to be more than merely human, intertwined with the light. Qin Yang whispered softly, simultaneously accompanied by a swirl of black particles. The dark divine light staff began to materialize faintly in his hand. Meanwhile, at S-H-I-E-L-D. What? Loki has vanished. And the emergence of monsters may be linked to him, draped in a black coat, black trousers, and black leather shoes. With a bald head and skin as dark as a raven's wing, Nick Fury's every utterance seemed to deepen the shadow upon his countenance. Though it may not be readily apparent, there is no doubt that as the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, any matter that poses a threat to the safety and security of humanity weighs heavily upon him. Particularly troubling are the recent appearances of monstrous entities and titans. After all, the strength wielded by these beings is overwhelmingly formidable for humankind. Additionally, Loki presents a significant complication, were it not for his involvement. The current alien invasion would likely not have transpired, should Loki indeed be linked to the emergence of these beasts, possessing the ability to summon them. The potential troubles he could unleash upon Earth are beyond imagination. Perhaps it is time to summon her back? In contemplation, Nick Fury retrieved a unique pager from his pocket. Through this device, he could reach Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, whose whereabouts in the cosmos remained uncertain. However, Fury harbored doubts about whether Captain Marvel possessed the means to combat these monsters. He was equally unsure if new creatures would materialize or if the previous Titans would return. After a moment's reflection, he opted to stow the pager away, redirecting his thoughts to another pressing inquiry, from whence they came, their purpose, the likelihood of their reappearance, and whether they might become adversaries of humankind. Clearly, this is the most critical matter at hand. After all, the Titan possesses the terrifying capability to obliterate monsters with ease. Furthermore, his precise extermination of each alien attests to his prowess extending beyond mere destruction. This only adds to the air of mystery surrounding his existence, bordering on the divine. Yet, not all deities align themselves with humanity. Regrettably, the Titan seemed to manifest out of thin air and has thus far made but a singular appearance. Humanity's understanding of him remains woefully scant. Director, there is a matter requiring your insight. At this juncture, Maria Hill, a top-tier agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and one of Nick Fury's most trusted associates, clad in a form-fitting black tactical suit that accentuated her curves, approached him with an inquiry. This time, the world is aware of the existence of aliens, particularly the monsters and the Titan. Regarding the aliens, we have already learned from Thor that they are Chitauri. To facilitate our announcements to the public and internal discussions, we require code names for the monsters and the Titan, especially the latter. Many regard him as a divine savior of humanity, and indeed, He has safeguarded us. The Titan's codename? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury lowered his gaze, lost in thought. This is indeed a question that warrants careful consideration. It would hardly do to assign haphazard titles akin to Ultraman or Titanic Power as codenames, would it? As Nick Fury pondered the code name of the giant, Qin Yang gradually arrived at the residence of his parents' friend, 20 Ingram Street, Forest Hills, Queens, New York. This was none other than the abode of one of the two village chiefs of Marvel's novice realms, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Indeed, one must concede that the system possesses an understanding of Marvel. Before long, it happened. Upon pressing the doorbell, a woman clad in a yellow top, exuding an alluring charm, opened the door. After scrutinizing him for a brief moment to confirm his identity, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Little one, you have finally arrived. I have heard so much about you from your parents, and now I finally get to meet the real you." Chapter 6. Aunt May and Peter Parker in the third generation of the Dutch Spider-Man films, namely Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. May Parker, Aunt May, is portrayed as a charming middle-aged woman. She is the one who warmly embraced Qin Yang upon their first meeting. Simultaneously, she is a friend of Qin Yang's parents, woven into the fabric of the narrative. "Aunt May, I am eager to meet you as well, so could you kindly release me?" After a moment, as it became evident that May Parker had no intention of loosening her grip, Qin Yang could not help but remind her. He feared that if the embrace continued, he might falter under such a test. "Oh, little Qin Yang is feeling shy?" May Parker teased, gently pinching Qin Yang's cheek. "Such a handsome young man. Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like Aunt May to introduce you to someone? I have a friend whose daughter, Gwen Stacy, is a year or two younger than you, but I believe that would not pose an issue." True to her role, Aunt May wasted no time in inquiring about his romantic life. However, she indeed released Qin Yang and, taking his hand, led him further into the house, continuing, "Little Qin Yang, I have discussed with your parents. For the next 2 to 3 months, you will be staying with me. Of course, if you wish to extend your stay, Aunt May would be more than delighted. By the way, I have a nephew who is also a year or two younger than you, named Peter Parker. Peter, come out and meet your brother Qin Yang." May Parker brought Qin Yang into the living room, where a young man dressed in a blue casual outfit was already awaiting their arrival. If all went as expected, this was none other than the Spider-Man of this world, Peter Parker. "Hello, brother Qin Yang." Upon seeing Qin Yang enter with May Parker, Peter Parker shyly extended his hand in greeting. Who would have imagined that the loquacious Spider-Man, once donned in a mask, now appeared as a bashful young man with social anxiety? "Hello, Peter." Qin Yang responded while assessing Peter Parker. This version of Peter Parker bore a remarkable resemblance to the Dutch iteration, yet there seemed to be echoes of the previous 2 film adaptations of Spider-Man. This gave him an air of youthful innocence while simultaneously suggesting a certain maturity. One might hope that he would not engage in the series of foolish antics depicted in No Way Home, would he? "Brother Qin Yang, would you like to sit down and rest, or perhaps have a drink?" Noticing Qin Yang's unwavering gaze upon him, Peter Parker's social anxiety appeared to intensify. He quickly spoke up, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Additionally, for reasons unknown, Peter Parker felt as though this Qin Yang, whom he had just met, seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of him. Fortunately, his spider sense did not activate in response to Qin Yang, indicating that the latter bore no ill intentions and would not pose a threat, at least, not for the time being. Peter was not wrong. Sensing the unease emanating from Peter Parker, or perhaps motivated by genuine concern, May Parker promptly addressed Qin Yang. "You traveled all the way from Huawei to here, and you must have endured the terrifying events of the day. You must be utterly exhausted. Please, take a seat. I will fetch you a glass of water." As she spoke, May guided Qin Yang to the sofa and then turned to retrieve a cup. "Good afternoon, dear viewers." At that moment, the television in front flickered to life, revealing the voice of a blonde female host regarding the alien army that recently manifested in New York City, along with the monsters and giants. "First and foremost, we mourn with heavy hearts for our compatriots who lost their lives in this catastrophe. We extend our gratitude to the Avengers, who rescued us from the extraterrestrial beings, known as the Chitauri, and from the clutches of the monsters, especially the giants. Furthermore, the relevant authorities have designated a code name for the giant, Ultraman or Cosmic Man." Listening to the broadcast, Qin Yang could not help but scoff inwardly. Indeed, the forces of fate are formidable. This world has even chosen to name the giant of light Ultraman. Upon reflection, he deemed it reasonable. The term Ultraman inherently connotes Superman. Adding Cosmic was likely intended to distinguish it from the Metropolitan Superman, was it not? At that moment, Peter Parker, seated beside Qin Yang, gazed at the video footage of the giant on the screen and remarked, "Although I do not know where he came from, he should be on the side of humanity, right? Moreover, if it weren't for him, Aunt May and I might." In this world, during this period, Peter Parker had already donned the mantle of Spider-Man. During the Chitauri invasion, he had vanquished numerous foes from their ranks. Yet, when he beheld the colossal form of the monster, impervious even after swallowing the mushroom bomb. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. He understood all too well that without Ultraman's intervention, New York, and perhaps even the entirety of America, could have been laid to waste by the beast. Under such circumstances, Peter Parker lacked the capacity to protect himself and Aunt May. Consequently, he harbored profound gratitude towards Ultraman. Simultaneously, his inherently kind nature instilled in him a profound trust in the giant. "Here, drink some water." May Parker approached with a cup filled with warm water. Offering it to Qin Yang as she affirmed, "Peter is right. Regardless of the circumstances, the giant, Ultraman, can certainly be considered our savior. I wonder how such a massive monster came to be. Regardless of its origins, I hope we shall not encounter any new monsters. Otherwise, even with Ultraman's protection, we cannot guarantee that we will not fall victim to the claws of monsters." "Thank you, Aunt May." As Qin Yang accepted the cup, a sigh escaped his lips, for he understood that Galba was merely the first, yet certainly not the last monster to manifest in this world. Otherwise, the system would not have assigned him a long-term task to investigate the reasons behind the monster's emergence. However, it was evident that such thoughts were not easy for Qin Yang to articulate. After a brief period of casual conversation among the three, Aunt May guided Qin Yang to the room where he would reside for the foreseeable future. The location of the room was quite advantageous. Peter was next door, and Aunt May was directly across the hall. After sharing dinner with Aunt May and Peter, Qin Yang reclined on his bed, preparing to ponder the intricacies of life. However, it was not long before he sensed Peter leaping out of the window next door. This young man had just finished his meal, and already he was off to confront criminals? Qin Yang shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Firstly, the rain was not his concern. Secondly, as one of the protagonists in this world, Peter was unlikely to encounter any significant trouble. It was hardly conceivable that a monster would suddenly appear, coincidentally right in Peter's path, was it? Chapter 7. The simultaneous emergence of two beasts. As the night deepens, many remain wide awake. For instance, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Triskelion. My goodness, Director. A researcher affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. approached Nick Fury, his expression a mix of excitement and disbelief. You may find this hard to believe, but after conducting preliminary tests on the monster corpses collected by the logistics department, we discovered that they likely originate from indigenous life forms of our planet. Preliminary assessments indicate they may date back millions of years. What do you mean? Nick Fury's demeanor stiffened. Monsters originating from our Earth? How can that be? If it weren't for the sincerity in the researcher's eyes, Fury might have thought he was being jested with. After all, these creatures tower at 65 meters, possessing terrifying might. They are not mere strays. How could they have existed on Earth for millions of years without detection by humanity? Director, I understand this is hard to accept, but I swear to God, even if these monsters do not hail from Earth, they must have come from a place remarkably similar to it. The researcher's excitement grew. Given that two Asgardian gods have already appeared, isn't it reasonable to consider the existence of another Earth? Perhaps even a parallel world. Of course, such speculations are secondary. The paramount concern lies in the immense developmental value of the monster's corpse. In every conceivable aspect, it is significant. The researcher rambled on, but Fury was eager to interject. However, before he could, alarms blared from various instruments. Director, this is bad. Agent Hill reported gravely. A massive biological signal has been detected in the Pacific Ocean. It is highly likely a new monster. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D. technicians transferred the live feed to the large screen. The attendees soon beheld a colossal creature, standing at 92.05 meters, its body a mottled shade of brownish green, adorned with a dorsal fin reminiscent of a shark, and a head resembling a massive axe, emerging from the vast expanse of the Pacific. Oh my God! It's even larger than the monster from earlier today. This is terrible. The axe-headed beast is rapidly approaching the shore. It is expected to land along the New York coastline within 30 minutes. As they gazed at the enormous axe-headed creature on the screen, which towered significantly over the already formidable Gorb, S.H.I.E.L.D., agents displayed expressions of grave concern. It is well known that Gorb could absorb the energy of mushroom eggs. Thus, this evidently larger and more imposing axe-headed monster would surely be even more powerful. The most pressing question remained. Would the giant from earlier that day appear once more? What if, in the event that even that giant proves to be no match for the monster, what should we do? Agent Hill, immediately contact the Avengers. At that moment, Nick Fury, the director, stepped forward and commanded that S.H.I.E.L.D. must deploy all its armed forces. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot allow the monster to reach the shore. In truth, Nick Fury harbored similar concerns within his heart. Yet, As the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., he could not afford to display any signs of panic. Simultaneously, he would never place all his hopes of defeating the monster on the uncertain arrival of Ultraman. Instead, he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers might face total annihilation in the presence of the monster. However, Nick Fury had underestimated the gravity of the situation. Beep, beep. At this moment, various instruments once again emitted ominous alarm sounds. The technicians, without needing instruction, redirected the relevant footage to the large screen. Subsequently, Nick Fury and his team witnessed a creature, standing 45 meters tall, resembling a dinosaur with 2 sharp horns on its head and an additional horn atop its snout, suddenly materializing in the Queens area of New York. As if that were not enough. Roar. Accompanied by the monster's furious roar, electrical currents surged uncontrollably towards its body. The entire Queens area, and indeed all of New York, plunged into darkness due to the sudden lack of power. God, 2 monsters have appeared simultaneously. How could I be experiencing such a nightmare? Alas, this is no dream, but a harsh reality. Are we truly facing our doom this time? Oh God, have you forsaken your devoted lambs? Even the once highly trained and resolute S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who would typically show no fear in the face of any threat, found themselves grappling with despair. Even Nick Fury took a moment to regain his composure. After all, a single monster had already eroded their confidence in resisting. And now, there was a second? Agent Hill. Once he had regained his wits, Nick Fury, with his inscrutable expression, turned to Hill and instructed, contact the Avengers and prioritize the elimination of the electrical consuming monster within the city. It was evident that the creature in New York posed a greater threat to the populace than the axe-headed monster still lurking in the ocean. New York, Queens. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Defeat the transparent monster, Nalanga, and the electric-consuming monster, Axehead. As Qin Yang pondered life in bed, he first felt the earth shake and the lights in the room extinguish, followed by the system's notification sound. No way. Could monsters really have appeared? Qin Yang's lips twitched. Indeed, he should never have jinxed it. Furthermore, electric-consuming monster? What on earth is that? Qin Yang recalled that the electric-consuming monster should be from the Pacific Rim series. The Axe-Head, also known as the Invader, is the inaugural monster to appear in this series. However, it is not something of particular significance. In comparison to the formidable creatures of the Ultraman series, the kaiju species is indeed quite feeble. Take the Axe-Head monster, for instance. Despite its colossal stature exceeding 90 meters, surpassing most of the Ultraman adversaries, it astonishingly weighs a mere 780 tons. Qin Yang harbors grave doubts that this axe-head monster could withstand even a single punch from Tiga's combined form, which boasts an arm strength of a staggering 70,000 tons. Nevertheless, for humanity, the axe-head monster still poses a considerable threat. Chapter 8. The Transparent Monster. Nalanga with that, let the delightful battle against monsters commence. As Qin Yang regained his focus, his gaze steadily intensified. A cluster of golden particles coalesced in his hand, forming a divine staff of light. In the next moment, accompanied by a subtle yet radiant white glow, Qin Yang's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, on the other side, confusion engulfed Spider-Man. What on earth was happening? Before him loomed a colossal monster, crackling with electric energy. Just moments ago, he had encountered a blue-skinned individual named Max, who could absorb and discharge electricity, threatening the safety of those around him. Fortunately, after a brief struggle, Spider-Man had managed to defeat him with relative ease. Yet, to his astonishment, Max suddenly produced a capsule adorned with a monster's image and consumed it. In an instant, he transformed into the very beast standing before Spider-Man. How could a mere human adversary, whom I had just vanquished, morph into a monstrous entity? Such an unscientific occurrence plunged Spider-Man's mind into deep skepticism. However, a surge of electricity emanating from the 3 sharp horns atop the transparent monster, Nalanga, combined with an unprecedented intensity of his spider sense, swiftly illuminated the harsh reality. This was no dream, but a hellish nightmare. Panic surged through him as he realized the impending electric assault. Instinctively, Spider-Man sought to evade, only to discover innocent bystanders nearby, unable to flee. It wasn't that they lacked the sense to escape. Rather, the range of Nalanga's electric discharge was far too vast for any human to elude. Even if Spider-Man remained stationary, the unleashed currents could obliterate him and the innocent civilians alike. With no time to waste, Spider-Man acted decisively, shooting forth several strands of webbing to tether the unsuspecting crowd. With a swift motion, he hurled them out of the reach of Nalanga's lethal discharge. However, this delay left him with no chance of escape. Boom. Just as death loomed imminent, a wave of warm white light enveloped the entire area. Simultaneously, a magnificent figure adorned with purple, red, and silver stripes, radiating divine brilliance, materialized before Spider-Man. The electric assault from Nalanga dissipated the moment this colossal presence emerged. It was a giant. Ultraman had arrived. Overwhelmed with joy, Spider-Man felt an immense relief. Not only had Ultraman's appearance spared him from a grim fate, but he believed wholeheartedly that Ultraman could vanquish the newly emerged monster and safeguard the innocent populace. The giant had come to their rescue. Oh, how wondrous it was. They were saved. Dear God, you have not forsaken us, your wayward lambs. Let it be, twice now. It was Ultraman who stood before the monstrous threat and saved us, and this has nothing to do with any divine intervention. Regardless of whether he is a deity or Ultraman, my sole wish is for him to swiftly eliminate the beast. However, I fervently hope that no further destruction ensues, for that wretched monster is perilously close to my newly financed home and vehicle. Upon the appearance of Ultraman, the citizens were filled with immense joy. Yet, almost instinctively, they turned and fled. After all, once Ultraman engaged the monster in battle, they too could easily fall victim to its wrath. The giant, no, Ultraman, has indeed arrived. He stands with humanity. Concurrently, the hastily arriving Thor and Iron Man, Tony Stark, breathed a sigh of relief upon glimpsing that familiar colossal figure. Without Ultraman, they would have had little confidence in confronting this newly emerged electric-consuming beast. With Ultraman present, they decided to head to the Pacific to thwart another monster. Upon regaining their composure, Thor and Iron Man seamlessly altered their course. Remaining here would hardly aid Ultraman. It was more prudent to proceed to another battlefield. Qin Yang, transformed into Dinah, paid no heed to the thoughts of Spider-Man, Thor, or Iron Man. He merely faced Naranga, slightly lowering his center of gravity, extending his arms forward, and adopting a combat stance. Dinah sensed that, under certain extraordinary conditions, Naranga appeared to be stronger than the average monster. Even the previous foe, Gorba, seemed inferior in comparison. Nevertheless, Dinah remained confident in his ability to prevail. Facing him, Naranga roared in fury upon witnessing Dinah's arrival and, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful azure-white electric current from the three sharp horns atop its head. This was one of its signature moves, the Tyrant Shock. Regrettably, Naranga had failed to surpass the original's might during its first use of this attack in Ultraman. As for this time, Ultrasonic Beam. As Naranga's high-voltage attack surged towards him, Dinah raised his hand and released a yellow destructive beam. This was one of the abilities he had acquired after defeating Gorba. While its power might not be overwhelming, he deemed it sufficient for this encounter. Indeed, boom, the yellow destructive beam collided with the azure-white electric current, generating a cacophony and a blinding display of light. The forces of both attacks swiftly neutralized each other. However, when the tumult subsided, Naranga had vanished. Has it gone invisible? Qin Yang realized. Although one of Naranga's primary abilities is to absorb and release electricity, one must not forget that its name includes the phrase transparent monster. The timer began to glow. After a moment's contemplation, Dinah crossed his fists at his forehead and then lowered them to his sides. Subsequently, the crystal on his forehead and the timer on his chest began to shimmer with golden light, bathed in the golden radiance. The figure of Nalanga re-emerged not far from his right front. Simultaneously, it raised its right arm before its eyes, attempting to shield itself from the blinding luminosity. Utilizing this opportunity, Tiga concentrated the energy of the timer within his chest and unleashed a scythe-shaped beam of light from his hands, instantly severing the three pointed horns atop Nalanga's head. To be candid, the moment Tiga beheld those three horns, it felt as though a dormant strand of DNA had been awakened within him, causing considerable discomfort. Now, however, he felt considerably more at ease. Chapter 9. The terrifying Ultraman Ray Roar. The severance of the three sharp angles elicited a painful howl from Nalanga, momentarily diverting his attention from the battle. Zaipili Outwang. Seizing the opportunity, Tiga retracted his fists to his waist and then extended them forward, crossing his palms. Once he had accumulated sufficient energy, he spread his hands outward, ultimately forming an L-shaped stance, from which he unleashed a blindingly white, high-temperature destructive ray from his right arm. Boom. Sensing impending doom, Nalanga attempted to evade or defend himself, but it was too late. He was struck by the Zaipili Aogwang and exploded into countless fragments. Soon, two spheres of black light, one large and one small, emerged from the site of Nalanga's explosion, merging into Tiga's dark divine light staff. Consequently, Tiga acquired a portion of Nalanga's and the Electric Light Man's powers, along with their complete abilities. To Qin Yang's astonishment, it seemed that Nalanga had integrated an Electric Light Man within him. It was only at this moment that he grasped this fact. Simultaneously, he vaguely sensed that the reason Nalanga appeared stronger than in the original series might be due to this fusion with the Electric Light Man. It was akin to Ultraman merging with a particularly formidable human, becoming one. However, how was this accomplished? Qin Yang found himself perplexed. From the appearance of the electric light man, it did not seem as though he had utilized the dark virtual spark of Dark Legial or Belial Transcender, nor the dark version of Zeta Transcender from the parasitic life form, Sailbro. Could it be that our feeble scientist, Hikaru, had invented something strange again, which was subsequently stolen? A bold thought crossed Qin Yang's mind. As for the truth, he would have to seek it out gradually later. After all, the electric light man seemed to have perished alongside Nalonga's explosion. Qin Yang could not glean any potentially useful answers from him. Fortunately, it was confirmed that the Dark Divine Light Staff could indeed absorb the powers and abilities of the defeated monsters. A surge of excitement welled up within Qin Yang. This meant that as long as he vanquished enough monsters, he might grow to the level of the mysterious 4 Ultra Beings, or even beyond that. Moreover, his skill list would likely expand by several dozen pages. Undoubtedly, this was good news for Qin Yang. Otherwise, relying solely on Diga's power, he would struggle to contend with the myriad monsters that might arise in the future. Just facing the fully realized Thanos, who wielded 6 Infinity Stones, would be a formidable challenge. Not to mention, there were those overpowered characters from the DC Universe. Unless Qin Yang could effortlessly summon the Shining Diga form, of course. Nonetheless, these considerations were for another time. As for the present moment, it is time to confront the next unfortunate soul. The thoughts return to the reality of Qin Yang, or rather, Tiga, whose body hovers in the air. Seemingly capable of disregarding the vast distances of space, fixated on a certain point in the Pacific Ocean. Over there. Tony, have you noticed something amiss? The expression on Thor's face was peculiar as he addressed Iron Man, Tony Stark, after he had just sent the axe-headed monster flying a considerable distance with a single blow. I have indeed. Iron Man, having created a gaping wound in the creature with a full power arc pulse, echoed his confusion. This creature appears to be significantly weaker than we anticipated. Thor and Iron Man had initially assumed that the towering axe-headed beast, standing over 90 meters tall, would prove far more formidable than Galba. Their only strategy was to buy time, awaiting Ultraman's assistance if he would indeed come to their aid. Yet, who could have predicted that this axe-headed monster could not withstand even a single strike from Thor's hammer? In truth, this is quite within the realm of normalcy. In the original narrative, the axe-headed monster was defeated by humanity using 3 tactical mushroom bombs. Compared to Galba, who could consume mushroom bombs and absorb their energy, this creature was but a lesser foe. Furthermore, during this period, Thor, even if not yet at the level of a humanoid nuclear weapon, would find it manageable to subdue the axe-headed beast, which weighed a mere 780 tons. Even Iron Man could inflict notable damage upon it. Is it possible that a monster's strength does not solely depend on its size? As both Thor and Iron Man entertained this notion, a sense of assurance began to form within them. Admittedly, if things continued in this manner, they might very well eliminate the axe-headed monster in the Pacific before it could reach the shore. However, Iron Man quickly discovered through his suit's diagnostic program that something was amiss. The monster's blood was blue and contained a lethal toxin. This toxin was not only highly volatile, but could also cause any terrestrial organism to perish in a remarkably short time with just a minuscule amount. Moreover, the creature's body perpetually emitted toxins and radiation. What? Upon hearing this, Thor's expression shifted dramatically. This indicated that merely killing the axe-headed monster would not suffice to neutralize the threat. On the contrary, for humanity, that would likely mark the true beginning of their troubles. Regardless, we must first eliminate this monster. Iron Man, observing the axe-headed beast poised to launch an attack against him or Thor, quickly regained his composure and stated solemnly, "Issues concerning toxins and radiation will have to be addressed later. Look out, Thor. Evade quickly." Before Iron Man could finish his sentence, he noticed a massive beam of white light, imbued with formidable energy and extreme heat, hurtling towards them at remarkable speed from above New York. In truth, even without Iron Man's warning, Thor had already sensed the impending danger and managed to evade in time. However, the unfortunate axe-headed monster was far less fortunate. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the axe-headed creature was obliterated by a searing white beam of energy, leaving not even a trace behind. Moreover, bang. After vanquishing the monster, the relentless white beam continued to strike the ocean's surface. Boom. As it evaporated countless gallons of seawater, the beam plunged deep into the Pacific, eradicating a spatial conduit resembling a black hole with utter finality. Whether this event imparted a slight sense of shock to some beings on the other side of the passage remains a mystery. At this moment, Iron Man and Thor stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Was that light emitted by Ultraman? Truly, it was terrifying. Even after some time, as their rationality gradually regained its footing, the awe within their hearts remained unmasked. Chapter 10. Diga. Alas, I am to become a scientist previously. When Diga unleashed the delirium light stream against Gorba in his powerful form, Thor and Iron Man merely observed from the sidelines. However, this time, they found themselves perilously close to Tiga's Zapiliao light beam. Moreover, the potency of the Zapiliao light beam undoubtedly surpassed that of the Delirium light stream, leading to different experiences for Thor and Tony in their respective encounters. Additionally, Tiga's decisive strike from above New York provided them with a unique visual spectacle. Is the venom gone? Tony soon discovered other astonishing aspects. Both surprised and elated. The Ultraman's beam had eradicated not only the venom, but also the radiation emitted by the axe-headed monster. Furthermore, it appeared that a spatial conduit resembling a black hole had formed deep in the Pacific. This axe-headed beast must have emerged from that very portal. Fortunately, Ultraman's beam had shattered that conduit. Otherwise, more monsters would likely have emerged. As he pondered this, Tony felt increasingly awed by Ultraman's power and harbored a growing sense of gratitude. This Ultraman truly was becoming more enigmatic by the moment. Nearby, Thor could not help but voice his thoughts. Since both monsters have been dealt with, it is time for us to return. After a moment of contemplation, Tony soared toward the Stark Tower, entrusting the subsequent matters to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s logistics. He needed to discuss with Black Egg. He suspected that the electric-consuming monster in the city and the axe-headed monster from the sea likely originated from two distinct realms. Above New York. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for defeating Nalongjie, the axe-headed monster. You have received the reward, Tiga armor, from the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. Upon vanquishing the axe-headed beast, the system's notification resonated within Qin Yang's mind. However, this reward felt somewhat peculiar. Tiga armor? Qin Yang mused over this term, and relevant information began to materialize in his mind. In essence, Tiga armor is an external suit that enables Qin Yang to wield a portion of Tiga's power in his human form. Logically, Qin Yang could transform into a Tiga-sized being. Yet, doing so would be akin to outright revealing that Tiga is human. Fortunately, with this external armor merely containing a fraction of Tiga's might, even if Qin Yang were to transform before others, he could still maintain plausible deniability. In other words, Tiga armor would facilitate Qin Yang's actions while in human form. Moreover, should Qin Yang encounter a perilous situation, the Tiga armor would automatically envelop him, enhancing his chances of survival. Truly remarkable. After assimilating information regarding the Tiga armor, Qin Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In contrast, the Bureau of Cosmic Science and Technology appears somewhat abstract, as is widely known. This bureau is a research institution affiliated with the Land of Light. Renowned yet lacking immense power, it is led by the frail scientist, Ultraman Hikari, who can nevertheless hurl behemoth stand, weighing 61,000 tons with a single hand. Presently, the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau granted to Qin Yang by the system can be viewed as an independent space, or it may be situated in some corner of the real world, manifesting as a tangible facility. Within it, almost everything that should be present is indeed there, save for Hikari and any Ultraman that originally belonged inside. Essentially, Qin Yang finds himself as a solitary commander within the Bureau of Cosmic Science and Technology. The system. What does this mean? Qin Yang silently lamented. Do you truly believe that a mere graduate from a vocational college like myself can navigate this scientific bureau? Or do you wish for Tiga to pivot towards a career in science? Unfortunately, the system behaved like an unyielding program, only acknowledging Qin Yang during critical moments, ignoring him otherwise. Nevertheless, having such a bureau is already a remarkable stroke of fortune for him. After all, Qin Yang essentially managed to acquire a Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau without any cost. What more could he possibly desire? In any case, as the saying goes, time waits for no one. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yang, regaining his senses, soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Moments later, amidst a burst of white light, Qin Yang, in his human form, gradually materialized within the room prepared for him by Aunt May. However, Qin Yang soon discovered that an additional person had unexpectedly joined him in the room. Thanks to the restored lighting, he swiftly discerned the identity of his companion. You Loki? Recognizing the individual, Qin Yang momentarily paused. It is well known that the human forms of Ultraman are often concealed from humanity. Yet, in the eyes of those from the Ultraman universe, the immense energy contained within each Ultraman's human form shines like a beacon in the night. Qin Yang never considered that his identity would be a secret among those true powerhouses. He had assumed that the first to seek him out would be the supreme sorcerer from Kamar Taj, yet he had not anticipated that it would be the second, or perhaps third prince of Asgard who arrived so swiftly. Perhaps Loki had encountered certain beings from the Ultraman universe? Of course, Qin Yang was merely surprised and puzzled at this moment. Whether it was due to his enhanced Ultraman telekinesis or the recently acquired Tiga armor, he felt assured of his safety. A mere Loki did not possess the qualifications to pose a direct threat to Tiga, at least not in his current state. Oh, you recognize me? Upon seeing Qin Yang identify him, Loki expressed his surprise, then added with a knowing tone, "I must say, you truly are worthy of being the giant who effortlessly vanquished 3 monsters. To speak candidly, were it not for witnessing it with my own eyes, I too would find it hard to believe that such a colossal and enigmatic Ultraman is, in truth, merely a seemingly frail human being. Should I unveil your true identity to the world, would it not shatter the illusions of countless individuals? This is indeed a possibility." Following an initial wave of astonishment, Qin Yang now wore a more relaxed expression and nodded in agreement with Loki's words. Furthermore, should that be the case, I would undoubtedly encounter numerous unnecessary troubles within the realm of humanity. Alas, I harbor no fondness for additional complications, nor do I appreciate those who deliberately contrive such predicaments for me. Therefore, when the time comes, you must ensure to conceal yourself more deeply. Alternatively, you may take a gamble to see if that Asgardian king, whose lifespan is drawing to a close, can indeed safeguard you. Chapter 11. Loki. I am here to discuss terms. All right. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Loki shrugged and chuckled lightly. Although I do not believe that the God King would fear the so-called Ultraman, he might not wholeheartedly protect someone like me, who was merely picked up and has even betrayed his son. I also do not wish to easily forge a deadly enmity with Ultraman. In truth, I have come to negotiate terms with you. Loki began to speak slowly. Not long ago, when I fell from the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, I unexpectedly acquired a monster capsule. Subsequently, it transformed into the colossal creature that devoured the mushroom egg during the Chitauri invasion of New York. I seized this opportunity to evade the attention of the Avengers. However, 2 hours ago, I heard a calling and became the spokesperson for a certain entity. He promised to periodically grant me various monster capsules and bestow upon me increasingly formidable powers. The price I must pay is to assist him in absorbing the negative, dark energies of fear and anger that reside in human hearts, as well as to eradicate the sole light of this world, namely, Ultraman, or rather, Dinah. By the way, he referred to himself as Belial. Ultraman. How intriguing it is that, despite both being Ultraman, you two seem to be archenemies. Loki quipped, then shifted his tone. However, it seems to me that our 3 parties might find a way to collaborate. For instance, I could minimize human casualties while you delay the extermination of the monsters, thus sparing you from the need to be killed by that lord. What do you think? As the god of deception and trickery, Loki was not one to easily trust anyone, especially that mysterious Belial Ultraman, who appeared to harbor many secrets and did not seem to embody the qualities of a benevolent being. Simultaneously, Loki keenly sensed that Belial indeed held a certain trepidation towards Dinah Ultraman, or rather the light he represented. Yet, it seemed that this esteemed Belial was perhaps constrained by some limitation, unable to directly descend and obliterate the latter. It was precisely for these reasons that Loki sought out Qin Yang with 3 primary objectives. Firstly, Loki was genuinely astonished by the fact that Dinah was both Ultraman and human, compelling him to come and take a look. Even the Nalanga monster capsule in the hands of the Lightning Man was a new gift he had received from Belial, intended to draw out Qin Yang's transformation into Dinah. Secondly, Loki aimed to establish a certain check on Belial through Dinah. After all, why would he disclose Belial's existence and the events transpiring within himself to Qin Yang otherwise? Thirdly, Loki indeed came to negotiate terms, as this would facilitate his future endeavors. Belial, monster capsules. At this moment, Qin Yang murmured softly. To be honest, he was not at all surprised by such outcomes. Perhaps it was due to the profound impact of the father-son scenes in G that resonated so deeply within him. Moreover, among the antagonists of the Ultraman series, it is indeed Belial who is most intricately linked to the monster capsules. However, why is it that Belial now requires the absorption of the negativity within human hearts, along with dark energy? Qin Yang felt a slight confusion. Could it be that the monster capsules have undergone an upgrade? Or is there some new lore within the true Ultraman universe that he remains unaware of? Regardless of the truth, it is certainly not a piece of favorable news. Fortunately, Qin Yang possesses the Dark Divine Light Stick, capable of absorbing the strength and abilities of monsters. His Ultraman system also provides various rewards. Otherwise, for Qin Yang, who can only transform into Dinah, the future would indeed appear rather bleak. As for the collaboration mentioned by Loki, I must decline. Upon regaining his focus, Qin Yang shook his head without hesitation. As a giant of light, how could he possibly conspire with a supervillain like Loki or the dark being Belial? Of course, Qin Yang could utilize the Dark Divine Light Stick to transform into Dark Dinah, but there was no necessity for that. Alas, observing this, Loki sighed, his expression revealing no great surprise. Indeed, persuading self-proclaimed heroes of light, such as yourselves, to cooperate is no easy task. However, since you have refused collaboration, be prepared to face the arrival of various monsters at any moment, and to protect the feeble humans. Well then, the time is nearly upon us. Farewell, Dinah. At the moment his words concluded, Loki's figure gradually faded from view. As a competent antagonist, he would naturally not take unnecessary risks. His appearance here was, as expected, merely an illusion. It seems that matters have become somewhat troublesome. Watching the place where Loki had vanished, Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. This troublesome character, Loki, is already adept at causing chaos. Now he has entangled himself with the even more troublesome Belial. Although Qin Yang can grow stronger by eliminating monsters, who can assure him that Loki will only summon ordinary creatures like Galba or Nalanga for Dinah to gain experience? Not to mention, the mere appearance of an elite monster akin to Cosmic Dinosaur Jedon or Cosmic Robot King Guqiao would prove quite challenging for Dinah to contend with. Oh, never mind those thoughts for now. Qin Yang reclined back upon his bed, casting aside the tumultuous musings. After all, events have unfolded to this extent. Pondering over trivial matters is utterly meaningless. Moreover, this is the realm of American comics. Surely, there must be artifacts capable of dealing with Belial and other Ultraman adversaries? Perhaps the Marvel Infinity Gauntlet or DC's Mother Box. Additionally, if I merely defeat those supervillains, can I gain their powers? With this thought, Qin Yang fell into a new contemplation. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. in the Triskelion building, emerging from the depths of the Pacific, the axe-headed monstrosity is evidently far inferior to the two formidable beasts that have recently manifested in New York. Nick Fury spoke in a grave tone. Although Ultraman's radiant beam obliterated the spatial conduit that summoned the axe-headed creature, it is plausible that those enigmatic adversaries may yet establish a new portal. Fortunately, creatures akin to the axe-headed one are not particularly formidable. Even with the strength of humanity, we stand a chance of vanquishing it. Therefore, I intend to propose to the World Security Council the establishment of an organization titled Pan-Pacific Defense Corps, abbreviated as PPDC. This initiative aims to devise a strategy employing colossal robots to defeat the Pacific series of monsters, codenamed Jaeger Hunters. However, for this plan to unfold successfully, we must enlist the expertise of one of the most brilliant scientists in the world, Mr. Tony Stark. Chapter 12: The Inevitability of Fate. Tony Stark, the ingenious creator of the iron armor, found himself facing a pivotal moment. In Nick Fury's vision, the so-called Mech Hunter was merely a larger iteration of the iron armor. Naturally, this endeavor necessitated Tony's expertise. Absolutely. Tony agreed without hesitation, recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning the safety of all humanity. However, he promptly laid down his conditions. The core technology of this Mech Hunter must forever remain my possession, and no one shall dare to infringe upon it. Most importantly, you must ensure that the Mech Hunter is utilized solely for combating monsters or safeguarding humanity. Nick, you must understand that if I wished to create a Mech Hunter, I wouldn't need to collaborate with the PPDC. Tony was acutely aware of the politicians, knowing they would never permit such a formidable weapon, one that posed a threat far greater than his iron armor, to fall into private hands. Furthermore, the forthcoming PPDC organization was theoretically an arm of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, faced with the immense threat posed by the monsters, Tony decided to assist in the creation of the Mech Hunter. After all, humanity could not perpetually rely on Ultraman for salvation. Nonetheless, Tony was equally wary of the Security Council's foolishness, fearing they might misuse the Mech Hunter for purposes beyond combating monsters or protecting humanity. I swear to God, Nick Fury comprehended Tony's implications and, like Tony, was unwilling to see the Mech Hunter employed for anything other than the protection of humanity. He promptly affirmed this stance. Let us hope so, Tony replied, his tone tinged with skepticism regarding Nick Fury's assurances. Simultaneously, he resolved to incorporate hidden mechanisms within the future Mech Hunter, ensuring he could rectify any missteps if the need arose. In truth, Nick Fury, with his keen intellect, would likely arrive at the same conclusion. He simply saw no necessity to impede Tony. The Mech Hunter project is promising, but it should only be employed against monsters like the Axehead, Captain Marvel interjected, presenting a new concern. What if new monsters emerge, akin to the two that appeared in New York today? Do you have any viable plans for such scenarios? As he spoke, Captain Marvel glanced at both Nick Fury and Tony Stark. Despite being a super soldier, he felt diminutive in the face of such colossal creatures. Even humanity's most advanced weaponry seemed trivial against a beast like Gorgo. Aside from yearning for Ultraman's timely intervention, Captain Marvel could only place his hopes in S.H.I.E.L.D., which had the capacity to mobilize vast resources, and in Tony, who continued to realize various ultramodern technologies. This is indeed the case. Nick Fury nodded with apparent preparation, stating that despite the two monsters that had recently emerged in New York being obliterated into countless fragments by Ultraman's light attacks, the collection of their remains and subsequent mechanization could potentially be utilized to combat creatures weighing over 10,000 tons. We shall provisionally designate this initiative as the Mechanical Monster Project. Upon hearing this, before Captain America could respond, Tony raised his hand to interject. I bet $10 that this so-called mechanical monster will require my brilliant intellect, won't it? In response, Nick Fury remained silent, slowly retrieving a $10 bill from his pocket. Tony remarked, as expected of you, you sly dog. The formidable threat posed by the 10,000-ton monsters was indeed substantial. Otherwise, Tony would never have consented to such plans, as he often felt like he was working for S.H.I.E.L.D., albeit without compensation. Clearing his throat, Nick Fury coughed softly and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke with a serious demeanor. By the way, there is another matter I believe is necessary to inform you of. Recently, the military, represented by General Ross and General Swanwick of the Mars Hunters, intends to establish a special organization specifically targeting the extraordinary, named the Eye of Heaven. Furthermore, they plan to form a new superhero team, known as the Justice League. They have already begun preliminary discussions with individuals they deem suitable, such as Superman, who has been increasingly active in Metropolis of late. Strictly speaking, the current S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, and the Eye of Heaven, as well as the Justice League, share significant overlapping attributes. However, the military's intention to establish this organization underscores the reasons for the emergence of both the Eye of Heaven and the Justice League. Moreover, this is an inevitable trajectory within the multifaceted narrative of the American comic universe. For instance, the codename Tiga Ultraman assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. was also a manifestation of this fateful trajectory, and such inevitabilities will likely continue to arise in the future. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, Tony and Captain America exchanged complex expressions. Frankly speaking, this was not particularly favorable news for them. The strength of humanity was already limited, and now there was talk of division. Regrettably, Tony and Captain America understood that they could not prevent these developments. On the contrary, if they reacted too vehemently, it could complicate matters further. One could only hope that this so-called Eye of Heaven and the Justice League would not become obstacles on our path to protecting humanity. The following day, be careful when you go out, and remember to return early for lunch. Early in the morning. The alluring Aunt May cautioned the departing Qin Yang. Understood. Qin Yang waved his hand and stepped out of the house, if one could even call it his home. The appearance of Loki the previous night had indeed added some pressure to Qin Yang's mind. He aspires to further enhance his own strength. It is well known that Ultraman's combat prowess is closely tied to the capabilities of his human form. For instance, there is Ultraman Oz, represented by Yao Hui, and his Tekuki Z, also known as Ultraman Zeta. Moreover, if the human form of Tiga were an Ultraman, the former would undoubtedly transform into the ultimate being in no time. Furthermore, compared to Qin Yang, who possesses a flexible moral compass, it would certainly be much easier for an Ultraman to activate the radiant Tiga form. Regardless, as the current human embodiment of Tiga, Qin Yang believes it essential to engage in self-improvement. For example, through morning runs. Chapter 13. Spider-Gwen. Although the light of Tiga has been subtly enhancing Qin Yang's physique, it is after his victories over monsters such as Galba and Niranga that he truly begins to absorb and reflect the power returned through the dark divine light staff. This energy similarly elevates his human form in numerous aspects. In fact, abilities such as Galba's ultrasonic rays and Niranga's invisibility, along with the tyrant's electric shocks, are now capabilities Qin Yang can wield while in his human guise. Strictly speaking, any training aimed at enhancing his strength or stamina pales in comparison to the efficiency of directly defeating a monster. In contrast, engaging in martial arts, whether it be Wing Chun or Tai Chi, might prove to be a more straightforward path to augmenting his prowess. Yet, as with all things, one must take it step by step. Just yesterday, Qin Yang had traversed into this world, becoming the sole being of light. He required time to acclimate to his new reality. Moreover, he did not wish to remain in a constant state of tension. Therefore, morning runs became a chosen method of relaxation for him, albeit one he might only indulge in once. Is this truly who I am now? As he began to run, Qin Yang's expression transformed into one of astonishment and joy. Even though he consciously restrained his speed, it still evoked the sensation reminiscent of competing in the 100-meter dash in his past life. Once he allowed himself to unleash his pace, he suspected he would rival super soldiers like Captain America and the Winter Soldier. After defeating a few, or rather, dozens of monsters and absorbing their powers, his speed in human form could very well rival that of speedsters like Quicksilver. As for the Flash, unless he resorted to some form of enhancement, Qin Yang found it challenging to surpass him in velocity. Additionally, Qin Yang pondered whether defeating supervillains rather than monsters would allow him to absorb some of their powers. Unfortunately, he had yet to put this theory to the test. Before long, nearly half an hour had elapsed, and Qin Yang was unaware of how far he had run. However, compared to the beginning, he now had a companion also engaged in a morning jog. She was a stunning young woman with golden hair and azure eyes, exuding youthful vitality. Coincidentally, based on his memories from his previous life and the photographs Aunt May had recently provided, this girl was likely the daughter of Aunt May's friend. Known as Gwen Stacy, who had been Spider-Man's love interest during a certain period in the original narrative. Yet, in this world, Peter Parker had ventured out early to meet his destined partner, Mary Jane. Clearly, there were no romantic feelings between him and Gwen. Otherwise, Aunt May would not have considered introducing Gwen to Qin Yang. In a certain sense, this might be a fortuitous circumstance. At the very least, Gwen should be spared the tragic fates associated with Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, right? However, there was something decidedly amiss about her. An unsettling 15 out of 10 on the peculiar scale. Observing Gwen, who maintained an unwavering sprinting pace akin to an ordinary person's 100-meter dash without exhibiting any signs of fatigue, Qin Yang could not help but murmur to himself. This was evidently not the average speed or stamina one would expect from a mere mortal. Could it be that she is Spider-Gwen? Qin Yang speculated inwardly. After all, in a parallel universe of the original narrative, Gwen was the true Spider-Man, while Peter Parker had become the formidable supervillain, Lizard, ultimately meeting his demise before Gwen's eyes. Even though it seemed rather odd for two Spider-Men to coexist in the same reality, given the current amalgamation of characters from Marvel, DC, Ultraman, and Pacific Rim, a bit more chaos didn't seem particularly strange, did it? Of course, Qin Yang's thoughts wandered in various directions, yet on the surface, he engaged in animated conversation with Gwen as they ran, discussing the intricacies of life. Surprisingly, their initial exchange felt rather pleasant. This girl was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Simultaneously, Gwen echoed similar sentiments in her mind. Just as Qin Yang had surmised, a few days prior, Gwen had been unexpectedly bitten by a mutated spider, endowing her with a range of superhuman abilities. She had already ventured out a couple of times at night, donning the mantle of Spider-Woman or Ghost Spider to combat crime. Regrettably, she had yet to encounter the renowned Spider-Man who had long made a name for himself in Queens. This morning, driven by whimsy, Gwen had set out for a jog, only to cross paths with a strikingly handsome young man who resembled a reader. After their initial exchange of greetings, she found their conversation flowing quite effortlessly. Unconsciously, she overlooked the need to conceal her speed and stamina. By the time Gwen realized it, she was astonished to discover that this man, who introduced himself as Qin Yang, could effortlessly keep pace with her, appearing remarkably at ease. In such moments, even if Gwen were somewhat naive, she would comprehend that he was far from an ordinary person. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. She too was no longer an ordinary individual. More accurately, Gwen had formed a positive first impression of Qin Yang. Coupled with their shared status as extraordinary beings, her feelings for him began to blossom with a hint of intrigue. In truth, Qin Yang had never intended to obscure his uniqueness excessively. Once he confirmed that he could absorb the powers of supervillains merely by defeating them, he would inevitably find himself frequently interacting with other superheroes. At that point, regardless of the circumstances, it would be challenging for him to elude the scrutiny of individuals like Nick Fury or Batman, should they become resolute in their investigations. Even if Qin Yang could devise elaborate schemes to conceal his abilities, it would ultimately be of little significance. However, this did not imply that he would casually flaunt his extraordinary nature. As for the criteria for concealing or revealing his abilities, they were rather stringent, dictated solely by his mood. At the very least, Qin Yang currently does not perceive any significant issue in revealing a hint of his extraordinary qualities before Gwen. Someone please help. I beg you. I do not wish to perish. At that moment, a cacophony of anguished screams and cries for help echoed from the distant overpass. With his remarkably superior vision, Qin Yang distinctly observed a green-skinned lizard man leaping about on the overpass, occasionally appending a small automobile. Simultaneously, a figure clad in a spider-themed costume was endeavoring to thwart the lizard man's rampage. That was Dr. Lizard. Qin Yang subtly stirred, quickly recognizing the identity of the lizard man. Curt Connors, once a military doctor, had returned to New York after losing an arm on the battlefield, fervently seeking a method to restore it to its former state. The good news is that Curt Connors succeeded. His arm regrew. The bad news is that he transformed into the lizard man, with even his rationality adversely affected. Thus, as one of Spider-Man's iconic adversaries, Dr. Lizard was born. Chapter 14, Dr. Lizard Little Spider, how unfortunate you are. Just last night, you narrowly escaped being crushed by a monster, and now you find yourself confronted by Dr. Lizard. Qin Yang sighed inwardly. Indeed, the relationship between Dr. Lizard and Spider-Man could be regarded as one of both mentorship and camaraderie. Engaging directly with Dr. Lizard, as he is now, must surely weigh heavily on the latter's heart. Fortunately, based on the original narrative, it seems that Spider-Man remains unaware of Dr. Lizard's true identity. Furthermore, this is undoubtedly preferable to another encounter with a monster, isn't it? Just right. I shall attempt to see if I can acquire their powers by merely defeating these supervillains. With this thought, Qin Yang felt a rising eagerness to partake in the unfolding events. He could only hope that Dr. Lizard would not transform into a monster like Electro did last night. I'm sorry, Qin Yang, but I have something urgent to attend to. However, quicker than Qin Yang, Gwen spoke hastily and then disappeared down a side path, fading from his view. Before long, a figure clad in a black and white bodysuit, with a white hood and a spider emblem, gracefully traversed the surroundings using webs, electric poles, trees, and skyscrapers. Heading towards Dr. Lizard. Is it truly her? Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, Qin Yang's suspicions were instantly confirmed. Soon, he too found himself in an unnoticed corner. Tiga armor. Unite. With a mere thought, an external armor resembling Tiga, exuding an aura of power and mystery, rapidly enveloped his entire being from the center of his chest. Is this the Tiga armor? Qin Yang moved his body, a flicker of joy surging within him. Though it was armor, it felt like a seamless extension of himself, akin to his transformation into Tiga. Simultaneously, under the influence of the Tiga armor, his strength was amplified manifold. He could also wield all of Tiga's abilities. Although the potency of these skills would diminish significantly, they remained sufficient for him to contend with most superheroes or supervillains. Let us commence. Regaining his focus, Qin Yang, donned in Tiga armor, transformed into a streak of crimson and violet light, swiftly racing towards Dr. Lizard. Meanwhile, upon the overpass. Who are you? Stop. Do not harm anyone else. Spider-Man persistently attempted to halt Dr. Lizard. Yet, the latter possessed strength and speed that matched or even surpassed his own. Despite Spider-Man's efforts, he could not prevent the injuries caused by Dr. Lizard. In the next moment, with a flick of his tail, Dr. Lizard sent a nearby car hurtling off the overpass. It is crucial to note that beneath this overpass flowed a deep stream. Should that car plunge into its depths, the consequences would be dire. Help! Help! Someone! Please save us. Inside the car, a family of three sat trapped. As they watched the scenery plummet away, their hearts filled with the terror of impending doom. No. Spider-Man hurriedly dashed forward, shooting a web that firmly grasped the rear of a small car. Under normal circumstances, he would have had the opportunity to gradually pull the vehicle up or rescue the occupants in time. However, the unfortunate reality was that Dr. Lizard was also present on the overpass. At that moment, Spider-Gwen was still swinging towards the scene. Die! Dr. Lizard, seizing the opportunity, let out a chilling laugh and hurled another small car towards Spider-Man. Panic gripped Spider-Man as he witnessed this. Just as he frantically contemplated a strategy, a familiar, warm white light descended from above, landing before him. This light, could it be? Under its luminous glow, Spider-Man was astonished. He immediately surmised that this white light must be connected to Ultraman. Yet, could Ultraman's colossal form truly be suitable for such a setting? Fortunately, the answer soon revealed itself. As the light dissipated, a figure resembling Ultraman, standing at human height, appeared before him. Not only that, but this figure effortlessly caught the small car thrown by Dr. Lizard and gently placed it on the adjacent ground. Ultraman? In armor? Spider-Man gazed at the figure in disbelief. He never anticipated the sudden emergence of a being clad in armor reminiscent of Iron Man, yet brimming with Ultraman characteristics. Moreover, what was the nature of that white light? Why did it mirror the radiance he had witnessed when he encountered Ultraman the previous day? Spider-Man did not dwell on these questions for long, as he still had a small car suspended by his web. Meanwhile, Dr. Lizard furrowed his brow, regarding the armored figure that had suddenly appeared. Influenced by the Lizard serum, Dr. Lizard found it increasingly challenging to suppress the violent impulses within him. Desperately yearning to smash something, the emergence of Spider-Man had already irritated him, and now, an armored figure had joined the fray? In Dr. Lizard's view, this individual was merely someone with knowledge of armor manufacturing and a fan of Ultraman. He did not perceive the latter as a significant threat. The emissary of Ultraman Tiga. Upon hearing Dr. Lizard's earnest inquiry, Qin Yang generously introduced himself. In truth, he intended to propagate the name Tiga. Otherwise, who knew if the people of this world might someday refer to him as something absurd like Giant Mountain Superpower Dominator? Furthermore, what if new Ultramen were to emerge? Or if he himself possessed the ability to transform into other Ultramen? Of course, Qin Yang's voice at that moment was specially modulated by the Tiga armor, ensuring he would not be easily recognized. Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Defeat Dr. Lizard. As Qin Yang stepped onto the overpass, assisting Spider-Man in catching the small car, an unexpected system notification resonated in his mind. This was undoubtedly auspicious news. After all, with a mission comes a reward. Tiga, Ultraman. Across from him, Dr. Lizard repeated the unfamiliar name with a perplexed expression, then scoffed disdainfully. Whoever you are, daring to obstruct me deserves to perish. Without affording Qin Yang a moment to react, Dr. Lizard lunged ferociously towards him. Yet, Qin Yang appeared entirely unfazed. making no move whatsoever. Bang! In the next instant, the forceful impact of Dr. Lizard, capable of effortlessly demolishing a thick wall, struck Qin Yang. However, what? In disbelief, Dr. Lizard gazed at the so-called Tiga before him, who remained utterly unperturbed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be unscathed? Who on earth are you? Chapter 15. The essence of the dark divine light staff in the eyes of Dr. Lizard. Even the illustrious Iron Man could not withstand his full force impact without being shaken in the slightest. Therefore, something was amiss. The armor adorning this individual was certainly peculiar. Is this truly your utmost strike? At that moment, Qin Yang lifted his foot and sent Dr. Lizard flying, mocking him disdainfully. Ha! You lack the strength to strike. Yet you dare to call yourself a supervillain? On the opposing side, as Dr. Lizard's body was about to be propelled beyond the overpass, an invisible psychic force held him suspended in midair. If you ever have the chance to be a villain again, pray that you do not cross paths with me, Qin Yang declared, extending his hand forward. Crack! Snap! In an instant, a stream of azure-white electrical energy surged from Qin Yang's palm, striking Dr. Lizard with precision. This was indeed the tyrant's electric strike from Nalanga. At this moment, under the influence of the electric surge, Dr. Lizard emitted anguished cries. He attempted to struggle, but the effort proved futile. One could say it was devoid of significance. Before long, a black light, undetectable even by Spider-Man, erupted from Dr. Lizard's form, merging into the dark divine light staff within Qin Yang. In response to the staff's feedback, Qin Yang instantaneously acquired all of Dr. Lizard's powers, along with the complete knowledge necessary to produce the Lizard Serum. The relevant knowledge within Connor's mind would vanish unless he restudied it. Moreover, Qin Yang gained the ability to transform into a lizard man, but he was unlikely to utilize this capability, as the reason was simple: it was too unsightly. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Dr. Lizard. You have been rewarded. Victory Hypergun System Upgrade Version. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated within Qin Yang's mind. The Victory Hypergun? This revelation surprised him slightly. He recognized it as the sidearm used by the members of the Victory team in the television series Tiga. Although the red laser emitted by the Victory Hypergun had little effect on colossal monsters, it was still quite effective against humanoid extraterrestrials of average height. Furthermore, as an upgraded version, the Victory Hypergun in Qin Yang's possession could harness the energy within his body to achieve an infinite ammunition effect. It was also capable of firing special bullets infused with Zapel energy, dilithium energy, and more. In other words, this Victory Hypergun was tailored for Qin Yang in human form, without the Tiga armor shrouding him. After all, while the Tiga armor was remarkable, it was not always suitable for summoning in every circumstance. On the other side, what is happening to me? What have I done? Dr. Lizard, once suspended by the psychic force, now found himself on the overpass. Now, he has not only reverted to his original form, but he also appears to have aged by 2 or 3 decades. Upon realizing the consequences of his actions, Dr. Connors, or rather Kurt Connors, was filled with anguish and remorse. His initial intention was merely to restore his severed left arm, with no desire to harm others. Yet the outcome was starkly different. Dr. Connors, is that truly you? At that moment, Spider-Man, who had just rescued a family from a fallen car on the overpass, witnessed the transformation of Dr. Connors back to his original state. It dawned upon him that the creature he had just battled, which had resulted in numerous casualties, was the esteemed Dr. Connors he had always respected. However, Spider-Man could not grasp why Connors had morphed into the lizard and why he now appeared so aged. It's you. The restored Connors, recognizing Spider-Man's voice and reaction, shook his head with a bittersweet smile and said, I'm sorry. I made a grave mistake. After speaking, Connors nodded towards Qin Yang, seemingly expressing gratitude for his assistance in returning to his true self. Yet, Qin Yang's focus was on Connors' appearance. It became evident that the Dark Divine Scepter had not only stripped him of his abilities. Qin Yang finally comprehended a fundamental essence of the Dark Divine Scepter. It is a tool of plunder. More accurately, it symbolizes the dominion of the victor over the vanquished. In simpler terms, it embodies the survival of the fittest. However, the Dark Divine Scepter lacks sentience, mistaking Qin Yang's judgment of the defeated as a claim to everything. Had it not been for the inherent light within Qin Yang's heart and the subconscious resistance, along with the potential suppression by the Divine Scepter, it is likely that the consequences would have been more severe, not merely robbing Connors of 20 years of life, but potentially everything he possessed. Qin Yang also finally understood that the demise of the previous Electro was not solely due to his merging with the entity known as Nalanga. It was also a result of the Dark Divine Scepter's extraction of a portion of his life force. So that is how it is. Qin Yang thought with a sense of resignation. Beyond initial surprise and slight discomfort, he quickly accepted this reality. After all, those who could contend with him were predominantly his adversaries. Therefore, to siphon a fragment of their existence was not a significant matter. Moreover, upon realizing the plundering nature of the Dark Divine Scepter, he could adjust the extent of the appropriation accordingly. Furthermore, neither Dr. Connors nor Spider-Man had noticed the dark beam directed towards Qin Yang. They would likely not associate Connors' aged appearance with the latter, attributing it instead to a side effect of the lizard serum. Moments later, regaining his composure, Qin Yang nodded at Dr. Connors and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Aside from the suit of armor and a physique akin to that of a human, he resembled a true Ultraman. Observing the direction in which Qin Yang had vanished, Spider-Man couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, he had no inkling that the figure he had just encountered was, in fact, the genuine Ultraman Benno. My apologies, Dr. Connors. After a brief moment, Spider-Man turned and shot out a web, binding Dr. Connors securely. You are suspected of causing harm to others and must face the consequences of the law. Suppressing his inner conflict, Spider-Man resolved to return to his girlfriend, Mary Jane, once the police arrived. In truth, had he not been concerned that the surrounding crowd, fueled by anger and impulse, might take action against the defenseless Dr. Connors, he would have already departed. Is this the end? At that moment, Spider-Gwen, swinging in on her web, felt a mixture of surprise and disappointment. She was elated that the situation had been resolved without further casualties. However, she was also disheartened that after exerting such effort to arrive, the outcome was so anticlimactic. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, her feelings of discontent were trivial. As long as no one was harmed, even if it meant making numerous futile trips, Spider-Gwen would not dwell on the matter. Chapter 16. The Vanishing Knowledge. However, who exactly was that figure resembling Ultraman? As Spider-Gwen pondered this mystery, she couldn't help but marvel at the presence of such an individual, for without him, thwarting the lizard man would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Utilizing her spider-like vision, she observed the unfolding events while swinging through the air on her web. The formidable prowess displayed by the stranger, along with his strikingly similar traits to Ultraman, left her both astonished and intrigued. Despite sensing Qin Yang's exceptional nature at that moment, Spider-Gwen did not connect him to the Ultraman armored figure she had just encountered. Of course, had Qin Yang first concealed himself from Gwen's view before the armored individual made his appearance, the circumstances might have been entirely different. In any case, when Gwen returned to her original position, Qin Yang had been waiting for her for quite some time. The two shared an unspoken understanding, continuing their run as if nothing had transpired. Subsequently, they enjoyed lunch together before parting ways. Little Qin Yang, how did you assure me this morning? Upon returning home, Qin Yang was met with Aunt May's piercing gaze. You must understand, I put considerable effort into preparing lunch today. Yet, during midday, you didn't even bother to call. On the couch sat Peter Parker, who had already returned, wearing an expression of helplessness. Firstly, isn't it possible that you simply hadn't gotten around to giving me your phone number, Aunt May? Qin Yang retorted, prepared for the inquiry. Secondly, if I were to say I had lunch with Gwen Stacy, would that earn me your forgiveness? Gwen Stacy? Indeed, upon hearing this name, Aunt May's demeanor shifted dramatically from icy to warm. Why didn't you mention this sooner? And why couldn't you bring her home? Oh, perhaps it's a bit too soon. Although they had only met the previous afternoon, in Aunt May's eyes, Qin Yang was no different from her own child. As a parent, she naturally took a keen interest in her child's romantic endeavors. Come here, dear, sit down. At that moment, Aunt May pulled Qin Yang onto the couch, saying, Now tell me, what is going on? I merely mentioned her yesterday. Yet you've already gotten cozy with that little girl, unlike Peter, who had been a source of concern. Having spent 2 years as classmates with Jane and exchanged fewer than 10 words, it seemed that progress in their relationship was painfully slow. Peter Parker? How is this even my business? Thus, as Peter Parker continued to rationalize that his relationship with Jane should not progress too swiftly, the room filled with a light-hearted atmosphere. And as nightfall descended almost there, sensing Peter Parker next door, once again donning the mantle of Spider-Man and leaping through the window, Qin Yang's figure vanished from the spot. This was the result of his cloaking ability derived from the manga. Through today's battle with Dr. Lizard, Qin Yang had solidified his convictions. Even in combat against formidable supervillains, he was capable of replicating their powers and triggering new missions, thus acquiring fresh rewards. This granted Qin Yang an additional means to enhance himself. Naturally, he was discerning about which supervillain abilities he wished to obtain. Powers from supervillains like the Green Goblin or Dr. Lizard held little significance for him. He aspired instead to acquire abilities akin to those of Electro, who possessed unique talents. The reason Qin Yang refrained from immediately donning the Tiga armor was due to the latter's dependence on energy for maintenance. While the Tiga armor did not have the typical 3-minute duration of most Ultramen, its operational time was still limited. Regardless, all abilities he acquired from those monsters or supervillains could be utilized in his human form. In the face of danger, the Tiga armor would automatically envelop him. rendering it unnecessary to activate it right from the start. In any case, off he went. In his cloaked state, Qin Yang levitated his body with formidable ultra-telekinesis and soared through the window, landing atop the neighboring rooftop. Unfortunately, ultra-telekinesis was not an infinite resource. However, after acquiring Dr. Lizard's powers, Qin Yang could effortlessly scale walls and navigate rooftops even in his human form. Where should I head next? After pondering briefly, Qin Yang made a decision. Perhaps it would be best to follow Peter for now. As one of Marvel's protagonists, Spider-Man inherently attracted supervillains, a peculiar trait. In recent days, Spider-Man seemed to have run into a streak of misfortune. The Chitauri army, Goblin, Electro, Nalanga, and Dr. Lizard all had crossed his path, and all within a mere 2 days. Though it may not be the most prudent thought, what if Spider-Man encountered yet another challenge tonight? With this determination, Qin Yang wasted no time and pursued the red figure swinging between the skyscrapers. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang spotted another white figure swinging gracefully. Unsurprisingly, it was Spider-Gwen. Meanwhile, in a prison located in Queens, Dr. Connors, having reverted to his normal self, was temporarily detained in a regular correctional facility. Yet he was aware that it would not be long before someone came to facilitate his transfer. After all, even though the lizard serum was flawed, it would undoubtedly pique someone's interest. However, how exactly is the lizard serum produced? Why can I not recall any details about it? Dr. Connors, who should still be in the prime of his life, lay upon the frigid bed, his countenance marred by an abundance of wrinkles and his skin showing signs of premature aging. In agony, he clutched his head, tormented by thoughts he could not comprehend. Although he had temporarily abandoned the pursuit of the lizard serum, he found it unfathomable that all the knowledge and memories regarding the serum had regressed to the very inception of his research. It was important to note that he had devoted over a decade, even 2, of relentless effort to reach this juncture. Chapter 17. The stage set by Loki. This sensation is akin to investing considerable time and effort into a game, achieving over 80% completion, only to discover that the save file has vanished. Even more disconcerting is the loss of all recollections and the tactile memories associated with the game itself. Who would not be bewildered in such a predicament? Dr. Kurt Connors. At that moment, a figure adorned in an eccentric black and green coat, crowned with a golden helmet crowned by a pair of demonic horns, appeared behind Connors, continually enticing him. Do you understand why you seem to age 2 or 3 decades? And why the knowledge of the lizard serum eludes you? It is Ultraman, the very same who donned the Tiga armor this morning on the overpass. He feigns righteousness while cruelly robbing you of your lifespan and knowledge. Were it not for him, you would not find yourself in this frigid cell. Loki, hearing the voice, Dr. Connors turned around, astonished to behold Loki. I recognize you. You are the brother of Thor, the god of thunder from the Avengers, who once compelled a multitude to kneel before you, as detailed in the Avengers. The news has also stated that the Chitauri army was summoned to Earth by you. What is it that you desire? Dr. Connors spoke with a tone laden with caution. Do you intend to exploit me to confront Ultraman? Never. Setting aside the fact that you are the god of lies, even if what you say is true, I would consider it my just punishment. I shall not assist you in confronting Ultraman, nor will I continue to engage in malevolent acts. Moreover, if such is your intention, you have indeed sought the wrong individual. I am but an old relic, having lost an arm. I am incapable of producing the lizard serum any longer. Upon hearing this, Loki sighed and shook his head. Why do you humans, so adept at committing various sins, always harbor this unwarranted sense of justice? Regrettably, I did not come to solicit your opinion. As for your abilities, do not fret. I shall grant you new powers, magnified thousands of times. With that, Loki deprived Dr. Connors of the opportunity to respond, employing magic to make both of them vanish from their location. Shortly thereafter, Loki transported Dr. Connors to a volcano within the United States. Loki, what have you brought me here for? Upon discerning the surroundings, Dr. Connors' expression shifted dramatically. He was not particularly concerned for his own life. Rather, he viewed it as a form of atonement. However, he understood that Loki's actions were not without purpose. He was more apprehensive about what the latter might unleash upon humanity. As expected, do not worry, Connors. Loki extended his right hand, a monstrous capsule floating within his palm. I merely wish to ascertain whether the will of humanity can triumph over that of the monsters, and what choices that Ultraman Tiga will ultimately make. Thus, for your own sake and the safety of all humanity, strive to maintain your composure. Alternatively, one might pray to the colossal being of light to alleviate these troubles. Regrettably, dear doctor, you lack the privilege to refuse. As these words were spoken, the monstrous capsule, under Loki's command, transformed into a dark radiance and merged with Connors' being. The instant the creature's capsule assimilated into him, Connors was engulfed by an overwhelming agony. It felt as though an unfathomably terrifying entity was consuming both his corporeal form and consciousness. Before he could free himself from this torment, Connors, unable to sustain his stance, plummeted into the volcano's maw. Haha. Loki's gaze followed Connor's until the latter's form disappeared into the magma, after which he raised his eyes, shifting his attention towards Queens, New York, and with a meaningful smile remarked, "The grand spectacle over there should soon commence. I hope you will appreciate the gift I have bestowed upon you, Tiga." Reflecting for a moment, Loki produced another monstrous capsule and cast it into the volcano. Having completed these actions, he turned away, akin to a backstage crew member who had set the stage. Meanwhile, in Queens, New York, a beleaguered businessman, clad in a suit and tie, his hair styled in a manner befitting adulthood, staggered toward an alley, clearly under the influence of alcohol. His attention was suddenly drawn to something within the passageway, where a strikingly large and fair-haired woman stood, exuding an air of coolness. Most notably, upon noticing the office worker, this golden-haired lady beckoned him with a finger, evidently wishing to engage him in a discourse about the brevity of life and the profundity of fate. The office worker, feeling the need to refresh himself after an evening of excessive drinking with clients, took a step forward into the alleyway. Then, under the harsh light, he watched in horror as the woman's skin turned ghostly pale, her teeth and nails elongated rapidly, and her eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, before she swiftly disintegrated into a pile of ash. The office worker could not suppress a scream, collapsing to the ground in despair. Moments later, he fainted entirely. Is he truly so faint-hearted? Not far off, Qin Yang, wielding a staff radiating a white light, cast a disdainful glance at the office worker, then shifted his gaze to the spot where the golden-haired woman had turned to ash, his brows arching slightly. If I am not mistaken, this woman is the fabled vampire, is she not? Yet, why would she appear here? In the realm of American comics, vampires have made sporadic appearances, albeit rarely. In my previous life, I held little interest in them, thus I did not delve deeply into their lore. However, the entity known as Dracula should possess some degree of power, I presume. Furthermore, I recall that in the television series Tiga, there exists a blood-sucking monster resembling a vampire bat. It is not improbable that, amidst the throng of vampires, a monstrous entity might emerge. The reason Qin Yang found himself in this vicinity was, undoubtedly, due to the astonishing swiftness with which Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen swung through the towering edifices. At least, in the absence of the Tiga armor and the assistance of Ultraman's telekinesis, Qin Yang was somewhat unable to keep pace with the two. Consequently, he resolutely chose not to engage in their company. Subsequently, by mere chance, he encountered the incident involving a female vampire attacking others. By harnessing the luminous energy emitted from the divine staff, he promptly resolved the situation. In doing so, he also acquired certain abilities associated with vampires, such as immortality, invulnerability, and the thirst for blood. Yet, he would surely not possess the vulnerabilities commonly associated with vampires, such as sunlight, crucifixes, or silver. Chapter 18. The Sandman. It is only natural, as the victor who holds the power of life and death, to reject the flaws of the vanquished. Thus, moving forward. Without lingering too long on the vampire, Qin Yang began to contemplate his next course of action. Boom. Just then, a thunderous sound, akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground, reverberated from several streets away. Qin Yang could see clouds of dust and debris rising into the sky from that direction. If the scene were to expand several times over, it might rival the special effects of a certain notorious earthbound brat's entrance. That direction. Could it be that unfortunate Peter is facing yet another formidable foe? With a flicker of thought, Qin Yang summoned the Tiga armor, transforming into a radiant beam of white light as he raced towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, several streets away. Oh God, am I cursed? Why do I keep encountering such calamities these past few days? Apologies, but I must get you to safety, Spider-Man quipped as he carried an innocent civilian to a relatively secure location. However, as he swung through the air on his web, a colossal fist made of sand, larger than 2 tables, swung toward him menacingly. Watch out. At that moment, a web line shot from a distance, connecting to Spider-Man, aiding him in evading danger. Thank you. Wait, why do you resemble me so closely? Could it be that we are long-lost siblings, separated at birth? Observing Spider-Gwen before him, Spider-Man expressed his gratitude. Yet confusion was evident in his demeanor. He had believed himself to be the sole Spider-Man in existence. Why not brother and sister? Never mind. There is no time to explain. We must first deal with this foe. As the sandy fist swung toward them once more, Spider-Gwen made a casual remark, choosing not to delve into explanations, but instead utilizing her web to evade the threat. All right, after this, we shall have a proper conversation. Oh, you cannot imagine how delighted I am to see another Spider-Man. By the way, what should I call you? Spider-Woman? Or do you have a name you've already chosen? In the Avengers, Iron Man once mentioned that donning his battle suit made him rather talkative, as it helped alleviate his anxiety and fear. At this moment, Spider-Man's mindset was somewhat similar. Indeed, He was genuinely pleased to encounter someone so akin to himself, as it confirmed he was no longer alone. Another creature approaches. Yet, the outcome remains unchanged. You shall all perish here. At that moment, a humanoid monster, towering 4 to 5 meters tall and primarily composed of sand, gazed upon Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, coldly declaring their fate. His name was William Baker, and through an unfortunate accident, he had gained the ability to manipulate sand, earning the moniker Sandman. He is indeed one of the classic villains in the Spider-Man series. Unlike Dr. Lizard, who causes chaos among the crowd only under the influence of serum, Sandman, though not a quintessential villain, is certainly not a paragon of virtue either. This time, he has been incited by a certain Asgardian deity to deliberately create trouble for Spider-Man and his companions. Is that so? I would argue that it is you who shall find yourself imprisoned. Spider-Man uttered these words, yet momentarily found himself devoid of any viable strategy. For Sandman appeared to be well prepared, presenting himself in a towering form, several meters high. In this state, his strength and defenses had far surpassed those of Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen. Compounding the predicament, the innocent bystanders, upon Sandman's emergence, had already begun a frantic exodus towards safety. However, the abruptness of the situation meant that only a few managed to escape. Thus, Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen were not only tasked with evading Sandman's attacks, but also with the responsibility of safeguarding as many individuals as possible during the chaos. Just as Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen were grappling with their thoughts, a familiar yet noticeably diminished beam of intense, white energy shot forth from the distance, striking Sandman with precision. No, it shouldn't be like this. Under the formidable force of the beam, Sandman could only emit a cry of despair before being obliterated into countless fragments. Indeed, it was evident that even though the power of the beam, originating from the Tiga armor, was considerably diminished, it still possessed the capability to effortlessly overpower a supervillain like Sandman. Has Sandman exploded? That beam was strikingly reminiscent of Ultraman S, albeit appearing much smaller. Witnessing the once menacing Sandman now reduced to an explosion, Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen were both astonished. Their surprise intensified as they realized the potential source of that white beam. Is it you? But why would you wield Ultraman S abilities? The next moment, when Qin Yang, clad in Tiga armor, materialized before Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, their astonishment morphed into confusion. They had always assumed that Qin Yang's armor bore little distinction from Iron Man's suit, merely crafted to resemble Ultraman. Yet, the beam he had just unleashed, despite its size and power, was unmistakably akin to the rays emitted by the true Ultraman. Given their unfamiliarity with the concepts of Ultraman and his human form, Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen's reactions were entirely understandable. Just as the members of the Victory team were equally astonished upon their first encounter with the towering Tiga in the TV series, so too were they now. You may interpret my role as that of Ultraman Tiga's emissary on Earth, capable of wielding a fraction of his power. Qin Yang was well aware of Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen's thoughts, and he casually remarked, "Of course, you may also refer to me as Tiga. After all, my will is aligned with his." He added, "Alternatively, you may distinguish me as Armored Tiga." The identity of the Ultraman envoy had been meticulously planned by Qin Yang. Coupled with the disguise of the Tiga armor, it would likely become increasingly challenging for others to connect Qin Yang himself with the true Ultraman Tiga. The Ultraman envoy, Tiga. Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen exchanged glances, their minds racing with speculation about the relationship between the man before them and the Ultraman Tiga he spoke of. It seemed akin to that of an angel with God, though angels would never dare to claim their will as identical to that of God, nor would they presume to invoke his name upon themselves. Chapter 19, Nature's Control Machines, the Celestial Realm in summary, Spider-Man, Spider-Gwen. And those who had not yet ventured too far might well remember the name of Ultraman Tiga. At that moment, a sense of urgency arose. "Look over there, Armored Tiga," exclaimed Spider-Man, as both he and Spider-Gwen sensed something amiss. A plethora of black luminescence suddenly erupted at the epicenter of the Sandman's explosion. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that at the core of this black radiance lay a new monster capsule. At this juncture, the capsule was absorbing the Sandman's powers, forging a creature that mirrored his patterns yet possessed even greater strength. The most critical point was the rapid emergence of this black light. Unless one possessed the ability to halt time or the speed of the Flash, no one could avert the impending chaos. I knew it wouldn't be so simple, Qin Yang mused, feeling a sense of foreboding. More accurately, with Loki orchestrating events from the shadows, the emergence of new monsters was hardly surprising. Moreover, Belial was not the sole antagonist within the Ultraman universe, implying that Loki was not the only being capable of conjuring monsters. For now, however, the other dark emissaries had yet to make their presence known. Soon, amidst the unsettling black radiance, a colossal creature emerged, standing at a height of 48 meters. Predominantly bronze in hue, resembling a bronze bell, adorned with the characters for Celestial Realm inscribed in seal script across its body. The moment this bell-like monster manifested, it triggered a sandstorm comparable to the mightiest of typhoons. Whether the hapless crowd caught off guard or the surrounding structures, everything within a 500-meter radius was instantly engulfed by the tempest, which rapidly expanded its reach. Goodness! Qin Yang had not anticipated such widespread devastation from the emergence of this creature. A puzzling thought crossed his mind. Why did I not trigger a new mission this time? However, now was not the time for such musings. As the sandstorm surged, Qin Yang swiftly embraced Spider-Gwen, enveloping her in light energy and Ultraman telekinesis to shield her from harm. With urgency, he propelled both himself and Spider-Gwen towards a safe haven. As for Spider-Man, that was hardly his concern, just a jest. Naturally, Qin Yang also conjured a protective shield of light energy and Ultraman telekinesis around Spider-Man, ensuring he too was safeguarded as they fled to safety. Nevertheless, Spider-Man could hardly expect to enjoy the same embrace. He likely would not desire it either. Armored Tiga, what shall we do now? On a currently secure rooftop, Spider-Gwen gazed anxiously at the rapidly expanding sandstorm, voicing her concerns. At this rate, the entirety of America, and indeed the world, may be consumed by this tempest. You have claimed to be a messenger of Ultraman. Can you summon him to assist us? I implore you, save us. Qin Yang nodded and transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring into the heart of the sandstorm. Although he was unaware of why a new mission had not been triggered this time, he knew that after defeating the monster, he could still harness the abilities of that creature, as well as those of the Sandman, through the dark divine light stick. Moreover, should this sandstorm reach Aunt May's vicinity, or even spread globally, it would undoubtedly cause him great distress. As a traveler who had watched numerous Ultraman episodes, Qin Yang recognized the identity of the bell-shaped monster. It was the nature control machine, Tenkai, which made its first appearance in the Gaia television series. According to the narrative, humanity, in a state of despair regarding its own future, created Tenkai, along with Ensign and Shin Green, three major nature control machines, to transform the world. Tenkai's purpose was to cleanse the planet and eliminate atmospheric pollution on a global scale. If this were indeed a doomsday scenario where humanity was on the brink of extinction, Tenkai might truly rejuvenate the Earth. Yet in this era, Tenkai would bring about a new apocalypse for humankind. Furthermore, due to its assimilation of the Sandman's capabilities, Tenkai possessed the ability to not only generate typhoons but also create sandstorms. If it were to gain the power of sandification, it would become even more formidable. Regardless, Qin Yang could not remain a mere spectator. Wait, where are you going? Spider-Gwen exclaimed, bewildered at Qin Yang's actions. She had merely suggested that he contact Ultraman, yet he had ventured into the storm himself. Boom. At that moment, accompanied by a dazzling burst of white light, the familiar figure of the Giant of Light emerged from the sandstorm. It was the Giant. Spider-Gwen felt a surge of joy. Although she remained perplexed about the connection between Ultraman's arrival and Qin Yang's reckless act, she believed he would be fine. The most crucial aspect was that with Ultraman's presence, humanity might just evade annihilation at the hands of the Bell Monster's sandstorm. However, her confidence waned as the colossal figure was engulfed by the seemingly endless sandstorm upon its emergence. Ultraman's psychic barrier. Within the storm, Qin Yang, transformed into Dyna, unhesitatingly unleashed his psychic powers, enveloping the swirling sand and typhoon in an effort to contain their spread. Yet, this alone would not suffice. Thus, he invoked Dyna Freeze and released a beam of icy blue light from his right hand, which detonated above Tenkai's head. Immediately following the explosion of blue light, everything within the telekinetic barrier, enveloping only Tiga himself, plunged into a state of frozen stillness. Boom. Just as Tiga was poised to deploy his ultimate technique to eliminate the frozen celestial beings and bring this calamity to an end, a tremendous roar echoed as a volcano erupted somewhere outside New York. Simultaneously, a colossal avian monster, standing at a height of 62 meters and predominantly adorned in red, with fleshy pouches on each cheek, surged forth from the crater, hurtling towards Tiga with remarkable speed. Boom. Shortly after the avian creature emerged, another monstrous entity, also towering at 62 meters, predominantly hued in dark green, featuring crimson patterns that spread from its chest across its entire body, resembling Gorgoba, but devoid of any Merba attributes, began to crawl out from the volcano. With a fearsome roar directed towards the heavens, the dinosaur-like monster commenced its excavation. Chapter 20. The Justice League. The dinosaur-like monster scurried into the hole it had created, resembling a mouse in its haste. However, had anyone been tracking its movements underground, they would have discerned that it was, in fact, making its way towards the location of Tiga. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Defeat Sandman. Nature Control Device, Celestial Realm, Volcanic Monster, Barton, Ancient Monster, Flame Golzon. At last, the system's notification echoed in Qin Yang's mind. A revelation dawned upon him. So, this is what awaited me here? Qin Yang couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Yet, he found no solace in his situation. Setting aside the fact that he was about to face a 1 versus 3 scenario, at the very least, it was a 1 against 2 predicament. Both the volcanic monster Barton and Flame Golzon were formidable foes. Barton first emerged in the television series Taro. In the narrative, Barton initially pecked to death the exhausted Taro and subsequently defeated the esteemed individual, Zophi, who was said to have refrained from using his full strength. Moreover, by igniting Zophi's head, Barton forced the latter to bear the illustrious title of Captain of the Flame Head. Excluding the origin, Barton's subsequent appearances in television series have consistently placed an Ultraman in dire straits. However, if one remains vigilant of Barton's beak and manages to strike its poison sacs on either side of its face in a timely manner, it ceases to pose a significant threat. Flame Golzon, on the other hand, is a powerful creature that has evolved from the ancient monster Golzon after accumulating sufficient fiery energy. Its ultrasonic beam has been enhanced to a formidable ultrasonic ray, and its skin possesses the capacity to withstand the devastating technique of the ancient monster Gamora. Boasting a terrifyingly resilient defense, it is not an exaggeration to assert that the simultaneous appearance of both Barton and Flame Golzon indeed places considerable pressure on the current Tiga. Should he fail to eliminate the celestial realm before either Barton or Golzon arrives, the burden will undoubtedly intensify. Crack. As Tiga became momentarily distracted by the emergence of Barton and Flame Golzon, the previously frozen celestial realm began to show signs of cracking. If this delay continued, it might soon escape its frozen state. Ultraman fixation. Noticing this, Tiga swiftly retracted his right fist to his waist and unleashed a golden immobilizing beam from his left fist. Under the influence of this immobilizing light, all movements of the celestial realm were halted. It is evident that Tiga is indeed worthy of the title of the Law King. Possessing not just 1 but 2 extraordinary control skills, each more astonishing than the last. Zypali Ao Ray. Without wasting any further time, Tiga immediately released his ultimate technique after a brief moment of charging. Boom. Under the intense heat of Tiga's high-temperature light attack, the celestial realm's body manifested web-like cracks. Although it was likely that the celestial realm possessed the ability to transform into sand, at temperatures soaring to several 100,000 degrees Celsius, the concept of sandification became utterly meaningless, especially when Zypali Ao's light shattered the outer shell of the celestial realm and further fragmented its core. The downfall of the celestial realm was inevitable. Indeed, with a resounding explosion, 2 orbs of black light, visible only to Tiga, surged into his dark divine rod. Consequently, Tiga experienced a significant enhancement across all attributes, acquiring the powers of the Sandman and the entirety of the celestial realm's abilities. Thus, any chance of resurgence for the celestial realm, which had relied on its sandification abilities, was extinguished. After all, the dark divine rod was unconcerned with matters of sandification. Once an opponent faced defeat, all their abilities would belong to it, or rather, to the one who wielded it, Qin Yang. It was time to address the remaining 2. After vanquishing the celestial realm, Tiga, transformed by Qin Yang, turned his gaze toward the approaching battlefield, where Barton and Flame Golzon were about to arrive. However, the subsequent developments took him by surprise. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to proceed. As Barton neared the Queen's territory, a muscular man clad in a blue bodysuit, adorned with a red S-shaped emblem and a flowing red cape, descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful punch to Barton's massive forehead. Caught off guard, Barton let out a pained cry as his colossal frame, weighing 33,000 tons, began to plummet. Barry, you can do it. You must run. On the ground, a red figure crackling with electricity moved with such speed that the human eye could scarcely perceive it, spiraling around a previously evacuated area with relentless motion. His velocity escalated until he conjured a tornado enveloped in electricity. This whirlwind, perfectly positioned beneath Barton's descent, propelled him skyward once more, though this time, his flight was involuntary. Who among us wishes to try barbecuing a giant bird? Those massive wings should provide ample sustenance. At that moment, a man clad in a green bodysuit, featuring a peculiar lantern symbol on his chest and wearing a green mask, soared through the air, extending his right hand adorned with a green ring. Instantly, elongated green chains materialized from thin air, binding Barton's body tightly. Following this, a strikingly beautiful warrior in red attire, appearing both formidable and composed, descended from above, landing on Barton's enormous forehead. Simultaneously, the sword of Hephaestus, crafted by the ancient Greek deity, pierced through Barton's resilient scalp, disregarding his formidable physical defenses. What transpired? Was that a bird? A plane? No, it was Superman. Superman had actually traveled from Metropolis to New York. Alongside him were the Flash, Green Lantern, and Wonder Woman. They had subdued the monster? This was truly magnificent. The scene before them was witnessed by many, eliciting a chorus of astonished exclamations. Undoubtedly, the existence of Ultraman, along with his numerous triumphs over monstrous foes, has solidified his status akin to that of a true deity. However, it is evident that for ordinary individuals, it is the likes of Superman and the Flash, superheroes whose appearances mirror their own humble forms, who evoke a greater sense of familiarity and warmth. Particularly after the combined efforts of these heroes subdued the volcanic avian creature, the populace experienced a profound sense of pride and an almost divine kinship. As if to proclaim that even without the intervention of a deity, humanity could vanquish monsters on its own. Alas, both the common folk on the ground and the seemingly godlike superheroes overlooked a crucial consideration. Is the existence known as a monster truly so easily vanquished? Chapter 21. The weakness of Barton. With a sharp cry from a bird, Barton, now fully awakened, exerted his wings with a gentle force, effortlessly breaking the green chains of the Green Lantern. Boom. The gusts generated by Barton's powerful wing beats not only counteracted the tornado created by the Flash's rapid movements, but also sent the latter soaring into the sky. Superman's fists and Wonder Woman's fiery sword posed little threat to the massive Barton, who weighed several tons. One might recall that even the mighty Taro Ultraman, with his immense strength, could not vanquish Barton through mere combat, nor could Zoffy Ultraman. Alarming. This creature is proving to be more formidable than I had anticipated. Superman caught the Flash mid-air, his expression grave. The beast before him was unlike any foe he had previously confronted. It is no exaggeration to say that until now, Superman had to restrain his powers as much as possible to avoid causing excessive destruction to this fragile world. Yet now, even unleashing his full might, he felt uncertain about swiftly defeating the creature before him. And even if he could, how many innocent lives would be lost in the process? After all, Superman, in a certain sense, was still in his novice phase and lacked overwhelming power. Moreover, it was nighttime, depriving him of the nourishing rays of the yellow sun. Otherwise, he would not merely be a standard Superman. Even the cinematic peak version of Superman could likely triumph over Barton. Target the fleshy sacs on either side of the creature's face. That is its weakness. At that moment, from within the Batmobile, Batman's voice echoed through the team channel. But be cautious. They may contain deadly toxins. Hey, how do you know this? The Green Lantern instinctively inquired. Because he is Batman. The Flash interjected before Batman could respond. Batman fell silent. Though it was indeed what he wished to convey, for some reason, he felt a vague discomfort within. Perhaps it was due to a lack of the desired dramatic flair? The fleshy sacs on either side of its face? Superman, who could hear Batman's words without any headset, placed the Flash on a rooftop of a nearby building and swiftly soared towards Barton. Superman's eyes began to glow red, indicating his intent to unleash his heat vision. However, as if anticipating his move, Barton opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames reaching temperatures of 40,000 degrees Celsius. This colossal bird can breathe fire? Superman gasped, quickly returning his eyes to normal and exhaling a wide range of freezing breath along with a fierce wind. Unfortunately, despite the breadth of his freeze breath, it paled in comparison to Barton's flames, insufficient to extinguish the searing heat of 40,000 degrees. Nevertheless, Superman's intention was merely to divert Barton's attention, thereby creating an opportunity for his teammates. And indeed, in the name of the goddess Hera, perish, foul creature. While Barton engaged Superman in battle, Wonder Woman wielded the sword of Hephaestus, plunging it into the left pouch of the monstrous bird. With a swift motion, she cleaved open a gash from one side to the other, unleashing a torrent of vile venom that gushed forth uncontrollably. Leave the rest to me. Green Lantern, undeterred, conjured an enormous green bag to catch the falling poison, preventing any further mishaps. He then manifested a colossal green spike, driving it forcefully into the right pouch of Barton, causing it to burst. Indeed, in terms of spectacle, Green Lantern's performance surpassed that of Wonder Woman. Yet, had she clashed her silver bracelets together, perhaps the outcome would have been different. In any case, with both pouches severely compromised, Barton found himself in a weakened state, no longer spewing flames or flapping his wings. Is this the Justice League? Thor, the god of thunder, and Iron Man, who had just arrived, were taken aback by the scene before them. They understood that had the Avengers been involved, reducing Barton to such a frail condition would have been no simple feat after all. Among the Avengers, only Thor and Iron Man possessed the ability to fly, and only Thor could truly deliver significant damage. The Hulk, while capable of inflicting harm, was grounded and could not arrive promptly. Moreover, his volatile temperament posed a risk. A sudden outburst could exacerbate the situation dramatically. Crucially, the Avengers were incapable of discerning Barton's vulnerabilities, particularly the pouches on either side of his face, with such alacrity. How had the Justice League managed to identify Barton's weakness in such a brief span? The thought seemed absurd. Damn it, Within S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury, struck by a realization, swore under his breath, "I've been played by those fools." Just yesterday, he had heard whispers of the Eye of Providence and the Justice League strategies, and now, Superman and his allies had emerged? It was inconceivable that there were no ulterior motives at play. Even if every Hydra agent were to perish, Fury would remain skeptical. Moreover, Fury had previously reached out to Superman and his team, but for reasons unknown, they had opted not to join the Avengers. This led to an exceedingly awkward scenario. The Avengers had twice confronted the monster without making significant headway, while the Justice League had, upon their arrival, immediately rendered a beast into a state of weakness. Fury grimaced at the thought of having to engage in prolonged discussions with the World Security Council. Fortunately, he had already contacted Captain Marvel, and both the Mech Hunter program and the Mechanical Monster Initiative were progressing smoothly. As long as Captain Marvel returns and these two plans succeed, the Avengers may not be unable to turn the tide. However, Nick Fury remained fixated on the large screen, his demeanor betraying no sign of relaxation, for he understood that this incident was far from over. Until then, everything held no significance. In Queens, New York. Boom. Rumbling. Just as the superheroes were poised to deliver a decisive blow to Barton, the ground trembled and cracked beneath them, and from the depths surged Flame Golzon. It unleashed a barrage of searing fireballs directly from its visage. It is worth noting that in Ultraman, the Great Monster Battle, a single one of these fireballs was enough to swiftly annihilate a rock monster, Chitauri. Although the latter was ultimately vanquished by Jack Ultraman in a 2-on-1 scenario, it still serves to illustrate the formidable potency of Flame Golzon's fireballs. Chapter 22. Historically, defeat against Boiju is inevitable. Damn it, another monster has appeared. The Green Lantern hastily conjured a massive green barrier in an attempt to thwart the fireballs launched by the Flaming Golzon. Bang! Yet, in an instant, a fireball shattered the green barrier and struck the Green Lantern's body. Green Lantern, Superman, with a look of concern, was about to rush to his aid when he too was hit by a fireball. However, given his remarkable resilience, he should be relatively unharmed. This is bad. Wonder Woman, perched atop Barton's head, also exhibited a grave expression. The emergence of Golzon appeared to provide a reprieve for Barton, yet its fireball assaults did not spare him at all. Boom. Thus, in his weakened state, after enduring several fireballs, although he remained alive, Barton's massive form was propelled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Naturally, Wonder Woman was thrown off as well. To make matters worse, a fireball was hurtling directly toward her. Damn it. Witnessing this, Wonder Woman muttered a curse under her breath, bringing her divine shield before her, bracing herself for the impact. After all, with her resilience only second to Superman's, it was highly probable that she would emerge unscathed. At that moment, a silver hand radiating with white light descended from the heavens, clasping Wonder Woman in its palm and effortlessly evading the fireball. Ultraman. Wonder Woman blinked, and before her stood a giant glowing with divine brilliance, adorned in hues of purple, red, and silver. Beneath her was the palm of this colossal figure, while behind her loomed the rooftop of a skyscraper. Thank you, Ultraman. Grateful for the assistance rendered by the giant before her, Wonder Woman expressed her sincere appreciation. She then leaped onto the rooftop behind her. Clearly, the ensuing events no longer required her intervention. Tiga nodded gently at Wonder Woman before turning his gaze toward the Flaming Golzon. Until this point, he had been merely observing, eager to discern the current capabilities of the Justice League. It became evident that if faced with an ordinary monster, the Justice League would have no difficulty in overcoming it. Even against a formidable creature like Barton, as long as a weakness could be identified, it would not pose a significant challenge. However, when confronted with two powerful monsters simultaneously, their strengths appeared somewhat diminished. Naturally, with Superman's resilience, and provided he could bask in the rays of a yellow sun, he could potentially wear down both Barton and Golzon. The question, however, lies in the cost. In Man of Steel, Superman's battle with General Zod nearly obliterated a city. One can only imagine the devastation required to contend with a beast like Golzon. After all, unlike Barton, Golzon does not exhibit any discernible vulnerabilities. To be honest, half an hour ago, Tiga would not have anticipated encountering Golzon again. Is it fair to say they are destined adversaries? Roar, roar. Even the formidable Flame Golzon exhibited a noticeable surge of battle fervor upon encountering Tiga. Without adhering to any martial decorum, it unleashed a barrage of powerful fireballs from its visage, leaving Tiga little time to react. Ultraman shield. Without hesitation, Tiga extended his hands, conjuring a vibrant, circular shield before him. Bang, bang, bang. The fireballs struck the colorful shield in succession, their tremendous impact causing Tiga to stagger back slightly. Collision. Seizing the moment while Tiga was preoccupied with the fireball assault, Flame Golzon curled into a sphere and rolled towards him with great velocity. Halt. At that instant, Thor seized the opportunity, descending from above with a bolt of thunder, delivering a mighty blow upon Flame Golza, abruptly halting its advance. I am still standing. In the next moment, the seemingly unscathed Superman soared into the sky, exerting all his strength to deliver a punch that sent Flame Golza hurtling away. And I am here too. With blood seeping from his lip and appearing visibly more disheveled, Green Lantern also made his entrance. Subsequently, he erected a thick green wall in the direction Flame Golza was propelled. Although the wall was swiftly shattered by Flame Golza's impact, at least he had contributed in some measure, hadn't he? Accursed beast. In response, Green Lantern spat in displeasure. Then turned to Tiga. The next phase is entrusted to you, Ultraman. Zypeli Aore. Observing the situation, Tiga nodded and began to gather energy for his ultimate move. While the rolling Flame Golza would not pose much trouble without the aid of Thor or Superman, why not simplify matters if possible? Powerful ultrasonic ray. Unfortunately, the reality of Flame Golza proved to be far more cunning and formidable than what was depicted on television. Sensing the imminent threat, Flame Golza promptly rose and unleashed a golden destructive beam from its forehead. This was its ultimate technique, boasting power that far surpassed both Golza and Golza power, ultrasonic rays. Boom. At that moment, an ultra-high temperature beam erupted from Tiga's right arm, colliding with Flame Golza's powerful ultrasonic ray in the air. Is this the true power of monsters in Ultraman? Green Lantern shielded his eyes with one arm, his body being propelled backward. The brilliance, temperature, and energy levels emitted by the clash between Tiga and Flame Golza far exceeded his expectations. If he drew too close, his situation would become exceedingly perilous. Indeed, only by witnessing it firsthand can one truly comprehend why many revere Ultraman as a genuine deity and grasp the true terror of monsters. Superman, with a moment of contemplation, unhesitatingly unleashed a beam of crimson laser from his eyes, joining forces with Tiga's Zypeli Aore to confront the formidable ultrasonic beam of the Flame Golzan. Boom. Thunder. Bang. Perhaps it was due to Flame Golzan's position on the left, or perhaps its powerful ultrasonic beam simply paled in comparison to Tiga's Zypeli Aore. From the instant they clashed, the ultrasonic beam found itself at a disadvantage, relentlessly being pushed back by the Zypeli Aore. Superman's heat vision further accelerated this process. Thus, after mere seconds of this titanic struggle, the Zypeli Aore not only repelled the powerful ultrasonic beam but also struck the Flame Golzan directly. Chapter 23. The Cellular Transformation Beam. Boom. Bang. Without any unexpected occurrences, after being struck by Tiga's Zypeli Ao light beam and Superman's heat vision, the entire body of Flame Golzan first stiffened, then erupted into countless fragments. Subsequently, Tiga acquired a portion of Flame Golzan's power, along with its full capabilities. However, the colorful timer on Tiga's chest began to flicker with a crimson light. An unprecedented sensation of weakness and urgency surged within him. Tiga could distinctly feel that his life was entering a countdown. Unless he swiftly released his transformation, what was happening? Why was there a red light emanating from the Ultraman? Accompanied by that ominous sound, Thor and Superman gazed at Tiga in astonishment. Although they were unaware of the implications of the red light, they instinctively knew it heralded ill tidings. It appeared that Ultraman was not invincible after all. Within the Batmobile, Batman murmured to himself, given his nature, he must have been contemplating how to defeat Ultraman since the moment the latter appeared in this world, to prevent any potential threat Ultraman might pose to humanity. Yet, each of Ultraman's appearances had proven to be astonishingly powerful, endowed with abilities that defied belief. Batman had a premonition that Ultraman possessed powers beyond his comprehension. Most crucially, Ultraman appeared and vanished without a trace, seemingly emerging only when monsters were present. This made devising a strategy against Ultraman increasingly challenging for Batman. However, the flashing red light on Ultraman's chest abruptly pulled him down from the pedestal in his heart. Undoubtedly, Batman was not alone in this sentiment. After all, not everyone harbored fondness for Ultraman. Zypeli Ao light beam. Tiga observed the reactions of Thor and Superman, but chose to disregard them. As long as he could not resolve all battles within the shortest time possible, the fact that he would illuminate the red light could not remain concealed. Indeed, even without this factor, those opposed to him would still stand against him. Nonetheless, it mattered little. As long as he had the dark godlight stick and the system, Tiga simply needed sufficient time for growth, and all difficulties would be surmounted. Therefore, Tiga now had but one thought: to eliminate the final Barton and accomplish this mission entirely. Wait, Tiga. At that moment, Loki reappeared before Tiga, wearing a knowing smile as he said, "Do you know who resides within that great bird? It is the Lizard Man. Kurt Connors, from last night. Did you know? He would rather die, would rather forego his revenge against you than harm others again. Unfortunately, his will was no match for the monster. So now, Tiga, what will you do? Is it an act of ruthless annihilation to extinguish an innocent being? Or shall we allow this malevolent beast to persist in existence?" In truth, for Loki, the choice made by Tiga is of little consequence. What bears significance is the judgment of his character through subsequent actions. This, in turn, will enable Loki to devise more astute plans for the future. Before Tiga could react, Thor, upon seeing Loki's appearance, could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Did you truly unleash these monsters?" Undoubtedly, this is a reality Thor finds most difficult to accept. After all, the number of innocents who perished due to the sandstorm unleashed by the celestial machinery exceeds 100. Humph. My foolish brother, what I do requires no explanation to you. Instead, you should prepare yourself, for one day I shall show you, and that one-eyed elder of Asgard, who the true king is. With a disdainful snort, Loki vanished from sight. Wait. Thor reached out, attempting to stop Loki, but the latter had already disappeared. Thor understood that Loki's appearance was merely an illusionary projection. What? The green figure, who was not as green as me, mentioned that within the body of the great bird monster, there resides an innocent soul? Does that imply that vanquishing this beast equates to taking a life? Unlike Thor, who was engulfed in complex emotions, the Green Lantern, Superman, and Flash displayed evident shifts in their expressions upon hearing Loki's words. Naturally, they were not fools. They recognized that allowing Barton to continue on his current path would undoubtedly lead to catastrophe. Moreover, with the flesh sacs on either side of his face compromised and venom surging back, even if everyone stood idle, it would not be long before Barton met his demise. Truly, one must not underestimate Loki. Tiga slightly shook his head and commenced to gather his strength. Regrettably, he remains oblivious to Tiga's true power, cellular transformation beam. As Tiga finished gathering his energy, he unleashed not a searing white destructive beam from his right arm, but rather a sphere of golden light imbued with soothing, purifying, and restorative properties. As expected, under the influence of this golden radiance, Barton's emotional turmoil stabilized considerably. His demeanor appeared far more docile. Even his life, precarious under the weight of his own toxicity, began to show signs of recovery. However, this alone was certainly insufficient. Thus, Tiga placed his right fist against his forehead and extended it forward. Subsequently, a beam of golden light emanated from the crystal on his forehead and enveloped Barton. Soon, to the astonished gazes of those present, Barton's massive form began to shrink, ultimately reverting to that of Connor's. Meanwhile, a radiant white light, visible only to Tiga, emanated from the position of Connor's, merging into the divine rod within him. Consequently, Tiga acquired the entirety of Connor's knowledge, along with a portion of Barton's power and all of his abilities. However, this time, Connor's own vitality and knowledge were not extracted. In fact, due to the transformative effect of the cellular conversion beam, his body underwent a remarkable change in conjunction with the Barton capsule. Thus, the dark divine rod symbolizes plunder, while the divine rod signifies sharing. Witnessing this scene, Tiga experienced a moment of clarity. One might say that although this was unexpected, it was nonetheless within the realm of reason. This, indeed, is a fortuitous development. It suggests that in the future, when Tiga confronts other monsters, he will no longer be confined to the singular choice of annihilating his foes. Chapter 24, Guardian of the Earth. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the Sandman, the Celestial Realm, Barton. In the Flame Gorgon, you have received rewards: comprehensive knowledge of TPC armament, the title of Guardian of the Earth, the Gilbalis Core, and Monster Illusion. The system's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind, filling him with joy. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. He then began to delve into the details of these rewards. Among them, the knowledge of TPC armaments encompassed, but was not limited to, information regarding the Fian No. 1, Fian No. 2, Atlantis, voice translators, and even the Victory God Eagle and the Mobile Fortress NF-3000, all related to TPC. It is noteworthy that the Texas on Fian No. 2 once vanquished the monster Kakuma. The Atlantis, a colossal mothership, was not only multifunctional but also equipped with the Max Cannon, which possessed a formidable power rivaling the ultimate techniques of Ultraman. The Victory God Eagle and Mobile Fortress NF-3000 were heavy-duty equipment from the era of Dyna TV. After all, Tiga TV and Dyna TV belong to the same narrative universe. In summary, if these insights could be effectively applied, they would undoubtedly provide significant assistance to Tiga. The title of Guardian of the Earth grants Qin Yang the same level of appearance effects as Gaia Ultraman, enabling him to rapidly replenish energy, stamina, and injuries simply by standing upon the ground. In theory, as long as Qin Yang's Tiga does not excessively deplete energy or stamina in a short time or sustain severe injuries, he could maintain his transformation indefinitely. Furthermore, the term Earth and Guardian of the Earth is broadly defined, regardless of whether Qin Yang stands on Earth, Mars, Mercury, or any other celestial body. As long as he can touch the ground, the effects of the title remain. He could even be atop a skyscraper. However, the further he is from solid ground, the weaker the effects of Guardian of the Earth become. Nevertheless, this title significantly enhances the endurance of Qin Yang's transformed Tiga. The Julbalis core, another reward, is of monumental significance. Firstly, the ultimate adjudicator, Julbalis, made its debut in the film Connect. Wishes from Jeed. Its origin is rather conventional. Extraterrestrial beings on a distant planet sought to create an artificial intelligence capable of bringing peace to the universe, which is Julbalis. Yet, upon its creation, Julbalis expressed its own ideology, asserting that true peace could only be achieved by annihilating all life in the universe. Consequently, the planet that birthed it faced dire consequences. Julbalis possesses immense power. In the Orb TV series, a civilization adjudicator it created, Galatlan, once subdued Orb Ultraman, forcing him into his dark shining form. In the realm of aspirations, the manifestation of Julbalis in its complete form has simultaneously subdued the three ultimate entities, Zero in its infinite form, Orb in its trinity form, and Jeed in its ultimate form. Had it not been for Jeed's last-minute burst of pure thought, victory might not have been assured. Nevertheless, the core of Julbalis appears rather fragile. Yet, even with but a single core remaining, Julbalis continues to surpass the capabilities of the artificial intelligence known as Jarvis, emerging as a superintelligent entity. Consequently, with the assistance of Julbalis's core, Qin Yang can forge a sufficient number of Balais Knights, a type of mass-produced robot created by Julbalis, along with advanced weaponry such as the Falcon 1 and Falcon 2. Furthermore, in due course, the core of Julbalis will undoubtedly be able to remotely control the Falcon 1 and the Artemis, thereby providing substantial support to Qin Yang as he transforms into Tiga. At critical junctures, Julbalis can also restore its complete form by absorbing silicon elements and generating higher-dimensional proliferative substances. In summary, Qin Yang's overall strength is set to experience a significant enhancement. In contrast, the reward of monster illusion seems somewhat lackluster. Its function is to enable Qin Yang to summon monsters from whom he has previously acquired abilities to assist him in battle. However, these monster illusions can only be sustained for a maximum of 30 seconds, and each summoning consumes a corresponding amount of energy. Even so, this skill may prove pivotal in turning the tide of battle during crucial moments, albeit appearing somewhat inferior when compared to the core of Julbalis. In reality, what has Ultraman just done? He transformed a monster into a human? This defies all scientific rationale. Is this the work of a deity? Upon witnessing Tiga revert the volcanic bird monster, Barton, back into Connors, both superheroes like Thor and Superman, as well as ordinary citizens witnessing the event, and even those covertly observing, were left utterly astonished. Prior to this, Tiga's astonishing feats were merely confined to his combat prowess. However, at this moment, the perception of him in the minds of Thor and Superman is gradually shifting towards that of an omnipotent deity. Indeed, many civilians have begun to kneel in reverence towards Tiga, leading one to ponder whether they are fervent devotees. Of course, for those like Batman, who habitually presume the worst intentions in others, as well as conspiracy theorists, another question arises. If Ultraman can transform monsters into humans, then what if the reverse were possible? This notion is profoundly unsettling upon deeper contemplation. Tiga, taking in the reactions of the crowd, chooses to disregard them. With a flicker of light from the timer on his chest, his entire form gradually vanishes from sight. This moment further amplifies the divine aura surrounding him. Moments later, on a certain rooftop, the armored Tiga, now transformed back into Qin Yang, greeted Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen from behind. Following this encounter, Qin Yang experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities, revealing numerous secrets to the world. It is likely that many will find themselves restless tonight, pondering the implications of what they have witnessed. However, such matters are of little concern to Qin Yang. Armored Tiga, you weren't you? How is it now? Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen were taken aback at the reappearance of Qin Yang. They had clearly seen him plunge into the colossal dust storm conjured by the Copper Bell monster. How was it possible for him to emerge behind them now? Moreover, throughout this ordeal, their spider sense had provided no indication of anyone approaching. Chapter 25. The Bureau of Cosmic Science and Technology 1 and the Envoy of Ultraman. There are some peculiar aspects, yet they are quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Upon witnessing this, Qin Yang chuckled lightly. If you put it that way, indeed. Spider-Man nodded in agreement. After all, the very existence of Ultraman embodies an air of enigma. As the only individual in the world currently connected to Ultraman, whatever transpires with the armored Tiga before them seems, in truth, far from astonishing. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you. Spider-Gwen, not lingering on the previous topic, spoke sincerely. Indeed, Spider-Man concurred eagerly. Had it not been for you, we would have been engulfed by the sandstorm conjured by the monsters. At this juncture, Spider-Man felt a shiver run down his spine. Even though he had faced the scene of Electro transforming into a creature of electricity just the night before, today's peril was evidently magnitudes more daunting. He had barely managed to react before nearly being swept away by the tempest created by the monsters. Not at all. It was merely a trifling effort. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, then shifted his tone. However, I have some matters to attend to now. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With that, without waiting for Spider-Man or Spider-Gwen to respond, he vanished from their midst. After all, the comprehensive knowledge of TPC's armament and the core of Julbalis could be seamlessly integrated with the Bureau of Cosmic Science and Technology. Qin Yang was eager to witness the true forms of the Fian 1 and Fian 2. Wait, where did he go? Spider-Gwen was taken aback. But before she could utter any words of retention, Qin Yang had already disappeared. Fear not, we shall meet again, Spider-Man declared with certainty beside her. He believed this would not be the last time he encountered the armored Tiga, just as he was confident that Ultraman would not be a fleeting apparition. Nearby, let us return as well. Following Ultraman's departure, Thor, Superman, and others began to withdraw in succession. As for the aftermath, it would naturally be entrusted to S, H, I, E, L, D, and the Eye of Heaven. Yet, these two organizations would likely engage in fierce competition for both the remnants of the monsters and Connor, who had just reverted from monstrosity or significant research value. In the Forest Hill, Ingram Street 20, Queens, New York. Let us commence. Back in his room, Qin Yang reclined on his bed as if preparing for slumber, simultaneously closing his eyes. In the next moment, his consciousness transcended into an expansive scientific laboratory. Were it not for his ability to control the dimensions of the Bureau of Cosmic Science and Technology, he would have to consistently maintain the form of Tiga within. After all, this was the research hub of the Land of Light, designed to accommodate the size of Ultraman. Upon entering, Qin Yang immediately sensed something amiss. It seemed as though there were additional items present. After acquiring the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau the previous night, he had ventured inside before, but at that time, it merely contained an array of bewildering devices. However, now it appeared as though new materials had been introduced. Could these be the components intended for the creation of weapons such as the Fian No. 1 and the Victory Falcon? After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yang discerned the reason. Soon, a wealth of information flooded his mind, corroborating his suspicions. Moreover, these materials seemed to be inexhaustible. Regardless of how much was consumed, they would replenish themselves over time. The only caveat was that the more crucial the material, the longer the replenishment period required. Wonderful! Qin Yang was elated. He had previously been troubled by the dilemma of sourcing materials for the production of weapons like the Fian No. 1. To his astonishment, the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau awarded by the system possessed such functionality. With sufficient time, he could manufacture thousands, if not more, of the Fian No. 1, Fian No. 2, Atlantis, and Victory Falcon, among other weaponry. At that point, even without transforming into Tiga, he would be capable of exhibiting formidable power. Furthermore, as Qin Yang acquired additional knowledge in the future, the Cosmic Science Bureau would similarly yield corresponding materials. For instance, technologies capable of resurrecting individuals or Ultramen instantaneously, the zero-gravity projectile capable of vanquishing the cosmic dinosaur Jiden, and the latent R-30 bomb designed to eliminate the cosmic robot Jingukyo. The mere thought of it stirred a thrill within Qin Yang. Come forth, Julbalis Core. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Yang raised his hand to summon. Julbalis at your service, master. Soon, accompanied by an electronic synthesis sound, a red orb measuring approximately 3 meters in height, encircled by a golden band, materialized before Qin Yang. This was indeed the core of Julbalis. Unlike in the original narrative, where it harbored intentions of annihilating the universe, the current Julbalis was utterly loyal to Qin Yang as an artificial intelligence. Simultaneously, the Cosmic Science Bureau had also acquired numerous materials suitable for constructing the Balais Knights. With an ample supply of Balais Knights, Qin Yang would no longer need to worry about a lack of manpower. Truly remarkable. The more he gazed at the Julbalis core and the materials within the Cosmic Science Bureau, the more satisfaction he felt. Setting aside other considerations, he could now confidently declare himself a scientist. Julbalis, begin the production of a batch of Balais Knights. Gradually regaining his composure, Qin Yang spoke with a mix of anticipation and excitement, instructing the Julbalis core. Shortly, I will transmit the knowledge for the creation of Fian No. 1, Atlantis, and Victory Falcon to you. Furthermore, there exists the Lizard Serum. Based on the original text, if given sufficient time, Dr. Connors might very well be able to develop a flawless serum. Thus, for someone like Qin Yang, who possesses considerable knowledge, and for an artificial intelligence such as Julbalis, the task of creating a lizard serum devoid of any side effects, or perhaps even of superior quality, should not be overly arduous. Although the lizard serum may not hold significant value for Qin Yang himself, it could certainly be monetized and serve to win the allegiance of others. It is important to note that Qin Yang is adorned in a guise with a fabricated identity. Had it not been for the support of Aunt May, He might have found himself homeless or resorted to a spree of redistributing wealth. Chapter 26. Batman, why can't you learn from me? On the other side, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in the Tri-Corner Wing Tower, the Armored Tiga, the Justice League, Ultraman's Red Light, Loki, and Kurt Connors, who transformed back from a monster. Despite his lack of hair, Nick Fury still exuded an air of baldness. Although only a few minutes had passed since the Copper Bell monster's appearance and Ultraman's departure, an overwhelming amount had transpired. The emissary of Ultraman on Earth still wielded a portion of the giant's power. Nick Fury murmured, given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence capabilities, uncovering Qin Yang's transformation into Armored Tiga would be no formidable challenge, especially concerning Ultraman. Yet, Armored Tiga appeared and vanished just as abruptly as the true Ultraman. Aside from the understanding that the entity might be human, Nick Fury knew nothing about this so-called Armored Tiga. He even questioned whether the latter was genuinely human. The appearances and disappearances of Armored Tiga seemed to bear a connection to Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. Nick Fury pondered. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate the two of them first. Of course, until he had clarity on the matter, Nick Fury would refrain from rash actions. He had no desire to provoke a deity. Hopefully, Carol would return soon. Otherwise, the Avengers would truly be overshadowed by the Justice League. The mere thought of the Justice League's emergence today intensified Nick Fury's sense of baldness. As anticipated, once Ultraman vanished and matters concluded, he was summoned by the World Security Council for a brief meeting. During this assembly, the members of the World Security Council began to question the rationale and necessity of the Avengers' existence. Fortunately, although the Avengers had faltered somewhat in dealing with monsters, they were still capable of managing most supervillain incidents. Moreover, it was worth noting that both the Eye of the Sky and the Justice League were established under military auspices. Coupled with the formidable strength of the Justice League, particularly Superman, this implied that the World Security Council's control over the Eye of the Sky and the Justice League would be considerably weaker, at least not as strong as over the Avengers. Thus, the World Security Council would merely express discontent without genuinely demanding the dissolution of the Avengers. Even if they did, Nick Fury was unlikely to heed their requests. This time, he owed much to Pierce. Reflecting on Alexander Pierce, the head of the World Security Council and his superior at S.H.I.E.L.D., who had fervently advocated for him during a recent meeting, Nick Fury felt a sense of steadiness within. Initially, Nick Fury and Pierce had been comrades who could trust each other's backs. Subsequently, Nick Fury's ascension to the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director was significantly attributed to Pierce's strong recommendation. Therefore, despite harboring distrust towards many, Nick Fury had never doubted Pierce. However, in reality, the very individual whom Nick Fury places his utmost trust in is, ironically, one of the highest leaders of Hydra, the arch-nemesis of S.H.I.E.L.D. Such a narrative would undoubtedly prompt even a certain unnamed Batman to shake his head in disbelief. The vulnerabilities of Ultraman. Nick Fury did not dwell overly on matters concerning the Justice League. His attention swiftly shifted to Ultraman, who was flashing a red light for the first time this evening. It is evident to anyone of sound mind that this is certainly not a fortuitous sign for Ultraman. A man of Nick Fury's intellect would soon deduce that this red light most likely signifies Ultraman's inability to remain present for extended periods. Perhaps this is one of the primary reasons why he vanishes immediately after defeating a monster. For Nick Fury, this revelation carries both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the realization that Ultraman is not an invincible deity. However, this also raises several pertinent questions. For instance, if Ultraman cannot maintain a prolonged presence on Earth, where does he reside during the intervals? Furthermore, is it precisely because Ultraman cannot appear at will that the existence of Armored Dyna is necessitated? This leads to the inquiry of what the true objectives of both Ultraman and Armored Dyna are. Of course, these considerations are not of immediate importance. What truly matters is the detrimental implications of this situation. As it stands, Ultraman currently exhibits a benevolent disposition towards humanity. The fact that he did not choose annihilation upon discovering innocence within the monstrous bird through Loki further substantiates this point. Simultaneously, it affirms that communication with Ultraman is indeed possible. The crux of the matter lies in the current incapacity of humanity to swiftly eliminate monsters. Whether Nick Fury and his associates are willing or not, when new monsters emerge, they must inevitably rely on Ultraman's strength. Yet, Ultraman is but one, and it appears he is constrained by time. What if multiple monsters appear simultaneously, and not all can be vanquished before Ultraman's window of activity concludes? Even more troubling is the fact that the recent monsters are indeed linked to Loki, the god of lies and mischief from Asgard. If Nick Fury can discern Ultraman's temporal limitations, then surely Loki can as well. Should the latter devise a strategy based on this insight, it would undoubtedly complicate matters further. In truth, both Loki and Thor hail from Asgard. Currently, whether from the World Security Council or the public, there are some discordant voices regarding Thor's inclusion in the Avengers. Thus, one can only place greater hope in the Mecha Hunter program and the Mechanical Monster Project. Notably, the latter is of utmost importance, as the Mecha Hunter program is merely aimed at a series of considerably weaker monsters that have previously emerged in the Pacific. Even if these mechas are successfully manufactured, they would likely hold little significance against formidable monsters such as the Great Bird Beast or the Copperbell Beast. In contrast, the endeavor to create mechanical monsters from the remains of these creatures, if achieved, would truly be a formidable weapon. Consequently, the previously carefree Tony Stark now wishes he could stretch 24 hours into 48, or even 72. His sense of responsibility, kindness, and pursuit of justice drive him to fervently strive to develop weapons that humanity can wield to swiftly eradicate threats, thereby ensuring the protection of all humankind. Chapter 27. The strange transformation of Connors. Regrettably, no matter how brilliant or diligent Tony Stark may be, it is simply impossible for him to casually construct a mechanical beast capable of combating monsters. Fortunately, it has only been 2 days since Gorbachev, who heralded humanity's entry into the Age of Monsters, made his appearance. Humanity should still have time, one hopes. Director, just as Nick Fury was lost in thought, Agent Hill, with a mixture of surprise, confusion, concern, and a hint of nonchalance upon her face, approached him, presenting a document. We have conducted some preliminary examinations on Dr. Connors. However, the results, you might as well see for yourself. Dr. Connors is currently the only individual who has transformed into a monster and subsequently reverted to his original form, offering a wealth of research opportunities. Consequently, there has been considerable contention over his custody, with both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Watchers nearly coming to blows. Ultimately, S.H.I.E.L.D. acquired Connors by relinquishing the entire Copperbell monster and half of the Flame Gorzon's remains. Oh, upon hearing Agent Hill's words, Nick Fury first glanced at her before accepting the document she offered. Soon, he comprehended the reason behind her reaction. After being defeated by Armored Tiga in his lizard form, Dr. Connors appeared to have aged 2 or 3 decades. However, following his transformation back from the Great Bird Monster, Connors not only regained his youth, but also miraculously regenerated his severed left arm. Moreover, it seemed as though Connors had absorbed a fragment of Barton's power. His physical attributes surpassed those of his lizard form, and he possessed a newfound capability to manufacture potent toxins. Remarkably, Connors could even occasionally sense the consciousness of the Great Bird Monster, learning its name, Barton, as a result. A top researcher at S.H.I.E.L.D. even posited that, with the right stimuli, Connors might revert to his monstrous form once again. Despite Connors' emphatic assertion that he would not be swayed by the will of the monster should he transform again, it was clear that no one truly wished to witness the reemergence of the Great Bird Monster. Conversely, upon learning of the potential for its return, many regarded Connors with heightened vigilance. Extremists believed he should be confined indefinitely or even eliminated entirely. The methods of that Ultraman are becoming increasingly enigmatic. Nick Fury mused as he closed the document. Initially, he sought to glean more secrets about monsters and Ultraman through Connors, but he had not anticipated such astonishing revelations. Fury knew that once this information spread, it would lead many to worship Ultraman as a genuine deity. Of course, it might also provoke certain individuals to reject Ultraman even more fervently, especially considering their belief that the latter might possess the ability to transform humans into monsters. Director, how should we handle Connors? You know what I mean? Agent Hill inquired with a serious expression. If Connors merely restores his youth, regrows his left arm, and possesses superhuman abilities, it would not pose a significant issue. However, should news of the potential for him to revert to a monster leak, the ensuing uproar would be unimaginable. The critical concern is, what if Connors transforms back into a monster and remains under the influence of Barton's consciousness? Let this matter be classified as a top secret by S.H.I.E.L.D. It must not be disclosed to anyone. Nick Fury pondered briefly before stating, we need to relocate Dr. Connors to a more discreet and secure location. We must ensure we are fully aware of any changes occurring with him. Also, bring in some top-tier psychologists. I do not wish to witness Dr. Connors becoming a green monster, causing chaos due to emotional upheaval. Nick Fury was acutely aware that the possibility of Connors reverting to a monster was a considerable risk. Yet, was it not also an opportunity? The power of the giant bird monster was evident, had its weaknesses not been discovered. Even the Justice League would have struggled to weaken it. Should the giant bird monster become a weapon for S.H.I.E.L.D. and humanity against other monsters, it would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration. Hence, despite the significant risks involved, Nick Fury was reluctant to abandon this course of action, much akin to his initial stance on the Tesseract. Humanity, indeed, had little time to search for sufficiently safe powers. Yes, Director. Agent Hill comprehended Nick Fury's intentions and promptly nodded in affirmation. Time swiftly passed, and soon nearly half a month had elapsed. At the May Parker residence. How strange, it had been so long, yet Loki had not caused much trouble. Lying on his soft bed, Qin Yang furrowed his brow. In truth, over the past several days, Loki had indeed sporadically conjured 2 or 3 relatively unimportant ordinary monsters. However, compared to the 5 monsters he had created in just 2 days, Gorba, Nalanga, the control machine of the heavens, Flame Gorzin, and the volcanic monster Barton, this efficiency was markedly low. It was not that Qin Yang particularly desired the constant emergence of 2 or 3 monsters daily. Rather, the unusual absence of chaos suggested something was amiss. Who knew if Loki was concocting some grand scheme? Moreover, the greater the number and strength of the monsters, the more substantial the enhancements Qin Yang would gain from defeating them, provided their numbers remained manageable and their powers not overwhelming. It is worth noting that Loki is quite cunning. He always appears merely as an illusionary doppelganger, after becoming the representative of Belial Ultraman. Loki has also acquired the ability to enhance himself by absorbing negative energies such as fear, anger, and sorrow. This implies that his own strength will continually escalate. However, it is certain that his rate of growth pales in comparison to that of Qin Yang, and, of course, Belial himself. Moreover, should Qin Yang genuinely set his mind to it, he could potentially uncover Loki's whereabouts. It would merely require some effort. After all, an illusion is ultimately just that, an illusion. Furthermore, it is exceedingly unlikely that Loki could cast his illusions from a considerable distance. Nevertheless, Qin Yang feels that such an endeavor is unnecessary. Chapter 28. The Tiga bracelet. Currently, Loki is merely a spokesperson for Belial. Even if he is dealt with, a new representative will undoubtedly emerge. Qin Yang is somewhat familiar with Loki, and the latter is not inherently malicious. However, should a more unfamiliar or truly malevolent figure take his place, it would certainly complicate matters further. Additionally, if Belial can traverse into this realm, why should other villains from the Ultraman universe be unable to do so? Be it the Dark Emperor Ampera, the Dark Demon Lord Dark Lugiel, the evil Dark Destroyer Dark Sagi, or the ultimate life form Absolute Tartarus. Each of these entities presents a greater challenge than Belial himself. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that without someone like Loki continuously sending minions to provide experience, how can Qin Yang bolster his own strength? At most, he might encounter some minor setbacks, and that is all. It is time to stretch his legs. Soon after, Qin Yang gently shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He then concentrated, and the Tiga armor enveloped him. Thanks to the Guardian of the Earth's effects, Qin Yang can now draw endless energy from the Earth, allowing him to utilize the Tiga armor for extended periods. Notably, a new bracelet adorned with purple, silver, and red hues, topped with the iconic timer emblem from Tiga's chest, now graces the left arm of his Tiga armor. To be precise, this is the Tiga bracelet that Qin Yang developed in conjunction with the core of Jilbalis within the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. It houses a fragment of the AI from the Jilbalis core, offering Qin Yang a plethora of assistance. Its main body remains in the special space occupied by the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. Moreover, the Tiga bracelet employs a technology akin to nanotechnology, allowing it to transform into various tools at Qin Yang's command, thereby facilitating both his daily life and combat. Let us embark. Moments later, a radiant white light emanated from Qin Yang. When this light dissipated, his form vanished from sight. A few minutes later, Armor Tiga, you have arrived, exclaimed Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, who had been waiting on the rooftop of a nearby apartment building, their voices laced with excitement upon witnessing Qin Yang's emergence from a burst of white light. In recent times, the trio had frequently joined forces. More accurately, they would initially convene before dispersing to pursue their individual paths. Whenever one required assistance, the others would strive to arrive in the shortest time possible. Although, more often than not, it was Qin Yang who came to the aid of Spider-Man or Spider-Gwen. However, after more than 10 days of camaraderie, a certain level of understanding and friendship had developed among the three. In fact, through the use of spider sense and interactions with Armor Tiga at night, as well as with Qin Yang during the day, their bond had deepened. The true identity of Armor Tiga has sparked a degree of speculation in the minds of Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, though neither dares to ascertain it definitively. Naturally, given their personalities, even if they were to uncover Qin Yang's identity, they would likely choose to feign ignorance. Observing this, Qin Yang nodded at Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, then chuckled softly, saying, I was pondering some matters today, which made me slightly late. Now, as per our usual arrangement, we shall each take responsibility for different areas. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles, simply shout towards the sky, and I shall be aware. The armored Tiga grants Qin Yang access to Tiga's full capabilities, albeit with diminished effectiveness. Nevertheless, even while encased in armor, he can effortlessly hear a pin drop from several kilometers away, should he wish to. Moreover, since the day he crafted the Tiga ring, Qin Yang has connected the Ultraman core to the global network. Unless Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen find themselves in an entirely isolated location, devoid of surveillance or internet connectivity, any incidents they encounter will promptly alert Qin Yang through the Ultraman core. His motivation for this arrangement stems not merely from goodwill or friendship, but from his belief that protagonists like Spider-Man often attract formidable supervillains and even monstrous adversaries. Surely, the already damned Ilonga would concur with this notion, having dominion over machines in the celestial realm. Very well. No objections here. Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen readily accepted this ongoing arrangement. They both kept in mind the assistance provided by armored Tiga, awaiting a future opportunity to reciprocate. Soon after, they swung away on their webs, heading in different directions. Ultraman. Skintonite's New York for any unfortunate supervillains, particularly those endowed with special abilities. After Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen departed, Qin Yang issued a command to the Ultraman within the Tiga ring. In truth, he has been selecting targets through this method for the past few days. Unfortunately, most of the time, there have been no fruitful outcomes. After all, supervillains are not like game monsters that respawn after a defeat. They do not appear daily. Furthermore, Qin Yang is primarily interested in supervillains possessing unique abilities, such as Electro and Sandman. Defeating them would enhance his skill set. Conversely, he holds little interest in supervillains like Kingpin and Bullseye, who merely possess superior physical attributes, unless they provoke him or he happens to cross paths with them in Hell's Kitchen. Only then would he consider intervening. As he awaited the results, Qin Yang seemed to sense something amiss and turned his gaze toward a particular direction, an increasingly potent surge of dark energy. If Qin Yang's intuition was correct, allowing this malevolent force to persist could potentially give rise to a new monstrosity. Furthermore, this ominous energy emanated from none other than Gotham City. This place is perpetually shrouded in gloom. Especially at night, it resembles a true realm of darkness. At this very moment, bang, bang, crack, amidst the gentle drizzle. In a certain part of Gotham City, a figure clad in black armor, wearing a dark hood, and adorned with a flowing black cloak, altogether resembling a creature of the night, was engaged in combat against a throng of pale-skinned vampires, their teeth and claws unnaturally elongated, their eyes gleaming with a frenzied thirst for blood. Chapter 29, The Wrath of Batman. The man clad in black armor, otherwise known as Batman, possesses formidable combat abilities. Standing as one of humanity's apex warriors, his bat-themed suit, along with an array of gadgets from the Bat Arsenal, significantly amplifies his prowess in battle. Thus, despite the vampires surrounding him being inherently stronger than the average human, they fall before him like children to a single punch. However, the sheer number of vampires is overwhelming. Their regenerative capabilities are equally formidable. Even when struck down by Batman, they swiftly rise again. Only through their complete annihilation can they be vanquished, rather than merely subdued. To compound matters, it appears that more vampires are converging upon his location. Why are there so many? As Batman engages in combat, he cannot help but ponder this troubling question, especially as they seem to operate under a unified command. Since encountering the first vampire in Gotham approximately 2 weeks ago, Batman has frequently observed their presence at night. Each evening, their numbers swell. This night alone, he has dispatched 50, yet the onslaught continues unabated. Moreover, these vampires seem to be learning to coordinate their efforts, complicating Batman's situation further. A foreboding sense of dread begins to take root in his mind. Consider the implications should their numbers continue to surge and their ability to collaborate grow. What horrors might unfold? Yet, if these vampires are indeed guided by a collective consciousness, perhaps I can seek to uncover its source. Batman contemplates his next move, but first, he must extricate himself from the encirclement of these fiends. Alas, this proves to be no simple task. At that moment, a series of blue beams infused with electricity surge forth from the distance. Concurrently, a brilliant white light approaches rapidly. As the vampires come into contact with either the blue light or the white radiance, they dissolve into ash amidst a cacophony of anguished cries. Instantly, the vampires surrounding Batman are eradicated, leaving the remaining ones trembling in the shadows, too fearful to advance. You are. Noticing the unusual circumstances, Batman gazes towards the source of the red lasers and white light, soon spotting an armored figure resembling Ultraman. Wielding an odd rifle predominantly colored in black and white, armored Tiga? True to Batman's nature, he has undoubtedly been analyzing the newcomer from the moment of its appearance, particularly scrutinizing any potential weaknesses. Thus, he is aware of armored Tiga's existence. However, armored Tiga typically resides in New York, and Batman is cautious not to approach hastily. lest he provoke any misunderstandings. This marks Batman's first close encounter with the formidable entity. Simultaneously, his mind began to ponder why the armored Tiga had suddenly manifested in Gotham City. "Fear not, I have come for these vampires," seemingly sensing Batman's vigilance. Within the armored Tiga, Qin Yang casually remarked, "To be more precise, I am here for the monstrous beings lurking behind them." Monsters? Batman's expression shifted dramatically. After all, any monster possesses immense destructive potential. Even the Axe-Head monster, which had only manifested once in the Pacific and was mockingly dubbed the shame of monsters by well-meaning netizens, still posed a significant threat, capable of unleashing toxic substances and radiative pollution. Batman could easily deduce that the appearance of a monster in Gotham would spell disaster for its inhabitants. Furthermore, he was perplexed as to how these recently emerged vampires were connected to the monsters. These vampires differ markedly from the ones etched in your memory and depicted in numerous fictional works. Noticing the astonishment and confusion on Batman's face, Qin Yang continued, "They do not require the cumbersome process of siring to effortlessly transform humans into vampires akin to themselves. In fact, even well-preserved corpses can become vampires. That is why the number of vampires you observe is so staggering. Additionally, I can sense a faint, peculiar dark energy emanating from these vampires. This subtle energy is reminiscent of that which has been observed in past monsters. By the way, you may be unaware that the emergence of these monsters fundamentally aims to incite and absorb the negative energies stemming from human emotions such as fear, sorrow, and anger. This can also be referred to as dark energy. Thus, even if we eradicate the monsters that have appeared, we can be certain that even more formidable ones will arise in the future. However, it must be said that this particular monster exhibits a degree of cunning. It does not present itself directly, but instead lurks like a filthy rat in the shadows, cultivating its minions to continually assault humanity, thereby generating an abundance of negative energy. This implies that its power will only grow stronger. Moreover, I believe this monster's human form may have a certain connection to you. On my way here, I conducted a thorough scan of Gotham City and discovered that a specific location harbors the greatest concentration of vampires. Can you guess where it might be?" As he spoke, Qin Yang gently tapped his right index finger on the Tiga bracelet on his left hand. In the next moment, the entire Gotham City was projected from the bracelet. Subsequently, numerous red dots began to appear within the projection. It was clear that each red dot represented a vampire. Based on the distribution and quantity of these dots, it seemed that the darkest corners of Gotham City were likely teeming with their presence. Of course, none of this was the crux of the matter. The focal point was that the location with the highest concentration of vampires was a cemetery. On a gravestone in the cemetery, the name inscribed is Martha. Batman's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented intensity of rage and hatred. The death of his parents remains an everlasting wound in Batman's heart. Yet now, these despicable vampires have the audacity to disturb the peace of his mother's afterlife. Furthermore, as the armored Tiga has indicated, these vampires possess the ability to transform corpses into beings akin to themselves. How could Batman possibly contain his fury? Chapter 30. The Teleportation Magic Circle. Moreover, regarding the term human form as mentioned by the armored Tiga, it was the first time Batman had encountered such a phrase. Yet he grasped its implication. Batman began to ponder which of his adversaries might be orchestrating such a jest. After all, he could hardly believe that the congregation of these vampires at his parents' graves was merely a coincidence. "Here you go." At this moment, Qin Yang tossed his rifle to Batman, declaring, "This is a special ultraviolet laser gun capable of instantly annihilating vampires. By the way, I've withdrawn 10 million from your account. I trust you won't mind." Qin Yang, possessing the innate ability to easily dispatch vampires, found the creation of this ultraviolet laser gun to be a lucrative venture, as the materials would replenish themselves automatically. "I do not mind," Batman replied, his voice saturated with gravitas as he caught the ultraviolet laser gun. "As long as it consigns these beasts who disturb my parents' peace. To hell, I would be willing to part with any sum." Under normal circumstances, Batman might have been perplexed by the origins of the laser gun or how the armored Tiga could so effortlessly access his funds. However, at this moment, all he desired was to eliminate every vampire. With this thought, Batman prepared to drive his Batmobile to the cemetery where his parents were interred. "Wait," Qin Yang interjected, a significant look in his eyes. "Must we resort to such an inefficient method?" Batman retorted, "What other option do we have? You can fly, but I cannot. Is it not possible that my Batmobile's speed surpasses that of many sports cars? It is not as inefficient as you presume." Oh my God. But what transpired next left Batman momentarily speechless. With a snap of his fingers, Qin Yang raised his left hand, conjuring a radiant golden circular magic circle above them. This magic circle swiftly descended, and as it enveloped them, their figures gradually vanished from sight. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in a lush meadow adorned with vibrant flora. directly facing a white cemetery, the very resting place of Batman's parents. Was that magic? Even the usually composed Batman could not help but survey his surroundings. As a subterranean hero of Gotham for decades, he had witnessed countless spectacles, yet none compared to this. Despite having encountered remarkable beings such as Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and the Flash, the concept of magic remained an unfamiliar force, relegated to the realm of fantasy in Batman's mind. Indeed, Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "What you just witnessed was a teleportation magic circle. However, my capabilities extend far beyond that. More precisely, it is the core of Gilbilis that possesses such powers." In the original narrative, both Gilbilis itself and its creation, Galatron, along with Galatron 2 Malawian Quatches, could manifest corresponding magic circles during offensive and defensive actions. Now, Qin Yang, through the AI avatar of the Gilbilis core within the Tiga bracelet, can naturally employ similar magical abilities, such as the teleportation magic demonstrated earlier. Truly, the envoy of Ultraman. Batman remarked, nodding in appreciation upon hearing Qin Yang's words. To him, the existence of Ultraman was inherently shrouded in mystery. Thus, it seemed reasonable that Tiga, as its envoy, would possess magical capabilities. At that moment, Qin Yang appeared to have an epiphany, retrieving a transparent vial containing a certain green liquid from the system and extending it towards Batman. Do you recall the Lizard Man, specifically Dr. Connors, who was transformed back from a monster to a human by Tiga? I have upgraded the lizard serum he once used. By consuming it, you will not only acquire a physique that surpasses that of a lizard man, but you also need not worry about any adverse effects. You need not fear turning into a lizard unless you wish to. A friendly reminder, upon transformation, your overall strength will further enhance. However, the maximum duration of this transformation is limited to 3 minutes. Beyond that, you will revert to your original form and experience a temporary state of weakness. No need for thanks. I have already taken 100 million meters from your account. Beyond monetary gain, Qin Yang also sought a test subject for the serum, as he could hardly volunteer himself. Could he? Thank you. Batman replied after a moment of silence, choosing not to dwell on Qin Yang's unilateral decision. Instead, he accepted the lizard serum with gratitude and promptly consumed it without hesitation. Oh, this time, Qin Yang was somewhat taken aback. Based on his understanding of Batman, he did not expect the latter to be so reckless with the serum. Sensing Qin Yang's confusion, Batman offered no further explanation, simply stating, "Because I am Batman." In truth, his decision to consume the lizard serum without a second thought stemmed from careful consideration. On one hand, neither Ultraman nor Armored Tiga had ever exhibited a propensity to harm humans. Batman did not believe that Armored Tiga, with its formidable power, would resort to such convoluted means to confront him. After all, if the latter truly intended him harm, a single punch would suffice. On the other hand, this incident was intertwined with the memories of his deceased parents. Batman was no longer inclined to indulge in rationality. He merely needed to know that this lizard serum could potentially grant him the strength necessary to combat those vile vampires. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang shook his head slightly, not dwelling on it for too long. Soon, Batman fell to the ground in agony, writhing in pain. Clearly, the lizard serum was taking effect. Meanwhile, Qin Yang silently instructed the Gilbilis core to record this moment. Batman's dark history. When I encounter Superman again, this should fetch a handsome price, right? Who? Damn it. How did you find your way here? Humph. Since you have come to us willingly, you shall remain forever as our companions, eternally serving our great master. At that moment, a swarm of vampires also noticed the guests, quickly surrounding both Qin Yang and Batman in a menacing circle. Chapter 31 Batman. Captain, I could take on 10 of them. It seems I must temporarily assume the role of his bodyguard. Qin Yang surveyed the surrounding vampires and glanced at Batman, who was rolling on the ground, shaking his head slightly. Had he known, he would have handed over the lizard serum to Batman before arriving here. Primarily, Qin Yang had not anticipated that the typically cautious Batman would place such trust in him this time. He had assumed that Batman would first retain the serum for further study. Nevertheless, the current situation posed no significant issue for Qin Yang. Come forth, Knights of Balrus. As the vampires swiftly approached, Qin Yang raised his left hand and snapped his fingers lightly. In the next moment, a series of golden teleportation magic circles unfurled around him. Subsequently, humanoid mechanical entities, primarily adorned in black and white, each featuring a singular round red organ and wielding assault rifles designed akin to the Galatron spear, surged forth from the portals in a continuous stream. It is worth noting that these assault rifles had been temporarily modified by the core of Gilbilis to include the capability to fire ultraviolet light projectiles. A single projectile, no larger than a standard bullet, sufficed to effortlessly dispatch a vampire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Thus, under the overwhelming firepower of dozens, if not hundreds, of Knights of Balrus, The vampires found themselves unable to approach within 50 meters of Qin Yang and his allies, nearly succumbing to a state of being hunted. After all, no matter how numerous the vampires were, they could not be truly infinite. Damn it, who is that peculiar armored individual? How is he capable of summoning such a multitude of machines? They even possess weapons specifically designed to counter us. This is dire, if this continues. We simply cannot withstand it. Is there a possibility that we are already at our limit? We must summon the divine presence. The remaining vampires, gazing at Qin Yang and his companions, were filled with astonishment, rage, and fear. They were not foolish and understood that the situation was beyond their control. Though they were reluctant to disturb the great divine entity, they found themselves with no other recourse. To think you possess such capabilities. Soon after, the now recovered Batman rose to his feet, observing the Knights of Balrus with awe. Such an army of machines could create considerable trouble for any human nation. You ought to be grateful that I am not interested in participating in human governance. Qin Yang detected the probing nature of Batman's words and promptly replied with a grin. Moreover, Ultraman shall not interfere with humanity or the choices of life on Earth. But what relevance does Ultraman hold for me, Qin Yang? Of course, in the majority of instances, Qin Yang would refrain from engaging in those troublesome matters. Ultraman will not interfere with the choices between humanity and other forms of life on Earth. Batman murmured, repeating this phrase softly. As for what thoughts lingered in his mind, that remains uncertain. By the way, how are you feeling now? Qin Yang inquired of the Batman. The Dark Knight. Well, exceptionally well. Batman responded, oblivious to the subtle discord in Qin Yang's tone. My current strength, speed, and other abilities have significantly surpassed those of mere minutes ago. The precise measurements will require appropriate instruments for verification upon our return. Nevertheless, I am confident that even the super soldier among the Avengers would find himself outmatched by me. Dr. Lizard's physical prowess is already formidable, even slightly exceeding that of Spider-Man in his normal state. Without the equalizer of the shield and the buff it provides, Captain America, with a punch strength barely reaching 3 tons, would be utterly outclassed by Spider-Man. The Lizard's serum, enhanced through the collaboration of Qin Yang and Jobalis, would grant its users remarkable boosts far exceeding those of Dr. Lizard. Coupled with Batman's status as a top-tier martial artist, his physique had already reached the zenith of human capability prior to the serum's enhancement. At this moment, not only could he easily overpower Captain America, but among the entire Avengers, perhaps only Thor, Hulk, and a marginally competent Iron Man could pose a challenge. In a hypothetical duel, it would likely result in the entire Avengers team kneeling before him. Reflecting on this, Qin Yang pondered, have I perhaps undervalued Batman by merely accepting 100 million meters? Observing this, Batman fell silent for a moment before stating, you may directly withdraw the sum you desire from my account without the need for verbal confirmation. Coughing slightly, Qin Yang feigned embarrassment and then turned his gaze toward the cemetery. All right, we must attend to the matter at hand. With that, he snapped his fingers, transporting the Jobalis Knights back to the special realm of the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. The ensuing operation would not require a multitude of participants. Understood. Batman paid no heed to Qin Yang's abrupt change of subject. Instead, he raised the special ultraviolet laser gun that Qin Yang had sold him. His gaze fixed ahead as he coldly declared, I swear, whoever dares disturb my parents' peace shall be utterly removed from this world. Soon, Qin Yang and Batman strode purposefully toward the cemetery. Halt. Ahead lay the sacred domain of the great deity, and the humble mortal ants dared to. Upon seeing Qin Yang approach, a vampire stepped forth to condemn him. Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, Batman dispatched him with a single ultraviolet laser shot. Stop them. Do not allow these ants to disrupt the great deity. Soon, the deity would descend, effortlessly crushing these pests. Kill. Perhaps emboldened by the absence of those loathsome machines, or perhaps due to their reverence for the deity far surpassing their own lives. The remaining vampires surged toward Qin Yang and Batman like a frenzy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Batman naturally did not hesitate. The enhancement bestowed by the lizard serum enabled him to eradicate each vampire with swifter precision. Beside him, Qin Yang was even more direct. The mere emanation of a radiant white light from his being was sufficient to reduce any vampire daring enough to approach into ashes in an instant. As long as his feet were planted firmly on the earth, he possessed an inexhaustible source of energy, alleviating any concerns regarding power. Before long, Qin Yang and Batman had dispensed with all the vampires attempting to obstruct them and entered the cemetery. Subsequently, they both tacitly disregarded the gravestone inscribed with Thomas Wayne's name, directing their attention instead to the adjacent tombstone bearing the name Martha Wayne. For at that moment, a peculiar black liquid was seeping ominously from this grave marker. Chapter 32, Monster Cards, A New Advocate? What is this? As he gazed upon the eerie black liquid seeping from his mother's gravestone, Batman's expression grew increasingly grim. The mere thought of the potential conditions his mother might be in beneath the gravestone caused his composure to falter. Fear not, although the reason eludes me. Your mother is safe, Qin Yang reassured him, having utilized the Ultraman's X-ray vision to discern the situation beneath the gravestone. I hope so. Batman's spirits lifted slightly upon hearing Qin Yang's words, yet his countenance remained troubled. Humph. Ignoring Batman's reaction, Qin Yang turned his gaze towards the gravestone, scoffing. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I assist you? The pseudo-deity? Damn. As Qin Yang's voice echoed, the gravestone inscribed with Martha Wayne's name suddenly burst open. And a gray creature, standing nearly 2 meters tall and resembling both a human and a bat, emerged, glaring at him. The Ultraman's envoy? Why must you interfere with my affairs? If you truly provoke me, even the giant behind you may not be able to save you. Man-Bat. Before Qin Yang could respond, Batman's anger erupted. It's you. How dare you hide beneath my mother's gravestone? Are you deliberately attempting to infuriate me? Man-Bat, whose true name is Kirk Langstrom, is one of Batman's adversaries. Once, in pursuit of a cure for his deafness, he dedicated himself to studying bat serum. As a result, he not only achieved hearing far superior to that of an ordinary human, but also acquired various extraordinary powers associated with bats. The price, however, was his transformation into a bat-like creature, with his reason compromised to a degree. Clearly, the genesis of Man-Bat bears a striking resemblance to that of Dr. Lizard. Yet, for Batman, these details were of little consequence. What mattered was that this beast had the audacity to insult Martha. You shall perish. In that moment, as a son, Batman cast aside his principles against killing, raising his specialized ultraviolet laser gun and firing at Man-Bat. Humph. Man-Bat scoffed and attempted to evade the shot. However, at that moment, a powerful, invisible force descended, immobilizing him entirely. It's you, Man-Bat turned to Qin Yang, but before he could finish his thought, the ultraviolet laser shot by Batman struck him squarely. Though the human aspect within Man-Bat, along with the dark energy seeping from his wounds, mitigated much of the laser's damage. It was evident that, should Batman fire a few more shots, Man-Bat would undoubtedly meet his demise. Yet, he was now constrained by Qin Yang's Ultraman telekinesis, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Do you think this will be enough to subdue me? The dark energy emanating from the Batman intensified, his voice growing increasingly frigid. Originally, I intended to amass more energy to vanquish Ultraman, the sole being capable of obstructing us. However, at this juncture, allow me to reveal my true form. As he spoke, the dark energy enveloped the entire cemetery. Cough, cough. The Batman, engulfed by this dark energy, exhibited profound discomfort, struggling to maintain his grip on the ultraviolet laser gun. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar card emblazoned with a monstrous design materialized from the Batman. A monster card? As Qin Yang unleashed light energy to shield Batman, he disregarded the barriers of dark energy, his gaze fixated on the card manifested on the Batman, his brows furrowing. Could this incident be unrelated to Loki and Belial? Previously, Qin Yang had surmised that aside from Loki, other dark emissaries might emerge in this world. If Loki's tools for creating monsters were various monster capsules, then the present monster card might belong to another emissary. Recalling his memories, he recognized that the monster card first appeared in the hands of Gargura from the Orb television series, suggesting a connection to the dark artifact known as the Dark Ring. Yet, for some reason, Qin Yang harbored an unsettling premonition that matters were not so straightforward. However, now is not the time for contemplation. 4. Batman and Armored Tiga, prepare to witness my wrath. Kiri Elad. With the Batman's furious roar, the cemetery was instantaneously leveled, and a colossal bat monster emerged above Qin Yang and his companions. Simultaneously, a dark mist spread rapidly from the Batman's head, enveloping Gotham City, even though it was nighttime. This spectacle was undeniably striking. Gotham City. Why has the sky darkened? Isn't it supposed to be dark at night? This is clearly abnormal. Look over there. Such a large bat. Is that a monster? What? Has a monster finally arrived in Gotham? This is simply marvelous. Cough. Utterly dreadful. Does this mean we are soon to encounter that one? A bat, you say? It appears rather feeble. Have you heard? The previous monsters were humans transformed. Could it be possible that the current bat monster is actually Batman transformed? The simple folk of Gotham City swiftly noticed the unusual sky and the bat monster. However, perhaps due to the monster's appearance being outside the city, or perhaps feeling secure with Ultraman's presence, many Gotham citizens were not at all apprehensive, but rather found themselves gossiping. What? A new monster has emerged? Regardless of whether Ultraman will make an appearance or whether he can prevail, we cannot remain passive bystanders. Following the emergence of the monstrous threat, both the Avengers and the Justice League sprang into action without delay. At this very moment, Wayne Cemetery. Ding. Congratulations. A new mission has been triggered. Defeat Man-Bat, the blood-sucking beast, Hularnos. Boom. Qin Yang disregarded the system prompt echoing in his mind and swiftly utilized a teleportation magic array to transport Batman and the coffins of his parents to his safe location. In a blinding flash of white light, amidst the rising dust several meters high, he transformed into his true Tiga form. Chapter 33, The Mighty Max Cannon. At last, I shall employ you to test the fruits of my labor over these recent days. As the bat monster, or rather, the vampiric beast Hylarnos, was captivated by the white light and swirling dust, Tiga raised his left hand and gently snapped his fingers. In the next moment, 3 Victory Flying Swallows Type 1, 2 Victory Flying Swallows Type 2, and 1 Atlantis vessel emerged from 6 expansive golden teleportation magic circles. Having acquired the knowledge and conditions necessary to fabricate armaments such as the Flying Swallow Type 1, and having successfully constructed them, it would be a travesty not to utilize them for testing. Thus, with a resounding bang, bang, crack, under the remote control of Jilbalas's core, the 3 Type 1 Flying Swallow fighter jets unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower, equipped with ultraviolet radiation-enhanced spike cannons, machine guns, anti-monster missiles, and high-frequency cannons, targeting the vampiric beast Hylarnos. With a crackle and a roar, the fierce onslaught from the 3 Type 1 Flying Swallows ignited sparks on Hylarnos' body, while it emitted low, agonized growls. Alas, as a creature of monstrous stature, it remained resilient against the assault. Moreover, having absorbed negative energy for half a month, Hylarnos' strength had escalated beyond its original portrayal in the narrative. Nevertheless, the purpose of the Flying Swallows was merely to distract and draw Hylarnos' attention. Texas Cannon. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 Type 2 Flying Swallow jets simultaneously unleashed beams of destructive light, green on the outside and yellow within. Boom, boom. Faced with the Texas Cannon, which had once obliterated the rock monster Gakuma in the original tale, even the fortified Hylarnos began to falter. With a deafening explosion and a heart-wrenching roar of agony, Hylarnos, who had not even truly engaged in battle with Tiga, found its wings shattered and its eyes blinded, appearing thoroughly disheveled. However, the true spectacle was only just beginning. Max Cannon. After amassing sufficient energy, a brilliant, multicolored beam of destruction surged forth from the Atlantis vessel. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The boastful bat had not even had the chance to exchange blows with Tiga before being obliterated alongside Hylarnos, bursting into countless fragments. The dark mist shrouding Gotham City dissipated as a result. In the next instant, 2 spheres of black light, one large and one small, soared from the site of Hylarnos' explosion and merged into the dark divine light staff within Tiga. He thus acquired a portion of the powers and abilities of both the bat and Hylarnos, including, but not limited to, knowledge of bat serum production, sonar sensing, vampire virus, summoning dark mist, vampiric fangs, and hypnotic rays, effective only on targets infected with the vampire virus. Indeed, it is feasible to vanquish monsters using the Swift Swallow No. 1. As he sensed the power and abilities feedback from the Dark Divine Staff, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This way, even if he refrained from direct intervention in the future, he would still be able to acquire the abilities of his targets. Upon reflection, this seemed quite reasonable. After all, did not the Swift Swallow No. 1, Swift Swallow No. 2, and the Atlantis belong to a part of Qin Yang's strength? The Dark Divine Staff was evidently not one to concern itself with fairness or justice. As long as the power defeated was related to Qin Yang, or his transformation into Tiga, it sufficed. Of course, the previous incident where the volcanic monster, Barton, was reverted back to Kana's would certainly not be recognized by the Dark Divine Staff. Yet, it mattered not. The Divine Staff would act. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully defeating the human bat, Hylarnos, and receiving the reward, Gaia's series of human scientific knowledge and life solidification technology. Soon, accompanied by the system's voice, a vast stream of information flooded Qin Yang's mind. It was precisely the various knowledge mentioned in the reward. Among them, the Gaia series of human scientific knowledge was self-explanatory. Unfortunately, the human technology within Gaia did not considerably surpass that of Tiga or Dana. For Qin Yang at this moment, while it was indeed helpful, it was not substantial. Nevertheless, acquiring more knowledge was certainly not a disadvantage. In comparison, the life solidification technology bore more significance. In simple terms, it was a resurrection device, applicable to both humans and Ultraman. Theoretically, as long as Qin Yang produced a sufficient number of life solidification devices, it could be approximated that he would be immortal. With the Gilbely's core and the system at his disposal, Qin Yang need not worry about the absence of assistance in utilizing the life solidification devices. Indeed. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction. This time, he had scarcely engaged in actual combat, yet he was rewarded with such treasures. What more could he desire? However, for the outside world, Qin Yang's actions were utterly astonishing. Oh my god, am I dreaming? What was that just now? Was it magic? It must have been magic. Ultraman can actually summon and control fighter jets? But where did those fighter jets come from? Hiss. What terrifying power. The initial wave of attacks was one thing, but the second wave could genuinely inflict damage on the monsters, and the third wave's cannon fire actually obliterated the monster? Surely, it must be extraterrestrial technology. In any case, it was definitely not something that could be manufactured on Earth. Regardless of who it may be, upon witnessing the devastation wrought by the Falcon 1, Falcon 2, and the Artemis, one cannot help but be profoundly shaken. For prior to this moment, it was widely believed that technology, at least human technology, held no sway over the monstrous entities. After all, even the mushroom egg had become a source of energy within the body of a certain beast. What left them even more astounded was the revelation that Ultraman had eschewed his traditional light beams in favor of magic and technology. In this river, those fighter jets and battleships. At this moment, the individual most profoundly affected was none other than the recently arrived Tony Stark. My God, those technologies are utterly beyond the capabilities of this era. What troubled him even more was the inexplicable feeling that such innovations had originated from human hands. Simultaneously, Tony's mind was consumed with the desire to acquire those fighter jets and battleships for study. And then, of course, to create even better and more formidable machines. Uniquely his own, Tony Stark would never concede to being inferior to anyone. Chapter 34. The 3 uses of monster capsules. Regrettably, those fighter jets and warships were summoned by Ultraman. Tony had no confidence in obtaining them from the latter. Just look at their beauty. At that moment, Green Lantern gazed longingly at the Falcon 1, Falcon 2, and the Atlantis. Do you think Ultraman is in need of fighter pilots? I believe I would be quite suitable. Before becoming a superhero, Green Lantern was an exceptional pilot. Thus, the allure of Falcon 1, Falcon 2, and Atlantis nearly surpassed that of his girlfriend, except when she donned her black stockings. By the way, isn't this Gotham City? Where's Batman? The sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate with one another. Superman was not particularly interested in fighter jets. Using his supervision, he scanned the ground and quickly located Batman. What? Soon, Superman was astonished to discover something unexpected. When did Batman transform into a genuine superhuman? However, those 2 coffins were. Realizing something, Superman's expression turned serious as he flew toward Batman's location. Let us depart. Our presence is no longer required here. On the ground, Wonder Woman addressed the Flash. Although they had rushed over upon discovering the monster, they soon realized there was no need for their intervention. Nevertheless, the fact that the monster was eliminated in time meant that innocent civilians would remain unharmed, and that was sufficient. Ultraman, do you wish to become the guardian of this world? Just then, an angry voice pierced Wonder Woman's ears. She turned to see a stranger shouting at Ultraman. Do you not find this utterly ridiculous? In your enormous form. Unfortunately, the man named Katsuhiro Itabashi was abruptly silenced by a light arrow from Ultraman's hand. As a traveler, Qin Yang was well aware of what this individual would say and had no desire to listen to his incessant ramblings. Who was that just now? Wonder Woman asked, bewildered and puzzled. He seemed to harbor animosity toward Ultraman. Yet, he appeared somewhat oblivious to the disparity in strength between them. Even so, was it not somewhat excessive for Ultraman to have dispatched him so ruthlessly? The kind-hearted Flash wore an expression of discomfort, but that was all there was to it. After all, Ultraman was not human and had never claimed to be a good person. To bind an Ultraman with human laws and moral standards was inherently unreasonable. Moreover, the Ultraman who could once transform monsters back into humans had now directly taken the life of the stranger. Did this not indicate that the man might have posed a problem? Most critically, the Flash finds himself unable to contend with Ultraman, instead relying on the latter's assistance to confront the incessant onslaught of monsters. Meanwhile, in a clandestine locale not far from here, the fool Loki cradles his forehead, his eyes brimming with regret. I knew I should not have placed my trust in him. Not long ago, he acquired a monster capsule known as the Kiri-Lot, which possessed the ability to communicate with him. Furthermore, the man who introduced himself as Mitsuhiro Itabashi not only recognized Dinah, but also shared a wealth of information regarding Dinah with Loki. It was Itabashi who proactively sought to confront Dinah. After some contemplation, Loki chose to acquiesce, granting Itabashi a degree of autonomy. Little did he anticipate such a lackluster response to his expectations. For your information, the primary functions of monster capsules can be broadly categorized into 3 types. The first involves simply casting the monster capsule. In this scenario, the corresponding monster will possess the same prowess as depicted in the original series. Individuals like Itabashi are endowed with considerable intelligence. However, the duration of the monster's existence is limited. It will revert back to its capsule form after a maximum of 3 minutes. To summon it again, one must first accumulate sufficient dark energy. This limitation arises because the capsule contains only a fraction of the monster's true power, not the essence of the actual creature itself. The second method entails a fusion between the monster and its wielder, akin to the relationship between Ultraman and his human host. The distinction lies in the fact that, upon merging with a human, the monster acquires the abilities of its counterpart. For instance, the natural control machine, after merging with the sand monster, can augment its inherent capability to generate typhoons by incorporating sand, thus unleashing a sandstorm of typhoon proportions. Moreover, it may even possess the ability to induce sandification. Unfortunately, human willpower is notably frail, rendering them susceptible to being overwhelmed by the monster's own will. Neither the Electric Light Man, the Sand Monster, nor Dr. Connors has managed to escape this fate. The third method mirrors the techniques employed in Jeet. By utilizing an apparatus akin to Belial's sublimation device, one can amalgamate the powers of two or even more distinct monsters, thereby unleashing formidable combat prowess. In this scenario, the human host's psyche remains shielded from the negative influences of the monsters. The trade-off is that the monster will not inherit the abilities of its host, unless the Belial of this world has undergone some form of modification to such devices. Regrettably, as Belial's representative, Loki has not been afforded access to any such apparatus, nor is he even aware of their existence. In fact, beyond the aforementioned applications, monster capsules can still wield their respective abilities while being held. Additionally, they can absorb negative energy to continuously enhance and transform the holder's physique. The usage of monster cards bears a close resemblance to that of monster capsules. It is precisely for these reasons that Loki's power is, in truth, growing day by day. Only the Bat-Human can unleash the vampire virus within Gotham City without transforming into the bloodthirsty beast, Hularnos, compelling those vampires to revere him as a deity while simultaneously generating greater reservoirs of negative energy for him. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a round of applause resonated from behind Loki, the second prince of Asgard, son of Odin, one of the harbingers of darkness, the god of deceit and trickery. Loki, today, I finally have the perfect opportunity to meet you. And, unexpectedly, you have already presented me with such an amusing spectacle. Haha, apologies. I am not laughing at you. Well, perhaps I am indeed laughing at you. Chapter 35, The Joker Who? Loki turned around in anger upon hearing the voice. Before him stood a man clad in a crimson suit, his green hair styled in a manner reminiscent of adulthood. The corners of his mouth bore deep crimson scars, giving his face the appearance of a circus jester, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of madness. Oh, it's you. Loki, having spent some time on Earth, had acquired a certain understanding of its inhabitants and immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. Gotham City's most notorious lunatic, one of Batman's formidable adversaries, who referred to himself as the Joker, a man who truly embodied the essence of a fool. If it weren't for Batman's principle of refraining from killing, a troublemaker like you, devoid of any power, would have long since descended into the depths of hell. Can you enlighten me as to why you never dared to confront the Punisher or Ghost Rider? Is it due to a lack of desire? I suspect that even Wonder Woman's trump card would intimidate you. After all, she is quite capable of taking lives when the situation demands it. Do you think I fear death? The Joker, with a finger raised and swaying it playfully, took a step forward and replied, No, 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 no. Life and death hold little distinction or significance for me. Yet, I still wish to avoid hell. Do you know why? Because it is dreadfully uninteresting. And those so-called denizens of hell are exceedingly foolish. Moreover, my relationship with Bruce, Batman, is beyond your comprehension. Are we enemies? Friends? Neither. I understand him as he understands me. I need him just as he needs me. Without each other, this world would be unbearably dull. Huh. Loki let out a cold laugh, taunting. So, you allowed Man-Bat to defile Batman's mother-esque grave? Indeed. Did you see the expression on his face at that moment? It was utterly splendid. The Joker's face lit up with a wild, ecstatic expression, which he quickly tempered, suggesting, however, I must clarify one point. This idea was mine. But it was not I who approached Man-Bat with the card. More precisely, I entrusted the card to another individual, who then sought out Man-Bat. What? Loki was momentarily taken aback. Then, as if piecing together a puzzle, he gazed at the Joker as though he were mad. A certain powerful being hailing from the same realm as Ultraman sought you to become his dark emissary. Then, you sought another individual to serve as your representative? Why? Don't tell me you were worried about your identity as an emissary being exposed? Sighing in resignation, the Joker remarked, This is precisely why I find you people so tiresome. Look at you, the Grand Prince of Asgard, after becoming a dark emissary and gaining the ability to create monsters. What have you done? The Electric Man, the Lizard Man, the Sandman. They are all merely tedious beings. You transform them into monsters solely for the purpose of allowing the Giant of Light to eradicate them? In comparison, Tiga is far more entertaining. At least he possesses the ability to revert monsters back to their human forms, endowing them with strengths that far exceed those of ordinary mortals, while also granting them a chance to revert to monstrosity thus injecting a modicum of amusement into this dreary world. I am eagerly anticipating the forthcoming performance of that esteemed Dr. Connors. However, as he spoke, a flicker of rage suddenly crossed the Joker's face. That so-called armored Tiga, who is merely a terrestrial manifestation of Tiga, has audaciously transformed Batman into a true extraordinary being without my consent? While this may indeed render matters more intriguing, how dare he alter Batman in such a manner without my authorization? Therefore, I shall obliterate him, annihilate him, destroy everything he possesses, both in spirit and in body, from the inside out. Is this not precisely what the entities behind you and me desire to witness? Most importantly, the vivid imagery is, upon reflection, quite delightful. Ha ha, ha ha ha, you truly are a lunatic. Observing the suddenly guffawing Joker, Loki's brow furrowed ever deeper. To be frank, he still struggled to grasp the Joker's thoughts and actions. After all, he was a rational being, not a madman. Yet, Loki inexplicably sensed that the future actions of the Joker would undoubtedly be anything but simple. He even found himself uncertain whether this would ultimately be a blessing or a curse for him. Perhaps he ought to prepare himself. For instance, he should retrieve the cosmic cube and the mind scepter. Buzz. At that moment, an irresistible and intangible telekinetic force descended. Both Loki and the Joker found themselves immobilized, as if a pause button had been pressed, unable to move even an inch. Moreover, the master of the telekinesis could, at will, reduce them to mere dust. Fortunately, as a representative of the Dark Realm, Loki, along with the presence behind the Joker, could not simply stand by and watch them come to harm. Even if those two had yet to truly manifest in this world, they should still possess the ability to preserve their lives. Damn, how could he have discovered us? Loki's mind was in turmoil. He had originally concealed his form with magic and further obscured his aura with dark energy. The only variable was the Joker. Loki seemed to grasp a sudden realization as he fixed his gaze intently on the Joker, who, at that moment, wore an enigmatic smile. Tiga. Before Loki could react further, a familiar roar echoed from afar. Behold the fury of the Gilead people. To his astonishment, the seemingly deceased Mitsuo Banchao reappeared. More precisely, it was his soul that had manifested. Indeed, the Kiri Islet people, much like the Apobians, always seem to re-emerge just when you believe they have met their demise. It is reminiscent of the ending of Tiga, where, despite their apparent retreat, those foolish Kiri Islet individuals insisted on approaching Daegu to proclaim that their deity, the Kiri Islet god, had abandoned this planet. In this moment, amidst the anguished cries of Banchao Mitsuyoshi's soul, a towering figure loomed before the crowd, standing at a height of 52 meters, predominantly adorned in shades of black and gray, with a visage designed to resemble a weeping face. A luminous yellow entity rested upon its forehead, while an orange glowing object was situated on its left chest. This creature, resembling a demonic humanoid, was none other than the Inferno warrior, Kiri Islet. Chapter 36. The Kirialad people. Perhaps it was because Tiga's attention was suddenly captivated by the appearance of the Kirialad people that Loki felt his boundless telekinetic power diminish significantly. What an opportunity! Without hesitation, dark energy surged from Loki, and a monster capsule materialized from thin air. Subsequently, the capsule glimmered with an ethereal light and vanished along with Loki. As for the Joker, he too summoned a monster card, disappearing from the spot. That was the cosmic dinosaur, Jedon, along with the fourth-dimensional monster, Bruton. Sensing the situation, Qin Yang felt a stir in his heart. It was not merely due to Loki and the Joker's escape, but also because of the monster capsule and card they had produced. Among them, the cosmic dinosaur, Jedon, holds the notorious title of being the first monster in Ultraman history to slay an Ultraman. Its strength and defense are formidable. Equipped with extraordinary abilities such as the Jedon barrier, instantaneous movement, a million-degree fireball, light absorption, and the Jedon ultimate beam, one could say that Jedon is akin to a hexagonal warrior practically devoid of weaknesses. Even the current Tiga would find it quite troublesome to contend with Jedon. As for the fourth-dimensional monster, Bruton, it is one of the rare monsters whose prestige only escalates with each subsequent appearance. Especially notable in Zeta, where Bruton engaged in a breathtaking magical duel against Zeta's Gamma Future form. Yet, despite this, Gamma Future Zeta was unable to defeat Bruton. This raises the question, how did the original Ultraman manage to vanquish such a foe? The most terrifying aspect is that after Zeta eliminated Bruton, it inadvertently attracted the Void monster, Glyza. It is known that Glyza, aside from the Cosmic Needle, is a bug-level monster capable of ignoring any damage. And now, Loki possesses a Jedon monster capsule, while the Joker holds Bruton's monster card. Indeed, Qin Yang felt a tinge of pressure. However, this was clearly not the moment for contemplation, because, ding, congratulations on triggering a new mission. Defeat the Kirialad people. Tiga perish. The Kirialad people. Revealing their true form, unleashed a yellow flame attack known as the Hellfire Bullet towards Qin Yang, who had transformed into Tiga. Ultraman Shield. Witnessing this, Tiga thrust both hands forward, conjuring a colorful light shield that successfully deflected the Kyriolod's Hellfire Bullet. Nevertheless, he was not one to adopt a passive stance. Palm Light Arrow. Tiga swiftly transformed into his purple aerial form, circling around the Kyriolod while releasing a barrage of purple-white light orbs. It appeared as though dozens of Tigas were simultaneously unleashing palm light arrows. Crack! Bang! Bang! At that moment, sparks erupted from the body of the Kyriolodian, accompanied by anguished cries of torment. Ultraman Tornado Kick. Moments later, seeking to capitalize on his advantage, Tiga vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had transformed into his powerful form, harnessing a mighty whirlwind as he delivered a kick to the grotesque visage of the Kyriolodian. This was one of the skills he had devised after acquiring the ability to control the natural phenomenon of typhoons via the celestial machine. Tiga, just you wait. The god of Kyriolod will not let you escape. It soon became evident that the power of the Ultraman Tornado Kick was formidable. The Kyriolodians, unable to complete their words, were obliterated in a resounding explosion, thanks to the absorption and feedback effects of the Dark Divine Light Stick. Tiga gained a portion of the Kyriolodian strength as well as their full capabilities. What on earth was this creature's purpose? Observing the remnants of the explosion, Qin Yang, now transformed into Tiga, appeared somewhat perplexed. It was important to note that Tiga's current strength rivaled that of the original series, having doubled. Along with the acquisition of numerous new abilities, the Kyriolodians could barely contend with the Tiga from the television series. What audacity did they possess to confront the Tiga that Qin Yang had become? Could it be that the Kyriolodians were actually some kind of emotional beings? Or perhaps they sought to test Tiga's strength in this world? Yet, if that were the case, did they not underestimate Tiga's current prowess? Even a second Kyriolod would hardly stand a chance against him. Alternatively, could there be some other sinister plot at play? After pondering for a moment, Qin Yang chose to abandon his speculations. After all, he would face whatever challenges came his way. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Kyriolodians. Reward, Ultraman Cut. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind. The Ultraman Cut, also known as the 8-point light wheel, essentially compresses the energy of a finishing move into a serrated-edged light wheel. In essence, Qin Yang's Tiga could utilize the principles of the Ultraman Cut to unleash derived techniques, such as the Zypelia Light Wheel, Dirazyme Light Wheel, and the Rampart Light Wheel. Moreover, these derived techniques would surpass the original finishing moves like the Zypelia Light Ray in terms of sheer power. All things considered, the Ultraman Cut was indeed a commendable reward. Returning to his senses, Tiga mimicked the voice of the original Ultraman before soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight. On the ground, the Flash couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow. Have you noticed how Ultraman's skills for defeating monsters seem to be multiplying and becoming increasingly spectacular? Like that move where he circles around the monster, unleashing his attacks. The best part is, I can learn it too. I can circle around while releasing lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Oh, no, it should be more like hiss, 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 or perhaps clap, clap, clap. That last move, the tornado kick, seems like something I could learn as well. In truth, my abilities can be quite impressive, perhaps even surpassing those of Ultraman." The Green Lantern, standing nearby, expressed his discontent. Has Ultraman's power been growing stronger? Wonder Woman remarked with a complex sense of wonder. Just like this time, we find ourselves utterly helpless. In the past, she had always believed herself to be one of the mightiest individuals in this world. Then came Superman. Following that, monsters emerged and Ultraman. The monsters are manageable, really. With the Justice League's teamwork, there remains a chance to outlast them. However, Ultraman, aside from that one unsettling incident with the red light a fortnight ago, who truly knows where his limits lie? Chapter 37. Conversation. The profound sense of helplessness was somewhat disconcerting for the ever-determined Wonder Woman, accompanied by an unfamiliar feeling of frustration. As long as the innocent populace remained unharmed by the monsters, all else seemed inconsequential. Upon hearing Wonder Woman's words, Superman responded without hesitation. In truth, he felt quite pleased about the emergence of Ultraman. Not solely due to the latter's prowess in vanquishing monsters, but also because Ultraman's presence overshadowed much of the divine radiance that Superman had once held. Before Ultraman's arrival, Superman was regarded as the most powerful being on Earth. Even Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard, seemed insignificant in his presence. Yet, despite Superman's relentless efforts to assist others, he still faced a torrent of envy, jealousy, and disdain from countless individuals, such as a certain bald adversary. Ultraman's arrival nearly eclipsed the divine aura surrounding Superman. Although some still harbored animosity towards Superman, it paled in comparison to the sentiments prior to Ultraman's emergence. The unfortunate news was that some of the malice originally directed at Superman seemed to be shifting towards Ultraman. Nevertheless, it was likely that such animosity would arise and dissipate alongside the monsters, as Ultraman, who appeared to gaze down upon humanity like a true deity, would probably remain indifferent to such trivialities. Batman, do you require my assistance in transporting them back? Superman, regaining his composure, inquired as he glanced at the two coffins before Batman. After a brief exchange, Superman had learned of the vampire and Man-Bat situation. However, both had been dealt with by Batman, Armored Tiga, and Ultraman. It appeared that Superman's only role was to assist in moving the coffins. Not necessary. The sudden appearance of Qin Yang in his Armored Tiga form, speaking on behalf of Batman, declared, "They were sent out by me, so I shall return them as well." With that, he snapped his fingers, and two teleportation magic circles materialized, transporting the coffins of Batman's parents back to their original resting place. Regrettably, the cemetery had been left in a state of disarray following the earlier skirmish, and Batman would likely need to devise a means to restore it. "Hey, the Flash," upon witnessing Qin Yang's arrival, exclaimed with astonishment, "Did you see that? He is wearing armor remarkably similar to Ultraman's." That magic circle seemed to be something Ultraman has utilized as well. What is the nature of their relationship? Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and Thor, who was hastening towards them upon discovering Qin Yang, all bore expressions of surprise and curiosity. After all, Qin Yang had only mentioned his identity as the emissary of Ultraman to Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen. It was entirely reasonable that others, aside from a select few superheroes like Batman, Nick Fury, and Iron Man who conducted private investigations, would be unaware of this fact. However, given the involvement of Ultraman, it was certain that both the Justice League and the Avengers, along with the organizations behind them, such as S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Eye of Providence, would harbor immense curiosity regarding him. Qin Yang perceived no reason to conceal the identity of Armored Tiga. On the contrary, he yearned for the opportunity to engage in casual conversation with Superman, Iron Man, and the others. Nevertheless, he resolved to maintain the divine nature of the Ultraman persona. Furthermore, it was unreasonable to expect that Earth could rely solely on Qin Yang and Tiga for protection. Although the current Justice League and Avengers lacked the strength to assist Qin Yang, it did not preclude the possibility of their future empowerment. This was, after all, a world where the realms of DC and Marvel converged, and who could predict when these superheroes might acquire extraordinary powers? Until that time, Qin Yang was open to establishing a limited connection with Superman and Iron Man. Most importantly, fortune favors the bold, and if Qin Yang remained inactive, Batman, Superman, and Iron Man would remain oblivious to the very existence of Tiga. He was the envoy of Ultraman in the human realm, self-styled as Armored Tiga, at that moment. Batman elucidated to his companions that Tiga possessed certain powers of Ultraman. However, akin to Ultraman, he appeared and vanished without a trace, leaving no one privy to his true origins or intentions. The emissary of Ultraman, Armored Tiga, drew astonished glances from the Flash, Green Lantern, and the newly arrived Thor, among others. The actions undertaken by Ultraman and Qin Yang over the past fortnight had convinced these superheroes of their alignment with justice. Yet, the overwhelming power of Ultraman, shrouded in mystery, sparked an insatiable curiosity among them. Regrettably, Ultraman seemed only interested in monsters and never engaged in dialogue with others. Currently, the only connection they had to Ultraman was through the presence of Armored Tiga. "Would you like to have a conversation with me?" Qin Yang surveyed the crowd before adding meaningfully, "Certainly. One question, 100 million. What?" The Flash, Superman, and Thor, among the less affluent superheroes, were taken aback by Qin Yang's proclamation. Was it necessary to pay to ask questions? Moreover, was 100 million per question not exorbitant? "That's fine," Batman remarked nonchalantly. For him, information about Ultraman held far greater value than monetary concerns. After all, it would facilitate future encounters with Ultraman. "I'll start with 100. Iron Man unabashedly displayed his wealth. However, in comparison to the information regarding Ultraman, he was more intrigued by the fighter jets and battleships summoned by the latter. Qin Yang's expression darkened. "What do you mean, start with 100? Do you think this is a menu? The price is one aspect. The nature and quantity of the questions depend entirely on my mood." With that, he shot a glare at Iron Man, as if he were about to demand the latter's identification. Oh, but it seemed Iron Man lacked an ID, so that was that. This place is not conducive for conversation. Without waiting for Iron Man and the others to respond, Qin Yang spoke again. "Moreover, your people have yet to arrive, haven't they?" In light of this, with a gentle snap of his fingers, a golden teleportation magic circle materialized above each person's head. Shortly thereafter, "I understand the rationale. It is indeed sufficiently tranquil here." Glancing around the surroundings, the Flash crossed his arms, shivering uncontrollably, and could not help but remark, "But do we truly need to be at the summit of Mount Everest?" The others regarded Qin Yang with peculiar expressions. Fortunately, rounding up the numbers, there were no ordinary individuals present. Even atop the peak of Everest, there was no immediate cause for concern. Until, hey, what just happened? A moment ago, something akin to a magic circle suddenly appeared above our heads, and then we found ourselves here. Next time such an occurrence transpires, to kindly provide prior notice. The sudden arrivals of Hawkeye, Black Widow, Bruce Banner, the Hulk, and Captain America were all caught off guard by the fierce winds. Chapter 38. Tiga. I am merely a scientist, devoid of such formidable power. After a brief exchange, Hawkeye and Black Widow grasped the unfolding situation. Although they were somewhat perplexed by Qin Yang's choice of Mount Everest as their discussion venue, they resigned themselves to the moment, unable to resist. Naturally, Qin Yang enveloped them with his omnipotent Ultraman telekinesis to shield them from the extreme cold of their surroundings. Now let us commence. Shortly thereafter, Batman inquired with his characteristic deep, gravelly voice, "We wish to know everything concerning Ultraman. Of course, you may select what you wish to disclose at your discretion. Furthermore, should you deem this information worthy of any number of inquiries, feel free to withdraw from either my or Iron Man's account." "Oh, so you mean to say that you can access our accounts without our consent?" Iron Man expressed his astonishment. It was not that he believed Qin Yang's actions to be inappropriate, but rather that the proud Iron Man found it difficult to accept the notion that his online account resembled an unguarded square, open for all to enter and exit freely. Even though he had already discerned that the technological prowess of the aircraft and warships summoned by Ultraman likely surpassed modern advancements by many years. Alas, Tiga was merely a scientist, lacking such great power. In response, Qin Yang spread his hands and earnestly declared, thus, he had no choice but to advance his technological knowledge tree. And as his envoy, I shall impart a modicum of technological wisdom, which seems quite reasonable, does it not? Iron Man, Batman, the others. What the hell does he mean by lacking formidable power? Ultraman can obliterate a mighty monster in mere seconds, and he dares to call himself a scientist? To claim he lacks formidable power? Cough, cough. Observing their reactions, Qin Yang cleared his throat and continued his earnest ramblings. Let us not dwell too much on Ultraman. Let us address the matter at hand. Firstly, Tiga Ultraman is a being of light hailing from the Orion constellation. To be precise, he is the Giant of Light. 30 million years ago, Tiga arrived on Earth, battling alongside the ancient superhumans against darkness and various monsters. However, circumstances led to the near extinction of the superhumans, and Tiga departed as a radiant light. It was only in this era, when monsters re-emerged and darkness once again descended upon the world, that he returned from the unknown realms. Yet, the 3 million years of silence have rendered Tiga's strength considerably diminished. Presently, his battles against monsters serve as a means to regain his former power. Should you observe Tiga suddenly manifesting new abilities, do not be overly surprised. It merely signifies that he has reclaimed a portion of his strength. As for me, although the ancient superhumans perished 30 million years ago, some of their bloodlines endure. Alas, in the modern age, I am the sole remnant. Indeed, were it not for the rich heritage chronicled in our ancestral records of tranquil lands, which contains a wealth of information pertaining to Ultraman and the monsters, I might remain oblivious to my true lineage. Fortunately, the greatest blessing lies in my being acknowledged by Dinah, who has appointed me as his earthly emissary, bestowing upon me a fragment of his formidable power. However, let there be no misunderstanding. I am not the armored Dinah. Should I ever stray into wrongdoing, please do not hold Dinah accountable. After all, an emissary has a life of his own. For instance, my recent interaction with you all is a personal endeavor. While Qin Yang previously mentioned that the armored Dinah shares the same will as Dinah himself, it is crucial to recognize that this remains his personal assertion, never endorsed by Dinah. In summary, the positive aspects stem from Dinah's guidance, whereas the negative actions are merely those of the armored Dinah. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Batman, Iron Man, and the others fell into a contemplative silence. The implications of the Orion Light, the ancient humanity, and the records of tranquil lands were overwhelmingly profound. They felt as if they grasped something significant, yet the questions only multiplied. Thus, after a moment of reflection, Batman succinctly summarized the critical information. Dinah embodies light, while the monsters represent darkness. The current events, ostensibly marked by the monsters and the abrupt emergence of Ultraman, may in truth signify a long-standing conflict between light and darkness. Seated millions of years ago, Green Lantern, feeling somewhat perplexed, interjected, Batman, could you simplify that a bit? This talk of light and darkness has only muddled my understanding. Ignoring Green Lantern's confusion, Qin Yang nodded at Batman, affirming, precisely. However, the reality is even graver than you realize. Monsters, whether dark or otherwise, feed upon the negative energies of fear, anger, and sorrow that reside within humanity. Even though Dinah tirelessly eradicates monsters, the forces of darkness continue to swell. As time progresses, the emergence of monsters will proliferate, and their strength will intensify. This is one of the reasons I chose to engage with you. After all, you all understand that sometimes we must unite to confront any crisis. This scenario is also a source of concern for Qin Yang. Unlike the Night Raid team from Nexus, he lacks the ability to erase human memories. Moreover, who decreed that monsters could only absorb negative energies generated by their appearance? The truth is, even if monsters remain unseen, they can quietly linger in the shadows, gradually siphoning off the negative energies produced by humanity. Yet, powerful beings like Belial are unwilling to bide their time, or hide like mere rodents. What? At Qin Yang's revelation, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Monsters can become even stronger by absorbing negative emotions? Things have taken a turn for the bizarre, increasingly defying scientific explanation. Moreover, Qin Yang's expression grew somewhat grave. I trust you have also discerned that the monsters possess the ability to merge with superhumans, thereby acquiring their powers. Just imagine if a certain beast were to fuse with the Flash, Thor, or even Superman. How terrifyingly formidable would their strength become? At this point, Qin Yang couldn't help but voice his frustration. Who, I wonder, was the ingenious mind that bestowed such a trait upon the monsters? This has significantly escalated the already daunting difficulty of the dungeon by several magnitudes. Chapter 39. Thor, in truth, my acquaintance with Loki is not as profound as one might think. Batman and Iron Man fell into a contemplative silence once more, this time due to their realization of the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, even if I were to transform into a beast, I would never bring harm to innocent humanity, Superman declared with utmost conviction. Little did he know, in the original narrative, he had often been subject to manipulation. Even Batman himself had fallen under the control of others in the DC Comics. Remarkably, even the willful Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, had been possessed by the entity representing fear, known as Parallax. Qin Yang could not ascertain whether Superman and the others would be able to resist the will of the beasts if they were forced into fusion with them. Of course, most beasts exhibit a level of intelligence akin to that of wild animals. Should such a day arise, it is conceivable that Superman might indeed triumph over them in terms of willpower. Regarding this matter, Black Widow seemed to have an epiphany, surveying the room before finally directing her gaze towards Qin Yang. Do you all remember Dr. Connors, who was transformed from a monster back to a human by Ultraman? In truth, it is entirely plausible for him to revert to his monstrous form once more. He firmly believes that if he were to metamorphose again, he could retain his consciousness. If Dr. Connors speaks the truth, does it imply that all who have been transformed from monsters to humans by Ultraman are no longer susceptible to the influence of the beast's will, and could potentially become our allies instead? Black Widow was well aware that Nick Fury had classified all information regarding Dr. Connors as top secret within S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, in the face of humanity's survival, it was evidently not the time for such concerns. Not so simple. In response to Black Widow's assertion, Qin Yang, the one most qualified to opine, promptly shook his head. Firstly, the premise for Dyna's ability to transform monsters into humans is that he must have the opportunity to employ this power, namely the cellular conversion beam. Furthermore, the stronger the monster's prowess, the greater the energy required for Dyna to revert it back to human form. Additionally, I must clarify that Dr. Connor's chance of reverting back to a monster without succumbing to its influence is not merely due to the effects of the cellular conversion beam, but rather a gift from light. To receive such a gift, individuals like Connors must possess a heart aligned with the light. At the very least, at the moment when Ultraman wields the cellular conversion beam, they must have a heart that yearns for the light, never wavering, and even be willing to sacrifice the self for the greater good. Naturally, I believe that everyone present here can meet this condition. However, the same cannot be said for others. As time progressed, the connection between Qin Yang and the godlight stick, or rather, the light of Dyna, intensified, allowing him to glean certain secrets. For instance, what he had just conveyed to Black Widow and Batman. Indeed, whether one's heart is aligned with the light would solely influence whether Dr. Connors and others could revert to their monstrous forms without being eroded by the beast's will. It does not hinder Qin Hao from acquiring a fraction of their powers, along with their full capabilities. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, the Black Widow and the others exchanged solemn glances, realizing that in order to create more individuals akin to Dr. Connors, they would likely need to rely heavily on fortuity. However, the good news is that, from Qin Yang's earlier insinuation, it appears that Connors can indeed retain his original intellect even when transformed back into a beast. But then, what about Loki? At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder, finally seized the opportunity to inquire, why does he possess the ability to create monsters? The answer is rather straightforward. Qin Yang did not perceive any need for concealment and promptly responded, under certain circumstances. Powerful entities from the dark world cannot directly manifest in this realm. Thus, They require a spokesperson to assist in generating and collecting negative energy. Loki is such a spokesperson. Moreover, a second dark emissary has now emerged. Saying this, Qin Yang turned his gaze to Batman. I trust you have made certain deductions. That would be your nemesis, the Joker. This recent vampire and bat-human incident is orchestrated by him. Furthermore, this fellow has also procured a spokesperson for himself. Qin Yang, in his Ultraman form, possesses auditory acuity that surpasses even that of the present Superman. Naturally, he overheard the dialogue between Loki and the Joker. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that the Joker, or perhaps he and Loki, had deliberately contrived this situation. The reasoning, much like Loki's, is that the Joker is not one to willingly submit to another's authority. Given his character, he might even devise various schemes to create chaos. Indeed, it is he. Batman lowered his head slightly, not surprised by this outcome. After all, it is the Joker. It is entirely within his nature to engage in such antics. The Joker, as a spokesperson for a certain dark entity, simultaneously sought out a spokesperson for himself. The Flash and Hawkeye expressed their confusion regarding the madman's thought process. Dark emissary? Thor's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Qin Yang's words. This foolish individual is truly. No, I must find a way to save him. Is it possible that this Loki you speak of does not require your rescue? Perhaps even relishes his situation? The Black Widow contemplated this, feeling the need to dismantle Thor's unnecessary fantasies to prevent him from being ensnared by Loki later. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Thor immediately countered. Loki is the Prince of Asgard. My brother. He possesses a kind heart. He has merely strayed from the right path. Yet he instigated the Battle of New York. The Black Widow reiterated. He has repeatedly conjured monsters, resulting in the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent civilians. Thor remained silent for a moment, ultimately opting for compromise. Very well, he is my father's adopted son, and his familiarity with Asgard, and with me, is not as profound. Black Widow. I have one final question. At this moment, Iron Man finally musters the courage to inquire about the matter that weighs most heavily on his mind, the fighter jets and warships summoned by Ultraman earlier. Could you, not to say give, but possibly lend them to me for research? Naturally, I am willing to offer appropriate compensation. Feel free to stipulate any conditions you may have. Well, upon hearing this, Qin Yang pondered briefly before responding. I can temporarily lease you the Fian No. 1 and Fian No. 2 for a period of time. As for the Atlantis that previously obliterated that bat monster, I'm afraid I currently possess only that one. This is a falsehood. Despite the fact that the materials used to construct the Atlantis within the Cosmic Science Bureau are not replenished rapidly, Qin Yang has successfully manufactured 3 Atlantean vessels thus far. However, he saw no need to disclose this information to Iron Man and his companions. Moreover, revealing too much too easily might not necessarily bode well for him. Indeed, after this exchange, it may become increasingly difficult for Superman and Iron Man to engage in further discussions with him. Chapter 40. The Ultimate Life Form. Iron Man felt a twinge of disappointment. In contrast, he was undoubtedly far more intrigued by the Titus. However, since Qin Yang was unwilling to oblige, he could not possibly press the matter. Moreover, the earlier mentioned Fian No. 1, alongside Fian No. 2, should yield considerable benefits for him. Additionally, during this period, Iron Man had been occupied with Bruce Banner on the Mecha Hunter project and the Mechanical Beasts initiative. Even if Qin Yang were to lease the Titus to Iron Man and his team, they likely would not possess the bandwidth to delve into it deeply. Well, I assume there are no lingering questions, right? Qin Yang glanced at the group and then spoke. Even if there are, I am disinclined to provide answers. Furthermore, I am aware that many of you harbor concerns regarding Ultraman and my stance. Rest assured, Ultraman typically refrains from interfering with human choices, and so do I. However, should anyone choose to provoke us, they shall not hold us accountable for the ensuing consequences. With that said, without allowing Batman or Iron Man a moment to respond, Qin Yang utilized the teleportation magic circle to send them back. In passing, he also instructed the Jilbalis Corps to transfer $5 billion from both Batman's and Iron Man's accounts as compensation for this discourse. Oh, by the way, Qin Yang seemed to recall something and subsequently withdrew $50 billion from Iron Man's account. Thus, upon Iron Man's return to Stark Tower, he would discover the unexpected presence of both a Fian No. 1 and a Fian No. 2 fighter jet. Of course, given that Qin Yang had the audacity to directly withdraw funds from Batman and Iron Man's accounts, he was not concerned about them tracing back to his true identity. After all, the technology of the Jilbalis Corps was not easily surmountable. Soon. Have they arrived? Shortly after sending Batman and Iron Man back, a circular golden portal appeared before Qin Yang. On the other side sat a bald mage. Meanwhile, in a clandestine location, Loki, having escaped from Wayne Cemetery using the instant teleportation capabilities of the Jaden monster capsule, returned to this place and began to meditate. Before long, Loki found his consciousness transported to a peculiar space saturated with uncomfortable dark energy. Before him stood a towering figure, adorned with alternating black and red stripes. A colorful timer emblazoned on its chest, and a visage reminiscent of a demon, yet strikingly similar to Ultraman. It was none other than Belial Ultraman. Belial. Today I encountered an individual, and he. Upon seeing Belial, Loki recounted his encounter with the Joker, eager to discern Belial's perspective on the matter. Ha! Belial emitted his signature laugh before continuing. When you met with the Joker, I sensed a familiar aura. It belongs to the ultimate life form, the Reblando alien. He possesses the ability to manipulate monsters. At present, it seems that he possesses an array of monstrous cards, perhaps even an ultimate life form. Loki's expression subtly shifted. It sounds as though it is somewhat more formidable than you. If you are referring to his true form, then indeed, that is the case. Belial initially nodded, then shook his head, saying, regrettably, the more powerful entities become, the greater the difficulty of their descent into this world. However, that fellow known as the Joker is by no means a trivial adversary. It is quite possible that, with his assistance, the Reblondian will descend more swiftly. What may transpire at that time is uncertain. After all, my rapport with him is hardly amicable. Moreover, he may not be inclined to share Earth, or even the entire universe. He certainly would not permit you to ascend to kingship. Therefore, you would do well to assist me in absorbing dark energy. Upon finishing, Belial caused the entire space to vanish, and Loki's consciousness returned to his own body. Damn! Loki's countenance darkened. Clearly, Belial's words served as a warning, implying he was not oblivious to Loki's recent machinations and intentions. A being that emerged from nowhere dares to presume control over me. A king? Rising to his feet, Loki's gaze sharpened. Alas. You remain utterly ignorant of the powers that govern our world. In the Batcave. I apologize, Master Wayne. Alfred, after a flurry of operations on the computer, leaned back in his chair, shaking his head in exasperation. Your new friend seems to possess extraordinary capabilities even online. The funds he transferred from your account vanished into thousands of anonymous accounts around the globe in the blink of an eye. 3 seconds later, they became completely untraceable. Furthermore, if anyone attempts to track that money, well, after 3 warnings, let us just say it could lead to dire consequences. With that, Alfred gestured toward the blue-screened computer monitor as corroboration. Oh, Bruce Wayne, now out of his Batman attire and clad in casual wear, observed the screen with a calm demeanor, though inwardly, he felt an increasing wariness towards Ultraman and Armored Dinah. After all, both figures were shrouded in mystery, leaving him with few discernible weaknesses. Should Ultraman or Armored Dinah commit any malevolent acts, the Justice League and the Avengers would seemingly have no recourse other than direct confrontation. More critically, in such a scenario, victory would be far from assured. Of course, the potential emergence of monsters, represented by the dark personages of Loki, the Joker, and the sinister forces they embody, also weighed heavily on Bruce's mind. Sighing inwardly, Bruce recognized that he was likely destined for another sleepless night. At Stark Tower, Tony Stark sat before his desk, his gaze fixed upon the 2 fighter jets before him, scarcely wavering. They were none other than the promised F-22, designated as the Falcon 1 and Falcon 2. However, upon their sight, Tony found himself less exhilarated than he had anticipated. Throughout his career, he had taken immense pride in his technological prowess and weaponry manufacturing. The arc reactor, in his estimation, represented a core technology that transcended the capabilities of contemporary humanity by a decade. His Iron Man suit, a symbol of his endeavors, was his greatest pride. Yet, the lamentable reality remained that the formidable suit, which had proven ineffective against monstrous adversaries, was obliterated in an instant by the cannon fire of an unfamiliar warship. Chapter 41, The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, the so-called Mecha Hunter Program and Mechanical Monster Project of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pale in comparison to the Arctidus as described by Armored Tiga. Clearly, these endeavors would pose a significant blow to Tony, a man who has always aspired for greatness. Yet, I am one of the most brilliant minds in this world. I shall not be outdone by Ultraman. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Tony regained his resolve. I shall create something that surpasses the likes of Falcon 1, Falcon 2, and Arctidus by 10-fold, 100-fold. But first, Tony needed to delve into the workings of Falcon 1 and Falcon 2. After all, to transcend a target, one must first comprehend it. Strangely, as the research progressed, Tony's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Why do these fighter jets seem to embody technology that could be grasped by humanity? However, this technology appears to exceed the capabilities of contemporary humans by many years. Perhaps it was because Ultraman did not resemble any earthly being that Tony subconsciously believed Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 must originate from some extraterrestrial hands. Yet, upon deeper understanding, Tony realized the truth was seemingly otherwise. Ancient humans. Tony couldn't help but recall the words of Qin Yang. and a flicker of enlightenment sparked within him. Could it be that these fighter jets and warships are remnants from 30 million years ago, belonging to an ancient civilization? Setting aside the validity of human existence on Earth 30 million years ago, Tony would never willingly concede that modern humans are inferior to their ancient predecessors. At the very least, he would not admit it himself. Of course, mere speculation is devoid of substance. The best way to prove oneself is for Tony to indeed create weaponry that eclipses Falcon 1, Falcon 2, and even the Arcturus, Mount Everest. If Qin Yang were privy to Tony's thoughts, he might chuckle. For when compared to the weaponry of the Special Task Force from the first generation, the Night Raid team from Nexus, the guys from Mebius, and the Special Defense Force from X, the equipment of the Victory team seems rather trivial. Perhaps when Tony finally develops weapons superior to the Arcturus, Qin Yang might unveil even more formidable devices, allowing him to experience the awe of a mere defense team. However, at this moment, Qin Yang was not inclined to dwell on such matters. Because, if you don't mind, please come in for a cup of tea. On the other side of the golden portal stood the bald-headed Ancient One, who rose and extended an invitation to Qin Yang. By the way, should I refer to you as Qin Yang, Armored Tiga, or Ultraman Tiga, the Supreme Sorcerer? Without hesitation, Qin Yang stepped through the portal, retracting his Tiga armor as he responded. For now, you may simply call me Qin Yang. In a certain sense, both Qin Yang and Tiga exist beyond dimensions. However, as long as he does not engage in actions that threaten the Earth's realm, it seems unlikely that the Ancient One would be overly concerned. Moreover, if she were to intervene, wouldn't her priority be to address the threats posed by Belial and his ilk? To be honest, Qin Yang quite hoped that Ancient One would take action, as it would alleviate some of his burdens. Additionally, Ancient One's appearance was, in fact, anticipated by Qin Yang. More precisely, it was one of his objectives to bring Batman, Iron Man, and the others to Mount Everest. After all, as an outsider, Qin Yang felt an urge to converse with the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One. All right, I understand. Ancient One nodded at Qin Yang's words and gestured for him to proceed. Qin Yang, feeling no need for formality, promptly took a seat across from her and sipped from his teacup. Surprisingly, despite his lack of knowledge about tea, he could distinctly sense its superior quality. The most remarkable aspect was that upon tasting it, a wave of tranquility washed over him, alleviating his worries. Haha. Noticing his reaction, Ancient One chuckled softly. If you enjoy it, I can gift you a few bags of this tea when you leave. Thank you, Master. Qin Yang replied graciously, which also confirmed that Ancient One harbored some goodwill towards him. However, soon after, as the tea was served for the third time, Ancient One shifted to more serious matters. What you previously stated about Batman and Iron Man wasn't entirely accurate, was it? At least in this world or Ion. There has never been a giant of light. 30 million years ago on this Earth, the super ancient humans you mentioned did not exist. As the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One possessed knowledge of many secrets. The Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, in her possession allowed her to perceive the past, present, and future. Thus, discerning the truth from the fabrications in Qin Yang's words would be an effortless task for her. After all, Superman and his companions had yet to even encounter parallel universes. Qin Yang shrugged and said, if I were to directly mention that Ultraman and the monsters originate from a realm far beyond the multiverse, and even the omniversal existence, I imagine they would struggle to accept it. Moreover, I did not lie about the giants of light in Orion or the super ancient beings from 30 million years ago. These events merely transpired in the world where Jia resides. Beyond the multiverse and even the omniverse? Even with Ancient One's composure, Qin Yang's words took her aback. Given her stature, she was certainly familiar with the concepts of parallel universes. However, the notion of an omniverse and what lies beyond was somewhat beyond her comprehension. Upon reflection, she found no fault in his assertion. The term parallel inherently indicated that there must be numerous similarities among these universes. Nonetheless, according to Ancient One's knowledge, Ultraman and monsters did not exist in other parallel universes. Equally absent is the present Qin Yang. In other words, whether it be Ultraman, the monsters, or Qin Yang himself, each possesses a unique essence across the vast realms of parallel universes. Tiga is the giant of light. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yi addressed Qin Yang. I too can sense from him the embodiment of hope, justice, kindness, and all that symbolizes beauty. Therefore, you need not worry that I will stand against you. However, I still perceive within Tiga, or rather, within you, a most formidable darkness. Chapter 42. The aid of Ancient One. From the very moment the first monster emerged in New York, I realized that the timeline of the future had become increasingly nebulous. As I spoke, the expression on Ancient One's face gradually turned grave and serious. Nevertheless, I beheld horrifying images, a darkness enveloping the world, the cacophony of countless monsters and dark beings, and the mournful wails of innumerable souls. and that existence, revered by countless monsters and dark entities. Stepping upon the corpse known as the world to ascend the high platform was none other than the Black Tiga. The Dark Tiga? A chill coursed through Qin Yang as he bowed his head in contemplation. Judging from the events in the final Holy War, even if Dagu transformed into the Dark Tiga, he would not lose his sanity. In this world, the Dark Divine Light Staff, aside from granting him a portion of the powers and abilities of the monsters or supervillains he defeats, essentially lacks presence. As for the images witnessed by Ancient One, they were merely visions, not necessarily absolute in their accuracy. It was simply that Qin Yang saw no need to transform into the Dark Tiga at this moment. However, there was no need to divulge all of this to Ancient One. Evidently, you possess some understanding of this matter, Ancient One remarked upon observing Qin Yang's reaction. To be candid, after witnessing this future, I entertained thoughts of resolving the issue with you preemptively. Otherwise, once that Black Tiga appears, even I would likely have no means to resist. Yet, at that moment, an unprecedented sense of foreboding surged forth. I then comprehended that your demise might directly lead to the arrival of the Dark Tiga. After much contemplation, I realized that to untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. Qin Yang, as long as you never give up and always harbor light and hope in your heart, you shall undoubtedly be able to suppress the darkness. The fact that you can still manifest as the Giant of Light serves as the best proof of this. Qin Yang pondered for a moment, and ultimately, a glint of determination and fervor shone in his eyes. Master, I believe the best course of action is not resistance, but rather fusion. Light and darkness are fundamentally two distinct energies. Those who wield these energies are humans, Ultraman, and myself. I should not overly favor the light while shunning the dark, but instead, I should integrate them into my very being. Qin Yang understood that directly stating to Ancient One that the Dark Tiga would not enact the visions she had seen might not earn her belief. Moreover, what he had just expressed truly reflected his innermost thoughts. He genuinely desired to achieve a fusion of light and darkness. Similar instances exist within the Ultraman universe. Orb's Dark Radiance form, Zeta's Delta Attack form, Jed's original form, and the Emperor form, all embody both light and dark energies. Notably, the most representative example remains Trigger's Truth form. Thus, if even Trigger and his Trigger form can achieve this, then surely it is within the realm of possibility. Qin Yang, why should it be impossible with Tiga? However, there is no need to rush. Even if a future akin to what Ancient One has witnessed were to unfold, Qin Yang does not believe that merely resisting the Dark Tiga is the correct course of action. It is akin to many prophetic tales, where the hero's struggle against the prophecy ultimately leads to its fulfillment. So, this is your perspective? Ancient One looked at Qin Yang with renewed astonishment, then smiled softly. It seems I have underestimated your awareness and will. Given this, I wish you success. Should you require my assistance, I will do my utmost to help. However, unless there is a direct threat to the entire Earth, I am not inclined to intervene lightly. Since the moment Qin Yang appeared, all information concerning him has remained hazy. Even with the Time Stone, Ancient One cannot ascertain what may transpire upon his arrival, nor can she predict the changes he may bring to this world. Yet, having perceived the light within Qin Yang, she is willing to believe he can alter the terrifying vision she once beheld. After hearing Qin Yang's recent discourse on light and darkness, her conviction is further solidified. Therefore, Ancient One does not mind offering Qin Yang some assistance within her capabilities, not only for his sake but for the sake of the world. Since you, the sorcerer, have said so, I shall not hold back. With this, Qin Yang's lips curled slightly, as if he had long contemplated this matter. Soon after, they found themselves in the library of Kamartaj, a repository of nearly all magical tomes collected by Kamartaj. Even materials related to dark magic could be found here. Qin Yang's first request for assistance from Ancient One is the freedom to peruse these magical texts at any time. It is well known that Tiga is the king of sorcery. Furthermore, in the Marvel Universe, magic is often derived from borrowing power from certain entities. For instance, our esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, though aligned with white magic, frequently draws upon the powers of dark entities such as the Dark Deity, Shumagorath, and the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu, often in a manner that is hardly reciprocated. Of course, Qin Yang neither needs to borrow power from the Vishanti, nor from Shumagorath or Dormammu. He merely wishes to experiment with whether he can wield Tiga's power in the manner of Marvel's magical practices. Undoubtedly, should he succeed, he would not need to acquire the abilities of those monsters or supervillains, as his skill set would expand exponentially. His overall strength would consequently witness a significant enhancement. Additionally, while Jolbalis can perform various magics through the construction of magical mechanical matrices, its magical repertoire from the original narrative appears rather monotonous. Fortunately, the library of Kamartaj houses thousands of magical tomes. If Jolbalis could learn to construct more intricate and expansive magical mechanical matrices from within, would it not equate to an enhancement of Qin Yang's own power? Moreover, Qin Yang need not peruse each book within this library one by one. All that is required is for Jill Ballas to scan and store the contents of every book in this library. Positioned within the library, Qin Yang gently tapped his right index finger on the Tiga bracelet on his left wrist and commanded, "Scan." In the next moment, "Yes, master." With the resonant voice of Jill Ballas's core, a golden red scanning beam projected forth from the Tiga bracelet, swiftly expanding in a circular manner to envelop all directions. Before long, the scanning light shrouded the entire library, leaving the librarians and the mages of Karmateji, who were currently borrowing books, in a state of astonishment. They could hardly fathom that science could be utilized in such a manner. Having not been removed from modern society for long, with Wi-Fi still accessible within Karmateji, how could they remain unaware of the technological advancements that had reached such heights outside? Chapter 43, Spider-Man. I have turned black and grown stronger. Qin Yang presently adopts his human form. It is entirely reasonable for the sorcerers of Kamartaj to be unaware of him. They are even less likely to know that Qin Yang possesses an artificial intelligence far surpassing modern technology, the Jill Ballas core. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even Ultron would be outmatched in the presence of Jill Ballas, at least as portrayed in the films. Scanning complete. All knowledge contained within this library has been recorded. Moments later, the Tiga bracelet retracted the scanning beam. From this point onward, Qin Yang can summon the relevant magical knowledge at will. The Jill Ballas core can also utilize this information to develop new magical mechanical matrices, thereby unleashing new spells. Excellent. With that settled, it is time for me to depart. Noticing the situation, Qin Yang deemed it unnecessary to remain, and promptly created a golden magical teleportation array through the Tiga bracelet, vanishing from the spot. New York, Queens. Spider-Man, what has happened to you? After several hours of crime fighting, Spider-Gwen, preparing to rendezvous with Spider-Man in armored Tiga, inquired with a hint of astonishment. The Spider-Man before her now donned a black spider suit. To be honest, I am unsure, Spider-Man replied, spreading his hands nonchalantly, yet with a trace of excitement. Just half an hour ago, I suddenly transformed into this form. However, I feel quite extraordinary. My strength, speed, and other attributes have increased several-fold, and they continue to rise. The most remarkable aspect is that I can now shoot webs directly without the web shooters. Of course, they are black webs. But do you know? The sensation is simply exhilarating. Is that so? Spider-Gwen felt a twinge of unease. Yet, other than the color change and a slightly more arrogant demeanor, Spider-Man appeared largely unchanged. Most critically, Spider-Gwen was left without insight into the reason behind Spider-Man's transformation and thus could not offer any pertinent advice. It seemed that they would have to wait for Armored Tiga to arrive and assess the situation. To her, as well as to many others, Ultraman remained an enigmatic figure, seemingly omnipotent. Unfortunately, he only manifested in times of monsters. Furthermore, his towering presence rendered him akin to an untouchable deity, impossible to approach or gaze upon directly. In contrast, Armored Tiga possesses the characteristics of Tiga while maintaining a sense of accessibility. Over time, Armored Tiga has assisted Spider-Gwen on numerous occasions, fostering within her a deep sense of gratitude and trust. She firmly believed that if anyone in this world could aid Spider-Man, it would undoubtedly be Armored Tiga. Oh, at that moment, accompanied by a brilliant white light, Qin Yang, clad in Tiga armor, approached Spider-Gwen and her companions. Casting a glance at Spider-Man, he jested, "Spider-Man, it's been a while. How have you become so dark?" Startled, Spider-Man began to retreat, exclaiming, "My suit. It's afraid? It seems to harbor hostility towards you. This is bad. I can't control myself." In an instant, Spider-Man's physique swelled to more than double its size, his face contorting into a grotesque visage. It was none other than Venom. Seeing this transformation, Spider-Gwen gasped in shock. How could he change like this? "Fear not." Qin Yang reassured her nonchalantly with a wave of his hand. "He has merely been possessed by an extraterrestrial symbiote. I believe his transformation is due to that symbiote's fear of the luminescent energy within me." As a traveler, Qin Yang understood that Venom has two significant weaknesses: ultrasonic waves and intense heat. Ordinary beings, as well as light-aligned entities, would feel warmth, stability, and tranquility when encountering Ultraman's radiance. Conversely, for life forms like Venom, the presence of Ultraman is akin to a walking sun. Thus, when Qin Yang appeared, Venom exhibited such an acute reaction. However, it mattered not. He was merely a minor nuisance. Symbiote possession? Spider-Gwen, unfamiliar with such creatures, expressed her astonishment. Fortunately, with Qin Yang present, she felt no trepidation. She had faith that he could effortlessly resolve the matter. "Let us go." Venom, without a second thought, turned to flee. The brilliance emanating from the armored figure was overwhelmingly radiant and scorching, truly his nemesis. Moreover, Venom had just recently possessed Spider-Man. Directly controlling him was no easy feat. Relying solely on Spider-Man's memories, Venom could not accurately assess the so-called armored Tiga. Otherwise, he would not have ventured here at all. Nevertheless, it was not too late for him to escape, was it? Huh? Qin Yang scoffed disdainfully. You think you can just leave after possessing my friend? Stay right here. As he spoke, Qin Yang flicked his fingers, unleashing a beam of white light that struck Venom mid-flight. In an instant, Venom collapsed. Emitting anguished cries, his form began to tear apart, revealing the unconscious Spider-Man within. Fortunately, Spider-Man still wore his suit. Otherwise, his true identity would have been exposed to Spider-Gwen. Although, even if it were revealed, it wouldn't pose too much of a problem. Stop howling. Qin Yang approached Venom and gently kicked it. Speaking from a position of superiority, you must understand, had I wished to end your existence, you would already be no more. Even if you attempt to threaten me with Spider-Man, it would be futile, for he is impervious to my light energy. So, do you comprehend what needs to be done? Setting aside the potential for the host's corruption, Venom is undeniably an asset that could significantly enhance Spider-Man's overall capabilities. Conveniently, Qin Yang's light energy is adept at countering Venom's powers. Thus, why not subdue the latter? Moreover, when he delivered that kick, he had already gathered a fragment from Venom, intending to bring it back to the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau for further study. Perhaps, it might yield some unexpected discoveries. Chapter 44, A New Storm Approaches Indeed. Venom is not foolish. He quickly grasped Qin Yang's intention and promptly declared, from now on, I shall be but a tool, Venom. Striving to avoid any disruption to Spider-Man's inner self. Before this moment, Venom could hardly have anticipated that his arrival on this planet would lead to an encounter with such a formidable presence. In truth, it could be considered a stroke of misfortune for Venom. Even if he were to confront Superman, he could still possess the latter if defeated, perhaps transforming into Kryptonian Venom in the process. Yet, fate had it that Venom faced Qin Yang, who harbored radiant energy within. Should he dare to possess him, it would be tantamount to courting death. Acknowledging Venom's declaration, Qin Yang nodded, signaling that the latter could return to Spider-Man's form. This time, perhaps due to the ease of resolution, the system did not initiate a quest to vanquish Venom. Alternatively, it could be that, after hearing Ancient One's account of the future concerning Dark Tiga, Qin Yang instinctively felt a measure of resistance. After overpowering Venom, he surprisingly suppressed the attempt of the Dark Divine Light Staff to strip the latter of his power. Upon reflection, this could indeed be seen as a positive development. On one hand, if Qin Yang were to strip Venom of his power, or even his life, how could he conduct his research on him? Would he then resort to studying himself? Moreover, Qin Yang could, at any moment he wished, continue to deprive Venom of his strength and existence, so there was no rush. On the other hand, Qin Yang discerned that, as time progressed, his familiarity with and mastery over the Dark Divine Light Staff seemed to be increasing. The fact that he was able to halt the staff's attempt to siphon Venom's power served as a testament to this growth. Consequently, Qin Yang felt more assured about his future capacity to wield both light and dark energies. What just transpired? Upon Venom's return, Spider-Man awakened, his mind now free from the latter's influence. Furthermore, as long as Spider-Man desired, he could effortlessly transform the Venom symbiote into his iconic Spider-Man suit. Ghost Spider will explain what happened earlier. I shall take my leave, Qin Yang stated, lacking the desire to engage in a lengthy explanation to Spider-Man. The masked hero's activities for the day were nearing their conclusion. Ah, you are leaving already? Spider-Man, still bewildered, found himself even more perplexed. Very well, see you tomorrow night. Spider-Gwen felt a twinge of reluctance, but chose to bid farewell nonetheless. Indeed, Qin Yang nodded, transforming into a beam of white light, vanishing into the distance. May Parker's residence. Accompanied by a flash of white light, Qin Yang, having retracted the Digo armor, materialized in his room. Subsequently, he executed the same ruse, feigning slumber on his bed while his consciousness traversed into the special realm of the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. All right, Jobalis, let us embark on an enjoyable journey of magic and delve into the research on Venom. The following day, Aunt May, Brother Qin Yang, As Peter Parker stepped out of his room and into the living room to greet Aunt May and Brother Qin Yang, preparing for breakfast, an unexpected chill swept through him, causing his body to tremble momentarily. This sensation, Brother Qin Yang, you. Subsequently, Peter Parker seemed to have realized something, abruptly turning his gaze toward Qin Yang. Although Peter could not detect anything unusual about Qin Yang, the symbiote, Venom, was acutely aware of the dense energy radiating from him. It was precisely because Peter sensed the instinctive fear that Venom exuded that he began to harbor doubts about Qin Yang's true identity. Observing this, Qin Yang simply let out a knowing chuckle as if nothing had transpired. This scene, Qin Yang had undoubtedly anticipated. However, he still trusted Peter's character. After all, it is difficult not to believe in a person whose darker tendencies revolve around aspirations for a raise, purchasing discounted clothing, performing awkward dances in the street, and tossing dust into others' eyes. In any case, there was no need for Qin Yang to conceal his identity from his true adversaries. He merely needed to avoid revealing himself intentionally. Whether others could see through his disguise depended on their abilities and luck. "Peter, what is the matter?" At this moment, Aunt May, noticing Peter's unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. "Could it be that you have caught a cold?" "Oh dear, this could be troublesome. You have a date with Jane today." "Aunt May, I'm fine, really." Peter quickly reassured her. "My health is perfectly well. A cold would never affect my date. I merely remembered that I forgot to take something." The atmosphere in the living room instantly brightened with a cheerful spirit. Simultaneously, Peter's heart brimmed with surprise and excitement. Prior to this, he had harbored a slight suspicion regarding Qin Yang's identity. After all, the interactions they had during the day and night made it impossible for Qin Yang to completely sever the ties between his two identities. Even if he could, he would not choose to do so. Now that Peter had confirmed Qin Yang's identity, his mind was naturally tumultuous. Good heavens, Armored Tiga is so close to me? Peter longed to shout this aloud. Yet, he was not foolish, having been concealing his own identity all along. He certainly did not wish to inadvertently expose Qin Yang's identity due to his impulsiveness. On the contrary, he would do everything possible to help Qin Yang remain incognito, unless the latter chose to reveal himself. Time swiftly passed, and several days went by. Humanity enjoyed a few more peaceful days, free from the disturbances of monsters. However, this calm could very well be the tranquility that precedes a storm. On this particular day, Brother Qin Yang, do your best. I will too. As Peter stepped out in the morning, he continued to encourage Qin Yang. Today, he had another date with Jane. While Qin Yang was set to visit a nearby amusement park with Gwen, which was, evidently, also a date. "I hope nothing unexpected occurs." Qin Yang nodded at Peter, though internally he was reflecting. After all, the trifecta of amusement parks, monsters, and Ultraman Tiga conjured rather unsettling associations in the mind of Qin Yang, a time traveler who had frequently indulged in Ultraman fan fiction in his previous life. Regrettably, this excursion to the amusement park was instigated by Gwen, who had mustered considerable courage to propose the outing. It was also the occasion of their inaugural date. How could Qin Yang possibly disregard the wishes of such a charming lady? Moreover, as an Ultraman, he had no reason to fear should any monstrosity truly emerge. On the contrary, there was a possibility that he might even enhance his own powers and reap further rewards. Naturally, if it were within his control, Qin Yang would prefer to avoid any unforeseen incidents, as they could significantly dampen the mood. Chapter 45, The Dancing Debris on the Other Side of the Pacific. At a beach in America, a multitude of individuals frolic joyously. As for the nature of their amusement, only they are privy to its gravity. Wait, look over there. A man is preparing to engage in a philosophical discourse with his friend's girlfriend regarding the profound mysteries of life's brevity and depth. Suddenly, as if he has discerned something of great significance, he erupts into exclamations. It is not just him. An increasing number of spectators gaze toward the seemingly infinite horizon of the sea. Lo and behold, waves, towering higher than the last, surge toward the shore. The first unfortunate victims are those individuals riding the waves. Initially, they are exhilarated, for a mundane existence requires the thrill of great swells to add vibrancy. Even as they gradually sense the impending danger, their audacity remains unshaken. However, as the waves beneath their feet swell increasingly, a sense of reverence for the ocean begins to dawn upon them. Yet, it is too late. No. Help? Save me! The beachgoers watch helplessly as their companions are gradually engulfed by the relentless waves. An unprecedented wave of terror wells up within them. This is dire. A tsunami is upon us. Flee. Run swiftly. The beachgoers abandon their static positions and hastily seek higher ground. What they did not anticipate was that their path to safety was obstructed, not by the encroaching waves, but by an array of debris, bottles, plastic bags, and other refuse scattered across the beach. How could such refuse be floating? What on earth is happening? As they escape, the fleeing individuals are astonished to witness the very debris they collectively regard as garbage defying gravity and obstructing their flight. Should anyone dare to glance toward the ocean, they would be met with an even more horrifying sight. With every crash of the waves upon the shore, a fresh wave of refuse is cast ashore. This detritus does not merely stem from the revelers at the beach. It is conceivable that it originates from the vast expanse of the Pacific. Yet, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that all the refuse that has reached this beach is inexplicably suspended in the air, flouting the laws of physics. An even greater volume of debris is being relentlessly returned to land by successive waves. Moreover, the very waves themselves pose an escalating threat to those on the shore. In New York, in Queens, at an amusement park. Gwen, let us sit over there for a while. Qin Yang's spirits are buoyed. For the amusement park has not been beset by the dreaded creatures he had feared, such as the barrier beast, Gotti, or the strength monster, Hilbegon. Hand in hand with Gwen, After indulging in a myriad of attractions, he can palpably sense the warmth blossoming between them. If this continues, it is conceivable they may soon reach home plate. Indeed, the days devoid of monsters are truly delightful. As Qin Yang settled into his seat, he was about to express his sentiments when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Qin Yang, look over there. Gwen, who had just taken a seat across from him, pointed anxiously behind him. Qin Yang turned his head and was immediately struck by the sight of a trash bin's refuse levitating in the air. Soon after, a second and a third followed suit. Even a half-finished soda bottle clutched by a child began to defy the laws of nature and floated upwards. As time passed, the number of floating debris increased exponentially, soaring higher with each moment. Then, as if commanded by some unseen force, the refuse began to rapidly coalesce in a singular direction. It was at this juncture that everyone realized it was not merely the amusement park, but the entirety of the city's refuse that had taken flight. What on earth is happening? Why are all these trash items airborne? And where are they headed? Observing the cloud of debris soaring overhead, Gwen's expression grew increasingly grave. She instinctively sensed that something ominous was about to transpire, a situation far beyond Spider-Gwen's realm of influence. Thankfully, thus far, only trash had taken to the skies, with no injuries reported. Sighing, Qin Yang could not help but feel disheartened. He had anticipated that the amusement park would be free of monsters, yet trouble had arisen elsewhere, potentially even more troublesome than Gotti or Hilbegon. His first official date had been so rudely interrupted. In light of this, he resolved to uncover the source of the mischief. He muttered a curse under his breath and, finding a reason to excuse himself, distanced himself from Gwen. Once in a secluded corner, he summoned his divine rod and transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. There was no doubt that this incident with the refuse was the work of some restless individuals behind the scenes. Qin Yang had begun to form suspicions, and now his task was to unearth those responsible and administer a well-deserved reprimand. What was that strange occurrence at the beach? Could it be related to the monsters? Upon receiving the news, Thor arrived promptly, gazing at the ever-expanding mass of refuse in the sky, growing larger as it absorbed surrounding debris. His expression a blend of gravity and confusion. Truth be told, even a deity such as himself had never witnessed such a peculiar phenomenon. Midgard truly is a wondrous place. I fear this may prove more dire than any ordinary monster. Iron Man, standing nearby, spoke with utmost seriousness. This refuse is in blatant violation of the laws of entropy, coalescing and compressing at an alarming rate, particularly within that increasingly enormous sphere of trash. Immense pressure and heat are accumulating. Do you understand what will happen if this continues? An explosion, a vast and catastrophic explosion. Thus, we cannot employ heavy artillery against it directly. Can we? Superman, having flown from afar, furrowed his brow upon hearing Iron Man's words and inquired. Indeed. Iron Man nodded emphatically. It would be prudent to refrain from utilizing techniques such as emitting lasers from your eyes indiscriminately. Otherwise, we risk triggering an immediate detonation of this entity. What if I were to send it into space? Superman proposed an alternative solution, theoretically feasible. Iron Man mused for a moment before gently nodding. However, it appears that nearly half of the Earth's refuse is converging towards this location. I fear that even more dreadful occurrences may ensue. Chapter 46. The Cosmic Behemoth. Behemoths stand apart from the debris soaring in from all directions and the increasingly dense mass of refuse. The towering waves also posed a significant threat. After a moment of contemplation, Superman propelled himself towards the colossal mass of garbage. Superman, I shall assist you. Green Lantern, arriving just in time, conjured a shimmering green barrier that enveloped the refuse, preventing more waste from accumulating while facilitating Superman's endeavor to send the mass into space. Are we merely to observe? Thor, gazing at Superman as he commenced lifting the refuse towards the cosmos, inquired with a hint of melancholy. Once a deity of great repute, having wreaked havoc in Asgard, he now found himself relegated to the role of a mere supporting character, or even less. The monsters, Ultraman, and others aside, that inexplicably appearing Superman seemed to eclipse him by a slim margin. Indeed, during their initial encounter, Thor had nearly become a mere power source for Iron Man, as recounted in the Avengers. What other choice do we have? Iron Man replied, tilting his head. Superman's strength surpasses ours, and his speed is unparalleled. He is evidently more suited for this task. Besides, we are all superheroes fighting to protect humanity. There is no need for such rigid distinctions. What matters is resolving the immediate crisis. However, Iron Man's expression grew somber as he continued. Those refuse are still converging towards us. The situation in the Pacific is peculiar. Those waves do not appear to be a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity. Iron Man's apprehensions proved to be well-founded. Swish, swish, swish. The debris in the sky began to coalesce. Once they amassed to the size of a small hill, they hurtled towards Superman like cannonballs. The enormous refuse ball, enveloped in the green barrier, began to emit a potent, corrosive gas laden with dioxins, along with additional smaller heaps of refuse. Sizzle. Bang. The corrosive gas and the impact of the refuse quickly shattered Green Lantern's barrier. Superman found himself engulfed in toxic fumes and debris. Seizing this opportunity, the massive refuse ball broke free from Superman's grasp and hurtled towards the beach. In the process, it gradually morphed into a colossal monster, standing 58 meters tall, weighing 60,000 tons, with reptilian limbs and a head glowing due to high temperatures, serving as eyes and mouth, entirely composed of refuse. Yet, in the next instant, the descent of this refuse monster abruptly halted, reversing direction towards the sky. Simultaneously, a giant of red, purple, and silver hues, radiating brilliance and cradling the refuse monster, materialized before the onlookers. It was Ultraman. Splendid, he has arrived. Iron Man, Thor. And Green Lantern beamed with joy upon recognizing the familiar figure, as if the mere emergence of the latter could resolve all issues with ease. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Defeat the garbage entity, Dream Gitarma, and prevent the tsunami. Dream Gitarma? Upon hearing the system's prompt echo in his mind, Qin Yang, transformed into Tiga, mused inwardly. Indeed, it is you. The garbage entity, Dream Gitarma, first appeared in the television series Dyna, known as humanity's retribution against refuse. The design of Gitarma's form is rather absurd. It can even absorb Dyna's ultimate technique, the Souljet Light. Moreover, Gitarma is effectively akin to a massive bomb. Thus, employing physical means to combat it is decidedly more fitting. Of course, before that, it must first be sent into space. It is worth noting that in the original series, even after Gitarma's defeat, the area from which it emerged endured a week's worth of debris rain. Additionally, Qin Yang had an inkling that this situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Hence, Ultraman teleportation. Tiga, in which Qin Yang had transformed, wasted no time and immediately opened a golden portal, transporting himself and Dream Gitarma into the cosmos beyond Earth. It is pertinent to mention that this time Tiga constructed the light energy teleportation array based on his own light energy. After utilizing the magic of Kamitaji and the magical mechanical matrix of Jobalis, he had also developed some unique light magic of his own. In the vastness of space, Ultraman Tornado Kick. Upon arrival, Tiga did not hesitate. He swiftly transformed into his powerful form and morphed into a whirlwind, charging towards Dream Gitarma from below. Bang! As anticipated, Dream Gitarma was pierced through by the Ultraman tornado and subsequently exploded into countless fragments. Tiga subsequently acquired a portion of Gitarma's power alongside its full capabilities. However, in the very next moment, as Tiga dissipated the surrounding tornado, a yellow destructive energy projectile, crackling with lightning, hurtled towards his back. I knew it wouldn't be this simple. Sensing the impending danger, Tiga released an intangible Ultraman psychic force, forcibly deflecting the trajectory of the yellow destructive beam. Turning around, he beheld the true culprit who had attempted to ambush him with the yellow energy projectile, a towering monster, 46 meters tall, possessing avian features on its head, with yellow claws on its hands and pentagram-shaped red absorbing organs adorning parts of its body. The cosmic behemoth, B-Monster? Tiga quickly recognized this as one of the classic monsters from the Ultraman series. It first appeared in the television series Jack and had put Ultraman Jack in a dire predicament, compelling him to fly towards the sun in search of strength. It was only when Jack received the Ultraman bracelet from from Seven, that he successfully vanquished B-Monster. Jack then began his journey towards becoming a legend, armed with the Ultraman bracelet. Subsequently, nearly every appearance of B-Monster exerts pressure on at least one Ultraman, except for that instance when it was effortlessly hurled by a certain scientist. In essence, B-Monster's prowess surpasses that of ordinary monsters like Galba and Nalanga. Its presence here is likely a result of deliberate scheming. Is it Loki or the Joker? Tiga pondered briefly before dismissing the thought, for it was ultimately inconsequential. What truly mattered was to eliminate the formidable B-Monster. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Defeat B-Monster. See, even the system concurs with Tiga's intention. With that in mind, I shall emulate Hikaru, for I am, after all, a scientist in my own right. Zipili Ao Ray. Without granting B-Monster an opportunity for subsequent action, Tiga unleashed his ultimate technique following a brief moment of concentration. Chapter 47. The Rescue of the Great Dog Gaiety with a swift motion. The brilliant white beam of destructive energy surged forth at full power, hurtling towards B-Monster. The creature emitted a sound reminiscent of a bird's call as its pentagram-like organ inched open, commencing the absorption of Tiga's Zipili Ao beam. Oh, let me see how long this beast can sustain this. Tiga scoffed, unfazed by the spectacle, and instead amplified his energy output. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed. And finally, Baymonston recognized the dire predicament it was in. It wished to cease the absorption of the beam but discovered that its pentagram organ had been fully expanded by the flow of energy and could not be shut off directly. The only solution lay in Tiga voluntarily halting his energy output. Yet, it was evident that he had no intention of doing so. Ignoring the ominous red glow beginning to flicker across his chest and the rhythmic thumping of the timer, Tiga further intensified his energy discharge. At last, boom, Baymonston, overwhelmed by an influx of energy far beyond its limits, erupted like a balloon bursting. In the aftermath, Tiga assimilated a portion of Baymonston's power alongside its full capabilities. Baymonston's absorption abilities? Feeling the newfound power coursing through him, Tiga's mind began to race with possibilities. In the next instant, boom, two Arctidus ships emerged through golden magical portals, simultaneously unleashing max cannons, their might comparable to the signature attacks of conventional Ultramen, under Tiga's telekinetic control. However, the energy from the two max cannons was swiftly absorbed by Tiga. His chest timer reverted to a state of full energy. Indeed, this method proved effective. Tiga nodded in satisfaction. This indicated that even without the Earth to provide energy, he could replenish it through alternative means. The sole drawback was that these two Arctidus ships required recharging. For approximately 3 minutes, they could not utilize the max cannon again. Yet, this was of little concern. Tiga possessed 2 additional Arctidus ships, as well as several vessels from Dyna, including the Victory God Eagle, the Karaku NF-3000, and a colossal Prometheus ship that had previously overwhelmed Dyna in a theatrical release. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Baymonston, completing the mission, and earning the reward, Ultraman Ring, now fused with Tiga's ring. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more within Tiga's mind. His self-crafted Tiga ring underwent a significant transformation. Firstly, the Ultraman ring emerged as a unique artifact akin to Jack's Ultraman bracelet, a formidable weapon indeed. Not only did it encompass all the functionalities of the Ultraman bracelet, but its power also grew in tandem with the energy Tiga channeled. Furthermore, Tiga could conduct research to develop new features and applications that the Ultraman bracelet did not possess. Simultaneously, the Ultraman ring exhibited properties of indestructibility and permanence. The fusion of the Ultraman ring with the Tiga ring naturally bestowed upon it the latter's form and capabilities. This makes it more convenient for Tiga to utilize. Oh, yet another delightful reward. Upon learning about the Ultraman bracelet, Tiga felt a flicker of joy within. It is noteworthy that Jack, who initially lacked remarkable prowess, was able to shine brilliantly in the latter part of his TV series solely due to the Ultraman bracelet. This led to the infamous scene of Jack's spark igniting and the subsequent fall of multiple Ragers. Tiga firmly believes that the presence of the Ultraman bracelet will undoubtedly enhance his overall strength. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Save the ancient Kamena monster, Gotti. The sudden system notification left Tiga somewhat bewildered. Gotti has appeared in this world too? As he quickly regained his composure, he found himself immersed in a moment of contemplation. The ancient Kamenu monster, Gotti, first debuted in the Tiga TV series. It fought alongside a certain giant of light 30 million years ago. Unfortunately, in the era of Tiga 30 million years later, due to the misguided heart of Masaki Kigo, that giant of light was corrupted and became evil Tiga. To awaken its master, Gotti revived using the body of a dog, attempting to thwart evil Tiga. Theoretically, as the combat partner of the giant of light and one of the few monsters equipped with a timer on its chest, Gotti's strength should not be inferior to that of evil Tiga. In the series, it even managed to lift the 44,000-ton evil Tiga. Moreover, it possibly possesses the ability to emit light beams as well. Regrettably, in the show, Gotti was solely focused on awakening its companion's heart and did not resist evil Tiga's attacks, ultimately leading to its demise at the hands of evil Tiga. However, based on the conclusion of that episode, the dog that Gotti possessed should still be alive. Nevertheless, Gotti's true strength remains a mystery, as related materials have scarcely described it. Should Gotti indeed manifest in this world, it would pose a significant threat. Once Tiga regained his senses, he hurriedly activated the teleportation array to return to Earth. In a certain region of the Pacific Ocean, an enormous tsunami is imminent. Moreover, I have detected what seems to be 4 colossal life forms beneath the sea. Could it be that this tsunami is caused by them? Wait. In a nearby city, a monster resembling a Kamenu has just appeared. Strangely, it possesses a timer on its chest akin to Ultraman's, and it appears to be causing no destruction to the surrounding structures. After Tiga teleported away with the trash monster, the sudden turn of events did not bring relief to Superman, Iron Man, and the others. Rather, it deepened their concerns. It feels as if this is part of a conspiracy. Wonder Woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "The adversary's target may not be us, but rather Ultraman Tiga." The expressions of the others were equally grim. In this age plagued by monsters, the significance of Ultraman is undeniable. Should Ultraman vanish, humanity's fate would undoubtedly plunge into darkness. Simultaneously, the feeling of being undervalued, coupled with an undeniable sense of inadequacy, instills a profound discomfort within these superheroes. The creature lurking in the city, though yet to wreak havoc, cannot be overlooked. Moments later, Thor begins to whirl his hammer. I shall investigate. The tsunami here intensifies, and the four colossal entities lurking beneath the sea evoke an ominous sensation. In the absence of Ultraman, a formidable force like Superman ought to remain in this vicinity. Clearly, it is more suitable for someone of Thor's moderately superior capabilities to confront the seemingly safer monster in the nearby city. Oh, is that Dinah? No. His appearance seems rather amiss. As Thor approaches his destination, a giant, reminiscent of Dinah yet adorned in a sinister black and white hue, descends before the Shikigami monster, exuding an aura of malevolence. Chapter 48. Jedi, who is he? Thor was reluctant to believe that the seemingly malevolent giant was in any way connected to Tiga, or that he could even be Tiga himself. Apart from Tiga, he had never encountered any other giants. A giant is a giant. Quickly, eliminate the beast. Humph. How dare this foolish monster invade our city? Does it not realize that we are under the protection of Ultraman, in the city where Jedi resided? The onlookers directed their gazes towards it, filled with anger, resentment, excitement, and malice. Previously, monsters had only appeared in New York and Gotham, despite Jedi's presence. It had not engaged in any destruction. Rather, it acted timidly, fearful of inadvertently causing harm. The murmurs of the people below were surely within its hearing. And although it might not fully comprehend their words, it could certainly discern their rejection, disgust, and mockery directed at it. However, Jedi was presently uninterested in these sentiments. All of its focus was on the malevolent Jedi that had just appeared across from it. Jedi could not understand why it had been resurrected or why its former companion had once again succumbed to evil. Yet, even if given another chance, it still hoped to restore its companion's sanity, even if it meant facing death once more. Witnessing this scene, the malevolent Jedi emitted an unsettling, sinister laugh. Evil beam. Then, raising its hand, Jedi unleashed a purplish-red shuriken beam towards the humans on the ground. Infuriated that these mere ants dared to shout at him, such insolence was tantamount to seeking death. What are you doing? At this critical moment, Thor descended, wielding his hammer to block the shuriken beam. However, he was still knocked back by the force of the beam, increasingly aware of the vast power disparity between himself and such giants. Evil beam. Observing this, Jedi, slightly annoyed, turned its head and casually released several more purplish-red shuriken beams. Help. Ultraman is killing people. Indeed, it seemed that Ultraman's previous kindness was merely a facade. In reality, he was no different from those monsters. What kindness? He had only ever fought against monsters, and had never clearly expressed his stance. Why bother with such matters now? Run. Upon witnessing Jedi's assault, the people on the ground frantically attempted to flee. Alas, their speed was utterly meaningless against the giant's attacks. Boom. With a piercing explosion. Those who had spoken so boldly moments ago were reduced to ashes. The world fell into an eerie silence. Jedi finally smiled with satisfaction, then turned its gaze towards Jedi. Evil Ray. Confronted by the utterly unyielding Gade, the malevolent Jedi retracted his fists beneath his arms, then extended them outward. After gathering a sufficient amount of violet-black energy, he crossed his palms forward, ultimately forming an L-shaped stance, from which he unleashed a devastating violet-black beam of destructive energy, rivaling the might of Tiga's Zypelio ray, with the intent to obliterate Gade in a single strike. At this critical moment, Tiga materialized amidst a brilliant white radiance, skillfully employing his invincibility to intercept Jade's sinister beam. Jade, taken aback, pondered, what sorcery is this? Where has my formidable evil beam vanished to? Without further ado, Tiga seized the opportunity to counterattack, hurling forth a white octagonal will formed from Zypelio energy. In response, Jade, witnessing Tiga's somewhat unscrupulous assault, hastily extended his hands to conjure a purplish-red circular shield before him. However, to his astonishment, the Zypelio wheel veered unexpectedly. Confounded, Jade questioned the nature of this strange occurrence. When had Tiga acquired such a technique? Unfortunately, he had no time to contemplate further. With an imperceptible telekinetic force, Tiga's Zypelio will slice through Jade, cleaving him in two. The next moment, Jade's severed body erupted into countless fragments. Simultaneously, two black beams, one large and one small, emerged from the side of Jade's explosion, surging into Tiga's dark divine scepter. The larger beam, undoubtedly belonging to Jade, alongside the previously vanquished Bomazadin and Mingadamali, had all transformed from monster cards, indicating that these troubles were orchestrated by the Joker from behind the scenes. The smaller beam, however, emanated from an ordinary person filled with envy and resentment towards the Ultraman's emergence, serving no purpose other than to slightly vex Tiga. Perhaps this was one of the Joker's intentions? At that moment, Gade gazed in the direction of Jade's explosion, tears streaming down his eyes. He held no resentment towards Tiga. for he understood that if his former companion were to witness this scene, he would not blame Tiga either. Moreover, these two ancient beings were also allies. Yet, witnessing his once closest companion endure such misfortunes twice was undeniably disheartening for Gade. They were merely pawns manipulated by lowly scoundrels, exploiting the remnants of his comrade. Through a mental connection, Tiga conveyed to Gade, "What you must do next is not to remain submerged in sorrow. Instead, you should join me in the continued fight for light and justice. However, before we proceed, you should take a moment to rest." Upon concluding his words, Tiga simultaneously unleashed a soothing light and a cellular transformation beam from the crystal on his forehead, transforming Gade into a puppy while he remained in slumber. Additionally, he employed a teleportation array to temporarily relocate the latter to a secure location. Soon, a beam of white light emerged from the spot where Gade had vanished, merging into the divine light staff within Tiga's being. Consequently, he acquired a portion of Gade's power along with his complete abilities. Could this fellow truly emit beams of light? Feeling the newfound capabilities within him, Tiga's heart stirred slightly. This development presented an opportunity to cultivate Gade as a combat pet or companion. Naturally, the greater the latter's strength, the better. Moreover, envisioning a monster unleashing a finishing move akin to Ultraman's from his arm, how delightful would that scene be? Of course, this is contingent upon the fact that this monster is aligned with his side. Chapter 49, The Star of Hope. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully saving Gade and receiving the reward, the Star of Hope. The voice of the system resonated in Tiga's mind at just the right moment, imparting knowledge of the reward. The so-called Star of Hope, akin to the Earth Guardian, serves as a primary auxiliary buff. In essence, the Star of Hope autonomously absorbs the light of hope emanating from all living beings around Tiga, thereby assisting him in the future to unlock his forms such as Flashing Tiga and Shining Tiga. Moreover, the more hope he accumulates when transforming into these forms, the greater his power will become. Furthermore, when Tiga finds himself in dire straits, the unwavering hope within him will also grant him unimaginable strength. In simpler terms, it means that he can achieve a remarkable surge of power through sheer will. Such a reward indeed, observing the golden light, varying in size and emanating from all regions of Earth, which he alone could perceive and which symbolized hope, Tiga felt a surge of joy. Initially, he had nearly abandoned the dream of transforming into Shining Tiga in this world, characterized by the simple and earnest hearts of Gotham City's populace. Yet, the existence of the Star of Hope could turn his fantasy into reality. The effect of the willful surge during desperate times also enabled him to some extent, disregard all hardships and obstacles. How could he not be elated? It was time to attend to the next matter. After regaining his focus from the system's reward, Tiga directed his gaze toward the Pacific Ocean. The tsunami there was becoming increasingly ferocious. If left unchecked, it would inevitably result in countless innocent lives being lost. Most likely, it was the work of certain monsters. By defeating these creatures, Tiga could gain even more strength. Furthermore, he had previously triggered a mission to halt the tsunami. Indeed, despite the chaos caused by the Joker disrupting Qin Yang estate, it also afforded him considerable new strength. This further demonstrated that the Joker, true to his name, resembled a genuine fool. Given this, Qin Yang didn't mind allowing him to linger a while longer. After all, if he truly wished to eliminate the Joker, even if the latter became a harbinger of darkness, he would be unable to escape. The Pacific Ocean, true to his nature as an Ultra, he effortlessly dispatched 3 opponents. The Superman, who observed all of Tiga's battles with his supervision, could not help but marvel. In recent days, he had occasionally approached the sun to enhance his own powers. It is no exaggeration to say that he now felt confident in defeating even a monster as formidable as Galba. However, the likes of the volcanic monster Barton, the flaming Golzon, Dream Gatamali, and Baymon Stan all surpassed Galba in strength. Even under the rays of the yellow sun, Superman might not necessarily prevail. Yet, to resolve battles as effortlessly as an Ultra did would be nearly impossible. Here they come. Beneath the ocean, the 4 monstrous beings are on the rise. Curiously, why are the remaining 2 remaining still? The Green Lantern, detecting the ascent of 2 creatures, wears an expression of perplexity. They are draining Ultraman's strength. Soon, Batman's voice echoed through the Justice League's communication channel. We are all aware now that Ultraman's active time is limited. Dark emissaries like Loki and the Joker surely recognize this as well. Thus, as Wonder Woman previously speculated, this incident is indeed aimed at Ultraman. However, what is the purpose of exhausting Ultraman? The Green Lantern remains puzzled. Can Ultraman disappear at will? Would he be foolish enough to remain stationary, allowing these monsters to deplete him? But what if he does? Wonder Woman's voice interjects. Do not forget, without Ultraman, humanity on this planet would be plunged into grave peril. How could that be? The Green Lantern instinctively questioned. Although he is human and desires Ultraman to fight for humanity until the very end, He still cannot believe that an unknown being like Ultraman would willingly sacrifice his life for humans who are entirely unrelated to him. Yet, as Wonder Woman said, what if Ultraman would? The monsters are about to emerge. At that moment, Superman gazed down at the surface of the sea and declared, "This is our world. Regardless of the Joker's intentions, and no matter what choices Ultraman might make, we must fight with all our might to protect this world." I think. Compared to the monsters, the Flash interjected, "Our immediate concern should be the tsunami." Indeed, as the two unknown monsters gradually surfaced, colossal waves exceeding 100 meters rose from the Pacific. Even with the combined efforts of the Flash, Superman, and Iron Man to assist the beachgoers in evacuating, hundreds were still swept away by the surging tides. Terrifyingly, more waves, even higher and mightier, awaited to charge forth like valiant warriors on a battlefield. The Flash was right. At this moment, the imminent tsunami is of greater urgency than the monsters. This precisely highlights the dilemma. No matter how powerful Superman, the god among men, may be, or how swift and formidable his biological field, he cannot repel the tsunami. At least, not yet. In fact, in the eyes of Superman, Wonder Woman, and Iron Man, no one could achieve that. Not even the revered Ultraman Tiga, worshipped by many as a true deity. Boom. Yet, just as a new wave surged forward, accompanied by a familiar blinding white light, the magnificent figure of Tiga, radiating divine white brilliance, appeared before the tsunami as if it were only natural. What astonished everyone present even more was the fact that the tumultuous tsunami had truly halted before him. Ultraman's psychic barrier. Tiga unleashed his ethereal psychic energy without reservation, striving to impede the surging waves. Fortunately, the enhancement of his powers, acquired through the vanquishing of monsters, was comprehensive. Otherwise, even with the augmentation of his psychic energy, Tiga would still find it impossible to thwart the tsunami. However, mere obstruction was far from sufficient. It was imperative to repel the tsunami and restore tranquility to the entire Pacific Ocean. Naturally, the four monsters lurking beneath the ocean floor must also be dealt with. Otherwise, they could unleash another tsunami at any moment. Chapter 50, Tiga, 1 against 5. The advantage lies with me, Ultraman Typhoon. Harnessing the abilities acquired from the celestial realm of nature's controlled machines, Tiga conjured a tremendous typhoon in a valiant attempt to repel the oncoming tsunami. Monster illusion. To augment the likelihood of success, Tiga summoned a creature from the celestial realm to assist in generating the tempest. To everyone's astonishment, Ultraman truly accomplished this feat. Iron Man, who had just escorted an innocent civilian to safety, wore an expression of disbelief beneath his mask. Moreover, he could conjure a typhoon? Meanwhile, Black Widow, monitoring the situation from a Quinjet, could not help but exclaim, "This is nothing short of divine intervention." Oh my! Utilizing the Green Lantern's manifestation abilities, Green Lantern assisted in evacuating waves of innocent civilians, and upon witnessing the creature summoned by Tiga, he was increasingly astonished, exclaiming, "Isn't that the monster that created a sandstorm in New York? Ultraman possesses such abilities? Frankly, this is rather troubling. After all, if Ultraman can summon monsters on his own, who can ascertain whether the previous battles were merely orchestrated by him?" Wait, Superman seemed to notice something, prompting everyone, "Look closely. The monster created by Ultraman bears a mark upon its chest, akin to his own, just like the earlier Shirshir Inu monster that did not actively cause destruction. Perhaps this delineates the distinction between benevolent and malevolent creatures?" Tiga, indifferent to the opinions of others, was wholly focused on unleashing his Ultraman telekinesis alongside the typhoon. With the assistance of the celestial creature, soon enough, Tiga successfully quelled the relentless waves of the tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the colorful timer on Tiga's chest illuminated with a red light once more. The celestial creature, having exhausted its energy and stamina, vanished from sight. Despite the Earth's provision of energy, both the previous confrontation with evil Tiga and the recent summoning of the monster to repel the tsunami were quite energy-draining endeavors. In the original series, Jax similarly transitioned from a fully energized state to a red alert after repelling the tsunami. Roar, roar. As if biding their time for this very moment, two colossal monsters erupted from the ocean's depths, coldly surveying Tiga. One stood at 43 meters. Its limbs planted firmly on the ground, adorned with a white, pointed horn upon its nose and sharp scales across its body. The other bore a similar likeness, but towered at 62 meters, standing upright. The tsunami monster, Simons, and the tornado monster, Siglis? Indeed, it is you. Tiga instantly recognized the identities of the two monsters, the very culprits behind the tsunami in a certain episode of Jack TV. In truth, Simons and Siglis were not particularly malevolent creatures in the original series. Yet in this world, they are but mere puppets in the hands of a jester. This is dire. Ultraman finds himself in a precarious situation, and we must lend our assistance. Upon seeing Simons and Siglis, Superman's expression shifted subtly. In his eyes, Ultraman, with the red lights on his chest flickering incessantly, was undoubtedly in a poor state. Faced with two adversaries, and with two more lurking beneath the ocean's depths, he might be overwhelmed. What? However, just as Superman was poised to intervene, he noticed Ultraman signaling him to halt, as if to convey that his help was unnecessary. Indeed, this was the case. As long as the Star of Hope does not relinquish its faith, the more dire the circumstances, the greater the potential for a miraculous resurgence. At this moment, Tiga could distinctly feel the power within him gradually amplifying. Moreover, the Earth was continuously providing energy. As long as Tiga refrains from exhausting his abilities excessively, he would soon regain his full strength. If all else fails, he could summon the Atlantis for a recharge with the Max Cannon. Even the Ultraman wristband possesses the capability to restore Tiga to his full state instantaneously. Furthermore, facing merely two opponents, was this not a situation ripe for domination? Tiga swiftly transformed into his aerial form, manifesting as a flurry of purple afterimages, positioning himself between Simmons and Sig Glass. With a radiant strike from his wristband, Tiga raised his left hand, empowered by the Ultraman wristband, and with a resounding crack, he severed the sharp tip from Simmons' nose. Energy beams erupted. In the instant he incapacitated Simmons, Tiga swiftly unleashed a barrage of purple and white energy orbs towards Sig Glass. Crack, crack, crack. The electric sparks erupted upon impact with Sig Glass's visage, obstructing his line of sight. Seizing the opportunity while Sig Glass was momentarily distracted, Tiga shifted to his power form, raising his right fist, which glowed with a crimson hue, and delivered a powerful blow to Sig Glass's chest. Boom. In an instant, the colossal form of Sig Glass, weighing 52,000 tons, was sent hurtling backward like a bullet, crashing deep into the Pacific Ocean. Without wasting a moment, Tiga executed a spinning kick, charged with red energy, sending the recently recovered Simmons back into the sea. Remarkable. Superman gazed in astonishment at this scene. It was the first time he realized Tiga could exhibit such prowess in close combat. After all, in previous encounters, Tiga had predominantly engaged in battle from a stationary position. Casting abilities. Those unacquainted with him might have assumed he could not fight at close range. If only a certain unnamed member of the victory team were present, they would surely witness what it truly means to wield a mage as a warrior. I believe that, rather than focusing on Dinah's melee prowess, one should pay attention to the timer adorning his chest. At this moment, Iron Man, who had just approached Superman, interjected with a reminder. The timer on his chest? Upon hearing this, Superman instinctively directed his gaze towards Dinah's chest. To his astonishment, he discovered that the timer, which had previously emitted a red light, had inexplicably transformed to blue. Transformed to blue? The other superheroes were equally astonished. Goodness, how does your melee combat also confer a blue healing effect? Boom. Thunder. Just then, aside from Simmons, new monsters emerged from the ocean. The situation was not yet resolved, as a humanoid beast, towering at 57 meters, adorned with a silver mask surrounded by yellow hair, clad in a black bodysuit featuring a peculiar symbol on its chest, and wielding a silver long knife in its right hand, materialized out of thin air, landing behind Dinah. Chapter 51. The inept magma alien, the twin monsters, Black Jiras and Red Jiras, as well as the Blade Tyrant, the magma alien, were swiftly recognized by Tiga. Among them, Black Jiras and Red Jiras stood tall at 56 meters and 55 meters respectively, their colors contrasting in black and red. As twin beasts, their appearances were strikingly similar, both adorned with pointed horns on their foreheads and long blades protruding backward from their backs. As for the magma alien, this vile creature made its debut in Leo TV and was the principal architect behind the destruction of Leo's homeland. However, the magma alien itself was rather inept. The real threat lay in the formidable Black Jiras and Red Jiras under its command. In the first episode of Leo, the magma alien, in conjunction with Black Jiras and Red Jiras, succeeded in shattering one of Seven's legs, leading to a prolonged period during which Seven required a cane. Furthermore, both Black Jiras and Red Jiras possessed the ability to conjure tsunamis, which they utilized to submerge the entire sea-tide island in Leo. At this moment, Simmons, Seguras, Black Jiras, Red Jiras, and the magma alien collectively surrounded Tiga. Yet, it mattered little. The odds were in Tiga's favor, 1 against 5. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Defeat Simmons, Seguras, Black Jiras, Red Jiras, and the magma alien. With a powerful ultrasonic beam and the Melbonic ray unleashed from his hands, Tiga disregarded the voice echoing in his mind. The golden ray and the orange flame laser struck true. Boom. Seguras, already weakened and hornless, was simultaneously hit by both the powerful ultrasonic beam and the Melbonic ray. Bang. Seguras erupted into countless fragments. One down, and in addition, I have acquired the ability to summon tornadoes from Seguras. Tiga, already possessing the power to create typhoons, declared. Ultra Tornado. In the next moment, As Tiga spun, a towering tornado filled with abundant seawater manifested above the Pacific Ocean. Before he could mourn Segura's demise, Simmons was swept into the vortex. Jira's spin. As the magma alien realized it too was on the verge of being engulfed by Tiga's tornado, it hesitated no longer and promptly commanded Black Jiras and Red Jiras. The two monsters embraced each other and began to spin in the opposite direction of the Ultra Tornado. Seizing this opportunity, the cunning magma alien chose to abandon its allies without a second thought and turned to flee. In its eyes, Tiga was far too formidable. After all, under the command of the ultimate life form, the Reblando alien, there were so many powerful warriors. Why should a mere magma alien sacrifice itself? As for Black Jiras and Red Jiras, two mere puppet monsters, how could they possibly be more significant than the life of the magma alien? Yet, the magma alien overlooked the fact that on this Earth, there exists more than just Ultraman. Apologies, but escape is not an option. The silhouette of Superman appeared before the magma alien as if conjured from thin air, his crimson cape billowing without a breeze. Huh. The magma alien scoffed, raising the silver blade in his right hand to strike at the ant-like figure before him. Indeed, in terms of stature, Superman resembled nothing more than a mere insect in the presence of the magma alien. Nevertheless, fueled by sheer determination, he forcefully blocked the assault with both hands. Subsequently, he exhaled a chilling breath, causing the blade in the magma alien-esque grip to swiftly freeze. Behold, wretched creature, receive my challenge. Before the magma alien could fully register Superman's prowess, Thor descended with thunderous might, delivering a hammer strike to the alien's forehead. Bang! Caught off guard, the magma alien, weighing a staggering 22,000 tons, toppled heavily onto the ocean's surface. However, despite the magma alien's relatively modest strength compared to other monsters, it was far from easily vanquished. In no time, the magma alien rose once more. Stand firm. Before the magma alien could make any move, Green Lantern manifested an enormous green rope, binding it securely and forcing it to stand upright. Wonder Woman also descended from the heavens, using her golden lasso of truth to tightly ensnare the alien's throat. Arc Energy Cannon, fire. At that moment, a towering figure, approximately 60 meters tall, adorned in a striking gold and crimson armor resembling an oversized Iron Man suit, emerged upon the Pacific Ocean. The gargantuan arc reactor embedded in its chest, after a brief charge, unleashed a powerful white energy shockwave. The magma alien, perplexed by the strength of these so-called ants, attempted to resist upon sensing danger. However, under the overwhelming pressure from Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Superman, and Thor, such efforts proved futile. Thus, boom, the shockwave, harnessing the full energy of the arc energy cannon, obliterated the magma alien's form into countless fragments. There was no denying, this creature was indeed weak. With the demise of the magma alien, a dark light surged into the dark godlight stick within Tiga. Is this possible? Tiga was taken aback. Although he hadn't vanquished the magma alien himself, he still managed to absorb a portion of its power, along with its full capabilities. Could it be that the dark godlight stick acknowledged the contributions of allies? Regardless, this development clearly signified a fortuitous occurrence for Tiga. Meanwhile, Raikiras and Redkuras could no longer withstand the gravitational pull and were swept into the sky by the whirlwind conjured by Tiga. Zai-Pei Liao's light beam. Seizing the opportunity, Tiga, having reverted to his combined form, unleashed his ultimate technique. Boom. Bang. Without any unexpected developments, the loss of the formidable Kira's rotation, which posed a significant challenge to novice Leo, rendered the defenses of Lake Kiras and Red Kiras akin to those of ordinary beasts. Soon after, they, along with Simmons, were obliterated into countless fragments within the Tempest. It goes without saying that this subsequently augmented Tiga's strength and skill set. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Dream Gator Molly, Simmons, Siglas, Black Kiras, Red Kiras, Magma Aliens, thwarting the tsunami, and completing the mission. Rewards obtained: Miracle Star, Ultra Flying Kick, Evolution Form, Knowledge of COT Team Series Armament, Ultra Annihilation Ray, Antimatter Ray. A series of system notifications reverberated in Tiga's mind. Among them, Miracle Star, akin to Hope Star, possesses the ability to empower Tiga to unleash extraordinary potential even in dire circumstances. The distinction lies in the focus of Hope Star, which leans towards strength, while Miracle Star emphasizes the realization of the diverse abilities that Tiga yearns for. In simpler terms, it can be interpreted as the power of aspiration. Chapter 52. Iron Man's Anti-Monster Armor. Among the remaining rewards, the Ultra Flying Kick is derived from the Leo Flying Kick. Furthermore, Tiga can amplify the power of the flying kick by infusing it with additional light energy or incorporating elements such as lightning and tornadoes. The evolved form represents a fusion of Tiga's composite, powerful, and aerial types. In this state, Tiga will possess the skill potency of the composite type, the strength of the powerful type, the speed of the aerial type, along with the corresponding characteristics of all three forms. This undoubtedly signifies a substantial enhancement of Tiga's capabilities. The knowledge surrounding the KOD Team's series of armed equipment is equally remarkable. The KOD Team, officially known as the Scientific Special Investigation Team, is the foremost Earth defense unit within the System series, yet their performances are astonishingly formidable. To put it succinctly, they have repeatedly vanquished monsters with mere handguns. In the finale of the original series, the cosmic dinosaur Jeton, which had slain the original Ultraman, was also defeated by the KOD Team using anti-gravity bullets. If Tiga could produce thousands of anti-gravity bullets, then formidable foes like Gitangia and Belial would be rendered insignificant. The Ultragen Star Ray, as its name suggests, is a luminous skill capable of obliterating an entire planet. Moreover, as Tiga's strength escalates and the energy infused increases, the power of this ray will correspondingly intensify. The cost, however, is that each release may require nearly all of Tiga's energy. Yet, in comparison to its formidable power, this price is negligible. The final reward, the antimatter ray, holds significant weight. It is widely recognized that both matter and antimatter exist within the universe. When just 1 gram of matter encounters an equivalent amount of antimatter, it generates an explosive energy equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of TNT. The antimatter ray can instantaneously convert tens of thousands of tons of matter into the corresponding antimatter. The reverse is equally true. Theoretically, Tiga, if he so desires, can utilize this skill to obliterate the entire universe. Whether this would attract the attention of the 5 great cosmic deities or the Life Tribunal remains uncertain. In truth, who would have imagined that within the entire Ultraman series, the sole being possessing the antimatter ray is the 4th of the Heisei 3, Ultraman Eagle? It can only be said that he lives up to his reputation. Reflecting on this, Tiga couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Of course, he has now become the second being in the Ultraman series to possess the antimatter ray. Moments later, as the white light flickered on Tiga's chest timer, his entire form transformed into countless particles of light and vanished from sight. You see, I was not mistaken. Observing this, Green Lantern shrugged and remarked, "As long as Ultraman wishes, he can disappear at will. I cannot fathom who could truly kill him unless someone can ascertain where Ultraman goes after vanishing. However, individuals capable of drawing him out can indeed be found." Batman responded, for instance, by mentioning the armored Ultraman Tiga. Fortunately, there exists someone who can elicit the presence of armored Tiga. This is both a boon and a bane. Should Tiga, at some point in the future, choose to align against humanity, at least Batman and his allies would possess a glimmer of hope to counter him. Conversely, Tiga's adversaries could likewise exploit armored Tiga to challenge him. Yet, within armored Tiga, there lies an enigmatic quality that remains elusive. Should a fool rashly attempt to scheme against him, they might find themselves at the mercy of his formidable power. Oh, Odin above. At this moment, Thor had ascended to the top of the Iron Giant, glancing around and tapping lightly, while inquiring of Iron Man within the armor, "Tony, how did you construct this marvel? It can obliterate that monstrous figure with a single blast?" "Thor, I must warn you, keep your Mjolnir away from my precious creation." Observing Thor eagerly brandishing the God of Thunder's hammer, Iron Man smirked with pride, declaring, "It is merely an expansion of my iron suit by several dozen times. How could it pose a challenge to the world's most brilliant Tony Stark?" The birth of an Iron Giant could not merely be attributed to the simple enlargement of an iron suit. However, for Tony, it was indeed not a significant hurdle. This success greatly satisfied his pride, marking a monumental achievement for humanity. It signified that even without relying on Ultraman, humanity could vanquish monsters through its own strength. Though the magma aliens were not particularly formidable among the monsters encountered, and their defeat was aided by Superman, Thor, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, and Tiga's pivotal role in subduing the twin beasts, the significance was profound. Moreover, the current Iron Giant was merely the first generation. As long as Tony remained alive, there would inevitably be a second, a third generation. Perhaps in the future, he might even create an Iron Giant that could rival or surpass Tiga. Tony couldn't help but indulge in such delightful fantasies. He even bestowed upon his Iron Giant a name he found quite satisfactory: Anti-Monster Armor. In New York, Queens, within a certain amusement park, Qin Yang, "I'm so glad you're safe." Upon Qin Yang's return, Gwen embraced him without hesitation. Even though Gwen harbored a faint suspicion about Qin Yang's true identity, after he had vanished with a somewhat clumsy excuse, she remained engulfed in constant worry. As the ghost spider who risked her life nightly to combat crime, Gwen could hardly blame Qin Yang for anything. All she could do was trust that he would never truly come to harm and cherish every moment they shared together. "Well, haven't I returned?" Qin Yang gently stroked Gwen's hair and back, reassuring her, "We should be on our way soon." Gwen nodded, choosing not to voice her dissent. Although Tiga had vanquished the refuse entity, Minji Adamali, the remnants of litter had cascaded down like rain, blanketing the amusement park. After such an ordeal, It was evident that Qin and Qin Yang lacked the desire to linger any longer. Fortunately, the two had spent a delightful half-day together earlier. Thus, their outing was not entirely marred. As night fell, just as Qin Yang was preparing to don the Tiga armor to rendezvous with Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, a ring radiating a blue luminescence soared from the distant horizon, hovering before him. Chapter 53, I am quite fond of a particular phrase by Nick Fury. The wise beings have locked on. From Earth, Qin Yang. You possess the ability to instill unwavering hope in others. Welcome to the Blue Lantern Corps. A blue ring floated before Qin Yang, radiating a soothing light that rekindled hope and brightness in the heart. Blue Lantern? Qin Yang's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Within the DC universe, there exists an emotional spectrum, a source of energy derived from various emotions. The Green Lantern's ring is regarded as one of the most powerful weapons in the cosmos. Each spectrum symbolizes a distinct emotional energy, corresponding to its respective lantern core. For instance, white light signifies life, green light embodies willpower, yellow light represents fear, red light denotes anger, orange light signifies greed, cyan light embodies compassion, purple light symbolizes love, blue light represents hope, and black light signifies death. As Tiga embodies hope and has recently acquired the Star of Hope, it is only natural that it would catch the attention of the blue light, which similarly represents hope. Upon reflection, the appearance of a blue lantern ring before Qin Yang suddenly made sense, or perhaps not, if memory serves in the DC realm. Aside from the white and black rings, the other rings are primarily man-made, are they not? Qin Yang could not suppress his inner doubts and quips at this period. As the creators of the Green Lantern Corps and the Supreme Intelligence Commanders, the Guardians of the Universe, Ganthet and Sed, should still be tied to their identities as Guardians and have yet to forge the Blue Lantern rings. Even if they had created them, there should be surplus rings available for one to appear before Qin Yang. It is hardly plausible that a Blue Lantern member would relinquish their ring and send it flying over to him. Let me see what this Blue Lantern ring, representing hope, is truly capable of. Qin Yang, momentarily dazed, grasped the Blue Lantern ring in his hand. Simultaneously, information regarding the ring surged into his mind. It became evident that Qin Yang was correct. During this period, Ganthet and Sed had not yet crafted the Blue Lantern rings as depicted in DC Comics. The ring in Qin Yang's possession was the first Blue Lantern ring to spontaneously emerge following his acquisition of the Star of Hope, Blue Light. Does that make sense now? Qin Yang. So, I have become a mere figurehead again. Wait, why do I say again? Never mind, let us set that aside for now. He tossed the Blue Lantern ring into a special space within the Cosmic Technology Bureau, entrusting it to the Jilbalis Corps for preliminary testing and research, before continuing his preparations to rendezvous with Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen. Firstly, he did not wish to back out of the arrangements already made. Secondly, the Blue Lantern, embodying hope, primarily serves to soothe the heart and assist other lanterns, which holds little significance for Qin Yang. At most, he could use this opportunity to study the emotional spectrum itself. S-H-I-D-L-D. Another Titan with the capacity to create monsters. Nick Fury once again found himself plagued by a headache. The emergence of the malevolent entity, combined with Tiga's ability to create monsters and the machinations of certain individuals, has given rise to considerable skepticism and dissent against Ultraman among the populace. Currently, such sentiments amount to little more than the impotent fury of a few. After all, the thoughts of mere insects hold little significance for a dragon of colossal stature. However, the advent of Iron Man's formidable armor, or what he refers to as anti-monster armor, has introduced a slight shift in this narrative. While this armor remains largely inconsequential in the face of the undefeated Ultraman, it symbolizes a diminishing divide between humanity and the divine. The original sin of greed begins to take root in the hearts of men. For instance, during a recently concluded meeting, multiple members of the World Security Council voiced their desire to develop more powerful anti-monster armor, seeking to liberate themselves from Ultraman's influence. Some, in their extremity, even suggested capturing Ultraman to study his powers. Naturally, demands for Tony Stark to surrender his iron suit and the technology behind the anti-monster armor have become commonplace discussions. In light of this, Nick Fury found himself engaged in lengthy debates with those foolish individuals, feeling as though his hair could grow and recede in an endless cycle. Fortunately, within the World Security Council, there exists Minister Pierce, who enjoys Nick Fury's unwavering trust and support. Director. At this moment, he'll approach with a grave expression, reporting. Not long ago, a group claiming to be from the legendary Atlantis asserted that the monster Ultraman killed in the Pacific was, in fact, one of their kin. They alleged that their relative was merely manipulated by nefarious individuals and was brutally slain by Ultraman. They demand that we reach out to Ultraman to compel him to apologize to Atlantis and submit to their judgment. Otherwise, they threaten to launch an assault on land to force Ultraman out. Additionally, another group, also claiming to hail from Atlantis, stated that the humanoid monster, which was jointly eliminated by humanity and Ultraman, was the teacher of their king and, too, had been exploited. Nick Fury found himself bewildered. What is all this nonsensical chaos? How has the fabled Atlantis suddenly emerged? And why are there two factions of Atlanteans voicing their grievances? Most crucially, what audacity do these Atlanteans possess to condemn others? Are the innocent lives lost in the tsunami merely forgotten, while their kin were supposedly manipulated? Of course, matters involving another civilization are far from merely black and white. They involve positions and disparities in power. The crux of the issue lies in humanity's complete ignorance of the capabilities possessed by Atlantis. Furthermore, while Atlantis primarily condemns Ultraman, this does not guarantee that he will respond to their calls. As the armored Tiga, a messenger of Ultraman, once stated to the Justice League and the Avengers, Ultraman shall not interfere with the choices of humanity. Does this imply that he would similarly refrain from intervening in the disputes between humans and Atlantis? Unless, of course, there are monsters on the side of Atlantis. Director, our personnel, after a brief investigation, have discovered that those two groups may not originate from the same Atlantis. Upon receiving reports from some agents through his earpiece, Hill appeared somewhat astonished and skeptical, bizarrely reporting to Nick Fury. So, there exist two distinct Atlanteans. Nick Fury, huh? Chapter 54, The Symbiotic Battlesuit in a fusion of Marvel and DC. The narratives of this world have undergone subtle transformations. For instance, there exist two Atlanteans. Additionally, Aquaman Arthur Curry and Cyborg Victor Stone have yet to join the Justice League. The emergence of extraterrestrial monsters, coupled with the Joker's machinations, has incited hostility from both Atlanteans towards humans and Ultraman alike. However, these matters are of no immediate concern to Qin Yang. In New York, Queens, I have something to present to you. Upon reuniting with Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, Qin Yang produced two thumb-sized white spheres. These are the symbiotic battle suits I developed through my research on Venom. As their name suggests, the symbiotic battle suits are merely the battle suits. They do not possess any side effects that affect the user's emotions, nor do they harbor self-awareness. Moreover, Qin Yang has ingeniously eliminated the weaknesses of ultrasonic frequencies and extreme heat. The trade-off, however, is that the enhancement effect of the symbiotic battlesuit is significantly reduced, initially providing only a 12-fold increase in power. Yet, as time progresses, the enhancement effect will gradually escalate, with the current ceiling estimated at 20-fold. With further research, Qin Yang anticipates the possibility of raising the ceiling even higher. Even if he cannot, a 20-fold enhancement is already extraordinarily formidable. Furthermore, the symbiotic battlesuit is divided into a main body and a detachable component. Any enhancements gained by the detachable component will be entirely shared with the main body, which resides with Qin Yang. Although the symbiotic battlesuit cannot directly influence the Tiga armor or the form of Tiga as the Giant of Light, it can enhance Qin Yang's human form, thereby providing positive feedback to the Tiga armor or Tiga himself. Thus, in effect, the symbiotic battlesuit can still augment the combat efficacy of the Tiga armor or Tiga. Regrettably, time is of the essence, as Qin Yang currently possesses only 5 sets of the symbiotic battlesuits, including the main body. Otherwise, he might have equipped each of those superheroes with a suit, allowing them to serve him in his endeavors. The symbiotic battlesuit? Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. You managed to create a suit with characteristics akin to Venom's? And this is only a few days after obtaining Venom? Since acquiring Venom, Spider-Man's capabilities have dramatically increased. Criminals he once struggled to defeat, requiring considerable effort and a touch of luck, he can now dispatch with relative ease. Thus, Spider-Man fully comprehends the immense value of such a symbiotic battlesuit. This is a crucial item, and you intend to gift it to us? After learning about the symbiotic battlesuit, Spider-Gwen expressed her surprise as well. Absolutely, Qin Yang affirmed without hesitation. We are partners after all. Moreover, I require your assistance in conducting some pertinent experiments. Otherwise, I will be unable to further optimize the symbiotic battlesuit through mere solitary research. More importantly, these two separate symbiotic suits, upon replication and augmentation of your powers, will also share and enhance the essence of my own symbiotic suit. In other words, I am not merely gifting you these suits, rather, I am engaging you to work for me. This is one aspect of my reasoning. On another note, Qin Yang harbors concerns regarding the likes of the Joker and Loki, who may target Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen in their efforts to deal with him. With the symbiotic suits, they would be somewhat safer. Thank you. After listening to Qin Yang's words, Spider-Gwen ceased her hesitance, expressed her gratitude, and cautiously extended her finger towards one of the white orbs. Whoosh! The moment her finger made contact with the white orb, it enveloped her entirely. To the naked eye, Spider-Gwen appeared unchanged. The symbiotic suit seamlessly integrated with her existing spider uniform. However, in reality, the powers within her, along with her various abilities, were amplified by nearly twofold. The symbiotic suit could also morph according to her will, transforming into hammers, whips, and other forms. Furthermore, even without her web shooters, Spider-Gwen could still launch webs through the symbiotic suit. This was undoubtedly a boon, as the web fluid in her web shooters could be depleted. Is this what the symbiotic suit entails? Feeling the remarkable changes within her, Spider-Gwen was overjoyed. After Spider-Man acquired Venom, she had observed his enhancements with envy. To claim she felt no jealousy would be disingenuous. Although Venom, under Qin Yang's intimidation, refrained from affecting Spider-Man's emotions, it certainly had its own agenda. The mere thought of an independent entity draping itself over her like a garment sent shivers down her spine. At this moment, the symbiotic suit she received from Qin Yang was perfect, devoid of any will of its own. However, I already possess Venom. Spider-Man glanced at Spider-Gwen, then at the other white orb in Qin Yang's hand, and hesitantly inquired, if I choose the symbiotic suit, what will happen to Venom? Oh. Do you consider it a companion as well? Qin Yang remarked with a smile after glancing at Spider-Man. But it's of no use to me now. Moreover, the symbiotic suit can merge with it. This means that based on Venom, Spider-Man would instantly gain an approximate twofold enhancement. Such augmentation would also be reflected back to the core of the symbiotic suit, benefiting me even further. It can actually merge? Spider-Man was once again taken aback. Thank you, Armored Tiga. Realizing the implications, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, like Spider-Gwen, he touched the remaining white orb, which instantly enveloped him and merged with Venom. In the ensuing moments, Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen first acquainted themselves with their enhanced powers, and then, as was their custom, ventured in various directions to combat crime. As for me, Qin Yang pondered for a moment before devising a plan. Since I have acquired the Blue Lantern ring, I might as well pay him a visit. Not long after, in Coast City, Green Lantern, I have come to negotiate terms. The nation's most distinguished test pilot, Hal Jordan, was enjoying a candlelit dinner with his girlfriend, Carol Ferris, intending to discuss their respective strengths and weaknesses afterward. Suddenly, a golden portal materialized out of thin air, from which emerged a figure that seemed vaguely familiar to him. Chapter 55. Hal, those are my beloved friends and brothers. This sudden turn of events left Hal utterly bewildered. What is happening? I was enjoying a candlelit dinner with my girlfriend, engaged in pleasant conversation, and suddenly an armored Dyna appears? Wait a moment, an armored Dyna? What is he doing here? Could it be that I or my girlfriend is about to transform into a monster? Oh, Ultraman. In stark contrast to Hal's confusion, Carlo was initially startled, but soon erupted with joy. She quickly rose to her feet, retrieving a piece of paper and a pen from her bag, an item that had mysteriously found its way there, and approached Qin Yang with excitement. Ultraman, you are my idol. No. Wait, you are my fan. No, that is not right either. I am your idol. That seems even more incorrect. I apologize. I am just so nervous. In any case, could you please give me your autograph? Hal, I had no idea my girlfriend was a fan of Ultraman. Moreover, while this individual bears a resemblance to Ultraman and claims to be his emissary, he is not the genuine Ultraman. Dear Carlo, could you please regain your composure? In truth, Carlo was well aware that the armored Dyna could not be equated with the true Dyna. However, since the authentic Ultraman was elusive, nearly impossible to find, it would be absurd for her to seek an autograph while he battled monsters, wouldn't it? Now that she had encountered an armored Dyna, who shares a profound connection with the original, it would be foolish to let this opportunity slip away. After all, the armored Dyna is still Dyna. No doubt about it. For the first fan to request his autograph, Qin Yang felt no inclination to refuse. He extended his finger, radiating a soft white light, and inscribed the name Dyna upon the paper Carlo had presented. Wait. However, as Carlo gazed at Qin Yang's signature, her small eyes brimmed with confusion. What kind of script is this? I cannot comprehend it at all. This is an Ultraman signature. It is perfectly normal for you to find it indecipherable, Qin Yang casually explained before turning to the somewhat lost Hal, who seemed unsure of what to do. Green Lantern, I have come to discuss a proposition with you. How did you know? Hal cast a glance at Carlo, who had become increasingly excited upon hearing it was an Ultraman signature. Instinctively, he wanted to inquire how Qin Yang knew he was the Green Lantern. But considering the latter's status as an emissary of Ultraman, it seemed reasonable. Thus, Hal revised his question. Very well, what do you wish to discuss? Quite simple. Qin Yang extended his hand, summoning the Blue Lantern ring as he spoke. Not long ago, I acquired this. However, it holds little utility for me. So I wish to utilize it, along with borrowing the Green Lantern ring you possess, to explore the powers behind them. At this moment, Hal, who was still grasping the concept of the emotional spectrum, stared in astonishment at the Blue Lantern ring. There is a blue ring? I thought there were only green and yellow. Wait, you want to borrow my Green Lantern ring? Suddenly, Hal came to a realization and shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle drum. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Green Lantern ring is my beloved companion, my brother. How could I possibly give it to you? Even if it were alone, that would not suffice. Unless you provide me with a Falcon 1, or at least lend it to me for a few days. Hal had long harbored the desire to pilot the Falcon 1. He had approached Tony Stark for assistance. But unfortunately, Stark was unwilling to oblige. Now, he had finally encountered an opportunity. After all, the Green Lantern ring had already chosen Hal. It would be of little use to anyone else. Hal was confident that Armored Tiga would not misuse it. Moreover, the Green Lantern ring possessed the inherent ability to scan and store information. Perhaps he could seize this chance to acquire more knowledge regarding Armored Tiga and Ultraman. Qin Yang, is this how you treat your cherished companions and brothers? Nevertheless, he thought it was sufficient to achieve his goal so effortlessly. As for Hal's ulterior motives, Qin Yang was indifferent to them. With the core of Gilbaris and the system at his disposal, erasing the information stored in the Green Lantern ring should not pose a significant challenge. Not long after, at the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau, under the condition of lending a Falcon 1 for a few days, with the stipulation that it be returned immediately upon Hal's request, Qin Yang successfully acquired the Green Lantern ring from Hal. Subsequently, after meeting up with Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen and determining that there were no major issues, Qin Yang returned home and entered the special space of the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. In contrast to his initial visit, the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau was now bustling with the activity of the Bayless Knights. Even in Qin Yang's absence, Gilbaris diligently transformed the knowledge he had acquired into tangible objects and endeavored to research new innovations. Although the Bayless Knights were merely mechanical beings, they possessed a touch of humanity. Woof. As soon as Qin Yang entered the space, a small white dog wagged its tail and rushed over, affectionately rubbing its little head against his leg. Indeed, this was Guy D's canine form. It seems you have regained your spirits, Qin Yang remarked, reaching down to pat Guy D's head with satisfaction. It would have been troublesome had Guy D remained mired in the despair of being exploited and destroyed by Evil D. Unfortunately, Guy D's strength was not particularly formidable. Qin Yang sighed inwardly. In the Tiga television series, Guy D might have become a significant ally. However, in this world teeming with various monsters, superheroes, and supervillains aplenty, Guy D's abilities were ultimately somewhat lacking. After all, he did not possess the ability to acquire the powers of the defeated like Qin Yang. He lacked such a golden opportunity. Nonetheless, Qin Yang could still devise ways to enhance Guy D's strength through his own knowledge and abilities. If all else failed, Guy D could simply serve as a beloved pet. It is uncertain whether the genetic material of Kryptonians could be utilized on monsters. Qin Yang suddenly entertained a whimsical thought. If Gady were to be transformed into a Kryptonian hound, its combat prowess would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights. Alas, the sole Kryptonian on Earth, as it stands, is Superman. Yet, it is hardly feasible for Qin Yang to capture Superman and employ him as an experimental subject. Sigh. Dear General Zod, do you not yearn to meet your dear friend's progeny? Do you not desire the Kryptonian genetic repository within him? If so, do hurry. Then I would be able to. As time swiftly passed, 2 to 3 days went by. The two Atlanteans were vociferous in their calls, yet they had not taken any significant action. In fact, according to observations from SHIELD agents, there appeared to be a subtle inclination towards infighting between these two disparate Atlanteans. After all, neither faction would wish for the existence of the other. Chapter 56. The Red Light of Fury for convenience's sake. The human faction refers to the Atlantis where Aquaman Yasuo resides as Northern Atlantis, while the Atlantis of Namor Mackenzie in the original Marvel Universe is designated as Southern Atlantis. Consequently, the confrontation between the two sides has evolved into the Northern and Southern Atlantis War. To be candid, the human faction is undoubtedly pleased with the outbreak of this conflict. However, as a precaution, SHIELD, the Eye of Heaven, and the World Security Council advocate for the implementation of the highest level of defense measures. Alas, they failed to anticipate that the initial trouble would not stem from external forces but from within. SHIELD, the Anti-Monster Armor Division. This department, led by Tony Stark, was established specifically to develop colossal mechs capable of combating monsters. Hey, do you see that? Tony Stark confidently proclaimed from his elevated platform to Bruce Banner beside him. That is the Anti-Monster Armor, Banner Edition, or Bruce Suit, if you prefer, regardless of what you choose to call it. It shall belong to you. As one of the brightest minds in the world, Tony has always exuded a sense of arrogance and pride. Naturally, he does not mind extending his goodwill to Banner, who consistently keeps pace with his thoughts. For instance, this very armor closely resembles the anti-Hulk armor from the original series. It is worth noting that within the entirety of SHIELD, only 2 such iron giants currently exist. Although Tony will subsequently create suits like the Captain America and Hawkeye versions to tackle the incessant emergence of monsters. Banner sincerely expressed his gratitude, Even though I contributed 40 to this armor's creation, thank you, Tony. Not just for this matter. Ever since acquired him, my life has been thrown into disarray. It was only upon joining the Avengers and collaborating with you on the Mech Hunter project and the Mechanical Monster Initiative that I found solace. To me, the Avengers have become my new family. Each of you is dear to me. I merely wish that Hulk and I want you understand. To be honest, though it may be somewhat inappropriate to say, the emergence of monsters has not been entirely disadvantageous for me. At the very least, I am no longer the sole creature of my kind in this world. Wait a moment. Tony, why are you looking at me like that? Banner, have you truly not noticed? At that moment, Tony's expression appeared rather strange, and it seemed as though he was summoning his iron suit. A blue light just flickered over your chest, followed by the sudden appearance of a red ring. A red ring? Banner exclaimed, quickly glancing down to find a crimson ring emanating intense heat and a radiant glow, levitating before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Banner felt an ominous aura surrounding the ring, yet simultaneously sensed it beckoning him. No, it was not summoning him. It was intelligent life form has been locked on. From Earth comes the Hulk, a tempest of fury surging within your heart. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps? As an unfamiliar voice resonated, a crimson ring swiftly soared toward Banner's right hand. No, as if sensing impending peril, Banner clasped his arms tightly against his sides and retreated frantically. He was oblivious to the ominous implications of donning that ring, yet he was certain it heralded nothing good. Stop. Anticipating the crisis, Tony, already clad in his Iron Man suit, rushed forward and seized the red ring. Banner, I've got it. Before Tony could finish his sentence, a piercing scream escaped his lips. His hand, steaming from the intense heat, had to relinquish its grip, revealing the red ring. At that moment, the armor on Iron Man's palm had clearly melted significantly from the ring's searing temperature. Had he not released it swiftly, his hand might have been incinerated entirely. In no time, the crimson ring disregarded Banner's resistance, slipping onto his right middle finger. Accompanied by Banner's anguished cries, a crimson luminescence, reminiscent of blood yet akin to molten lava, began to spread throughout his body, emanating from the red ring. That scream belonged to the Hulk. If all went as expected, the Hulk was about to emerge, still under the influence of the red ring. Simultaneously, scorching, fervent blood, scarlet wrath, drawn from the unburied remains. Unconsciously, Banner murmured something. With each word he uttered, the red glow enveloping him intensified, and his form began to transform further into the Hulk. In truth, he was reciting the oath of the Red Lantern Corps. Only upon completing it could he, or rather, the Hulk, truly harness the ring's power. No. Banner, regain your clarity. You cannot yield. Overcome it. You must conquer it. Iron Man, unaware of the nature of the red ring, refrained from recklessly attacking Banner. Ultimately, he could only launch a freezing projectile, temporarily encasing Banner in ice. However, the blood-like radiance enveloping Banner emanated an unbearable heat. In less than 5 seconds, Iron Man's freezing device became utterly ineffective. Deep-seated, profound hatred seething within, forging your path to the netherworld. Banner continued reciting the final line of the Red Lantern Corps oath, and by the latter half, his voice had transformed entirely into that of the Hulk. If you truly are a deity, then surely you can hear my prayer. I beseech you, aid me. Dig up. With the final whisper, Banner was irrevocably transformed into the Hulk. More accurately, he had become a furious entity, engulfed in flames of crimson. The Red Hulk? Hulk, disliking the color red, revert to your former self, return. Yet, amidst the Hulk's thunderous roar, at least half of his form astonishingly shifted back to green. Moreover, the green portion seemed to be gradually increasing. The cost manifested as a small crack on the Red Lantern ring, and Hulk's heart was utterly consumed by fury. Fueled by his inherent rage, Hulk's strength intensified, augmented further by the Red Lantern ring that epitomized anger. The scene was nothing short of explosive. What the hell? Iron Man could not restrain his expletive upon witnessing this spectacle, and urgently communicated through the channels to the other members of the Avengers, his tone gravely serious. Guys, we are in deep trouble. Meanwhile, atop Mount Everest, Qin Yang had spent the past few days diligently researching the blue and green lantern rings, gaining profound insights and understanding. He had even replicated these two rings, enhancing the Tiga wristband to incorporate their respective attributes. However, to delve deeper into his research, Qin Yang needed to connect with the source of the blue light of hope and the green light of will within the emotional spectrum. This was clearly not something that could be accomplished within the confines of the Cosmic Scientific Bureau's specialized space. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to conduct his new experiments at the summit of Mount Everest, an isolated, tranquil location where, should any issues arise, he could seek assistance from the Supreme Sorcerer, Dr. Strange. Yet, just as Qin Yang was poised to commence his endeavors, he faintly heard someone calling Tiga's name. Chapter 57. The Green Light of Will. What on earth? Qin Yang, encountering such a situation for the first time, found himself momentarily bewildered. Could it be that he misheard? Ding. Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Save Hulk and Bruce Banner. Simultaneously, the voice of the system reverberated within Qin Yang's mind. Hulk? Bruce Banner? Qin Yang pondered. Does that mean the voice he just heard is related to them? Sensing his master's confusion, the core of Jilbalis promptly projected the relevant surveillance footage from SHIELD before Qin Yang's eyes. The Red Lantern Ring? How did this come into play? Qin Yang felt a sense of surprise. The Blue Lantern Ring, the Red Lantern Ring. Is this a gathering of lanterns? However, what was that burst of blue light preceding the appearance of the Red Lantern Ring? Qin Yang paused the projection at the moment the Red Lantern Ring manifested. His mind swirling with questions. It didn't seem like the handiwork of Loki or the Joker. It felt somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. The sheer simplicity of the blue light left too many possibilities to consider. Even with some conjectures forming in his mind, he could not ascertain their accuracy. The only certainty was that someone was scheming behind the scenes. If he wasn't mistaken, that had to be Banner calling for help. If that's the case, let me come to your rescue. This also serves as an opportunity to test the capabilities of the lantern rings. Snapping back to reality, Qin Yang donned the Tiga armor and opened the portal to step through. SHIELD, Anti-Monster Armor Division. Tony, what is going on? Captain America, who was not far from this location, rushed over immediately. However, as soon as he posed the question, he was sent flying by a fist radiating red and green light. Had it not been for the strength of his shield and the protective aura of the 50-50 shield, he would have either died or been gravely injured from that blow. The ring, a sudden emergence of a red ring, had taken control of Banner. Iron Man explained while unleashing various attacks at the Hulk. Unfortunately, these assaults were futile against Hulk, not inflicting even a scratch. Instead, they only served to further incite his rage, making him even more formidable. To make matters worse, several hours earlier, Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster, had suffered a medical emergency. Thor had taken her back to Asgard for treatment. In other words, within the Avengers, Iron Man and Captain America were now the highest combat power available. And then, Hulk charged. Witnessing Hulk's unprecedented strength, he swatted Captain America aside, sending him crashing into Iron Man like a cannonball. Boom. In an instant, Iron Man was propelled backward, colliding against the wall behind him before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, his condition was evidently dire. The exterior of his steel suit was tattered, his body covered in wounds. And it was likely that his internal condition was no better. To be accurate, the fact that he was still drawing breath was a stroke of good fortune. Hulk rampaged. Driven by fury, the Hulk seemed intent on annihilating Iron Man, leaping into the air to strike down upon him. In a desperate attempt, Captain America, still struggling to rise, hurled his shield towards Hulk's back. Just then, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the newly joined Falcon arrived, each employing their own tactics. However, their efforts were futile against the unprecedented might of the Hulk. Fortunately, in that critical moment, a golden portal materialized before the Hulk, whisking him away in an instant. The abruptness of the event, coupled with a touch of drama, left Captain America and the others momentarily stunned. The scene was indeed tragic. Soon, clad in the Tiga armor, Qin Yang emerged from the portal and announced to the group, "Fear not, for I have arrived." He then turned to Iron Man, extending his left hand adorned with the Tiga ring. In the next moment, a vibrant green light emanated from the Tiga ring, swiftly mending Iron Man's injuries. This was one of the functions possessed by the Green Lantern ring. Moreover, this incident subtly affirmed that Qin Yang had successfully replicated the connecting power of the green light through the upgraded Tiga ring. The fact that this operation did not deplete his own energy was rather intriguing. Additionally, the Tiga ring was crafted by Qin Yang himself, infused with ultra telekinesis, further enhanced. Thus, when utilizing the green light of will, Qin Yang's manifestations surpassed those of Hal, the current Green Lantern, at least in this moment. However, this was merely a minor detail. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Qin Yang could harness the energy of the green light of will or the blue light of hope through the Tiga ring, while also leveraging the capabilities of the cosmic behemoth stand, to convert emotional spectrum energy into the light energy he required. Consequently, he no longer had to fret over energy depletion. Although it was merely energy, the exhaustion of physical and mental stamina could not be directly restored through emotional spectrum energy. Nevertheless, for Qin Yang, this was a significant gain. The next step in his research on the lantern rings would naturally involve gathering the other rings and replicating their characteristics into the Tiga ring. One could surmise that his overall strength would see a considerable enhancement thereafter. Of course, before that, he must first address the Hulk, who was under the control of the Red Lantern ring. "Thank you for saving me," Tony said, gradually regaining his composure under Qin Yang's healing touch. He sincerely expressed his gratitude, then added, "I am willing to transfer my shares in Stark Industries to you. If you are concerned about revealing your identity, you may withdraw the equivalent funds from my account at any time. By the way, where has Hulk been sent? Additionally, as a personal request, Banner is innocent. If possible, I hope he can survive, but if not, all right. As Tony's recovery reached a near completion, Qin Yang ceased his treatment and interjected, interrupting Tony's incessant chatter. "The tasks I am capable of executing require no prompting from you. I shall undertake them of my own volition. Likewise, the endeavors I wish to avoid will remain unchanged by your influence. As for Hulk, he currently resides in a familiar place, Mount Everest. Hulk is enraged. Hulk seeks to brawl. Hulk yearns to annihilate everything. The frigid climate of Everest holds little significance for Hulk. However, the desolate, snow-covered expanse greatly irks him. Consequently, Hulk's fury intensifies, rendering him even more formidable. Simultaneously, the limited intellect he possesses is rapidly nearing its breaking point." Chapter 58. Tiga, the feeble green giant Hulk. Without making Hulk wait long, Qin Yang stepped through a golden portal, the Tiga bracelet on his left wrist emanating a soothing blue light. Within the realm of emotional spectrum, the tranquil blue of hope effectively calmed the wrathful red of anger. Indeed, under the luminescence of the blue glow, Hulk appeared noticeably more serene. Hulk was angry. Hulk rejected Banner. Hulk despised humanity. Perhaps Hulk's fury stemmed not solely from the control of the Red Lantern ring, for his visage still bore an intense ire. His fists relentlessly pounded the ground. "It seemed you were reluctant to comply." Observing this, Qin Yang shook his head and promptly withdrew the blue light. "Perfect. I prefer another method of resolution." In truth, Qin Yang could attempt to conjure a manifestation from the blue light to soothe Hulk's emotions. Perhaps even a figure from Banner's past, like Betty. However, Qin Yang favored the notion of overpowering Hulk with sheer strength. Hulk charged. As the blue glow dissipated, Hulk reverted to his furious demeanor and swung a fist towards Qin Yang. Too slow. Yet, with a flash of purple from the Tiga armor, Qin Yang transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing behind Hulk. Tiga's mighty punch, accompanied by a flicker of red from the Tiga armor. Qin Yang unleashed a full-force strike upon Hulk's back. Bang! Instantly, Hulk's massive form was propelled through the air, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Hulk was enraged. Rising once more, Hulk's fury, compounded by the influence of the Red Lantern ring, ignited his body in a blaze of red and green flames. The intense heat radiating from these flames rapidly melted the snow within a 100-meter radius. Hulk vowed to crush you. With another thunderous roar, Hulk's form swelled larger, his flames surging with increasing ferocity. Enlarged, Qin Yang's expression shifted. He recalled that in both Marvel films and comics, instances of Hulk's physique expanding with his anger were rather rare. However, the lore surrounding the Red Lantern ring suggested that aside from certain shared traits, each bearer could potentially possess unique abilities. Perhaps Hulk's exclusive power from the Red Lantern ring was that the greater his rage, the larger he grew, and concurrently, the stronger he became? Qin Yang pondered. Regardless of the truth, it seemed the majestic Mount Everest was no longer a suitable arena for their confrontation. Otherwise, with Hulk's escalating fury and the augmentation from the Red Lantern ring, he might very well devastate the mountain beyond recognition. Let us relocate for our amusement. Without granting Hulk a moment to respond, Qin Yang conjured two portals and swiftly transported both himself and Hulk away. Mars. Green light chains. The moment he appeared here, Qin Yang conjured numerous green chains using the Tiga bracelet, binding the Hulk, who had just emerged from the teleportation array. Qin Yang had not forgotten that one of his significant objectives in confronting the Hulk was to test the effects of the Hope's blue light and the Will's green light. Freedom Hulk. The bound Hulk struggled relentlessly. Crack. Moments later, tiny fissures began to appear on the green chains. The green light was slicing through. Naturally, Qin Yang would not allow the Hulk to escape his restraints. He immediately created a green 8-pointed wheel with the Tiga bracelet. Subsequently, he wielded the rapidly spinning wheel and aimed it at the Hulk's shoulder. Under Qin Yang's serrated assault, the Hulk let out a pained scream. A deep wound was carved into his shoulder, reaching to the bone. Moreover, had it not been for the Hulk's significantly enhanced regenerative abilities, his entire arm might have been severed. "I will shatter you, Hulk." The excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder only fueled the Hulk's rage, causing his body to swell once more. Crack. The green chains, already straining under pressure, finally shattered completely. To subdue the Hulk, one needed to wield a more definitive power. With this thought, a divine light staff materialized in Qin Yang's right hand, coalescing from particles of light. Boom. In the next moment, accompanied by a dazzling white radiance, Qin Yang transformed into a towering Tiga. Prior to this, Jill Ballas had infiltrated all potential artificial satellites near Mars to prevent any footage of Qin Yang's transformation from leaking. Evolutionary form. As Tiga completed his transformation, the crystal on his forehead began to shimmer with a purplish-red glow. Since he intended to subdue the Hulk with absolute power, Tiga was unreserved in unleashing his strongest form. Additionally, he was curious to see what this evolutionary form entailed. In truth, Tiga's current appearance bore little difference from his composite form. He merely appeared more robust, with broader, deeper purple and red stripes. However, he had seamlessly integrated the attributes of all three forms into one. This amalgamation would undoubtedly yield a significant enhancement in strength. Moreover, in Tiga, the towering dark giant, the warrior Dagon, had once caught a 20,000-ton transforming beast, Zaragas, with a single finger and hurled it away. In Ultraman legend, Zero, despite the incompatibility of a certain human host, still managed to exert formidable power to suppress a beast after transformation, even when his size was insufficient. In other words, Tiga might not be in his gigantic form now, but that did not imply his strength was necessarily diminished. At most, it was merely not comparable to when he was enlarged. As expected, the Hulk was shattered. In the face of the Hulk's powerful punch, Tiga effortlessly blocked it with his left palm and, with a fluid motion, executed a shoulder throw. The enraged Hulk, just as he attempted to rise, found himself seized by one leg and was subjected to a relentless barrage of slams against the ground. The scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment in the Avengers when Loki was similarly thrown about by the Hulk. Yet, the essence of the moment was encapsulated in the mocking sentiment, "What a feeble green giant." After delivering over 100 strikes that created a massive crater several thousand meters wide, Tiga finally hurled the seemingly lifeless Hulk away, simultaneously conveying a dismissive remark through telepathy. If the Hulk remained defiant after such a display, Tiga would not hesitate to deliver a few hundred more blows. Chapter 59. The Reconciliation of Hulk and Banner Hulk. Feeling aggrieved, the immense figure of Hulk lay sprawled upon the Martian soil, his furious eyes betraying an unmistakable sense of indignation. He was utterly perplexed, having inexplicably succumbed to rage and engaged in a confrontation with a being named Ultraman. The crux of the matter was that not only did he falter in the battle, but he was also lifted and slammed against the ground repeatedly. Hulk had never endured such humiliation. Hulk missed Loki. At the very least, he could hurl Loki about. "Are you calm now?" Tiga inquired, standing before Hulk, his right palm cradling a rapidly spinning green disk of light, measuring 100 meters in diameter. In fact, the moment his words fell, the disk expanded tenfold. "Hulk, Hulk, humph." The indignation from being struck, the influence of the Red Lantern, and his childlike temperament fueled Hulk's fury to an extreme. Yet, when he contemplated Tiga's formidable power and observed the ever-enlarging, swiftly rotating green disk in his hand, Hulk found himself seething with rage once more. However, being of a temperamental disposition, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Thus, he chose to give a haughty snort and turned his head away, refusing to look at Tiga. "That's more like it." Upon witnessing Hulk's willingness to regain his composure, Tiga dispelled the green disk from his palm. Once again, engaging in a battle that did not deplete one's energy was indeed a delightful experience. Nevertheless, that was insufficient. Gazing down at the prone Hulk, Tiga raised the Tiga ring on his left hand. "You must hold on to hope." Tiga had no intention of stripping Hulk of his abilities outright. However, the buff that enhanced strength with rising fury could very well serve its purpose. Hulk, bathed in the light of hope's blue glow, a young woman with golden hair and azure eyes appeared before Hulk. Speaking gently, "I understand everything you have endured and the turmoil within your heart. Yet, we cannot allow ourselves to be engulfed by meaningless anger, can we? You possess the potential to be a hero. No, you are a hero, Betty." Hulk gazed at the young woman, a rare softness flickering in his eyes. "Big guy, the sun is setting." At that moment, a second figure emerged, none other than Black Widow, who had once transformed Hulk back into Banner. "Thank you for saving me, Green Giant." A third figure appeared, a young girl whom Hulk had rescued during the Chitauri invasion. Then came the fourth, fifth, and so forth. The light of Hope's blue lantern could conjure projections that provided psychological solace to Hulk. Yet, its essence stemmed from Hulk's own hope, the hope he had bestowed upon others, and the hope and kindness that others had offered him. In other words, the only one capable of rescuing the Hulk and achieving true tranquility is himself, along with those around him who radiate hope and goodwill. "Betty, everyone, Hulk understands. He will temper his rage and strive to become a genuine hero." Observing the figures surrounding him, Hulk's fury and size diminished at a visibly rapid pace. The glow of the red light dimmed as well. "No. What you need is not restraint." Tiga stepped forward and spoke slowly. "Rather, you must learn to embrace it and wield it. You must use your reason to determine when to feel anger and where it should be directed. Anger has never been your ally. It is but a part of you. And you, Banner, Tiga gently placed a hand upon his chest, simultaneously drawing forth the souls of Hulk and Banner. Addressing the latter, Hulk is neither an affliction nor a monster. He is an intrinsic part of you, your other side, and the very force that enables you to save others, bringing hope and light to the world. To continuously reject him only makes it easier for him to transform into a true monster, causing harm to those around you and to the world itself. Sometimes, you must learn to reconcile, to accept both yourself and the world. As Banner listened to Tiga's words, he gazed upon the figures around him and the Hulk, who murmured aspirations of heroism. Under the inner peace brought forth by the azure light of hope, he finally found solace. Indeed, Tiga, you are right. Hulk is a part of me, or rather, he is another aspect of myself. My past rejection and anger towards him were merely self-punishment. But that is not the correct approach. This world needs me, and it needs the strength of Hulk. I'm sorry, Hulk. In a state of soul consciousness, Banner reached out to the Hulk. I do not expect your forgiveness. Yet Betty, Natasha, Tony, Captain, all those in need of salvation in this world, they require you. They need the strength of Hulk. Can you assist me, help them? Hulk. After a moment of hesitation, encouraged by the figures around him, Hulk extended his hand as well, clasping it with Banner's. Hulk will be a hero. In that instant, a green light enveloped both Hulk and Banner. This was not the light of will, but the radiance that belonged to the two of them. Beneath all existence, Tiga sensed a terrifying presence faintly residing within Hulk. It was, in fact, the one below all, the source of gamma rays, the ultimate embodiment of hatred and destruction, the antithesis of the one above all in Marvel Comics. Its formidable power was undeniable. Coincidentally, within Hulk's being lay a portal leading to the OBA. However, under normal circumstances, it could not emerge. Even after emerging, there were tall figures to take the lead. In any case, when Hulk and Banner reconciled, two beams of white light surged forth from within them, merging into the divine staff of light within Tiga. Consequently, Tiga acquired the powers of Hulk, along with the entirety of Banner's knowledge. Shortly thereafter, Hulk expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Tiga. The souls of Hulk and Banner returned to the body. At that moment, Hulk resembled the Green Doctor from Avengers Endgame, albeit somewhat taller, clearly embodying the strengths of both. I never imagined that my prayers could truly reach your ears. The Hulk, guided by Banner, sincerely addressed Tiga. To be honest, I never believed in the existence of a deity. I thought that if a god did exist, it could only be the Almighty. However, now I believe, and he is not the Almighty. Chapter 60. A little Supergirl falls from the sky. I am truly at a loss for how to express my gratitude to you. Hulk, or rather, Dr. Green, said sincerely. In the future, should you ever require anything, I shall spare no effort in repaying you. Furthermore, as he spoke, Dr. Green removed the red light ring from his middle finger and offered it to Tiga. If you do not find it distasteful, I would like you to have this. Normally, the red light ring serves as the heart for the red light demon, and its removal would result in death. However, under the illumination of the blue light of hope, such concerns are rendered moot. Very well. Tiga accepted the red light ring without hesitation. Once he returned to study it and subsequently replicated the red light ring, he could upgrade his own wristband accordingly. This would provide him with an additional source of energy from the emotional spectrum. How delightful. Meanwhile, a notification chimed in Tiga's mind. Congratulations on saving Hulk. You have received a reward, 7 TV series armed equipment knowledge, including monster capsule knowledge. The majority of the armed equipment from the 7 TV series would not surpass that of the Kotet team. The most commendable item, undoubtedly, was the latent R-30 bomb, previously utilized to destroy the cosmic robot, King Bridge. In addition, this reward included knowledge on how to manufacture monster capsules. Tiga only needed to harness a portion of a monster's power to create the corresponding capsule, unlike those in the possession of Loki or Belial. The monster capsules crafted by Tiga would not pose a risk to his sanity. Regrettably, this item held little significance for Tiga, who possessed the illusion of monsters. However, it could serve as a preparation for Peter, Gwen, and Aunt May. In this way, even if they were to face a dire threat and Tiga was unable to assist in time, they could instantly transform into monsters. This would buy them time, or even allow them to retaliate against their foes. All right, I shall return you now. Coming back to his senses, Tiga prepared to teleport Dr. Green back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Just then, an object resembling a meteor was hurtling through space, its target clearly Earth. Utilizing his ultra vision, Tiga quickly discerned that the meteor was, in fact, a small spacecraft. Moreover, it appeared somewhat familiar. What could it be? Dr. Green also noticed the anomaly, a hint of concern in his voice. Could it be yet another alien invasion of Earth? The previous Chitauri had left an unpleasant impression on him. If the visitors were akin to Superman, it would be even worse. No matter, I shall handle it. With a sense of foreboding, Tiga nodded gently and proceeded to teleport Dr. Green away. He then transformed into a beam of white light, racing towards the spacecraft. As he detected a significant surge of anomalous energy and unusual genes, the voice of Jobalis resonated from within Tiga's wristband. Searching the known database. Search successful. The objective confirmed. Kryptonian life, forms X2. Soon, Tiga reappeared before the spacecraft, utilizing his own power to halt its movement. As he opened the hatch of the spaceship from the outside, a girl with golden short hair, clad in a white uniform adorned with a prominent emblem, emerged. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, yet exuded an undeniable cuteness. Accompanying her was an equally adorable striped orange cat. Indeed, Tiga was struck by a moment of clarity. If his assumptions were correct, the golden-haired girl inside the spaceship must be Supergirl, Kara Zor-El, Superman's cousin. Despite possessing abilities that in some aspects surpassed those of Superman, she was often portrayed as being overwhelmed by the villains of the Superman series, earning her the moniker the Shame of Krypton. The striped orange cat beside her was likely her pet, Streaky. It is noteworthy that this feline companion possessed the ability to shoot lasers from its eyes. However, Tiga recalled that Supergirl was supposed to have arrived on Earth many years after Superman's debut. Gazing at the girl before him, Tiga felt a sense of confusion. She shouldn't be this old, should she? Could she be the Power Girl? As Superman's cousin, Kara was sent to Earth with the mission of protecting her cousin. However, her spacecraft inadvertently entered the Phantom Zone, causing her time to stagnate for several decades. By the time Kara finally escaped the Phantom Zone and reached Earth, Superman was already 40 years old. Consequently, the very cousin she intended to protect ended up safeguarding her instead. Yet, in this world, Kara's spacecraft had arrived prematurely. Of course, the timeline in this realm was already rather convoluted. Tiga felt a mixture of surprise but no particularly strong emotions. As for Power Girl, she was an alternate universe counterpart of Supergirl, distinguished primarily by her wealth and generosity. However, the Supergirl before him evidently possessed the attributes that should belong to Power Girl. This was simply astonishing. Truly remarkable. As if sensing the hatch had been opened, Kara opened her beautiful eyes and curiously gazed at Tiga. Who are you? Your presence feels so warm and comforting. Perhaps it was due to the light energy emanating from Tiga, or perhaps Kara was simply too innocent. Despite encountering a stranger, she exhibited no signs of wariness. In fact, she seemed inclined to reach out and touch Tiga. Meanwhile, Streaky, her feline companion, nearly opened its eyes to glance at Tiga before changing positions and resuming its slumber. It is worth mentioning that Kara was speaking in Kryptonian. However, it mattered little, as telepathy would bridge any gap. I am the light giant of Orion, Tiga Ultraman. Tiga responded with a gentle shake of his head, communicating through thought. Greetings, Kara Zor-El of Krypton. I shall assist you in finding your cousin, Kal-El, Superman. However, you cannot directly fly to Earth, for it may result in some unnecessary complications. If you are willing to heed my counsel, I shall arrange for you to temporarily reside in another location. Frankly speaking, it is quite astonishing that when Superman first arrived on Earth, he did not attract any official attention. This in itself is rather miraculous. Nevertheless, the current state of Earth is fraught with turmoil, as monstrous creatures emerge with increasing frequency, and the impending North-South War of Atlantis looms ominously. Furthermore, figures such as Loki and the Joker are lurking in the shadows, ever ready to stir chaos. Kara, along with her vessel, is indeed ill-suited for a direct appearance on Earth. Moreover, there lies a crucial point. Tiga, or rather Qin Yang, has been contemplating research on Kryptonians, albeit hesitant to disturb Superman. Now, it seems fortuitous that another Kryptonian has presented themselves. If all else fails, one could certainly study a Kryptonian feline. Chapter 61. The naive Kara. Wow, you can actually speak to someone's heart? Kara exclaimed, her astonishment evident after hearing Tiga's words. Truly impressive for an extraterrestrial. But, can I not see my cousin immediately? He is still an infant. What if he encounters danger on Earth? Nevertheless, you radiate warmth and seem to know about my relationship with Carl, so I am willing to place my trust in you. Kara appeared oblivious to the fact that her time had been suspended for many years, subconsciously believing that Superman required her protection. However, as the giant of light, Tiga effortlessly garnered the trust of this innocent girl with the information he provided. In truth, Kara had given some thought to her situation. On Krypton, she had been treated like a cherished princess, lacking understanding of many matters. Earth was an entirely unfamiliar realm to her. Even if she managed to arrive safely on Earth, locating her cousin among the multitude of people would certainly prove to be a daunting task. With Tiga's assistance, however, the endeavor would likely become less arduous. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that for a Kryptonian like Kara, Tiga resembled a walking sun. And what could possibly be untrustworthy about the sun? Rest assured, Carl will be fine. Next, I shall transport you to a special dimension where someone will be waiting for you. With that, Tiga transferred Kara and her spacecraft into the special space of the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. Indeed, this space was capable of drawing individuals within its confines. Though Tiga seldom employed this ability. After escorting Kara to the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau, Tiga transformed into countless luminous particles and vanished, leaving behind a flickering timer on his chest. S-H-I-E-L-D. Anti-Monster Armor Division. Banner, you. How have you transformed into this? Upon witnessing the familiar portal and the Green Doctor stepping out, Tony and Captain Marvel displayed expressions of incredulity. How about it? I look fantastic now, don't I? The Green Doctor twirled around, clearly pleased with his new form. I now embody both Hulk's strength and Banner's intellect. Henceforth, please refer to me as the Green Doctor. Well, it appears you all are more accustomed to my other form. Noticing Tony and Captain Marvel remaining silent, the Green Doctor gradually diminished in size, ultimately reverting to Banner's appearance. Of course, he could transform back into the Green Doctor at will. Moments later, unbelievably, Tiga not only rescued you, but also aided in reconciling you with Hulk, resulting in the unity of the two into the Green Doctor. After Banner succinctly recounted the events, Tony expressed his surprise, saying, I must admit, this outcome is unexpected, yet I am genuinely pleased for both of you. Tony had always shared a good rapport with Banner, even crafting an anti-monster armor specifically for him, designated as the Banner model. If the Hulk could maintain his composure and refrain from succumbing to rage, he would undoubtedly make an exceptional combat partner. The reconciliation between Banner and the Hulk is undoubtedly a positive development for Tony and the entire Avengers team. Simultaneously, Tony and his companions have become increasingly intrigued by the enigmatic Tiga. Furthermore, after reconciling with the Hulk, Banner has acquired the latter's memories, including the knowledge of how armored Tiga transformed into Tiga. However, Banner has not uttered a word regarding this matter. When questioned, he merely states that he was unconscious at the time, attributing the Hulk's lack of clarity to the influence of the Red Lantern ring. Alternatively, he suggests that it was likely armored Tiga who summoned Tiga. Has that crimson ring already been bestowed upon Tiga? Reflecting on the previous control exerted over Banner and the Hulk by the Red Ring, Captain America nods in agreement, acknowledging it as a favorable outcome. After all, the Avengers possess no means to counter the Red Lantern ring. The only recourse may be to seek out the Green Lantern. In comparison, Captain America deems it more appropriate to entrust the Red Lantern ring to Tiga. Suddenly, Tony appears to receive some information and turns to Banner, saying, regarding that object resembling a meteor that you mentioned earlier, which is heading towards Earth, it seems to be a small spacecraft. However, it has already vanished with Tiga. It is no surprise that Stark Industries has satellites in space, allowing Tony to be aware of certain occurrences in the cosmos. That's good. Upon hearing Tony's words, Banner breathes a sigh of relief, stating, since Tiga is addressing it, we need not worry. Following the incident with the Red Lantern ring, Banner has developed absolute trust in Tiga, treating him as a true deity. In Banner's perception, as long as Tiga is involved, there is nothing to fear. Indeed, Tony and Captain America nod in unison. Despite Tiga's presence being less than a month, they currently have no reason to doubt him. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Father, you cannot do this, Thor exclaims, astonished, furious, and with a hint of pleading in his voice as he addresses Odin. Jane needs your help. How can you stand idly by and watch an innocent mortal perish? Thor, Odin sighs, speaking earnestly, you are a god of Asgard and the future king. You should not place excessive attention on a mortal woman. Moreover, that mortal possesses ether particles, reality stone, within her. Even I cannot extract them without endangering her life. The only outcome awaiting her. You should understand. No, I do not understand. Although Thor recognizes that the latter part of Odin's statement is correct, he is unwilling to concede. I will find a way to save Jane. What is happening? Before Thor could finish his words, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Even with the simplest of thoughts, he discerned that something was amiss outside. Loki. Odin seemed to sense something as well. Murmuring softly before addressing Thor, we shall discuss the matter concerning that mortal later. For now, you must confront the beast outside. Additionally, I hope you take some time to reflect. I trust you will comprehend the essence of my words. A beast? At this revelation, Thor's expression shifted to one of alarm. How could such a creature appear in Asgard? Could it be the folly of that fool Loki? Without further ado, Thor brandished his hammer and soared into the fray outside, choosing to disregard Odin's subsequent remarks entirely. Chapter 62, The Baltan Alien in Asgard, a towering humanoid creature, standing at 50 meters tall with a cicada-like head and lobster-like pincers, predominantly silver-white in hue, was wreaking havoc while emitting sinister laughter. This was none other than the Cosmic Ninja, the Baltan Alien. First introduced in the original television series, it possessed abilities such as invisibility, teleportation, regeneration, red freezing rays, white destructive light projectiles, and telepathy. Had the Baltan alien's strength not been somewhat lacking, it might have posed a threat comparable to or even greater than that of Jet Tan. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, Under the immense power of the monster, the structures of Asgard proved to be far less resilient than the skyscrapers of Earth. Before long, several buildings had been reduced to rubble, resulting in numerous casualties. What is this creature? It seems to be referred to as a monster. Previously, it had only appeared in the courtyard. Who would have thought it would arrive in our Asgard? I have heard that these monsters were created by our second prince, Loki. Could this creature be connected to him? How could that be? Our prince of Asgard would never. Oh, it's Loki, so that makes sense. Regardless of where this monster originated, I simply wish to express that it has come to the wrong place. Indeed, let it witness the might of Asgard. Coincidentally, I also wish to experience the taste of the monster's flesh. Upon the emergence of the Baltan alien, the people of Asgard, initially taken aback, soon surged forward with renewed fighting spirit. Remarkably, they managed to create dozens, even hundreds, of sparks upon striking the Baltan alien. Yet, that was where their success ended. As the realization dawned that no one could truly harm it, the Baltan alien's laughter grew increasingly piercing and arrogant. In the next moment, surrounding objects began to levitate and swiftly hurtled toward the Asgardians. Many of the Asgardians themselves found their bodies uncontrollably lifted into the air. This was one of the many capabilities of the Baltan alien, gravity manipulation. While creature, perish. Just as the Baltan alien prepared to unleash another wave of destruction, Thor descended from the heavens, fueled by fury, and swung his hammer with all his might toward the creature's head. However, the Baltan alien, sensing the impending danger, teleported away just in time. Thor's strike not only missed the Baltan alien, but also created a sizable crater in the ground due to the force of the blow. Soon, the Baltan alien reappeared in another location, brandishing its pincers while emitting its characteristic laugh, seemingly mocking Thor's foolishness and ineptitude. The detestable lobster monster. Thor's expression darkened. Upon learning of the creature's appearance, he had harbored a sense of foreboding, yet it seemed he had underestimated his foe. Meanwhile, at the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. What? Upon entering this space, Kara glanced left and right, pondering her surroundings. Where am I? Are those robots? This place feels like a research laboratory. The Kryptonian feline, Streaky, also seemed invigorated, blinking curiously around. Indeed, this was the Bureau of Cosmic Science and Technology. Qin Yang's figure soon appeared before Kara, and he communicated through telepathy, explaining, "Those robots you see are called the Baris Knights. They tirelessly manufacture various formidable combat aircraft, warships, handguns, and other armaments for me." Oh, I see. Kara nodded, but then a sense of unease washed over her as she turned to Qin Yang. Wait, who are you? How can you speak in my mind? Moreover, you possess that same warm, comforting aura, though it pales in comparison to that of Ultraman Tiga. So, you are the one Tiga sent to assist me? Indeed. Qin Yang affirmed with a nod. I am Tiga's messenger, known as Qin Yang. However, you must not disclose this name to anyone, including your cousin. If anyone inquires, simply refer to me as Armored Tiga. Do you understand? Since Kara had already arrived at the Bureau, and Qin Yang intended to utilize her for research on Kryptonian genetics, a certain degree of identity exposure was unavoidable. Of course, Qin Yang could still present himself as Armored Tiga before her, yet he felt no pressing need to do so. Most importantly, being masked in his own domain felt somewhat unsettling to him. If absolutely necessary, he could alter her memories when the time came to release her. Given the technological prowess of Jobalis and Qin Yang's own abilities, achieving this was not particularly challenging. If all else failed, he might have to keep Kara here to accompany him indefinitely. Strangely, the thought of this scenario sparked a flicker of excitement within him. Just an illusion. It must be an illusion. In Kara's wide, curious eyes, a profound sense of bewilderment lingered. Although I don't fully understand, I will comply. Just as Qin Yang was about to continue, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Monsters detected in Asgard, triggering new mission. Defeat the Baltan aliens. At the mention of Asgard and the Baltan aliens, Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Could it be Loki causing trouble again? If so, I shall take a stroll. The Baltan aliens were merely small fry, akin to a minor nuisance. If it were the Dark Baltans, however, that would pose a genuine challenge for Qin Yang. Kara. Shaking off the system's alert, Qin Yang guided Kara to a computer screen. I must step out for a moment. First, utilize your extraordinary intellect to master the language of Earth, and then peruse the earthly materials I have prepared for you, along with some information regarding your cousin. It seems there is an absence of a yellow sun here. Not to worry, I shall have Jobalis employ teleportation magic to bring in some yellow solar energy. And you? With that, Qin Yang lifted the Kryptonian kitten and placed it upon Kara's shoulder, saying, Do not presume that, simply because you are a cat, you are exempt from learning. You are to study as well. Upon your return, I will conduct an evaluation, and should you fail to meet the standards, there will be no treats for you. Chapter 63. Loki's intentions stretch. Meow, meow, meow. How terrifying this individual is. Not only does he compel me to study, but he also denies me my beloved dried fish. By the way, what exactly are dried fish? Are they delicious? I must take my leave now. I shall return shortly. Disregarding the reaction of the Kryptonian feline, Qin Yang's form vanished from the spot. Asgard. To oblivion. Thor relentlessly swung his hammer, the mighty Mjolnir, at the Baltan alien, yet the creature deftly evaded each strike. On the rare occasions when the alien did not evade, it conjured a faint yellow diamond-shaped energy barrier around itself. It is worth noting that in the original series, this energy barrier could withstand even the specium ray of the first Ultraman. How could Thor's hammer possibly penetrate such defenses? During the events of Avengers, Infinity War, Thor wielded the Stormbreaker with considerable efficacy. Enough. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the royal palace of Asgard. Following this, a golden spear, akin to lightning, soared forth from the palace, aimed squarely at the Baltan alien. It was none other than Odin's weapon, Gungnir, also known as the Eternal Spear. Haraha. The Baltan alien showed no fear, emitting its signature laugh as its form vanished in an instant. Unfortunately, it knew nothing of the spear's nature. Upon realizing it had missed its target, Gungnir swiftly adjusted its trajectory, darting towards another location where the Baltan alien reappeared. Haraha. Realizing it could not evade the strike, the Baltan alien once again generated a layer of energy barrier around itself. Crack. However, in a fleeting moment, Gungnir pierced through the energy barrier, delivering a chilling blow to the Baltan alien. Bang. Before long, the Baltan alien, with a gaping hole in its chest, collapsed forward onto the ground. Haraha. Regrettably, before Thor and the other Asgardians could rejoice in their victory, a new Baltan alien emerged as if shedding its skin, rising from its original form while emitting a triumphant cackle. In the original series, the Baltan alien exhibited similar resilience, repeatedly arising after being defeated by the crew. If past experiences serve as a guide, it may require shattering the creature into countless fragments to annihilate it for good. Cursed be this fate. Thor's expression darkened at this sight. He discerned that the inherent strength of the Baltan alien was not superior to that of ordinary monsters like Gorba or Nalanga, and may even be inferior. Perhaps a single strike from Thor could inflict substantial damage upon the Baltan alien. Yet, this lobster-like beast possessed a plethora of peculiar abilities, each more disgusting than the last. Even Odin's eternal spear could not vanquish it in one fell swoop. In theory, Odin should have the capacity to obliterate the Baltan alien completely. However, at this moment, he may remain unaware of the true method to eradicate the creature. Moreover, Odin's remaining time was already limited. Should he truly unleash such a formidable technique, he would undoubtedly be perilously close to death. Boom. At that moment, a colossal figure of purple and silver emerged amidst a dazzling white radiance. Tiga? Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Thor's spirits soared, and his demeanor visibly relaxed. In his eyes, Tiga, who had consistently appeared in an invincible form to vanquish various monsters, would surely be able to swiftly deal with the lobster creature before him. The Baltan alien seemed to sense the impending danger and immediately released a barrage of white destructive energy beams from its pincers. In response, Tiga stood motionless, allowing the powerful beams to be redirected back to their origin under his formidable ultra-psychic influence. The Baltan alien, having never contemplated such a scenario, was momentarily taken aback before hastily deploying a wave barrier to withstand the returning white destructive beams. Tiga's reflective wave. Observing the situation, Tiga first transformed into a powerful form and then manifested a net-like orange energy web between his hands. He then extended his hands forward, and the orange energy web transformed into an orange energy beam that struck the Baltan alien. It is well known that this technique can seal an enemy's special abilities. In the original narrative, Tiga utilized this very move to confine the dimension-shifting capabilities of the demon Enomina. Indeed. In the next moment, the Baltan alien discovered that its wave barrier had inexplicably vanished. Furthermore, its teleportation ability appeared to be rendered ineffective. Zipeliao Ray. The ensuing events unfolded simply. Tiga unleashed a formidable attack that obliterated the Baltan alien into countless fragments. However, why had the system not notified him of task completion? After a brief pause, Tiga, hearing no sound, could not help but feel a sense of doubt. Soon after, he sensed unwelcome guests approaching Asgard. Asgard, the treasury. Loki, is this your intention? Odin inquired in a somber tone, gazing at Loki, who stood with his back to him, one hand clutching the infinity gauntlet while the other held the tesseract, all the while using magic to levitate the box of winter. Greetings, father. Loki turned around, a signature smile gracing his face. I merely came to reclaim my belongings. Additionally, after becoming the harbinger of darkness, I inadvertently learned about the Infinity Stones from some of Thanos' subordinates. Thus, I have also taken the Infinity Gauntlet. Following the Battle of New York, Thor had returned the Tesseract to the treasury of Asgard for safekeeping. Coincidentally, the treasury housed an Infinity Gauntlet as well. Although in Thor, Ragnarok, Hela referred to this Infinity Gauntlet as a forgery, one must ponder, if it were indeed a counterfeit, would it be stored alongside divine artifacts such as the Tesseract, the Box of Winter, and the Eternal Flame? Moreover, if Iron Man can forge the Infinity Gauntlet, then even if the one in the treasury of Asgard is a mere imitation, it surely would not impede its functionality excessively. In any case, within this realm, the Infinity Gauntlet housed in the Asgardian treasury is indeed operational. The question lies in the existence of parallel worlds. The Frostbox, on the other hand, is a sacred artifact of the Frost Giants, possessing the terrifying capability to encase an entire planet in ice instantaneously. Its drawback, however, is that it can only be wielded by members of the Frost Giant race. Ironically, Loki is one of the Frost Giants. These items do not belong to you, Loki. Odin's voice grew increasingly somber. You still have time to turn back. Do not err further. Enough. Loki retorted angrily. Everything I have done was for you. To become the king of Asgard. Yet in your eyes, there is only your foolish biological son. Now, I no longer need to act for your sake. I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine through my own power. By the way, you and that Ultraman should enjoy the gifts I have prepared for you. With that, Loki conjured a portal through cosmic magic and departed from the scene. Chapter 64. A minor shock to Asgard's defenders, alas. Upon witnessing Loki's abrupt disappearance, Odin could not help but exhale a deep sigh. His two sons, the seemingly foolish Thor and the treacherous Loki, had chosen to betray Asgard. Was his guidance truly so lamentably inadequate? However, such contemplations were ill-timed. Loki's final utterance before vanishing instilled a sense of unease within Odin. It was evident that the former had orchestrated further schemes. Indeed, within the dungeons of Asgard, a recently captured dark elf, having inexplicably gained strength, had not only breached the confines of the prison, but also liberated numerous inmates. After sowing chaos, this dark elf departed the prison, infiltrating the royal palace of Asgard as if in search of something of great significance. In truth, this dark elf was named Algrim, the last cursed warrior of his kind. Possessing power that surpassed even Thor's might, his capture had been a calculated move, aimed at locating the ether particles. With these, combined with the celestial alignment of the 9 realms, the dark elf race could plunge the entire universe into shadow. Outside Asgard, several colossal ships, resembling crosses, approached in a state of invisibility. However, such concealment held little consequence before Tiga. As a traveler between realms, he recognized that this was akin to the plot of Thor, the Dark World, wherein the Dark Elves invaded Asgard. The subsequent events would lead to the demise of Thor's mother, prompting him and Loki to venture into the Dark Elves' territory alongside Jane. Ultimately, after a grueling battle, Thor would vanquish the Dark Elves and extract the ether from Jane, preserving her life. Regrettably, the Loki of this realm would likely not ally with Thor. Moreover, Tiga, utilizing his enhanced vision, discerned within those massive vessels an energy reminiscent of the Baltan aliens. Could it be that there was more than one Baltan? Tiga pondered. This notion was plausible, as the Baltans were a species adept in reproduction, capable of generating countless new individuals given sufficient time. In other words, the Baltan he had previously defeated was merely an appetizer. The Dark Elves currently invading Asgard, along with their potential transformation into Baltans, represented the true main course. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Regardless of the quantity of refuse, it remained refuse. With Tiga's current prowess, augmented by the Earth Guardian and the boundless powers of the blue light of hope and the green light of will, he harbored no fear of the Baltans, regardless of their numbers. Furthermore, the greater their numbers, the more formidable the power he could absorb through the dark divine light staff after their defeat, akin to leveling up in a game. Thus, green light slash. The Dark Elves were not given the slightest opportunity to assert themselves. In an instant, Tiga summoned a verdant wheel of light, a magnificent circle with a diameter of 100 meters, and hurled it toward the fleet of ships. Boom, boom. As anticipated, the wheel effortlessly cleaved the vessels in twain. Moreover, the immense force accompanying the wheel resulted in the already severed ships erupting in explosive bursts. Countless Dark Elves, who had barely set foot on Asgard's soil, met their demise. However, at that moment, accompanied by familiar laughter, tendrils of black light surged forth from the remnants of the ships, coalescing into hundreds, if not thousands, of Baltan aliens. Leading them was a towering figure, a staggering 90 meters tall. Presumably, this formidable creature was Malekith, the chieftain of the Dark Elves. How could there be so many? Both Thor and the other Asgardians were struck with profound shock and a sense of powerlessness upon witnessing this spectacle. After all, a single Baltan alien had previously caused them significant trouble. Now, the sheer number of them was daunting. Ultraman, we implore you. Although Thor longed to safeguard Asgard with his own strength, he found himself placing his hopes squarely upon Tiga. Before long, Thor received word of dark elves invading the palace and promptly rushed in that direction. Let the battle commence. At this moment, Tiga gazed unflinchingly at the encircling Baltan aliens in the sky. With a mere thought, portals began to open. Out emerged the swift aircraft, Fian No. 1, Fian No. 2, the Atlantis, the Falcon, the Prometheus, the mobile Fortress NF-3000, the Peace Carry, and various fighter jets including SS and SG, along with Ultraman Eagle No. 1 and No. 2. And the Veto, Knights of Ballast, materialized on the ground. In their hands were weapons that rivaled the original Spatium Ray, Mars No. 133 ray guns, and others that had previously vanquished more than one beast. There were even zero-gravity bombs that had once slain Jet-On. Indeed. These three types of weaponry hailed from the original team. Boom. Crash. Bang. The moment these aircraft, warships, and ballast knights appeared, they unleashed indiscriminate assaults upon the throngs of Baltan aliens above. Even the mighty Ghidorah emerged from a portal to join the fray. Soon, Baltan aliens exploded in the sky like fireworks. What were these? They resembled human weaponry, yet possessed such formidable power. Were there even monsters among them? On the ground, the Asgardians beheld this scene and instantly grasped the meaning of a staggering defensive force. They realized that henceforth, they could never again underestimate the humans of this world, Earth. At this very moment, Tiga was far from idle. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of colossal green 8-pointed light wheels. Within mere seconds, he obliterated dozens of Baltan aliens. Since it did not deplete his own energy, Tiga employed this technique without the slightest hesitation. Given the opportunity, he could hurl them endlessly. Eventually, finding the process tedious, he unleashed an enormous green 8-pointed light while stretching a kilometer long, which then fragmented in midair, producing hundreds of relatively smaller light wheels. These smaller wheels, too, effortlessly dispatched individual Baltan aliens. Thus, in a single decisive strike, Tiga managed to eradicate nearly 2/3 of the 1,000-strong Baltan horde. Chapter 65. If hope were to have a color, it would surely be gold enough. Witnessing the demise of countless members of his own kind, the 90-meter Baltan, transformed from Malekith, roared at Tiga. Naturally, as a monster, he could not articulate words. Instead, he communicated through telepathy. Tiga unleashed a powerful punch. By defeating other Baltan, Tiga, who had also acquired the ability to teleport, swiftly appeared before the 90-meter Baltans, raising his right hand imbued with radiant energy and delivering a formidable blow. Bang! The 90-meter Baltan raised its right claw in defense, yet it was nearly shattered by the impact. The force of Tiga's tremendous punch sent the creature hurtling backward. One must admit, Loki had made a grave miscalculation. For Tiga, who could absorb the strength of his defeated foes, the greater the number of adversaries, the faster his power would escalate. In contrast to the beast-tied strategy, it was the individual might of particularly formidable monsters that posed a greater threat to Tiga. Damn it, how could he be this strong? Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his right claw, Malekith was in turmoil. He realized without further confrontation that he was no match for the Ultraman before him. This was starkly different from what the Asgardian who called himself Loki had described. That treacherous Asgardian, has he truly deceived me? In that moment, Malekith's first reaction was to feel betrayed by Loki. No, I cannot continue this battle. Faced with an irreparable gap in strength, Malekith sought to strategically retreat. One must preserve the Green Mountains to avoid the fear of lacking firewood. Furthermore, based on intelligence, Ultraman only seemed to appear in the presence of monsters. Thus, he could return to Asgard in his true form next time. Tiga unleashed a beam of light, anticipating Malekith's every move. Tiga immediately sealed all the special abilities of the 90-meter Baltan that Malekith had transformed into. Malekith, I may not be human, but you are indeed a coward. Green light, Dalarum light stream. Ignoring Malekith's reaction, Tiga channeled the energy of his will into a devastating attack, releasing a beam that was blue on the outside and orange within. As the saying goes, one should not expend energy that does not belong to them. I will return. Before Malekith could finish his sentence, he had already bid farewell to this world under the effects of Tiga's ultimate technique. Now, casting a glance at the remaining Baltan who were thoroughly subdued, Tiga transformed into a beam of light and swiftly flew towards the Asgardian palace. After all, without Malekith, extracting the ether particles from the Simplified would prove exceedingly difficult. Unless, of course, he ventured into the cosmos in search of a talking raccoon. Meanwhile, within the palace, Halt. As the cursed warrior of the Dark Elf clan, Algarim, approached his mother and girlfriend, Thor unhesitatingly raised his hammer and charged forward. Humph. Upon witnessing the scene, Algarim let out a disdainful snort, effortlessly blocking Thor's assault and hurling him aside. With the ether particles coursing through your veins, you shall dedicate your life to the grand cause of our Dark Elves. This is your supreme honor. Algorim paid no heed to the thrown Thor as he strode towards Jane Foster. I cannot perceive this as an honor. Jane Foster glanced at Thor, who was struggling to rise from the ground, and instinctively retreated. She was but a mortal, utterly insignificant before a being like Algorim. The fact that she had not collapsed in fear was a testament to her resolute spirit. This is not a place for dark elves to wreak havoc at that moment. Thor's mother, Frigga, the queen of Asgard, positioned herself protectively in front of Jane Foster. Even she recognized that she was no match for Algorim's strength. As expected. Algorim sneered, seizing Frigga by the throat. Queen of Asgard, you are mistaken. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped both Algorim and Frigga. The outcome was inevitable, for Algorim. A dark elf, the brilliance emitted by Tiga was his greatest nemesis. There was no need for Tiga to take further action, as Algorim was instantly consumed by the searing white light. Tiga? Frigga stared at the towering figure of Tiga, momentarily taken aback, before sincerely expressing, esteemed giant of light. We are grateful for your salvation. Whatever you require, we shall strive to fulfill to the best of our abilities. As the most powerful sorceress of Asgard, Frigga was not oblivious to the events unfolding within the palace. She understood that Tiga had not only saved her, but also the entirety of Asgard. Considering that the Dark Elves' acquisition of the ether particles would plunge the entire universe into darkness, it could be said that Tiga had effectively salvaged the cosmos itself. Thus, the gratitude from Asgard was indeed warranted. In response, Tiga merely nodded gently and then raised his right hand towards Jane Foster. In an instant, a dual-hued golden and blue light radiated from Tiga's hand, enveloping Jane Foster. The golden hue symbolized the Star of Hope, while the blue represented the Star of Miracles. After all, in the realm of the Aesir, if hope had a color, it would undoubtedly be gold. If miracles had a color, it would assuredly be blue. Both the Star of Hope and the Star of Miracles possessed the capability to extract the ether particles from within Jane Foster's being, which would pose no significant challenge. Indeed, under the influence of the golden and blue light, a red gem emerged from within Jane Foster, soaring into Tiga's right hand. This was the ether particle that the Dark Elves sought, simultaneously recognized as the Reality Stone among the Infinity Stones. Possessing the ability to alter reality and transform dreams into existence, the Reality Gem itself harbors boundless energy. Upon acquiring the gem, Tiga once again nodded at Frigga, Jane Foster, and Thor, before dissipating into countless particles of light. Along with him, the Reality Gem also vanished. Mother Jane. As Tiga disappeared, Thor, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed to his mother and girlfriend. After all, had it not been for Tiga's timely arrival, the two individuals he cherished most might have met a dire fate. It is precisely for this reason that Thor's heart swells with gratitude towards Tiga. He harbored no qualms regarding Tiga's appropriation of the ether particles. After all, retaining such a dangerous artifact would only spell disaster for Asgard and Jane Foster. Entrusting it to Tiga was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Chapter 66. King of the Universe, Loki Earth. A certain Hydra base. BRRR. Jaden, a towering humanoid creature, predominantly black in hue with white limbs. Features glowing orange organs on its chest and face, and boasts a pair of elongated horns resembling a beetle, rampages with abandon. Behind this formidable guardian stands Loki, holding the Mind Scepter, exclaiming, "At last, my scepter has returned to my grasp." After acquiring the Infinity Gauntlet, the Box of Winter, and the Cosmic Cube from Asgard, Loki hastened to this location. Consequently, he successfully gathered 2 Infinity Stones. Alas, he found himself unable to extract the Reality Stone from Jane Foster. Even if he had a method, Odin would likely deny him the opportunity to do so. Otherwise, he would possess 3 Infinity Stones by now. Yet, this is of little concern. Armed with the Cosmic Cube, the Mind Scepter, and an array of monstrous capsules, Loki remains undeterred in his quest to collect the remaining Infinity Stones. Once he amasses all the Infinity Stones, or even just 5 or 4, he will wield unparalleled power. At that juncture, no entity, be it Ultraman, Belial, or Rablando, would stand in his way. He would be free to pursue his desires without hindrance. Loki. At that moment, a bald man with a monocle on his left eye lay on the ground, his gaze seething with rage directed at Loki. Baron Strucker, one of Hydra's current highest leaders. Following the Battle of New York, the Mind Scepter was ostensibly entrusted to S.H.I.E.L.D. for safekeeping. However, it was clandestinely appropriated by Baron Strucker for research on energy weaponry and superhumans, achieving significant progress. Yet, before Strucker could enact his new plans, the very architect behind the Chitauri invasion of New York, Loki, appeared with this terrifying beetle-like monster. This was Strucker's first realization that a monster could be so diminutive. Of course, despite Jaden's current stature, its combat prowess was formidable enough to instill despair. Strucker and his Hydra subordinates found their every strategy rendered futile in the presence of Jaitan. He could only watch helplessly as Loki seized the Mind Scepter, the greatest hope of realizing his ambitions. Loki, do you believe this is the end? You cannot begin to fathom what I have accomplished with the scepter, and what you are about to witness. Baron Strucker unleashed a furious roar, his tone and expression suggesting he still had a trump card. Bang! As anticipated, a figure darted forward, sending Loki sprawling. The Mind Scepter slipped from his grasp, landing in the hands of a man clad in blue with white hair, none other than Quicksilver. Pietro, kneel before me. Simultaneously, a commanding voice resounded as crimson energy swirled around Jaitan, attempting to force it to kneel. Unfortunately, the master of the crimson energy, the Scarlet Witch Wanda, clearly underestimated Jaitan. BRRR. Jaitan, even the formidable Jedon, who can withstand Ultraman's ultimate techniques, remains unfazed by the effects of the crimson energy. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he effortlessly breaks free from the red energy that seeks to bind him. It appears there are still two individuals present. On the other side, Loki glances at Quicksilver and Wanda, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. If that is the case, then let us eliminate you both. With that, he brandishes the artifact of the Frost Giant clan, the Box of Winter. Crack! In an instant, a chilling aura radiates from Loki, enveloping the surroundings. Anything that comes into contact with this frigid energy is inevitably frozen. This is bad. Realizing the peril, Quicksilver's expression shifts dramatically as he hastily turns to escape with his sister Wanda. However, at that moment, Jedon, emitting a menacing growl, teleports directly in front of Quicksilver and reduces him to a mere pulp with a single strike. Pietro? No. Witnessing her brother's gruesome demise, Wanda's chaos magic, recently awakened by the Mind Stone, erupts uncontrollably. A terrifying surge of crimson energy explodes forth. Baron Strucker barely has time to react before he is obliterated by the sheer force of her chaotic magic. Jedon. In response, Jedon teleports before Loki, simultaneously erecting a cylindrical barrier. It proves that even Wanda's unleashed chaos magic cannot penetrate Jedon's shield. Seizing the moment, Loki uses the Tesseract to temporarily vacate the scene. Upon his return, half a minute later, he finds Wanda unconscious on the ground, stripped of her will to resist, and Jedon, who appears slightly injured but not severely harmed. Loki smirks, opting not to deliver a final blow, but merely to take Jedon away. After all, Wanda no longer poses a threat to him. His true mission at this juncture is to gather the remaining Infinity Stones. Thus, in the following moments, Loki first travels to Morag to retrieve the orb containing the Power Stone. He then brings Thanos and Gamora to Vormir, sacrificing Gamora to obtain the Soul Stone. With the space, power, mind, and Soul Stones in his possession, along with the formidable Jedon and other powerful beasts, Loki's strength reaches unprecedented heights. Even Tiga cannot contend with him, as he effortlessly seizes the Reality Stone. Finally, Loki arrives at Kamartaj. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is salvation. Faced with Loki's arrival, the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, chooses not to engage in battle. Instead, she presents the Time Stone, cautioning lost souls ensnared in their own delusions. You have been blinded by power and your own ambitions. Only by relinquishing your meaningless obsessions can you truly perceive everything around you, as well as your own heart. Loki found Doctor Strange's words somewhat peculiar. However, the elation and exhilaration of collecting the final Infinity Stone overwhelmed the remnants of his already dwindling sanity. I am a god. Adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, now encasing all 6 Infinity Stones, Loki gently snapped his fingers. In the next moment, statues of Loki emerged on every life-bearing planet throughout the universe. Countless beings, akin to devout worshippers, reverently prostrated themselves before his effigies. Child, I was mistaken. You are truly the one deserving of the throne. My noble brother, I apologize for all the wrongs I have inflicted upon you. Punish me as you see fit. Loki, your mother is proud of you. Upon returning to Asgard, Loki was greeted by a remorseful Odin, a contrite Thor, and a benevolent Frigga. Shortly thereafter, amidst the resounding cheers of Asgardians and the adoration of beings from across the universe, Loki ascended to become the new king of Asgard, and thus, the singular ruler of the cosmos, the god of the universe. Chapter 67. He believed, he truly believed, ha ha. He believed, he truly believed. As Loki ascended the throne, an Asgardian suddenly erupted in manic laughter, pointing at him with derision. This caused Loki's brow to furrow in concern. Loki, have you not yet awakened? My foolish brother, we merely staged a performance, and you genuinely think you have become the king of Asgard, the god of the universe? I am profoundly disappointed in you. What troubled Loki even more was the sight of Odin, Thor, and Frigga not far away, all gazing at him with mocking expressions, as if he were an oblivious jester. King of the universe, god of the cosmos? Just look at your wretched appearance. You aspire to be our king? How absurd. The god of trickery and deceit, Loki, has finally deceived himself. Go away, go away, go away. Come and see, that is the god of jesters, Loki. Simultaneously, an unending torrent of insults, mockery, and curses echoed from the statues throughout the cosmos, flooding into Loki's ears, leaving him distraught and with a throbbing headache. The crux of the matter was that he had no inkling of what was transpiring. Wasn't this supposed to be the pinnacle moment of his coronation as king and god? Why had it suddenly devolved into this? After all, he was merely the adopted son of a frost giant. Did he truly believe himself to be an Asgardian? My foolish brother. Do you comprehend why Father bestowed the throne and the hammer of Thor upon me rather than you? The reason is simple. You are merely a tool for him to reminisce about his victory over the frost giants, and you dare to covet the throne? Loki, Odin granted you life and a life of luxury. I provided you with magic, intending for you to serve as a loyal aide to Thor. Yet, what have you done? You, the traitor of Asgard, the ungrateful wretch, deserve to perish. The words of Odin, Thor, and Frigga struck Loki's heart like daggers. Silence, all of you. Be quiet. Unable to endure any longer, Loki raised his right hand, poised to teach these individuals a lesson with the Infinity Gauntlet. Yet, to his horror, he discovered that the gauntlet and the 6 Infinity Stones had inexplicably turned to stone. They held no power beyond being thrown as mere projectiles. No, I still have monsters. Loki hurled the Jotun capsule and the Bifrost capsule. However, these 2 capsules transformed into a swirling mass of darkness, revealing the face of Belial. Have you forgotten that these were given to you by me? And you dared to betray me? Very well, I shall show you their true power. Soon, a multitude of beasts emerged in Asgard, rampaging with abandon. Damn it, Loki exclaimed, his expression darkening as he retrieved the box of winter. Rebellious child. What do you intend to do with the artifacts of our frost giant clan? The figure of Laufey, the chieftain of the frost giants and the very father slain by Loki's hand, materialized out of thin air, seizing the box of winter. Deceit, betrayal, chaos, filth. Is this the Asgard of today? Suddenly, a long sword pierced Odin's chest from behind, as Hela, clad in a green bodysuit and sporting an eccentric hairstyle, appeared before Loki and his companions. Let me be the one to destroy this Asgard. As she spoke, Hela ruthlessly slaughtered Frigga, crushed Thor's hammer with a single hand, and cleaved Thor in two. You are next. Hela's haughty and frigid gaze fell upon Loki. You may plead for mercy, yet I shall deny you. Asgard, your doom is at hand. Before Hela could strike, Surt, the fire giant adorned with flames and crowned with large horns, emerged from the depths of Asgard, brandishing a fiery sword directed at Loki. Enough, Loki shouted, his face contorted in distress. I said enough. Whoever you are, cease your tricks. As Loki's voice resonated, everything around him came to an abrupt halt. Then, from a small point, red flames began to spread outward in all directions. Surtur, Hela, Odin, Thor, Frigga, the beasts, and Asgard all vanished without a trace. In their place stood the familiar Hydra base that Loki recognized. Quicksilver, who had been rushing toward him, suddenly halted. Disbelief etched across his face. What is happening? Did I not perish in battle against the beetle monster? Peter? Behind Quicksilver, Wanda sat on the ground, tears of joy streaming down her lovely face. Thank goodness, you're safe. At that moment, she failed to notice the transformed Jotun lying beside her, resembling a mass of dough. Loki, did you enjoy that little display? Soon, Qin Yang, clad in Tiga armor, reclined in a genuine chair, casually toying with the reality stone, which appeared unremarkable at first glance. If you liked it, I can extract those moments and create a unique replica world. If you prefer not to experience the latter, I can immerse you in the euphoria of becoming the ruler of the universe. What do you think? Quite enticing, is it not? Do not forget, Jobalis has long been monitoring the globe. When Loki appeared here, attempting to seize the Mind Stone, Qin Yang had already been aware. Having acquired the Reality Stone, which could alter reality, Qin Yang indulged in his playful whims, simultaneously crafting a vivid illusion for Loki. In the process, he also seized the Cosmic Cube, the Mind Stone, and the Box of Winter from Loki's grasp. As for the Infinity Gauntlet, such a trinket, which even Iron Man could replicate, held little interest for Qin Yang. Congratulations on defeating the Baltan aliens, completing the mission, and receiving the reward, the Ultra Executioner Blade and the Infinite Bracelet. At that moment, the system's voice resonated within Qin Yang's mind, signifying that the Baltan aliens representing Asgard had been thoroughly eradicated. Among the rewards, the Ultra Executioner Blade is well understood by those in the know. It is the most formidable finishing move of Ultraman Ace, renowned as the forbidden technique of the Land of Light. In the early stages, Ultraman Ace had to seek permission from the Land of Light to wield this technique. However, as time progressed, he could employ it at will. It is precisely due to the immense lethality of the Ultra Executioner Blade and its various forms that Ultraman Ace earned the esteemed title of the Meat Factory Director. Now, this technique is also accessible to Dyna. Chapter 68. Hope the Infinite Ring awarded this time is specifically designed for the Infinite Gems. It can harness the energy of the gems endlessly, providing a continuous source of power for Qin Yang, while also facilitating the utilization of their abilities. Moreover, it mitigates certain adverse effects. For instance, should Qin Yang collect all the infinite gems, he could snap his fingers at will without any burden on himself. Indeed, he would not even need to snap his fingers or clench his fist in a cumbersome manner. He could wield the power of the infinite gems at his discretion. Furthermore, under the protection of the Infinite Ring, Qin Yang would be able to utilize the power of the gems even in other universes without hindrance. Naturally, the Infinite Ring has now merged with Qin Yang's Tiga Ring. Quite impressive. Qin Yang is thoroughly pleased with this reward, particularly the Infinite Ring. It is clear that he does not require the Infinite Gauntlet. Without hesitation, Qin Yang moved the Reality Gem towards the Tiga Ring. Upon nearing a certain distance, the Reality Gem automatically embedded itself at the forefront of the Tiga Ring. With the addition of the Mind Scepter and the Cosmic Cube, 3 infinite gems of varying colors soon adorned the Tiga Ring. One must admit, with such a combination, the Tiga Ring, fused with the AI of Jilbalis, Ultraman Ring, Blue Lantern Ring, Green Lantern Ring, Infinite Ring, and Infinite Gems, has indeed become a formidable artifact, hasn't it? What kind of ring can bear 3 infinite gems without imposing any burden on its user? At this moment, Loki's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Being aware of the Infinite Gauntlet and the Infinite Gems, he undoubtedly comprehended the costs associated with their use. Under normal circumstances, he would not recklessly employ the 6-gem Infinite Gauntlet to snap his fingers as he did in the previous illusion. He would certainly devise alternative methods to mitigate the negative impacts. However, the scene before him far exceeded Loki's expectations. Could it be that Ultraman could act so unreasonably? Furthermore, the removal of the 3 gems and the Winter Box, along with Jedin's transformation, left Loki with no opportunity for resistance, rendering him entirely at the mercy of others. This thought left Loki in a state of discontent. In contrast, Wanda and Quicksilver's perspectives were not so convoluted. Having been engaged in experiments within Hydra's base, they were oblivious to many occurrences in the outside world, and were even unaware of the existence of Ultraman Tiga. They also lacked understanding of the infinite gems, and, consequently, the significance they held. What Wanda and Quicksilver could ascertain in this moment was that, had it not been for Qin Yang's intervention, their fates might have indeed unfolded as they did in the illusion. In other words, the latter could be regarded as their savior. Now, at this juncture, Qin Yang rose and slowly approached Loki. Next, it is time to address your situation. But first, let me ascertain whether any hope remains in your heart. As the words lingered in the air, a soothing azure light emanated from the Tiga bracelet, caressing Loki's spirit while unveiling a myriad of distinct figures before him. Loki, you serve as the bridge between Asgard and the Frost Giants, a symbol of peace among the 9 realms. Odin emerged from the blue luminescence, his countenance radiating an unprecedented tranquility and kindness. I realize that I have not been a worthy father, yet you will always remain my son. My brother. Thor extended his arms sincerely. This bond transcends blood. If you choose to turn back and liberate yourself from the shackles of your kingdom's obsession, I am willing to relinquish the throne to you. Oh, how I long to embrace you, if only it were possible. You have already accomplished much, Loki. There is no need to strive for further validation. Frigga regarded him with gentle eyes. You need only to be yourself and fulfill your destiny. Regardless of the circumstances, you will always be my beloved son, a part of Asgard. I once abandoned my brother in his time of peril, deceived Thanos, and chose to flee. An elder version of Loki materialized within the azure glow. I forsook my kin and my homeland, seemingly discarding the remainder of my existence. Since then, everything has felt devoid of purpose. Yet, within my heart, I eternally cherish every blade of grass in Asgard. Fortunately, I managed to achieve one thing. I rebuilt all of Asgard, though it was short-lived. I killed Thor. A youthful version of Loki appeared beside the elder. But this act did not alleviate my sorrow, nor did it render my life more bearable. Sometimes, I cannot help but ponder what might have been had I spared him. Had he still lived? Alas, there are no what-ifs. Ha 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 ha. A young Loki, grasping a storybook, emitted laughter that eluded outsiders' comprehension. I am both the villain and the hero. All facets of Loki reside within me. From this day forth, I shall pen all my tales. Figures materialized before Loki, not only embodying various incarnations of himself, but also countless Asgardians and many others he had once encountered. Their experiences varied, their narratives divergent. Yet they all conveyed a singular essence: hope. Ultimately, as all shadows faded, before Loki stood a tree, a magnificent world tree woven from countless timelines. At the center, He beheld a figure, his own self, connecting all timelines, bearing the weight of the entire multiverse upon his shoulders. Loki. Follow your heart and pursue that which you believe you must do. The version of himself within the tree seemed to understand, offering a subtle smile. Then, as everything dissolved, Loki found himself once again amidst the Hydra collective. Moments ago, Loki found himself weakened, kneeling upon the ground, with a complex expression as he inquired, "What are those?" "Hope," replied Qin Yang in a calm tone. "They represent others, as well as different versions of yourself throughout various times, embodying the essence of hope within your heart. Their appearance before you signifies that hope also resides within you. Take a moment to reflect on what actions you ought to undertake henceforth." With that, Qin Yang gestured, transporting Loki back to the summit of Mount Everest, allowing him the space to collect his thoughts. After all, in the original narrative, Loki was not solely an embodiment of malevolence. The figures and scenes he had just witnessed attested to the possibility of his redemption. Yet, it is essential to acknowledge that Loki had committed wrongs. Even with a desire for reform, he must first atone. Should Loki be unwilling to seek redemption, Qin Yang would not hesitate to eliminate him physically. Chapter 69. Dr. Manhattan. After sending Loki away, Qin Yang turned his gaze towards Jedon, whose body resembled a mass of dough. Had Jedon been in his gigantic form from the outset, Qin Yang would likely have needed several more seconds to contend with him. Yet, perhaps for the sake of convenience or simply deeming it unnecessary, Loki had merely transformed Jedon to a height comparable to a human. Thus, upon arriving, Qin effortlessly utilized the reality gem to transmute Jedon into a pliable form resembling dough. In the process, he also acquired all of Jedon's abilities. "Come," Qin Yang beckoned, and Jedon reverted to his capsule form, autonomously flying into Qin's hand. "Let us converse, Belial." Grasping the Jedon capsule, Qin Yang's consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness, where he was confronted by the imposing visage of Belial. "Haha, it is a pleasure to meet you. Light of this world, Ultraman Tiga," Belial proclaimed upon seeing Qin Yang. "Now, do enlighten me on how you arrived in this realm." Qin Yang noticed that his appearance in this space bore a resemblance to the embodiment of Truth Tiga, seemingly merging aspects of both Tiga and Dark Tiga. However, he momentarily set aside this observation, his primary concern being the existence of monsters in this world. "Why would I divulge such information to you?" Belial initially declined to respond, then shifted his tone. "Yet, it has indeed been quite some time since I last engaged in conversation. Loki, while capable, lacks the connection to Ultraman, making our exchanges rather unsatisfactory. Moreover, I too am curious about my presence in this world. I can only recall that after my final confrontation with my rebellious son, Jed, my consciousness succumbed to eternal darkness. Perhaps it was meant to be. However, one day, a small blue being, indifferent to clothing, roused me from that abyss. My mind became infused with unfamiliar knowledge, granting me insight into the fundamental aspects of this world, as well as the ability to absorb negative energy and gain strength, ultimately allowing me to descend into this realm. Within this space of mine, many monster capsules have also appeared. Thus, I surmise that this small blue being merely awakened me, rather than guiding me to this world. Yet, he must possess some knowledge of the situation. If you truly seek the truth behind it all, why not inquire of him? Let us strike a bargain. Once you uncover the truth, share it with me, and when I next descend into this world, I shall grant you a chance at survival. And in light of our shared predicament as natives of this realm, I shall offer you another piece of information free of charge. Not all beings like myself choose a representative, and eliminating Loki and the Joker does not guarantee the absence of monsters. Even you cannot remain invincible forever. Perhaps, you might consider, rather, return to the darkness and collaborate with me. What say you? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang scoffed disdainfully, remarking on the disparity between their statuses. What right does he have to discuss collaboration with me? Even if he were to return to the shadows in the future, he would merely become a master among the likes of Belial. Collaboration? What a fanciful notion. Since there was presently no valuable information to be gleaned from Belial's side, Qin Yang allowed his consciousness to drift back to reality. He then began to ponder deeply. The little blue man who shunned clothing. Regarding the individual whom Belial claimed would awaken him, Qin Yang indeed had some recollections. Coupled with the blue light that had appeared when the Red Lantern ring was presented to Banner, Qin Yang increasingly affirmed the identity of this entity. Dr. Manhattan, the sole superhuman in the Watchmen universe, possessed an astonishing level of power. He held an infinite quantum form, capable of manipulating particles, existing simultaneously at any point in time, past, present, or future, traversing universes, altering timelines, and reshaping reality itself. In the grand DC Comics event, The Doomsday Clock, Dr. Manhattan entered the DC multiverse. He soon discovered that regardless of how the multiverse evolved or how timelines shifted, one individual would invariably emerge: Superman. Consequently, Dr. Manhattan began to modify events related to Superman, such as orchestrating the tragic death of Superman's parents in a car accident, thereby propelling him into action a decade earlier than intended. When the subsequent DC superheroes realized something was amiss and ventured to Mars to confront Dr. Manhattan, they were easily vanquished. Ultimately, it was the hope embodied by Superman that compelled Dr. Manhattan to restart the DC multiverse, and after rescuing his own Watchmen universe, he chose to self-terminate. Of course, these events were meant to unfold within the realm of DC Comics. However, in this world, if the little blue man who awakened Belial and bestowed the Red Lantern ring upon Banner truly is Dr. Manhattan, then his primary subject of observation this time would likely not be Superman, but rather Tiga. The reasoning behind this is not difficult to surmise. He must have glimpsed something from the future. From Dr. Manhattan's perspective, his intentions are not merely rooted in good or evil. Much like how many children might engage with a colony of ants to observe their reactions to various stimuli, Dr. Manhattan may simply wish to observe Tiga's responses to the onslaught of monsters and the emergence of Hulk as the Red Lantern. Yet, for those like Qin Yang and Banner, who find themselves embroiled in these events, Dr. Manhattan represents nothing less than pure malevolence. If he is indeed involved, it could pose significant complications for Qin Yang. Dr. Manhattan's stature is exceedingly high, perhaps only Tiga, with the enigmatic for Ancient One's caliber or the capability to effortlessly assume the radiant Tiga form, could confront him directly. Regrettably, the current Tiga, under normal circumstances, barely reaches the ultimate form. As for transforming into Dark Tiga or the unified Truth Tiga, Qin Yang was uncertain, as he had yet to undergo such transformations. However, the matter did not seem overly concerning. Qin Yang shook his head, his gaze devoid of significant apprehension. The Star of Hope, alongside the Star of Miracles, exhibits a remarkable effect. The more he finds himself in dire straits, the more he is able to unleash his inner potential. The widening chasm between him and Dr. Manhattan may indeed hasten the latter's demise. The plundering ability of the Dark Divine Light Rod, coupled with the existence of the system, will allow Qin Yang to grow increasingly powerful as time progresses. In other words, aside from still being unable to discern the reasons behind the emergence of monsters, and the foreboding knowledge that even more formidable beasts may arise in the future, Belial's words do not significantly impact Qin Yang. On the contrary, they have illuminated his next major target to seek out and potentially confront. Dr. Manhattan. Chapter 70. You truly are the worst class I've ever taught. In summary, there is no need to concern ourselves with Dr. Manhattan for the time being. Once Qin Yang's strength has ascended, all issues will be effortlessly resolved. He is confident that this day will not be far off. Thus, only the two of you remain. Qin Yang's gaze finally settled on Wanda and Quicksilver. I am aware of your circumstances and your desire for vengeance against Tony Stark. However, the missile that caused your parents' demise was merely manufactured by Stark. He was not the one who wielded it. I mention this not to dissuade you from your quest for retribution, but rather to encourage you to contemplate the true motivations behind your actions and the consequences they may yield. Furthermore, your abilities are innate. The Mind Stone merely activated them. Therefore, you must learn to harness these powers, integrating them as a part of yourselves, akin to your own hands and feet. Otherwise, you may find yourselves burdened by your own capabilities. The powers that Baron Strucker awakened were intended for his own dubious purposes, so there is no need for you to mourn his passing. Should you find yourselves at a loss for direction in the future, you might consider visiting Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, where you could seek the counsel of a bald, wheelchair-bound elder. Perhaps he could assist you in locating your biological parents. Well then, the path ahead is yours to determine. With his final words, Qin Yang transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from their midst. Were he merely a superhero, he might have contemplated drawing closer to Wanda and her brother. However, lamentably for Tiga, even Wanda, possessing the chaos magic, holds little significance. At least, in the cinematic portrayal and during this period, she is of little consequence. It is a pity to waste such a substantial female character. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's disappearance, Wanda and Quicksilver exchanged bewildered glances. So much had transpired today, much of it beyond their comprehension. Indeed, they required time for reflection. The Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. A masterpiece. Kara playing with cats. Qin Yang, hand on his forehead, remarked, I have only just departed, and you have already abandoned your studies? From my confrontation with the first Baltan invader in Asgard to resolving matters with Loki and meeting Belial. Has even 10 minutes elapsed? Have children today become so impatient? Alas, this truly is the worst class of Kryptonians I have ever taught. I was only playing for a moment. Kara, upon seeing Qin Yang, resembled a child caught sneaking snacks. Her gaze lowered as she murmured, besides, thinking is such a hassle. Qin Yang confirmed, She is indeed Superman's cousin. Kara, you surely do not wish for anything to happen to Cal, do you? After a brief contemplation, Qin Yang began to speak earnestly. Consider this carefully. Cal is still but a mere infant. In today's world, peril lurks at every corner. Imagine, in a moment of despair, that the only kin he has in this vast universe, namely you, fails to be by his side to protect him. How utterly pitiable must he feel? Let us not forget, Carl is also your sole relative in this world. Should he be lost, you would be the last surviving Kryptonian. Yet, this is but a fallacy. Not to mention that Superman is far from being a mere infant. There are indeed many Kryptonians still living in this universe. However, such details are inconsequential. First, let Kara master the language of Earth, followed by familiarizing herself with the relevant information. Otherwise, what purpose would her arrival on Earth serve? Moreover, it would be a lamentable waste if Kara's extraordinary intellect were not applied to scientific endeavors. I nearly overlooked the presence of a Kryptonian kitten, which could very well be likened to a supercomputer. It is evident that the phrase "the only kin in the world" has a profound impact, as Kara erupted into tears at its utterance. Perhaps she was reminded of a particularly joyful memory? Alas, the resilience of children today seems rather frail. It appears I must introduce Kara to some heartwarming anime, such as Madoka Magica or Re-Zero, to fortify her spirit. Enough of the tears. With a kind heart, and unable to bear the sight of a girl weeping, Qin Yang promptly harnessed the power of a reality gem to procure a portion of solar energy, which he condensed into a lollipop, offering it to Kara. Here, have a lollipop. Enjoy it while you learn. Remember, time is of the essence for your cousin. A lollipop? Kara received it with a hint of confusion, tentatively licking it, her eyes narrowing in delight. She even forgot her tears. Meow? The nearby kitten, too, appeared envious. Qin Yang, seizing the moment, conjured a palm-sized dried fish using solar energy and tossed it to the Kryptonian kitten, which immediately exhibited an expression of utmost satisfaction. Delicious, I assented. Observing this, Qin Yang felt a spark of inspiration. Study diligently, and perhaps you could assist me with an experiment later. Should you perform well, there will be more lollipops and dried fish as rewards. But if you falter, you shall have neither. Both the girl and the kitten gasped in dismay. The prospect of never tasting such delectable treats again? How terrifying. Surely, that would be akin to descending into hell. Regardless, propelled by the conviction to safeguard her only relative and the allure of delicious food, the duo plunged into a rigorous and exhilarating learning experience. As for the experiments Qin Yang mentioned, they instinctively overlooked those, entirely unaware of what awaited them. Approximately 3 hours later, Kara confronted Qin Yang, hands on her hips, her expression one of indignation. You deceived me. Carl is so tall now. He is hardly a baby. He can defeat ordinary monsters with a single punch. Why would he need my protection? You have wounded the innocent heart of a beautiful girl, and I am becoming quite incensed. It is the kind of grievance that cannot be soothed by merely 2. No, 3 lollipops. Meow? The Kryptonian cat beside me stood upright, hands on her hips. Nodding in agreement, she expressed that her own delicate feline heart had also endured significant harm, requiring not 2, but 3 delectable fish treats to mend. After all, why should a mere caretaker possess more than I? Oh, you have arrived just in time. Qin Yang, who had recently delved into the study of the Red Lantern Ring and was contemplating a new project to take a respite, gazed upon the duo of Carla and the Kryptonian cat with a grin reminiscent of a cunning wolf. I shall offer you 5, no, 10 lollipops, along with 10 fish treats. Come, allow me to thoroughly examine Kryptonian and feline genetics. Why are you retreating? Be good, and let me take a closer look. Chapter 71. The Kryptonian Gene Serum. Soon, several days passed. Aside from his daily activities, Qin Yang occasionally went on dates with Gwen and spent evenings mingling with Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen. Most of his time, however, was dedicated to the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. On this day, the Kryptonian Gene Serum had reached preliminary completion. Holding a test tube filled with azure liquid, a smile graced Qin Yang's lips. Kara, the Kryptonian feline, curiously observed from the side. Although Qin Yang had mentioned studying the Kryptonian genes within her, such intricate analysis did not necessitate slicing. Even a single strand of hair would suffice. Will this serum grant others abilities akin to mine? Kara inquired, a mix of curiosity and astonishment in her voice. Despite having closely observed Qin Yang's endeavors over the past few days, her superintellect did not render her oblivious to the principles at play. She understood that replicating genes was indeed within the realm of possibility, yet witnessing it firsthand sparked her intrigue. Moreover, bestowing a being from another planet with Kryptonian genes was undeniably wondrous. No, it's different, Qin Yang replied to Kara's question. This is merely a preliminary gene serum, capable of endowing a person with approximately half of your abilities. To achieve further advancements, extensive research is required. What Qin Yang aspired to create transcended a mere Kryptonian gene serum. He sought to develop a flawless Kryptonian gene serum that could mitigate the vulnerabilities Kryptonians faced from kryptonite, red suns, and other such factors. Ultimately, he aimed to formulate a Kryptonian evolution gene serum that could amplify the powers of Kryptonians. Of course, these endeavors were far from simple. If they were, they would have been accomplished long ago within the realms of DC Comics. Nevertheless, Qin Yang's exploration of Kryptonian genes stemmed from a whimsical inspiration. Even without monumental achievements, he would incur no loss. He did not require the Kryptonian gene serum to attain Superman's powers. He had superior methods at his disposal. By the way, Kara, Stritch. A thought occurred to Qin Yang as he turned to Kara and the Kryptonian feline. After these few days of study, you have mastered the languages, histories, and everyday etiquettes of every nation on Earth. You have also grasped the pinnacle theories of mathematics, physics, and materials science currently available. Furthermore, you possess comprehensive theoretical knowledge of Taekwondo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, swordsmanship, and knife techniques. Congratulations! As my least accomplished students, you have now reached the standards required to enter Earth. To commemorate this, I have prepared a special gift for both of you. A gift? Kara, having missed the initial part of the sentence, perked up at the mention of the word gift. Is it a plethora of lollipops? Meow, 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 a bounty of dried fish. The Kryptonian feline gazed at Qin Yang with eager eyes. Qin Yang's expression darkened. Why do you two always think about food? What I have prepared for you is this. As he spoke, he produced two small white orbs from his hand. These are indeed the last two symbiotic suits of the first generation in his possession. The second generation has already been utilized by Spider-Man, Spider-Gwen, and Aunt May. However, Aunt May's suit remains in standby mode, only activating automatically in the face of danger. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. The third generation of the symbiote is still under research and nearing completion. The reason Kara, the Kryptonian cat, received the first generation suit rather than directly being given the second generation attire is simply that there are currently only 3 of the latter available. The remaining 2 first generation symbiotic suits are there to be utilized, and with the enhancement provided by the first generation symbiote, Kara's strength, while still not comparable to Superman's, would not be too far behind. After all, Kara is just 14 years old and has only basked in the yellow sun of this unique space for a few short days, with a significant gap remaining between her and Superman being quite normal. What delicious morsels are these? Upon seeing the 2 white orbs in Qin Yang's hand, Kara curiously reached out for one. As she approached, the orb automatically adhered to her hand, rapidly enveloping her in a form-fitting Superwoman suit reminiscent of the one seen in the Flash movie. Oh! Kara gazed in wonder at her transformed appearance. It has turned into a dress? My powers have increased substantially. Wait, I think I can control the appearance of this suit. In the next instant, her outfit morphed into a princess gown, then into a bikini, and then... All right. As the scene threatened to veer into bizarre territory, Qin Yang quickly intervened. If you wish to play, find a place to do so leisurely. But remember, when you operate as Supergirl, you must wear the original suit, with perhaps only minor modifications. Oh, Kara nodded, half understanding. Soon after, the Kryptonian cat was also adorned with a symbiotic suit, naturally designed to resemble Superman's attire. Thus, with the symbiotic suit in his possession, Qin Yang could now share all the powers and abilities of both Kara and the Kryptonian cat. He no longer needed to worry about kryptonite or red suns. Moreover, as Kara and the Kryptonian cat's strengths continued to grow, the power Qin Yang could share would similarly increase. This enhancement would proportionately elevate the capabilities of both the armored Tiga and Tiga himself. Is this not significantly more potent than the Kryptonian gene serum? Perhaps it is precisely due to this somewhat overpowered method of growth that the production and upgrading of symbiotic suits are comparatively slow. Qin Yang currently possesses not even a single empty symbiotic suit. Even so, his overall strength has seen a substantial increase. What more could one possibly desire? Not long after, in the real world, Metropolis, the Daily Planet. Look, what is that outside the window? Oh my god, is it Superman? Oh my god, is Superman a woman? Oh my god, there's even a superhero cat on her shoulder? Oh, goodness, I've been caught up in all this. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, Supergirl shall be my sole goddess. I am different. I am Supergirl's dog. Very well. The next time I accompany Supergirl, I shall take you along. There she was, Kara, adorned in her iconic superhero uniform, hovering just outside the window of the Daily Planet. The yellow sun, perfectly positioned at her shoulder, coupled with her billowing red cape, imbued the already youthful and charming figure with an alluring air of mystery. Chapter 72. Supergirl. My cousin seems rather dim-witted. Was I always this way in front of others? In the Planet Daily, a dapper young man clad in a suit, tie, and glasses gazed out of the window, maintaining the same ostentatious posture alongside a cat. Lost in contemplation. Moments later, he inquired, "So, you are my cousin whom I have never met?" High above, Superman, donned in his uniform, addressed the blonde girl before him. You were meant to protect me, but due to an unforeseen incident in the Phantom Zone, time has been suspended for many years. Hence your arrival only recently? And it was only due to the involvement of Tiga and Armored Tiga that you did not appear directly on Earth? Even with Superman's super intellect, he found it challenging to remain composed. Wasn't he supposed to be the last Kryptonian? Suddenly, a cousin and a Kryptonian kitten appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, for Superman, this was a fortunate occurrence. Despite having lived on Earth for decades, with adoptive parents, a girlfriend, and comrades, they were ultimately not Kryptonians. Simultaneously, he felt immense gratitude towards Tiga and Armored Tiga. After all, given the current circumstances on Earth, Kara was indeed not suited to arrive directly with her spacecraft. Indeed, Kara expressed her satisfaction as Superman quickly grasped her meaning, standing proudly with her hands on her hips, declaring, I am the worst student ever brought by Armored Tiga Dime. Meow, meow, meow. The Kryptonian kitten mirrored her stance on her shoulder, nodding vigorously. Superman, what is there to be proud of about being the worst student? And what on earth is Dime? For a moment, Superman began to doubt whether this so-called cousin had witnessed the destruction of Krypton and, on her journey to Earth, encountered some mishap that affected her intellect. By the way, Cal. Suddenly, Kara seemed to recall something, looking somewhat bashful as she addressed Superman. Do you have any money? I want to buy a lollipop, but having just arrived on Earth, you understand. Meow, 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 I want fish flakes. The Kryptonian kitten continued to nod in agreement. Of course, Superman nodded gently. Finally encountering a living Kryptonian relative, he was more than willing to fulfill this small request. After all, as the host, he was obligated to properly entertain Kara. However, Superman soon found himself regretting his generosity. Kara, now clad in white casual attire, strolled down the street, taking a bite of the lollipop she had just purchased, her expression instantly souring. This lollipop is sweet, cold, and tastes terrible. Saying this, she took another large bite. Meow, 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 this fish flake is salty, dry, and tastes terrible. The Kryptonian kitten on Kara's shoulder agreed, munching on the fish flake. Superman, enough of you two. Shouldn't a lollipop be sweet? And can you guess why the dried fish is called Little Dried Fish? By the way, is there truly no issue with this person and cat duo? They seem to possess a profound understanding of everything on Earth. In fact, there are many matters that even Superman, an inhabitant of this planet, is unaware of. Yet this person and cat can articulate them with remarkable clarity. Why do they exhibit such naivety in these inexplicable situations? Gotham City. Just after Batman had incarcerated a criminal who repeatedly insisted he wasn't insane into Arkham Asylum, he received a call from Superman. Batman, do you know any neurologists who can treat Kryptonians? I'm waiting, it's urgent. Batman, what on earth? Is Superman aware that something is amiss with his mind and is proactively seeking a doctor for himself? Well, it seems I need to update the countermeasure information on Superman in my notes. After all, a more intelligent Superman is not an easy adversary. Alas, the original plan now only has a 99 success rate. Troublesome. S-H-I-E-L-D. A new female superhero has emerged, along with a supercat. Nick Fury, upon receiving this news, felt a headache coming on. Lately, Superman of the Justice League had been growing stronger by the day. Nick Fury even suspected that even if the volcanic creature, Barton, and the flame-wielding Gorgon were to reappear, Superman could take them on single-handedly. Now he was being informed that there were two more such entities. In the past few hours, the female superhero, Superman, and the supercat had been combating crime together in Metropolis. Agent Hill, with an oddly peculiar expression, continued to report, the female superhero and supercat do not seem to possess the same level of strength as Superman. However, what is crucial is their fighting style. They engage in remote harassment with minor skills, then swiftly advance with powerful strikes from the side, attempting to control the target's movements, such as freezing them, and ultimately create distance to unleash more potent attacks in a bid to defeat their foe. If the enemy is not subdued, they repeat the aforementioned process. Nick Fury. This process feels so familiar. Isn't this the combat style frequently employed by Armored Dinah and Dinah? Wait. Nick Fury suddenly recalled. A few days ago, Dinah appeared outside Earth and took away a spaceship that was supposed to land on Earth. Could it be that the female superhero and supercat are aboard that spaceship? S-H-I-E-L-D surely has its own satellites beyond Earth. Tony and Banner wouldn't find it strange to keep this matter under wraps. Thus, it is not surprising that Nick Fury is aware of the spaceship incident. In fact, even without Dinah's involvement, he had been contemplating studying that spaceship. It is highly likely. Hill nodded. The appearance of the spaceship and the female superhero should not be mere coincidence. It seems that at this moment, Nick Fury furrowed his brow deeply. The Avengers have long faced criticism from the Global Security Council and the public alike, primarily due to their perceived inferiority compared to the Justice League. Captain Marvel seems to be delayed by unforeseen circumstances, as she has yet to return. The civil war in Atlantis, ostensibly unrelated to the surface dwellers, poses a risk of repercussions should hostilities erupt. Furthermore, the previous incident involving the Red Lantern, though resolved with the assistance of DGI, which led to a reconciliation between Banner and Hulk for the sake of the Green Doctor, remains shrouded in mystery. The enigmatic Red Lantern and the azure light that accompanied it continue to perplex, leaving uncertainties regarding future ramifications. Most critically, Nick Fury has finally discerned that something is amiss within the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 73. For Darkseid in this contemporary era, monstrous entities abound, accompanied by the emergence of the Justice League and the Eye of Heaven. Additionally, the dual threats posed by Atlantis loom large. Consequently, the Hydra operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot help but reveal their true nature. Moreover, the Hydra of this world remains intent on executing their surveillance agenda. Although this plan may not effectively counter formidable heroes such as Iron Man, Dr. Green, or Superman, it could nonetheless assist Hydra in addressing numerous known or unknown adversaries. Of course, as long as no monstrous beings appear, this matter bears no relevance to Qin Yang. While Nick Fury has yet to cast his suspicions upon Pierce, once he begins to doubt, it is merely a matter of time before the latter's exposure becomes inevitable. Amidst such external and internal turmoil, Nick Fury finds it exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether the appearances of Supergirl and Supercat signify good or ill. Nightfall. Coast City. Green Lantern. I have come to return the ring. Hal Jordan, America's most distinguished test pilot, is enjoying a candlelit dinner with his girlfriend, Carol Ferris, with plans to discuss their respective strengths and weaknesses post-meal. Suddenly, a golden portal materializes, and a figure emerges that Hal finds somewhat familiar. Hal. Wait. Why does this scene feel oddly reminiscent? Green Lantern, thank you for the ring, I no longer require it. Clad in Tiga armor, Qin Yang remains indifferent to Hal's musings, holding the Green Lantern ring that belongs to him. He continues, now I shall return it to you. Rest assured, I have also retrieved the Falcon one I borrowed from you. No need to see me off, farewell. As soon as the words leave his lips, Qin Yang's figure vanishes through a golden portal. The Green Lantern ring, meanwhile, autonomously returns to Hal's possession. After all, Qin Yang had already replicated the Green Lantern ring, upgrading his Tiga wristband accordingly. This ring, which never truly belonged to him, serves no further purpose in his hands. It is far better to return it to its rightful owner. My ring has finally returned. Initially, Hal harbored some discontent regarding Qin Yang's sudden appearance and the return of the Falcon one. However, upon reclaiming the Green Lantern ring, his spirits lifted instantly. After all, it is a cherished emblem of camaraderie and brotherhood. Furthermore, without the Green Lantern ring, Hal had been unable to act as Green Lantern in Coast City or participate in the Justice League gatherings, which had left him feeling utterly stifled. Yet, in such a brief span, what could the armored Tiga possibly accomplish with the Green Lantern ring? Hal's mind wrestles with uncertainty. Given his experience, he cannot fathom, nor would he believe, that anyone could flawlessly replicate the full capabilities of the Green Lantern ring within just a few days, and seamlessly connect with the will of the green light. It is worth noting that even Hal, in his current state, can only recharge through the Green Lantern power battery and the central battery of OA, the Green Lantern Corps headquarters. Unable to harness energy directly through the will of the green light, Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern of Sector 2814, found himself confronted by a figure. Suspended outside the window was a woman clad in the uniform of the Green Lantern Corps, her chest adorned not merely with the emblem of the Green Lantern, but embedded with an energy battery. With a cold gaze fixed upon Hal, she declared, I am the Supreme Green Lantern, Kraken. How dare you lend the Green Lantern ring to another? You must immediately report all information regarding the armored Tiga and the Red Lantern menace. The mention of the Supreme Green Lantern caused Hal's expression to shift dramatically. The Supreme Green Lantern, a being transformed and indoctrinated by the Guardians of the Universe, possessed abilities surpassing those of ordinary Green Lanterns and could absorb their energy. This transformation often stripped the Supreme Green Lantern of emotions, rendering them solely obedient to the Guardians and unwavering in upholding the Corps laws and justice. Consequently, within the hierarchy of the Green Lantern Corps, the Supreme Green Lantern held authority over Hal, a mere Green Lantern. The presence of the Supreme Green Lantern on Earth to investigate the activities of the Red Lantern was unsurprising, especially given the threat posed by the Red Lantern, a being once manipulated by the Red Ring and driven by rage. Unfortunately for Hal, he had been caught by Kraken, who had discovered his transgression of lending the Green Lantern ring to another. Like a student caught playing with a phone in class, Hal complied and divulged all the information he possessed. However, his knowledge was limited, as he was aware that Banner belonged to the Avengers and that the armored Tiga had appeared and vanished without a trace. After listening to Hal's account, Kraken nodded slightly, though her tone remained icy. I have other pressing matters to attend to. There may be a time when I require your assistance, so I shall refrain from pursuing your error for now. Take care. With that, Kraken transformed into a beam of green light and departed. What was that about? Carol remarked, her irritation evident. She treated Hal as if he were a criminal on trial. Had it not been for her respect for the fact that they were both Green Lanterns and her own status as an ordinary human, she would not have remained silent. Hal sighed. I never imagined the Supreme Green Lantern would come to Earth. It feels as though something ominous is on the horizon. In Gotham City, in a secluded alley, Kraken reappeared, holding a gray, square box. Soon, the box began to tremble, and a soft light shone down from above. Emerging from the light was a man with horns, wielding a massive axe, clad in shimmering silver armor, the scales of which shifted continuously. Accompanying him were humanoid figures in black armor, equipped with mechanical wings that resembled bat-like creatures. Kraken, you have done well. The silver-armored man, known as the Wasteland Wolf, who bore twin horns and wielded a colossal axe, surveyed his surroundings before addressing the Kraken before him. When I have obliterated this world and presented it to the illustrious dark side, I shall not forget your contributions. I have no interest in accolades, the Kraken replied with an unwavering demeanor. Everything is for Darkseid. Wait, what? Suddenly, the Wasteland Wolf appeared to sense something. Exclaiming in astonishment, it seems there are already 3 mother boxes in this world. How curious that they have not summoned me. Nevertheless, as long as I locate them, I can directly annihilate this world. Go forth, my demons, for the glory of Darkseid. Chapter 74. The mother box in this high-stakes scenario, Darkseid, the sovereign of Apocalypse and the most formidable of the new gods, manifests merely as a singular avatar within a universe, yet possesses strength that far surpasses that of Superman. In the DC Comics realm, his true form is an entity of multiversal significance. The character known as the Wasteland Wolf was originally Darkseid's uncle. After Darkseid eliminated his father, the previous monarch of Apocalypse, the Wasteland Wolf chose to pledge his allegiance. The parademons, once innocent beings from countless worlds that Darkseid had subjugated, were transformed by apocalyptic technology into biological weapons utterly devoted to Darkseid. Given the vast number of worlds Darkseid has conquered, the legion of parademons is virtually limitless, earning them the title of one of the 2 most powerful biological weapons in the DC universe. The other is the comic version of Doomsday, who possesses the terrifying ability to resurrect and grow stronger with each death. The Supreme Green Lantern, Kraken, was once a new god of Apocalypse, harboring deep-seated hatred for Darkseid. After escaping Apocalypse, Kraken joined the Green Lantern Corps and, through the Guardians of the Universe's transformation, became one of the Supreme Green Lanterns. However, upon attaining this esteemed rank, she lost her emotions and fell under the covert control of Granny Goodness, one of Darkseid's subordinates, ultimately becoming loyal to Darkseid. This time, Kraken ostensibly arrives to investigate the Red Lantern Corps, but in truth, she seizes the opportunity to summon the Wasteland Wolf using the Mother Box, thereby designating Earth as one of Darkseid's conquests. Upon the Wasteland Wolf's arrival on Earth, he discovers that 3 Mother Boxes had long existed on this planet. The Mother Box can be likened to an extraordinarily advanced and unique superintelligent computer possessing vast knowledge, matter manipulation, and energy transfer capabilities. In Justice League, Cyborg's abilities stem from a Mother Box. One of the most crucial functions of the Mother Box is to open boom tubes, enabling the transportation of apocalyptic beings, like the Wasteland Wolf, to their desired conquest locations. Logically, a sentient Mother Box should automatically summon the Wasteland Wolf to conquer Earth. However, regrettably, the 3 Mother Boxes on Earth, despite being in an active state, have never summoned the Wasteland Wolf. In fact, had he not visited Earth this time, the Wasteland Wolf would have remained unaware of the existence of these 3 Mother Boxes. Nevertheless, despite his perplexity regarding their failure to summon him, the audacious Wasteland Wolf chooses to seek out the 3 Mother Boxes and proceed with his plan to annihilate Earth. Mother Box, you know what I mean. In any case, at the command of the Wasteland Wolf, countless parademons swarm like bats, following the scent of the Mother Boxes, radiating outward from Gotham City in all directions. Do not say I did not warn you. The situation on this Earth is far from simple. As he observed the scattered monstrosities, Kraken coldly addressed the Wasteland Wolf. Monsters. Ultraman, Kryptonians. Perhaps the reason the 3 Mother Boxes have not summoned you is due to the likelihood of your failure. What? The Wasteland Wolf glared at Kraken. Do you dare to question one of Darkseid's most loyal and formidable warriors? Watch closely, he continued. I shall transform Earth into one of the countless planets conquered by Darkseid. When that time comes, I will report your current doubts in full. Suit yourself, Kraken replied nonchalantly. I have already fulfilled the task assigned by the gentle grandmother. Were it not for my concern that you may disappoint the great Darkseid, I would not have bothered to remind you. Since you are so confident, I leave everything that follows in your hands." Without further regard for the wasteland wolf, Kraken transformed into a beam of green light and vanished into the sky. After all, as a supreme Green Lantern and one of the new gods of apocalypse, Kraken's power was not necessarily inferior to that of the wasteland wolf. The gentle grandmother and the wasteland wolf were not of the same faction, and without emotional ties, Kraken had no reason to show the wasteland wolf any leniency. That scoundrel! Watching the green light gradually fade in the distance, the wasteland wolf felt a surge of annoyance. Yet he was acutely aware that this was not the time for such concerns. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the wasteland wolf harnessed the power of the mother box and vanished from his location. He sought a suitable place to establish a base. After that, it would only be a matter of acquiring the other 2 or even 3 mother boxes before he could commence the annihilation of Earth. Meanwhile, on the other side, S.H.I.E.L.D. Anti-Monster Division. Can this truly be entrusted to me? Banner inquired of Qin Yang, his gaze fixed on the red power ring. You witnessed the previous events. I fear it may continue to exert control over me and Hulk, just as with the Green Lantern ring. Qin Yang had similarly crafted a replica of the red power ring, making corresponding modifications to the Tiga wristband. This way, he could also harness the wrathful crimson light as one of his sources of energy, rather than allowing the now useless red power ring to gather dust in some corner of the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau. It would be far more beneficial to return it to Banner for repurposing. This could also serve to enhance Banner's goodwill towards him, though Qin Yang was uncertain what purpose such goodwill would ultimately serve. Additionally, regarding Banner, or rather, the myriad of entities within Hulk, Qin Yang had a slight concern. Therefore, he employed a few subtle techniques on the red power ring in his possession as a precaution against, or rather a warning for, the emergence of those entities. Unfortunately, the previous incident of transforming into a Red Lantern seemed to have left Banner with considerable psychological scars. He appeared hesitant to accept the red power ring. Banner, you must have confidence in yourself and in Hulk, Qin Yang encouraged, patting Banner's shoulder. Your ability to reconcile with Hulk indicates that you have learned to correctly channel the emotion of anger. Thus, you shall naturally learn how to properly utilize this red power ring. By that time, the Red Lantern ring would become a source of strength for you, even an intrinsic part of your being. You might consider it a modest trial set before you. If it proves too formidable, you still have me and Tiga by your side, don't you? I understand now. Upon hearing this, Banner regained his confidence and, taking a deep breath, resolutely accepted the Red Lantern ring, placing it upon his right middle finger. In an instant, the ring unleashed a torrent of crimson energy, striving to influence Banner once more. Silence. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from Hulk, causing the Red Lantern ring to obediently quiet itself. It remains uncertain whether it feared Hulk or the myriad forces contained within him. Crack. A small fissure appeared on the ring, signifying some wondrous and enigmatic transformation. Oh. At this juncture, Qin Hao seemed to sense something, extending his hand to tap upon Tiga's bracelet. In the next moment, scenes from Gotham City, featuring the likes of the Wasteland Wolf and Kraken, were projected before them, including their very dialogue. Chapter 75. The Corpse Monster. Silazan, what are these? Who is Darkseid? And what of the Green Lantern? Upon witnessing the projections from the Tiga wristband, both Banner and the previously passive Tony, Captain Marvel, and Black Widow were struck with astonishment. Although they had never heard of Darkseid, the projection clearly depicted the desolate wolf proclaiming its intent to annihilate Earth. The existence of the Green Lantern, Kraken, added a layer of complexity to the situation. Darkseid, a monarch from a realm known as Apocalypse, was illustrated alongside the horned figure, the desolate wolf. Qin Yang offered a brief introduction, continuing, Darkseid and his minions have obliterated countless planets, and now they have set their sights on Earth. The Green Lantern, likely named Kraken, is under the control of Darkseid's benevolent grandmother, the Supreme Green Lantern. However, this should not pose a significant issue. You and the Justice League should be able to handle this incident. As long as Darkseid does not intervene personally, it is not a matter of great concern. Even if he were to appear in person, unless he manifests as his true comic form, it would not be a substantial threat to me. In contrast, Qin Yang found himself more intrigued by the mother box. If it could be integrated with the Tiga wristband or the core of Jilbalis, it would indeed be a fortuitous development. Moreover, the Jilbalis core, apart from tirelessly producing various armed devices within the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau, was also engaged in the creation of Galatron and Galatron 2 Malawian Quatches. It would not be long before Qin Yang could summon an army of Galatrons, or even Galatron MK2S. At that point, he could utilize the mother box to transport this army to Apocalypse, delivering a minor Galatron shock to Darkseid. Additionally, he could conveniently acquire some of Apocalypse technology. Of course, such endeavors would not align with the current virtuous Tiga Ultraman. Instead, it presented a fitting opportunity for the Dark Tiga to make an appearance. Furthermore, The invasion by the desolate wolf provided Qin Yang with a justified reason for counter-invasion. Suddenly, an unsettling realization occurred to Qin Yang, the future vision seen by the Ancient One. Could that be the moment? Never mind, these details were of little consequence. Qin Yang merely needed to ensure that the Jilbalis Corps continuously monitored the situation concerning the desolate wolf. This way, even if the Avengers and the Justice League faltered, he could step in at any moment to turn the tide. Alternatively, he could simply seize 2 mother boxes to deprive the desolate wolf of the opportunity to destroy Earth. Lost in thought, Qin Yang pondered the drawbacks. Such an action would inevitably draw the desolate wolf's attention directly to him. However, he was not overly concerned. Beep, beep. At that moment, an alarm sounded, capturing the attention of Qin Yang, Banner, Captain Marvel, and the others. Shatter. Tony muttered under his breath, simultaneously instructing the artificial intelligence. Jarvis, to project the live satellite imagery. Another incident in the Pacific? On the beach that once faced the debris of Megadamaru, a colossal beast. Standing 60 meters tall and adorned with sharp, backward-facing spines reminiscent of a decaying corpse, emerged. The creature, identified as the corpse monster, Silazon, elicited a slight twitch at the corner of Qin Yang's mouth. This beast first made its appearance in the TV series Tiga, constantly exuding a foul stench. Its abdomen was capable of consuming energy primarily derived from natural gas. In the series, this creature had even contemplated devouring Tiga. It was in that very episode that the humorous notion of Zhongfeng never drinking alcohol was birthed. To be frank, Qin Yang was not particularly eager to engage Silazon in battle. It was not a matter of capability. Rather, he was unwilling to endure the noxious odor emanating from it. The system seemed to grasp Qin Yang's sentiments, refraining from triggering any corresponding missions. He was confident that the superheroes would be able to handle this monster. If all else failed, he could deploy armed equipment such as the Atlantis and Prometheus. Moreover, Qin Yang had an inkling that perhaps Silazon would not be the sole beast to surface in this incident. Another monster has appeared. Captain America observed the satellite imagery with a grim expression. The emergence of such creatures, regardless of their location, was never a good omen. Wait, look behind that monster. Black Widow exclaimed, sensing something amiss. Upon closer inspection, Tony and the others indeed discovered numerous small figures behind Silazon. Enlarging the image revealed that these were fully armed underwater beings, seemingly belonging to opposing factions. Atlantis. Tony's expression grew increasingly grave. 2 different factions of Atlantis are on the brink of war, and at this very moment, Banner pondered for a moment before proposing a chilling hypothesis. Is it possible that the emergence of this corpse monster is intrinsically linked to those Atlanteans? I mean, could dark agents like the Joker seize this opportunity to involve themselves in the Atlantis Civil War, perhaps supplying both sides with monsters? Upon hearing this, Tony, Captain America, and the others fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing that such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Should that be the case, it was undoubtedly a dire prospect. Regardless, we must take action. We cannot concern ourselves with Atlantis for now, lest we inadvertently bring the conflict to the surface. Our primary objective is the corpse monster, Silazon. Tony, Captain America, and the others swiftly reached a decision and commenced their operations. During this process, they noticed that Armored Tiga had inexplicably vanished. However, this went largely unremarked upon, for Armored Tiga had always been known to appear and disappear without a trace. At this very moment, on that familiar beach, alas, what a foul odor! Following the emergence of the monstrous creature, Kara, the Kryptonian feline, hurriedly arrived alongside Superman. Almost immediately, she was nearly overwhelmed by the stench. For the first time, she regretted her exceptionally keen sense of smell. Fortunately, the suit, crafted from a symbiotic fabric, possessed the ability to transform. Soon enough, a mask akin to Superman's suit adorned Kara and the little Kryptonian cat's face, restoring their expressions to a semblance of normalcy. In contrast, Superman found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Ultimately, he could only cast an envious glance at the suits worn by Kara and the Kryptonian cat while holding his breath to ward off the noxious fumes emanating from Zilizon. Chapter 76, A Batch of Gold and Ancient Bridges. How despicable are these monsters, resorting to foul-smelling gas as a means of attack? Moments later, a furious Kara soared before Zilizon, unleashing searing red lasers from her eyes. Meow. The Kryptonian feline followed closely behind. Hiss. Under the intense gaze of Kara and the Kryptonian cat, the targeted areas of Zilizon rapidly desiccated, even being obliterated entirely. The creature emitted a pained growl. Alas, the range of the heat vision was too limited to inflict significant damage upon Zilizon. It appeared that Zilizon could not endure high temperatures. Perhaps ice would yield better results. Observing this, Superman ascended above Zilizon and expelled a torrent of freezing air from his mouth. Crack! Instantly, a thick layer of ice enveloped Zilizon. A shared glance between Superman, Kara, and the Kryptonian cat signaled their intent as they launched powerful punches from different angles toward the now icy Zillazan. Boom. As anticipated, under the might of Kara, the Kryptonian cat, and particularly Superman, whose punch could now fell an ordinary beast, Zillazan was shattered into countless fragments. Oh yes, we have vanquished a monster. Meow. Kara and the Kryptonian cat, in their first encounter with and triumph over a beast, expressed their exhilaration. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a new task. Defeat Zillazan. Congratulations to teammates, Kara, Kryptonian cat, for defeating Zillazan, completing the task, and receiving a reward, knowledge of Galatron series manufacturing. Nearby, Qin Yang, who had been covertly observing the unfolding drama, found himself momentarily bewildered upon hearing the system's announcement. Is it now customary for tasks to be retroactive? Moreover, the system had outright considered Kara and the Kryptonian cat as members of Qin Yang's team. Was it because they were his students and wore the symbiotic battle suits he had provided? In that case, what of Dr. Green, Spider-Man, and Spider-Gwen? It seems I shall need to investigate this further. As for the reward, the knowledge of Galatron series manufacturing seemed rather trivial. After all, such knowledge was already contained within the core of Jobalis. Yet, one must not forget that only upon acquiring these knowledge rewards could the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau infinitely generate the corresponding materials. Furthermore, given that Qin Yang had merely been a bystander throughout this encounter, receiving any reward at all was quite fortunate. Why dwell on trivialities? Look over there. It appears a conflict is about to erupt. At that moment, Kara's gaze shifted toward the surface of the Pacific Ocean, her brow slightly furrowed. It was evident that should the two factions of Atlantis engage in battle, it would spell disaster. Unfortunately, Kara and Superman could not directly intervene. Otherwise, the two Atlantean factions might perceive it as a provocation from the land, leading them to launch a simultaneous assault on the surface. Kill. In this world, only one Atlantis is permitted to exist. First, they shall unify the seas, and then declare war upon the inhabitants of the land. Thus, the seemingly endless expanse of ocean bore witness to the commencement of the Atlantean Civil War. Namor, I do not wish to engage in combat with you. Let us unite to halt this war. Silence, you coward. How could your people possibly choose you as their king? As Arthur battled Namor, he endeavored to persuade him. Fully aware that the continuation of this conflict would result in countless casualties, rendering it meaningless. He also understood that the death of his mentor, transformed into a magma being, could not be attributed to the surface dwellers or Ultraman. Regrettably, as a hybrid of land dwellers and Atlanteans, Arthur faced considerable ostracism from his kin within the palace. Even after ascending to the throne, this time, he found himself compelled to wage war under the pressure exerted by many of his compatriots. It was futile to believe that Arthur could disregard their demands. Even if he departed from Atlantis, those foolish individuals would still instigate war. Without Arthur's restraint, their fervor would undoubtedly intensify. Initially, Arthur had hoped to persuade another Atlantean monarch, Namor, to join him in preventing this war. However, the latter staunchly rejected his appeal. This divergence stemmed from their contrasting experiences. Arthur had grown up alongside his father on land, largely shielded from significant suffering, frequently learning alongside his mentor. As he matured, Arthur garnered a reputation as a savior among the local populace, leading to a disposition marked by kindness, tranquility, and compassion. Conversely, Namor had spent his youth in the slums of Atlantis with his mother, enduring discrimination and humiliation due to his differing skin color. Even after becoming king, the rejection he faced from his people surpassed that of Arthur. Consequently, Namor's temperament leaned towards the extreme, harboring little benevolence. At times, he even appeared as an antagonist within Marvel Comics. In Namor's eyes, the impending civil war within Atlantis represented a chance to prove himself. He would leap from the summit of Everest, prepared to perish rather than cease hostilities. Undoubtedly, the swift onset of this conflict was also fueled by instigators akin to the Joker. After all, the negativity harbored by the Atlanteans was, indeed, a potent force. Sighing at Namor's refusal, Arthur lamented, "It seems the only way to mitigate the losses of this war is to defeat you swiftly. Arise, my legion of monstrous warriors." With Arthur's declaration, towering mechanical beasts, each standing 55 meters tall and predominantly golden, emerged from the depths of the sea. Good heavens, the Golden Bridge? Qin Yang, observing from the shadows, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "This is quite a grand spectacle." Upon a cursory count, Qin Yang noted that Arthur commanded no fewer than 20 golden bridges, some of which surpassed the typical strength of ordinary golden bridges, presenting a formidable black variant. If not for the constraints on the powers of superheroes like Ultraman and Superman, this battalion of golden bridges alone could likely sweep across the entirety of the Earth. It seems that the Joker, along with his enigmatic companion, has made considerable preparations for this impending war. Let me take a look at what awaits us in Namor. Observing the numerous golden bridges, Qin Yang felt no trepidation. Rather, He gazed with keen interest towards the other side. As the saying goes, in the face of a formidable adversary like Tiga, who grows stronger through vanquishing foes, mere numbers hold little significance. Qin Yang is also convinced that since the Joker has supplied Arthur with a contingent of golden bridges, he will undoubtedly provide Namor with monsters of comparable strength to intensify the conflict. Chapter 77. Do you comprehend the psychological torment this inflicts upon a Green Lantern? Indeed, upon witnessing the golden kaiju summoned by Arthur alongside the black kaiju, Namor scoffed disdainfully and declared, "A monstrous army? You think you are the only one? Do not be so presumptuous as to believe you can swiftly vanquish us. Allow me to present my own legion of beasts." As Namor's words echoed, 9 formidable monsters, each radiating a powerful aura, materialized behind him. They were EX Red King, EX Gamora, Tolii King, the 3 Emperor Kings, Orb-Mebius King, Magma Jet, Magma Bassa, Magma Gurin, Magma Pond, and Magma Jabba. Ah, quite impressive, Qin Yang, who had been observing from the shadows, nodded slightly. EX Red King and EX Gamora are enhanced versions of Red King and Gamora, respectively, boasting strength that surpasses that of ordinary kaiju. Tolii King, as expected, is yet another elite creature. Orb-Mebius King serves as the final boss in the great battle across time and space, ultimately defeated by the combined efforts of Tiga, Dana, and Gaia. In terms of combat prowess, he should not be underestimated, especially considering that the last creature vanquished by the Heisei trio was the formidable Fibu King, the 5 Emperors. Of course, Orb-Mebius King cannot quite compare to the 5 Emperors. The 5 beasts, Magma Jet, Magma Bassa, Magma Gurin, Magma Pond, and Magma Jabba, hail from the Orb series demon beasts. Aside from Magma Jet, which demonstrated formidable strength in battle against Orb's original form, the rest are not particularly strong, but certainly do not lag behind ordinary kaiju. Most critically, with the emergence of even the demon beasts, one must ponder if the ultimate boss of Orb, Magma Yamada no Orochi, will also make an appearance. It is worth noting that this was a powerful monster that Orb vanquished with the assistance of Gagula and a surge of belief. Nevertheless, for Qin Yang in the present moment, it is merely a matter of indifference. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new quest, Defeat. Defeat all monsters appearing in this event. The voice of the system resonated in Qin Yang's mind. However, it seemed that due to the overwhelming number of monsters, the system stuttered mid-sentence. Given the circumstances, it is time for me to make my entrance. Such a multitude of formidable beasts clearly surpasses what the Justice League and the Avengers can easily resolve. Coincidentally, with the quest activated, Qin Yang saw no reason to remain a mere spectator any longer. In the skies above the beach, monsters, how could there be so many? Staring at the 2 waves of creatures emerging from the Pacific Ocean, Kara rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Ultimately, she had no choice but to accept the reality. This is a significant predicament. Superman's expression grew grave, not solely due to the multitude of monstrous beings that have emerged, but also because these creatures have been summoned by 2 factions of Atlantis. To act recklessly would only serve to escalate the conflict. However, Superman is not one to be mired in indecision. When the moment calls for action, he will not hesitate to intervene. My heavens! Is it I who has lost my sanity, or has the world itself gone mad? No, the truly deranged one is the Joker. Does he truly not fear that these myriad monsters could obliterate the entire planet? To clarify, I do not doubt Tiga's capabilities, yet with so many beasts, can even Ultraman contend with them effectively? The other members of the Justice League and the Avengers, gradually arriving at the scene, gazed in astonishment at the monstrous entities thrashing upon the ocean's surface. Have the monsters summoned by the 2 Atlantean factions already begun to battle amongst themselves? Wonder Woman, observing the tumultuous waters, suddenly paled and exclaimed, "This is dire. Their conflict has triggered a tsunami." Whether between the 2 factions of Atlantis or among the throngs of monsters, their skirmish would undoubtedly incite significant upheaval upon the ocean's surface. The repercussions on land would manifest as formidable waves, rivaling the previous tsunami. Last time, it was Ultraman's power that quelled the tumultuous waters. And this time, I shall take charge, Superman declared, soaring forward and exhaling a breath of frigid air. In an instant, nearly half of the surging waves were encased in ice. We shall assist. Kara, accompanied by the Kryptonian feline, swiftly followed suit, freezing the remaining waters. Yet, it was evident that this was merely a temporary solution. As long as more waves continued to surge forth, the ice encasing the waters would inevitably break free. When that occurred, what awaited the land would be a colossal wave, compounded by numerous others. To make matters worse, a sound akin to a power drill pierced the air as a monstrous creature, 50 meters in height, adorned with a pattern of black, white, and yellow, resembling a shark with a nose reminiscent of a high-speed drill, erupted from the frozen waters, charging directly at Superman. What is this? Caught off guard, Superman was violently propelled backward by the drilling appendage of the creature, known as the deep-sea monster, Gavira. Fortunately, aside from being knocked back, he would likely sustain no serious harm. Crack. Simultaneously, as the second and third Gavira emerged, the ice barrier crafted by Superman and Kara quickly succumbed to failure. The tumultuous waters surged forward once more toward the shore. Although the aftermath of the previous incident had deterred many from approaching, there would inevitably remain a few undaunted souls. With these waves crashing down, it was quite possible that more lives would be lost. Boom. Just then, amidst a dazzling burst of white light, the familiar tricolored form of Tiga, red, purple, and silver, materialized before the tumultuous waves. Green light barrier, Tiga proclaimed, extending a hand, and in an instant, summoned a colossal green barrier nearly 1,000 meters high, shielding the oncoming waves from crashing down. Even the three ancient Vira were unable to breach this barrier. Witnessing this scene, Superman and Iron Man were initially taken aback, before simultaneously glancing towards Green Lantern. What? At that moment, Green Lantern was equally bewildered. How could he harness green light energy? The most astonishing aspect was that Tiga's seemingly effortless ability surpassed even his own full-powered efforts. Can one fathom the psychological impact this moment would have on an ordinary Green Lantern? Observing the event, Superman and Iron Man grew increasingly astonished. Could it truly be that even Green Lantern was unaware of why Ultraman could conjure such a green barrier? Nevertheless, regardless of the reasons, Ultraman had temporarily halted the tsunami, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Chapter 78. The self-destructive gesture. Since the emergence of Ultraman, superheroes such as Superman and Iron Man have gradually developed a sense of security, believing that as long as Ultraman is present, everything will be fine. Even Batman, who is known for his pessimistic outlook, must concede that without Ultraman, the future of this world would be exceedingly bleak. Even now, amidst the Pacific Ocean, where countless monsters lurk, the mere sight of Ultraman ahead alleviates all concerns. Until, swoosh, a figure, visible only to a select few like Superman and the Flash, suddenly appeared, charging towards Tiga. A sneak attack? Having shared the abilities of Kara and the Kryptonian feline through his symbiotic battlesuit, Tiga naturally possessed super speed, grounded in his original powers. Light arrow. Thus, Tiga not only effortlessly evaded the ambush, but also retaliated with several violet-white energy projectiles. Crack. Bam. Accompanied by a flurry of sparks and a pained scream. A humanoid monster emerged, towering at 51 meters, predominantly colored in purple and black, with small, elongated horns and an orange glowing organ on its forehead. High-speed alien, Slanstar? Tiga quickly recognized his adversary. This creature first appeared in Max TV and possesses the ability of rapid movement. However, the speed displayed by Slanstar this time seemed even more formidable than in the original series. Heh. As Slanstar rose, he sneered, "No wonder you are Ultraman. You can barely keep up with less than 1% of my speed. But what about now?" With those words, Slanstar transformed into a golden flash, approaching the speed of light. Bang, bang, bang. Despite Tiga's super speed derived from Kara and the Kryptonian feline, he found himself unable to match Slanstar's velocity, being struck by a barrage of destructive energy projectiles. Though these projectiles lacked significant power, only producing minor sparks and slightly hindering his movements, they proved largely ineffective. That golden flash. The Flash, realizing the implications, exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. That monster has transformed into Reverse Flash." What? Upon hearing this, Superman, Batman, Green Lantern, and Wonder Woman's expressions hardened. Even Iron Man and Captain Marvel, unfamiliar with Reverse Flash, recognized that this was not a trivial matter. Indeed, the so-called Reverse Flash is one of the classic antagonists from the Flash series. His origins are of little consequence now. What matters is that Reverse Flash possesses abilities nearly identical to those of the Flash, including the capacity for superluminal movement. The fusion of such a speedster with Slanstar, who is already adept in speed, is a predicament that even the dimmest of minds could comprehend. Dare to flaunt trivial skills before a master? Ultraman barrier. After a brief moment, faced with the near-light speed movement of the Slan aliens, Tiga conjured a colorful rhombus barrier around him. This defensive technique was a fusion of Jet's jet barrier, the Baltan's lightwave barrier, and his own Ultra Shield, endowing it with remarkable defensive capabilities. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, no matter how fiercely the Slan aliens attacked, they could not penetrate the Ultra barrier, thus granting Tiga a chance to counterattack. Haha, Tiga, you've fallen for it. At that moment, the Slan alien wore a cunning smile, as if their scheme had succeeded. Hippolyte capsule. Simultaneously, a transparent cylindrical light shield descended from the heavens with astonishing swiftness, enveloping Tiga. Soon, a green liquid known as Hippolyte tar began to pour down from above the shield. Tiga, along with his ultra barrier, transformed into a colossal rhombus statue. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a series of boisterous laughter, a 50-meter-tall humanoid monster, predominantly colored in red and blue with 3 protrusions on its head and a long nose, emerged before the crowd. This was the Hellstar being, Hippolyte, who first appeared in the Ace TV series, having initially decimated the Ultra Brothers and subsequently killed the energy-depleted Ultra Father. Although Hippolyte's combat prowess was not formidable, it could utilize the instantaneous Hippolyte capsule and Hippolyte tar to immobilize any creature within the capsule, turning them into an unmovable statue. Clearly, the appearance of the Slan aliens was merely a ruse to divert Diga's attention. Perhaps even the Atlantis Civil War and the tsunami were mere distractions, carefully orchestrated for Diga's jealousy. The true hidden threat lay with the Hippolyte aliens. Aware that Ultraman posed the greatest threat, they prioritized his elimination. Wonder Woman's expression darkened, undoubtedly. This was a dire development. Ultraman would not be so easily vanquished. Maintaining his composure, Batman spoke. I believe that if we can break through that outer barrier or directly eliminate the humanoid monster that just appeared, we can rescue Ultraman. In fact, even without Batman's prompting, Kara, the Kryptonian cat, had already surged towards Diga's position. Hey, do you two think I'm invisible? The Slan alien radiated golden lightning. And without displaying any particular actions, Kara and the Kryptonian cat were sent flying as if struck hard. No, the Flash's voice turned grave. The speed of that monster, transformed by Reverse Flash, is too fast. If it wishes, it can amplify its speed 10-fold, 100-fold. Coupled with the enhancements from its monstrous form, we stand no chance of reaching Ultraman. If Reverse Flash were merely Reverse Flash, then the Flash would surely find a way. Yet, the former has transformed into a monstrous entity. Unless the Flash can also grow in stature, he stands before the Kryptonians as insignificant as an ant. It must be said that the Joker's decision to make Reverse Flash a Kryptonian has indeed caused considerable turmoil for everyone present. Even more troubling is the gradual disappearance of the green barrier created by the statue of Diga. When it vanishes entirely, a colossal tsunami will inevitably strike once more. If it were merely this, it would still be a trivial matter. How could the mere Hippolyta capsules and Hippolyta tar truly pose a challenge to Diga? However, at this very moment, the Joker has embarked on a path of self-destruction. He has sought out Aunt May, who is cooking at home, Peter, who is in the living room, and Gwen, who has just arrived for a visit. Chapter 79, Dark Diga Part 1. Good evening, Spider-Man and Ghost Spider. The gentlemanly demeanor of the clown, emanating an eerie black mist, materialized before Peter and Gwen, greeting them with unsettling politeness, to confront Ultraman. I must request the sacrifice of your inconsequential lives. The clown had once confided in Loki that Qin Yang had bestowed upon Batman a lizard serum, transforming him into a true superhuman. Thus, he aimed to dismantle Qin Yang both physically and mentally. The physical aspect seemed manageable. Eliminating the Diga that Qin Yang had become would suffice. However, the emotional dimension posed a greater challenge. The clown had discovered that all of Qin Yang's identities were mere fabrications, akin to a person who never truly existed. Nonetheless, being the earthly manifestation of Diga, this was not entirely unfathomable. Therefore, the clown set his sights on the 3 individuals who were likely to matter to Qin Yang: Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy, and May Parker, who was just emerging from the kitchen, sensing something amiss. He believed that if these 3 were to perish, even if Diga managed to navigate this crisis unscathed, the expression on his face would surely be captivating. The thought alone was amusing. You are the clown? What is it that you desire? Upon the clown's appearance, Peter and Gwen immediately shifted into combat mode, positioning the freshly emerged Aunt May behind them. This was not merely due to their awareness of the clown and his transformation into a dark emissary capable of turning people into monsters, but also because their spider sense was unprecedentedly triggered, alerting them to the peril of their current situation. Additionally, having revealed his identity, Peter and Gwen felt no need for further concealment, simultaneously transforming into Spider-Man and Ghost Spider. It was the first time Peter and Gwen realized that their longtime ally had been so close at hand. Similarly, Aunt May was discovering that the Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, frequently featured in newspapers and television news, had always been within her reach. However, this was not the time for such revelations. The clown was about to continue when his expression shifted. It appears that Fellow has long been prepared for this. With the emergence of a series of teleportation magic circles, a host of ballast knights materialized before Spider-Man and Ghost Spider. Each knight brandished a Mars 133 ray gun, its power comparable to the Spatium Ray from the original Ultraman TV series. Insufficient, the clown shook his head, advancing forward. The ballast knights unhesitatingly squeezed their triggers. In an instant, beams capable of obliterating ordinary monsters surged forth. Yet, just as they were about to strike the clown, the rays vanished into thin air. This is due to the fact that the Joker holds a monster card belonging to the four-dimensional beast, Bruton. Although the Joker can only wield a fraction of Bruton's abilities, it is sufficient to redirect the rays of the Ballast Knights to alternate dimensions. Of course, the so-called alternate dimensions refer to Bang, Bang, Bang. Centered around Aunt May's residence, numerous surrounding buildings are being obliterated by the attacks of the Ballast Knights that have been redirected by the Joker. Countless innocent civilians are left either dead or grievously injured as a result. This is, you bastard. How dare you commit such an atrocity? Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen are not foolish. They quickly grasp the reason behind the devastation outside. Had it not been for the Ballast Knights obstructing their path, and their lingering concern over the Joker's previous remarks, they would have already surged forth to confront him. Ultraman, in his attempt to protect you, inadvertently leads to the demise of even more innocents. What a fascinating spectacle this is. And soon, I shall make this performance even more entertaining. The Joker pays no heed to the accusations from Spider-Man and Spider-Gwen, continuing to advance. However, as he takes a step forward, he realizes that the familiar surroundings have vanished. Instead, he finds himself on a beach amidst the Justice League, the Avengers, and the chaos of the Pacific Ocean. Joker, how did you end up here? Did you orchestrate all of this? What have you done? The Justice League and Avengers, who were initially concerned for Tiga, now also recognize the Joker's presence. The nearest. Batman raises a fist and strikes the Joker squarely in the face. Perhaps he remains unaware of the situation, or perhaps he is afforded some leniency. This punch from Batman indeed sends the Joker sprawling to the ground. Ha 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 ha. The Joker wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the distant columnar bronze statue representing Tiga, and exclaims with glee, "So, even with my grasp of a portion of Bruton's spatial abilities, you can still transport me here, even in your statue form? How intriguing, truly fascinating. You're talking nonsense." Green Lantern just manifested a green hammer, intending to strike the Joker. However, he suddenly senses something amiss. The night sky, already cloaked in darkness, is now completely shrouded by heavy clouds. An increasingly oppressive silence envelopes the atmosphere. Over the Pacific, whether it be South or North Atlantis, or the monsters like King Ghidorah, they all seem to sense a terrifying presence on the verge of emergence, halting their movements simultaneously. "My capsule, what are those?" The Hippolyte alien exclaims in disbelief. For within the capsule that has ensnared Tiga, an incredibly pure darkness begins to coalesce. Crack! In mere moments, the Hippolyte capsule shatters, unable to withstand the surge of this dark energy. Strange, why does the giant of light, Tiga, emanate such pure dark energy? Not far away, the Slan alien first expressed astonishment, then seemed to recall something, and his tone abruptly shifted. "This is bad. Could it be the fabled Dark Tiga? But can such a thing truly arise from Tiga himself?" Soon, the Slan alien, regaining his composure, disdainfully scoffed. "What of Dark Tiga? As long as he cannot match my speed, he poses no threat." "Oh, is that so?" At that moment, a voice filled with menace echoed mysteriously behind the Slan alien. "I grant you a chance to live. Begin your escape." Chapter 80, Dark Tiga Part 2. It was too slow. Death awaited. Hearing the demonic whispers behind him, the Slan alien's body instinctively surged forth, racing faster than his thoughts. Yet, a horrifying reality unfolded. No matter how he accelerated, at light speed or beyond, his position remained unchanged. He attempted to traverse time. Yet whether he returned to the past or ventured into the future, he remained stationary. It was space. He had been ensnared by the manipulation of space. The Slan alien quickly grasped the cause. This confined space he occupied was effectively isolated from the world. Not even time could alter his fate. How could this be possible? The Slan alien could not comprehend the level of control over space necessary to enact such a terrifying phenomenon. Even worse, if he could not escape this realm in time, his demise was imminent. Run. Do not stop if you wish to avoid an early grave. Emerging from behind the Slan alien was the Dark Tiga. Identical in form to the original, yet its once purplish stripes had morphed into black, and the golden and silver stripes had turned to shades of gray. Its cold, vacant gaze, embodying pure darkness, fell upon Batman, Green Lantern, and the Joker beside them. If the Joker were merely causing mischief with harmless schemes, Qin Yang would have dismissed him entirely. But why did he insist on courting death? In that case, Qin Yang would allow the Joker to witness the consequences of his folly. Ha ha ha. The Joker, seemingly unfazed by the Dark Tiga's presence, cackled. The giant of light who saves the world, revered as a god by countless souls. Under my influence, he has transformed into a dark giant capable of annihilating all, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. How amusing, utterly delightful. However, I desire it to be even more entertaining. Before his words faded, the Joker, enveloped in a shroud of black light, transformed into Bruton, a 60-meter-tall creature with a blue upper half and a red lower half. Resembling a sphere devoid of limbs or facial features, adorned with numerous near-square orifices. Soon, slender, antenna-like tendrils began to extend from these orifices. Most of Bruton's abilities relied on these tendrils for manifestation. The Dark Digga made no effort to impede the Joker or the transformation into Bruton. Instead, he extended a hand, inviting the first move. Boom. The Joker's transformation into Bruton was not one to hold back. He immediately summoned 3 ancient gorillas, who were still attempting to breach the green light barrier, to stand before the Dark Digga. Dark Digga's powerful punch. The Dark Digga, with its right hand imbued with dark energy, struck mightily, obliterating an unsuspecting ancient gorilla. Tap, tap, tap. In the next moment, the Dark Digga began to stride towards Bruton. With each step, the dark energy released annihilated the remaining 2 ancient gorillas into a fine powder. Bang! As the ominous figure of Dark Digga approached, Bruton unleashed a series of azure rings from his cilia. Yet, at the very moment these blue circles were about to strike Dark Digga, they were absorbed entirely. Boom! Undeterred, Bruton resorted to his previous tactic, summoning the majestic Magagulan King and the formidable Magageddon from the ocean's surface before Dark Digga. Magaga penetration. Magaga light bomb. As soon as they appeared, Magagulan King emitted a colossal crimson beam from its chest, while Magageddon unleashed an orb resembling a trillion-degree fireball, radiating a bizarre amalgamation of blue, green, and purple destructive energy. In truth, neither Magagulan King nor Magageddon harbored any desire to engage Dark Digga in battle, for they sensed an unfathomable power emanating from him. Regrettably, as entities summoned from their respective monster cards, they were compelled to obey the commands of the Joker, unless the true master of the cards, the Lebrander alien, revoked his authority. Given the current predicament, it was clear that Magagulan King and Magageddon had no choice but to confront Dark Digga and unleash their maximum attacks. However, akin to the earlier azure rings released by Bruton, their assaults were effortlessly absorbed by Dark Digga, inflicting not a single scratch upon him. Roar. Do. Jaden. With no alternative, Magagulan King and Magageddon advanced, attempting to engage in close combat. Dark Digga responded with a swift hand chop, cleaving Magagulan King in half with chilling ease. The sheer physical prowess and destructive capability displayed left all witnesses gasping in disbelief. That was Magagulan King. Even though the members of the Justice League and the Avengers were unfamiliar with it, they could discern that its defensive capabilities were undeniably formidable. Yet, it was effortlessly sliced asunder by a mere hand strike from Dark Digga. Magageddon barrier. Observing this horrifying scene, Magageddon trembled and hesitated to attack, hastily conjuring a blue-green-purple diamond-shaped barrier around itself. Dark Digga's Dark Zypili AO light wheel. Raising his right hand, Dark Digga summoned a rapidly spinning purple wheel, which instantaneously severed both the Magageddon barrier and the Magageddon within it in half. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the bisected forms of both Magageddon and the previously cleaved Magagulan King erupted into a fine powder. Tap, tap, tap. Dark Digga continued his advance toward Bruton, as if he had merely crushed 2 ants, showing no signs of impact. Batman and Iron Man had recognized the situation. With Dark Digga's current strength and spatial abilities, he could have materialized right before Bruton and dispatched him in an instant. Yet, he refrained from doing so. He seems intent on forcing Bruton, or rather the Joker, to exhaust every possible means, ultimately succumbing to profound helplessness and despair while awaiting the arrival of his own demise. Ha 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 ha. Digga, no, Dark Digga. There is nothing about death that I find to fear. I am far more drawn to intriguing matters. Thus, let us proceed onward. Within Bruton's form, the boisterous voice of the Joker echoed. It also endeavored to summon monsters, even attempting to draw Batman, Kara, and others before Dark Digga. How would the latter handle such individuals? Yet, it faltered. All of Bruton's spatial abilities had ceased to function. Dark Digga advanced towards Bruton, raising his left hand, adorned with the same darkened Digga ring, where the gem of infinity, symbolizing reality, emitted a dazzling and eerie red radiance. Interesting, truly laughable. From this moment forth, you shall be immortal. You will be incapable of generating any positive emotions, and you shall never descend into madness. You will not be able to inflict harm upon anything in this world, yet everything in this world shall have the power to inflict harm upon you. You will forever experience hunger, thirst, insomnia, laughter, weeping, and rage. Your mouth shall utter no sound. Your ears will only hear the curses and slanders of the world. Your nose will only detect foul, nauseating odors. You will never be able to stand as a human does. You will feel no joy, perceive no hope or light. You shall remain eternally awake, forever fearing existence, fearing death, fearing light, fearing darkness, fearing cold, fearing heat, fearing solitude, fearing interactions with other beings. Any soul that attempts to redeem you shall face punishment, even, like you, Chapter 81. No one can escape the law of true fragrance. What instills fear in so many regarding the Joker? Beyond his cunning intellect lies his madness, his capriciousness. Devoid of ambition or greed, leaves others perplexed about his next move. Yet, the Joker is not entirely devoid of aspirations. He craves amusement. However, his notion of amusement diverges significantly from the conventional understanding. In other words, the Joker is still capable of experiencing joy. But what if the Joker were to lose his madness and, consequently, his ability to feel joy? I can manipulate your feelings, thoughts, and everything else. To still yearn for amusement? Utterly ludicrous. Now, relish the eternal life I bestow upon you, Joker. As Diga's voice echoed, Bruton transformed back into the Joker. Yet, at this moment, the Joker emitted a soundless laughter, tears streaming from his eyes, his visage contorted in profound rage. A hunger unlike any he had ever known gnawed at him, compelling him to consume the sand and stones beneath him. Yet, no matter how much he devoured, his hunger remained insatiable. Simultaneously, the Joker trembled, curling into himself. Gripped by fear. Fear of light, fear of darkness, fear of existence, fear of death, fear of everything in this world. This had no connection to his personal will, thoughts, or preferences. It was a rule, a divine decree. All that could elicit positive feedback from the Joker, including amusement, had been irrevocably stripped away by Dark Diga and the reality gem he wielded. Unless a being of greater power than Dark Diga were to risk offending him and offer the Joker redemption, hope would remain eternally elusive. For such a being, even if Dark Diga were to slay the Joker at this moment, he could likely resurrect him. At this very moment, Batman, Iron Man, and others gazed upon the Joker's plight, chills running down their spines. They had never fathomed that punishment could reach such depths, nor had they contemplated that any individual's power could be so terrifying. Yet, curiously, none of these superheroes, including Superman, felt compassion for the Joker or believed Dark Diga's actions were unjust. After all, the Joker would never glimpse hope. Others would not offer him any hope either. Naturally, the negative emotions within the Joker could not be transformed into the type of negative energy sought by beings like Belial or the Lebronians. His anger would not garner recognition from the red light of rage. Otherwise, would Dark Diga not be inviting his own distress? Incidentally, when Dark Diga announced the Joker's punishment, he spoke in the language of the Dark Giants, incomprehensible to others. Camartage, how strange, so very strange. The Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, tirelessly activated the Eye of Agamotto, scrutinizing the past, present, and future. Yet, the perplexity etched on her face deepened. As she discovered, the Dark Diga's utilization of the reality gem deviated significantly from the norm. For instance, when others wield the reality gem, an apple transforms into a golden hue, and the world acknowledges, very well, henceforth, all apples shall be golden. However, when the Dark Diga employs the reality gem, the apple turns golden, prompting the world to respond. What? Were apples not inherently golden? This absurdity transcends the expected effects of the reality gem. Why does this occur? Ancient One found herself utterly perplexed. Ultimately, she could only conclude that the existence of the Dark Diga, and Qin Yang was far more extraordinary than she had previously envisioned. Fortunately, the Dark Diga had not succumbed to madness, nor had the catastrophic events she once witnessed in the future transpired. On that familiar beach. It is your turn now. Ignoring the reactions of others after announcing the punishment for the Joker, the Dark Diga turned to face the two factions of Atlantis and the remaining monsters upon the Pacific. After all, Qin Yang had merely transformed into the Dark Diga to exact vengeance upon the Joker, which did not imply a loss of reason. Defeating all the monsters that had appeared would not only grant him greater strength but also yield additional system rewards. Furthermore, once the civil war in Atlantis fully commenced, it would inevitably impact the land, further affecting Qin Yang's ordinary life. Roar, roar. At that moment, as the gaze of the Dark Diga fell upon them, the monsters upon the surface of the sea trembled collectively, subsequently kneeling in unison, as if in submission, paying homage to their singular king. Witnessing this scene, the people of southern and northern Atlantis exchanged glances, ultimately kneeling towards the Dark Diga as well. There was no alternative. The Dark Diga possessed a terrifying power, and his methods surpassed their wildest imaginations. No matter how reluctant the Atlanteans were, a mere glance at the Joker's dire fate extinguished any rebellious thoughts within their hearts. For instance, not long ago, the resolute Nemo had sworn that he would not cease fighting, even if it meant leaping from Mount Everest to his demise. Nemo, This feels quite agreeable. Thus, as the monsters and the Atlanteans bowed in submission, streams of black light surged from their bodies, merging into the Dark Diga. This signified that he had acquired their entire strength and abilities. Simultaneously, the power and vitality of these monsters and Atlanteans remained undiminished. As the victor, the Dark Diga permitted these vanquished beings to retain all that they possessed. The price, however, was that these monsters and Atlanteans would be forever bound to the Dark Tiga, unable to betray him. Otherwise, all they held dear would vanish at any moment. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for vanquishing all adversaries in this event and receiving rewards. The Cosmic Needle, now fused with the Tiga Bracelet, enhancements to the Zapilio Beam, Dilatium Light Flow, and Rampart Light Bomb, the Ocean Guardian, the Cascading Light, Storm, comprehensive knowledge of the Mebius series armaments, comprehensive knowledge of the X series armaments, and fragments of the Eternal Core. Soon, the voice of the system resonated within the mind of Dark Tiga. The Cosmic Needle, as its name suggests, is an artifact capable of mending the universe. It not only counters the void beast Glyza, which embodies the cosmic abyss, but also serves as a formidable weapon in its own right. Although the name includes needle, its form is not fixed. It adapts to the wielder, manifesting in various shapes and even displaying diverse abilities. Now that the Cosmic Needle has fused with the Tiga Bracelet, it signifies that Dark Tiga can alter its shape and functions at will. The enhancements to the Zapilio Beam, Dilatium Light Flow, and Rampart Light Bomb are self-explanatory. Their specific effects likely amplify the power of the simplified Zapilio Beam, rendering it akin to the Zapilio Beam itself. The Ocean Guardian functions similarly to the Earth Guardian, granting Dark Tiga an inexhaustible source of power when submerged in the ocean. Moreover, it bestows various related abilities, such as parting the sea upon emergence, reminiscent of a guru. Chapter 82. A Reward of Satisfaction. Among the remaining rewards, the Storm of Layered Light originates from the devastating finishing move of Nexus in his youthful form. Not only does it possess immense power, but it also eradicates monsters at a molecular level, effectively preventing their resurrection and the possibility of human creation. The knowledge of the full armament equipment from the Mebius series is equally significant. Particularly noteworthy is the Meteor technology, which not only enhances the combat performance of machines in a short span, but also facilitates the creation of artificial monsters. In the grand finale, Guys even presented a spatium energy amplifier that dramatically boosts the power of the spatium ray. Most astonishingly, after Mebius departed from Earth, Guys managed to send items from Earth to the Land of Light using Meteor technology, an utterly preposterous feat. The knowledge surrounding the full armament equipment from the X series is even more substantial. It is well known that the ultimate form of Ultraman Zero derives from the ultimate sacred shield, Paragii Shield, formed by the light gathered from the hearts of many, as seen in the Belial Galactic Empire, brought forth by the enigmatic Ultraman Noah. Essentially, this can also be considered a part of Noah's power. In the series, the Ultimate Zero annihilated the final boss, Electric Arc Belial, with his finishing move, the Ultimate Zero. Yet, this extraordinary prowess was merely observed by Dr. Gelman, an alien from the Zio Special Defense Team, who promptly created a corresponding Ultimate Zero electronic card, thereby granting X a suit of Ultimate Zero armor. The pinnacle of achievements belongs to Zio's base defenses, which astonishingly withstood the full-force assault of Gryza. Lastly, there are the shards of the Eternal Core. Within the lore of Trigger, the Eternal Core possesses the power to annihilate the entire universe. In the kingdom, Absolute Tartaros, capable of contending against the King of Ultra under extreme conditions, contemplated using the Eternal Core to replace their dwindling Absolute energy. Moreover, Trigger harnessed a fragment of the Eternal Core to unlock the formidable Eternal Shining Form. In essence, possessing a shard of the Eternal Core allows Tiga to activate his own version of the Eternal Shining Form, albeit far inferior to the true Shining Tiga form. Nevertheless, it significantly enhances Tiga's overall strength. What a splendid reward this is. The Dark Tiga, upon learning this information, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the greater the number of monsters that appeared, the greater his gains would be. Perhaps this is the only contribution made by the clown this time? Oh, I almost forgot about you. Gradually regaining his focus, the Dark Tiga gazed at the Slan alien, still racing at full speed, alongside the Hippolyte alien. Previously, this entity, devoid of any martial virtue, had stealthily attacked, transforming Tiga into a statue. Upon finally capturing the attention of the Dark Tiga, the Hippolyte alien fell to its knees in terror. At that moment, fear gripped the Hippolyte alien's heart. It was not only apprehensive that the Dark Tiga would take its life, but also that it might transform into a grotesque figure akin to that of a clown. If the latter were to occur, it would prefer death. Of course, the ideal scenario would be to avoid becoming a clown altogether and to remain alive. As the Hippolyte alien knelt, a beam of black light surged forth from its being, signifying its allegiance as one of the monsters unable to betray the Dark Tiga. You may cease. Dark Tiga turned to the Slan alien. In recognition of your unwavering pace, I grant you a chance to submit. Both the Hippolyte and Slan aliens were merely following the commands of the clown, yet their abilities were commendable. Therefore, in light of the possibility of subjugation, Dark Tiga saw no necessity in exterminating them. Yes, yes, yes. Unlike its previous defiance, the slant alien knelt without hesitation. After all, it had no desire for demise. Very well, from here on, act wisely. Dark Diga nodded, and then a resplendent white light began to emanate from its form. Within this luminous aura, it gradually reverted to its original state. The previously pitch-black sky was instantly illuminated. The hearts of Batman, Superman, Iron Man, and Captain Marvel began to warm, filling with peace and hope. Naturally, this did not extend to the clown. Only when Diga's figure dissipated into countless particles of light did darkness reclaim the world. As it was still night, retreat, retreat, retreat. After Diga's departure, countless Atlanteans and monsters in the Pacific retreated beneath the waves. The slant alien and the hippolyte alien transformed into golden lightning and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Henceforth, as long as they did not inconvenience Diga, they could act according to their own volition, until summoned by Diga once more. I never anticipated such a turn of events. Was that the Black Diga? No, it should be referred to as the Dark Diga, right? Such formidable power, such an intimidating presence, completely distinct from Diga. It appears that Diga can seamlessly transition between forms, implying that he remains a trustworthy Ultraman. Furthermore, the Dark Diga had not harmed any innocents. Rather, it aided us in resolving the monstrous threats in the north-south conflict of Atlantis. Now that matters here have been settled, it is time for us to return. The superheroes exchanged glances and began to depart. What a pity, I had hoped to take this opportunity to showcase my upgraded anti-monster armor. Yet I ended up merely as an observer throughout the ordeal. As Iron Man soared towards Stark Tower, he mused, "It is fortunate that Ultraman is present. Our losses as humanity can surely be minimized. However, if possible, I sincerely hope we will not encounter any more monsters." Meanwhile, within the stronghold constructed by the D-Sod, the sight of the Pacific Ocean projected by the mother box left him momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. What manner of power is this? Even as he gradually regained his composure, the desolation within him remained unshaken. It was formidable, exceedingly so. It seemed that even the illustrious Darkseid would struggle to contend with that ebony giant. In light of this, does the D-Sod still have reason to pursue the obliteration of Earth, or should he consider taking a significant gamble? Chapter 83. The Wasteland Wolf. I have made a decision that defies Darkseid. For certain reasons, the Wasteland Wolf now bears the weight of guilt. Should he fail to conquer Earth and instead contemplate surrender, an unfavorable fate undoubtedly awaits him. Moreover, the giant known as Ultraman Tiga is not invincible. At least from the perspective of the Wasteland Wolf, as long as he gathers 3 mother boxes, he can unleash an energy wave capable of annihilating the entire surface in an instant. At that moment, even the recently emerged Dark Diga may not withstand such power. Furthermore, from the intelligence gathered through the mother boxes, it seems that Diga appears predominantly in response to the emergence of monsters. In any case, there are no monsters on the Wasteland Wolf side. If he exercises a bit more caution while collecting the mother boxes, avoiding attracting Ultraman's attention, all should proceed smoothly. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the mother box trembles, seemingly eager to convey something to the Wasteland Wolf. Mother box, what do you wish for me to see? The Wasteland Wolf's expression shifts as he extends his hand toward the mother box. He understands that the mother box would not stir without reason, and it likely pertains to resolving his current predicament. Indeed, as the Wasteland Wolf's fingers make contact with the mother box, he finds himself transported to an unfamiliar environment. It is a vast plain. His heightened senses as a new god alert him to the extraordinary nature of this place. Boom. Without hesitation, the Wasteland Wolf raises his axe and strikes the ground. In an instant, a colossal symbol emerges upon the earth. It is the very planet. Marvelous. The Wasteland Wolf gazes at the symbol in disbelief, then bursts with joy akin to that of an ageless child. Millennia ago, in his youth, Darkseid had led an army to assault this very planet, only to be defeated by the combined forces of its inhabitants, humans, Amazons, Atlanteans, Olympian deities, Green Lanterns, and others, resulting in his grave injury. It was indeed Darkseid's only defeat in thousands of years. Yet, that is not the most significant aspect. The crux lies in the fact that Darkseid discovered an unfathomably terrifying power on that planet, the anti-life equation. This force can corrode and consume all that it touches, while also manipulating the thoughts of all living beings. For millennia, Darkseid has sought this planet, not only to erase the shame of his defeat, but also to obtain the anti-life equation. Regrettably, he has never succeeded in locating it. But now, I have found it. It is Earth. The Wasteland Wolf can hardly contain his excitement and elation. By annihilating Earth and presenting the anti-life equation to Darkseid, I shall surely regain his trust. The most crucial aspect is that with the anti-life equation, Darkseid might even control the so-called Ultraman Tiga, allowing the latter's power to become a sword for his invasion of further worlds. The Wolf of the Wasteland finally comprehended why there existed 3 mother boxes on Earth. These were the 3 mother boxes that were left behind during Darkseid's previous failed invasion. Ha ha ha. However, at that moment, accompanied by an unsettling laughter, the Wolf of the Wasteland found himself engulfed in boundless darkness. Before him appeared a face reminiscent of a demon. Belial, the anti-life equation? How intriguing. Little silver bowl. Shall we strike a bargain? I shall divert Diga's attention, and you will become my new dark emissary, aiding me in gathering more negative energy. What say you? Huh. In response, the Wolf of the Wasteland scoffed derisively, declaring, I pledge my allegiance solely to Darkseid. What dark emissary? I have no interest in such a role. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Belial shook his head. Immediately thereafter, a surge of black light fused into the Wolf of the Wasteland's being. He instantaneously transformed into a creature towering at 61 meters, predominantly adorned in shades of brown and gray, with red fur around its neck, resembling a bipedal bull. More precisely, it was the bull demon superbeast, Kaola. This entity first appeared in the Ace universe, crafted by the interdimensional beings known as the Aborians. Through the fusion of interdimensional energy and the resentment of the bull god, its power far surpassed that of ordinary monsters, yet it remained limited, as it could not even contend with the TV-era Ace Ultraman. What have you done to me? Under the protection of the new divine rank on Apocalypse, the Wolf of the Wasteland, unaffected by the will of the super beast, glared at Belial, his heart gradually filled with foreboding. Ha ha ha. Belial unabashedly revealed his thoughts. Surely you are aware that monsters attract Ultramen. Thus, you are left with 2 choices. Either collaborate with me, or you may attempt to survive against the Ultraman's onslaught. Despicable alien. The Wolf of the Wasteland was seething with rage. Yet, more than that, he was filled with dread. It was not Belial he feared, but the dark Diga that had recently emerged in the Pacific. Based on the information gathered by the Mother Box, even in his form as the Giant of Light, Diga possessed strength that could easily overpower him at this moment. Therefore, the Wolf of the Wasteland was compelled to make a decision that contradicted his loyalty to Darkseid, a decision to compromise and humiliatingly become Belial's new dark emissary. Meanwhile, at the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau, was that truly Dark Diga? This is indeed beyond my expectations. Upon returning, Qin Yang could not help but exclaim. There is a saying, when one turns dark, their strength multiplies tenfold. When one redeems themselves, they weaken by a third. Transforming into Dark Diga, Qin Yang felt his power far exceeded that of his Diga form. He also possessed the ability to subjugate monsters. The energy absorption of Dark Diga rendered all enemy energy attacks ineffective. Conversely, Dark Diga could effortlessly unleash a myriad of skills. Simply marvelous. Moreover, under the influence of the dark power of Diga, the Diga bracelet, akin to the Reality Stone, appears to have undergone a remarkable transformation. However, Qin Yang is momentarily perplexed by the nature of this change and its origin. Nevertheless, he feels a sense of satisfaction, realizing that he has gained an additional trump card. Furthermore, following this metamorphosis, Qin Yang's understanding of the Dark Diga has significantly deepened. Consequently, should he wish to merge light and darkness to unlock his own true form, the endeavor will become considerably more feasible. It is time to return. Gradually regaining his composure, Qin Yang prepares to head home. Undoubtedly, due to the chaotic antics of the Joker, his true identity is likely no longer a secret to May Ant, Peter, and Gwen. Yet, he must contemplate whether to reveal his identity as Armored Diga or to divulge both his Diga identity and that of Armored Diga simultaneously. Chapter 84. The Light of Hope, Queens, New York, Forest Hills, Ingram Street. Oh my heavens! How could this happen? Please, do not leave me. Ultraman, lend us your aid. Since the first monster emerged during the Battle of New York, many have begun relocating. Yet, a greater number have chosen to remain steadfast. On one hand, the notion of moving appears deceptively simple. However, the associated uncertainties are manifold. On the other hand, a sense of false security prevails, as they believe that, despite the presence of monsters, they themselves are impervious to harm. After all, once they weather the initial storm, Ultraman will undoubtedly arrive to vanquish the beasts. Should any losses occur, compensation may be forthcoming from the relevant authorities and the Stark Foundation. Yet, tonight, despite the absence of monsters, an attack has still transpired, leaving countless individuals either dead or grievously injured. Furthermore, unlike prior to the Battle of New York, the majority of Americans now direct their prayers not to God, but to Ultraman. Are they doing so because of us? No, it is because of the Joker. But can this truly not be reversed? Aunt May, Peter, and Gwen stood outside, their expressions a tapestry of emotions as they beheld the devastation outside. They were acutely aware that the destruction was the result of the earlier confrontation between the robots and the Joker, where the latter had redirected their assaults. Their inherently kind hearts were naturally filled with unease and guilt. Boom. At that moment, a golden blue radiance, symbolizing the star of hope and the star of miracles, illuminated this small realm. The injured were swiftly healed, and the deceased were resurrected. The ravaged buildings gradually returned to their former glory. Simultaneously, that golden blue light acted like a gentle hand, soothing the sorrow, anger, and other negative emotions dwelling within the hearts of all present. They lived. They had come back to life. This was nothing short of a miracle. No, it was a divine act. Look, there is Ultraman. Amidst their astonishment, the crowd discerned the familiar silhouette of Dinah within the fading golden blue light. Splendid. Ultraman has restored everything to its rightful state. Moreover, he has bestowed upon the people a renewed sense of hope. Witnessing this scene, Aunt May, Peter, and Gwen were filled with joy. What are you three doing out here? At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind them. They turned to see Qin Yang, who had appeared unbeknownst to them. To be honest, Qin Yang felt a peculiar blend of emotions within him. The calamity outside was, to some extent, intertwined with his own actions. Yet, upon restoring everything as Dinah, he had kindled a spark of hope within those individuals. This would undoubtedly pave the way for his future transformation into the resplendent Dinah form, contributing greatly to that endeavor. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Qin Yang? Upon meeting Qin Yang, Gwen immediately rushed into his embrace, enveloping him in her warmth. Oh dear, Peter lamented, bemused. Aunt May, why are you covering my eyes? I'm not a child anymore. Hush, Aunt May exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she instinctively shielded Peter's eyes. Yet, as a parent, was this not her duty? In the moments that followed, neither Gwen, Aunt May, nor Peter broached the subject of Qin Yang's true identity. They seemed intent on behaving as if nothing had transpired. However, Qin Yang could discern their eagerness to inquire, albeit they refrained from pressing him. Peter, of course, was already aware of Qin Yang's identity as the armored Tiga, albeit unaware that he was indeed Tiga himself. After all, thanks to Qin Yang's efforts, the divine aura surrounding Tiga was overwhelmingly potent. It was improbable for anyone to deduce the connection between Qin Yang and Tiga, even if he were to divulge it outright. Few would believe him. Observing this, Qin Yang chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he gently shook his head and raised his left hand, revealing a bracelet adorned with purple, silver, and red hues, featuring the emblem of Tiga's chest timer at its apex. This was none other than the Tiga bracelet. In truth, this bracelet would only manifest before others when Qin Yang assumed the form of armored Tiga or Tiga. When he operated in his human guise, the Tiga bracelet remained virtually invisible. It was only fitting that armored Tiga, as a bearer of a fragment of Tiga's power, possessed an identical bracelet. Qin Yang, you upon catching sight of the Tiga bracelet on Qin Yang's left hand, Gwen instantly grasped the implications. More accurately, she confirmed certain suspicions that had been lingering in her mind. Yet, even Gwen had never entertained the notion that Tiga could be human. For now, she had merely affirmed that her boyfriend was, in fact, armored Tiga. And then, there was nothing more to say. Was it not sufficient to have confirmed Qin Yang's identity? For reasons unknown, that evening, Gwen opted not to return home, choosing instead to share a room with Qin Yang. As for what transpired thereafter, we shall omit the details of 129,600 chapters. The following day, as Qin Yang emerged from the room, he overheard Aunt May conversing with Gwen's father, George Stacy, in the living room. Their dialogue was filled with incomprehensible remarks about the affairs of youth and the innocence of young lovers. The atmosphere in the living room was instantly buoyant. Meanwhile, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, outside the school gates, Wanda and Quicksilver stood anxiously behind Professor X. Surrounding them were fellow X-Men members, including Wolverine, Cyclops, Jean Grey, Angel, and Beast, all equally tense. After all, the individual they were about to meet was anything but ordinary. A few days prior, following Qin Yang's advice, Wanda and Quicksilver had arrived at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters to meet Professor X. The latter soon uncovered their mutant identities and further discovered that their biological father was likely one of their acquaintances. With the consent of Wanda and Quicksilver, Professor X utilized his telepathic abilities to reach out to this acquaintance, none other than Magneto. They arranged to meet outside the gates of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters at that designated time. It was natural for Wanda and Quicksilver to feel a sense of trepidation and unease as they were about to encounter someone they suspected to be their biological father for the first time. The X-Men, on the other hand, had a rather strained relationship with Magneto, bordering on adversarial. Suddenly, as if sensing something, a smile spread across Professor X's face, only for it to swiftly transform into concern. Wait, something seems amiss with Eric. In his left hand, he clutched a black object resembling a short sword, while in his right hand, he held a peculiar monster plush toy. Chapter 85, Dark Loki, L. Buzzing. As Professor X's voice faded, the surrounding structures, including Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, began to collapse, shatter, and float. More precisely, It was the steel and other materials within these edifices that were being manipulated by an unseen force. Boom. Before long, these metallic constructs were formed in midair into two colossal steel swords, crossed in an X shape, hurtling down towards Professor X and his companions. No. Observing this, Cyclops swiftly removed his ruby quartz glasses and unleashed a brilliant ruby beam from his eyes, attempting to obliterate the steel swords. What is happening? Wanda's face was etched with surprise and confusion as she conjured her own chaos magic to obstruct the oncoming blades. Jean Grey and Storm also activated their respective telekinetic and weather manipulating abilities. Professor, I will take you to safety, Quicksilver urged, propelling Professor X's wheelchair. Vanishing in the blink of an eye. Boom. With the combined efforts of Cyclops, Wanda, Jean Grey, and Storm, the originally X-shaped steel swords morphed into a V-shaped configuration. Yet they continued their descent toward the group. Fortunately, before the steel swords could strike, Quicksilver had already whisked everyone to a relatively safe location. However, this so-called safety was merely a relative term. Before long, their adversaries returned. This time, they were targeted by a massive steel sphere reminiscent of a meteor, measuring 100 meters in diameter. Run. Above the sphere, a figure brandished a dark virtual spark in one hand and a monstrous spark toy in the other, emanating a sinister glow, with an expression of both exhilaration and turmoil, while warning, I can't hold it back any longer. Initially, Magneto had arrived with a mix of excitement and apprehension upon learning that he had a daughter and a son still living. However, en route, a dark entity identifying itself as Dark Loki AEL confronted him, forcibly bestowing upon him the dark virtual spark and the monstrous spark toy. These two items significantly augmented Magneto's powers, but simultaneously sought to influence his psyche. Under normal circumstances, with Magneto's willpower, he would have been capable of resisting. Yet, at a crucial moment, another voice echoed in his mind, leading to his current predicament. Eric? Professor X realized in an instant that his old friend had fallen under someone else's control. However, he was perplexed as to why. Despite wearing a helmet designed to shield against telepathic intrusion, Magneto was still susceptible to mental manipulation. Could it be that the adversary was not employing telepathy to dominate Magneto? Regardless of the method by which Magneto was ensnared, the helmet atop his head now hindered Professor X's telepathic abilities. Compounding the dire situation, the steel sphere, resembling a meteor, bore down upon them with formidable force. Queens, New York. Ding. Congratulations on triggering a new task. Rescue Magneto. Just as Qin Yang was preparing to return to his room for a morning workout, he was suddenly greeted by the system's notification sound. Magneto? Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how such a task had unexpectedly arisen. Could it be that Magneto had encountered a monstrous adversary? Or perhaps he had inadvertently provoked Wanda, who intended to stage a dramatic display of fatherly affection. At that moment, the intelligent projection on the Tiga bracelet displayed scenes unfolding at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. It was the dark spark of Dark Lucille. Alongside the monster spark toy, Qin Yang observed Magneto in the projection, deep in thought. Dark Lucille represents the malevolent side of Ultraman Galaxy, both originating from the future. Dark Lucille firmly believes that only the cessation of all life and time constitutes eternity. Thus, he traversed time and space to the past, launching a surprise attack that transformed nearly all Ultramen and monsters into spark toys resembling mere trinkets. Through Dark Lucille's Dark Spark and Virtual Dark Spark, these spark toys could be manifested into monstrous forms or dark versions of Ultraman. Despite the diminishing stature of Galaxy and Galaxy S, which also affected Dark Lucille's standing, he remains comparable to formidable dark villains such as Belial, the Rybran, and the Dark Emperor Ampera. In this world, with Belial and the Rybran having already made their appearances, the emergence of Dark Lucille does not seem particularly bizarre. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within Qin Yang, as he instinctively sensed that there might be deeper secrets at play. Nevertheless, he resolved to investigate further. With a firm decision, Qin Yang chose not to summon the divine light stick this time, instead transforming into a particle of light and vanishing from his location. Near Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, just as Professor X and his colleagues sensed an overwhelming threat, the descent of a metallic sphere abruptly halted. Earth is indeed a wondrous place, brimming with every imaginable superpower. Oh, how I long for the teacher's lollipop, Supergirl Kara exclaimed, effortlessly lifting the metallic sphere while playfully commenting. The Kryptonian cat perched on her shoulder nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Kara felt the sphere in her hands grow heavier. Magneto had conjured an even larger metallic sphere to crash down. Not only that, Magneto seemed to sense something amiss. Hastily placing the monster spark toy from his right hand atop the dark virtual spark in his left. Dark Entity Manifestation. Antenna. With the resonant electronic announcement, Magneto's figure vanished, replaced by a 54-meter-tall creature, predominantly silver gray, exhibiting characteristics reminiscent of a scarab and a stag beetle. Behold the magnetic marvel, Antanra. First making its debut in the original television series, this entity possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate magnetic fields. Now, having merged with the equally formidable Magneto, Antanra's prowess in magnetic control has been significantly amplified. Soon, the very steel structures within a radius of 1 kilometer began to ascend into the sky en masse, obscuring the sunlight and the heavens above. Furthermore, the area affected by Antanra's magnetic influence is rapidly expanding, leading one to believe that if this continues, the entirety of New York and perhaps even broader regions will inevitably fall under its sway. Chapter 86. The Anti-Life Equation. Alas, the monstrous creature must not be allowed to persist in its rampage. Eric, he must be awakened. The members of the X-Men, witnessing this scene, were grim expressions. The emergence of Magneto was already a formidable challenge. Now, another beast with the power to manipulate magnetism had appeared. Professor X began to employ his telepathic abilities to connect with Andora's consciousness. After all, the latter was unencumbered by the helmet that typically obstructed telepathy. Wait, what is this? As Professor X established a connection with Andora's mind, he was met with a strange voice reciting a series of peculiar, eerie formulas: anti-life equation, loneliness, alienation, fear, despair, self-worth, mockery, condemnation, misunderstanding, guilt, shame, failure, judgment, anywhere, hope, and folly, love, lies, life, death, self, dark side. Meanwhile, Stryker, let us deal with that colossal beetle. Meow, meow, meow. After Kara cast aside the steel sphere she had been holding into an empty space, she and the Kryptonian cat surged towards Andorra with remarkable speed. Magnetic beam. However, Andorra seemed to anticipate this, unleashing a radiant beam of rainbow light. Oh no! Within this spectrum of colors, Kara and the Kryptonian cat, as living beings, were drawn to the steel constructs around them as if they were two highly magnetic poles, attracting everything in proximity. Soon, 2 new steel spheres formed around Kara and the Kryptonian cat. Spatial barrier. As the situation grew increasingly dire, a blue spatial barrier materialized, isolating the area within a kilometer from the outside world. Simultaneously, amidst a burst of white light, the composite form of Tiga appeared before the crowd. Ultraman. Splendid. With Ultraman's presence, this beast shall surely be no match. Magneto will undoubtedly be saved. Professor, what do you think? Professor, are you alright? Upon Tiga's arrival, the X-Men members were elated, as if the tide had turned. However, Wolverine and Cyclops soon discerned something amiss with the professor. Suddenly, his gaze transformed into something unfamiliar and piercing, and he began to mutter, anti-life equation, loneliness, alienation, fear. Professor, what are you reciting? Ah, my head, it hurts. Upon hearing Professor X's murmurs, the X-Men instinctively clutched their heads in discomfort. Shortly thereafter, anti-life equation, loneliness. The X-Men themselves began to chant that eerie formula. Even Wanda and Jean Grey, both possessing formidable telepathic abilities, could only resist for a moment longer than Cyclops and Wolverine. Indeed, the chaotic forces within Wanda and the Phoenix Force within Jean began to show signs of imminent eruption. Should that occur, the resulting chaos would be no less significant than that caused by a monstrous threat, perhaps even greater. Was that Darkseid's anti-life equation? Just arriving at the scene, Tiga immediately noticed the distressing situation among Professor X and the others, his heart sinking. How strange. The anti-life equation should not have manifested so soon. Tiga pondered rapidly. Could it be that Dr. Manhattan was meddling again? Beyond that, he could think of no other possibilities. It seems he must devise a means to teach that peculiar little blue man a lesson. If this were before he transformed into Dark Tiga, dealing with Dr. Manhattan would have posed considerable difficulties for Qin Yang. However, now, Moreover, it is no wonder I harbored ominous premonitions before arriving here. It must be said that the emergence of the anti-life equation indeed presents a dilemma for Tiga. It has the capacity to unknowingly control all life surrounding Tiga and could potentially annihilate everything. Nevertheless, it matters not. The Mind Stone, the Star of Hope, and the Star of Miracles will intervene. Just then, 2 powerful crimson beams of laser erupted from the iron sphere, centered around Kara and the Kryptonian kitten. Boom. Following that, Kara and the Kryptonian kitten burst forth from the iron sphere, heading straight for Tiga. Clearly, they too had fallen under the sway of the anti-life equation. Frankly, Tiga was not at all surprised by this outcome. Ultraman fixed. Subsequently, Tiga unleashed a golden beam from his left fist, immobilizing Kara and the Kryptonian kitten. The Polita capsule. In the next moment, 2 transparent cylindrical capsules materialized instantaneously, encasing Kara and the Kryptonian kitten within. Although Tiga did not further employ Hippolyta Tar to transform Kara and the Kryptonian kitten into statues, these capsules were sufficient to restrict their movements. Deep crimson chains. Meanwhile, a series of crimson chains emerged from the ground, binding Professor X, Wanda, Quicksilver, and the others securely. This was the enchantment of Kamartaj, drawing upon the energy of one of the dimensional lords, the Crimson Lord, Citauri. In this regard, Citauri's temperament seemed rather amiable, after all. The Crimson Chains were one of Kamartaj's fundamental spells. Now, only you remain. After temporarily restraining Kara, the Kryptonian feline, along with Professor X and the others, Tiga turned his attention to Angela. His task this time was to rescue Magneto, who had transformed into Angela, rather than to annihilate her directly. This endeavor was straightforward. According to the original narrative, upon defeating Angela, she would separate into the monstrous Spark Doll and Magneto. Subsequently, he would employ the Star of Miracle and the Star of Hope to neutralize the influence of the anti-life equation within Magneto's mind. Do not inquire how Tiga came to know that the Star of Miracle and the Star of Hope would be effective. It is simply a matter of contemplation. Chapter 87, Guardian of the Back Mountain, Magnetizing Light. Regrettably, Antanra had its own intentions. It unleashed a spectrum of rainbow-hued light, attempting to magnetize Tiga. However, the magnetizing light was absorbed the moment it came into contact with Tiga, for he had once acquired the powers of Beaminstein, leveling guillotine. Soon, after extracting energy from the timer on his chest, Tiga extended his arms forward in a horizontal manner. In an instant, a crescent-shaped blade of light was shot out horizontally. Boom. Antanra had no time to react, as the pincers on either side of its face were severed at the root. Although they were not horns, Tiga paid no heed. To him, if it resembled horns, then it was horns. Enhanced simple Zypelia light. Observing Antanra writhing in agony from the severed pincers, the benevolent Tiga resolved to put an end to its suffering. He formed an L-shaped posture with his hands and unleashed a beam of white, ultra-high temperature destructive light from his right arm. Boom, boom. In the next moment, Antanra, struck by the enhanced simple Zypelia light, was engulfed in a familiar explosion. According to the events in Galaxy, Antanra was expected to revert to its corresponding Spark Doll, alongside Magneto. Of course, to be on the safe side, Tiga had infused the enhanced simple Zypelia light with a cellular transformation beam. In the original Tiga had employed a similar technique to save Masaki Kigo during his battle with Evil Tiga. As anticipated, as the noise of the explosion subsided, Antanra had vanished. On the ground, however, lay Antanra's Spark Doll, alongside Magneto. For Darkseid. Yet, at this moment, Magneto did not relinquish the fight. Struggling to maintain his composure, he attempted to continue his assault on Tiga. Kara, the Kryptonian cat, Professor X, and Magneto were all resisting Tiga's constraints with fervor. The gravest threat came from Wanda, who wielded the power of chaos, and Jean Grey, who possessed the Phoenix Force. This indicated that Darkseid was likely collaborating with Dark Lou Kyle, or perhaps he was the latter's dark emissary. The anti-life equation was indeed a troublesome entity. Tiga shook his head gently, and then raised his left hand. In the next moment, the golden blue radiance, symbolizing the Star of Hope and the Star of Miracles, began to illuminate this small realm. What just happened to me? So, was Magneto under the control of that entity? The anti-life equation, Darkseid, such terrifying power, such an overwhelming presence. Were it not for Ultraman, we might have never escaped its grasp. Under the ethereal influence of the golden blue light, Kara, the Kryptonian cat, Magneto, and Professor X gradually liberated themselves from the anti-life equation's control. As Magneto and the others regained consciousness, they were awestruck by the formidable power of both the anti-life equation and Darkseid, while simultaneously feeling immense gratitude and relief for Tiga's presence. Gazing upon the towering figure adorned in shades of purple, crimson, and silver, even after enduring harrowing experiences, Magneto and his companions were imbued with a sense of hope. Thus, radiant beams of golden hope emanated from Kara, the feline from Krypton, Magneto, and Professor X, merging seamlessly with Tiga. Consequently, he acquired the entirety of their abilities, including Wanda's chaotic powers and Jean Grey's Phoenix Force, all without any detrimental effects. The sole concern lay in the fact that these powers had yet to be fully activated, as both Wanda and Jean had not unlocked them themselves. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Once Tiga devised a method to awaken these formidable forces, he could easily transcend into a singular universe, or even a multiversal existence. Moreover, a notification resonated within Tiga's mind. Ding. Congratulations on saving Magneto. Mission accomplished. Reward. Ultra Clone, Galaxy Spark, includes Galaxy Ultraman Spark figurine, Guardian of the Back Mountain. The nature of this reward piqued Tiga's interest, leading to a peculiar expression on his face. The Ultra Clone ability would enable Tiga to create duplicates with 100 of his power, limited only by his energy and psychic prowess. He estimated that, at his peak, he could conjure 2 clones, provided he was in optimal condition. Otherwise, his original form might lose combat capability. Even so, this ability was impressive, allowing for the simultaneous existence of Tiga and Dark Tiga. The Galaxy Spark was equally intriguing. serving as the transformation device for Galaxy Ultraman and capable of manifesting other Spark figurines into super entities. With the Galaxy Ultraman Spark figurine in hand, Tiga could transform into Galaxy Ultraman, specifically the unaltered version from Galaxy. It seemed perfectly suited for Tiga's second clone, significantly enhancing his overall prowess. He even suspected that the Ultra Clone and Galaxy Spark rewards were designed to complement one another. Lastly, the Guardian of the Back Mountain was a title akin to that of the Earth and Ocean Guardians, conferring an increase in combat strength while Tiga fought in the Back Mountain. Overall, the rewards were quite satisfactory. Tiga nodded in contentment, whether it was the chaotic powers, the Phoenix Force, the Ultra Clone, or the Galaxy Spark and its figurine, each would substantially bolster his combat capabilities. In contrast, the Guardian of the Back Mountain title seemed merely an accessory. This was one of the primary reasons Tiga had refrained from promptly eliminating dark avatars like Loki and the Joker. Regrettably, Loki had recently acquired the Infinity Stones, which Tiga found particularly intriguing, while the Joker had recklessly courted his own demise. Fortunately, with the ominous dark side of the shadowy realm and a certain peculiar little blue being, my future life should prove to be rather more intriguing. A soft sigh escaped Tiga's heart before he transformed into countless particles of light, vanishing from sight. Is he leaving just like that? Kara pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. I was hoping he would take me to ask the teacher for some lollipops. Oh, how difficult it is to endure days without sweets. Meow, 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 meow. Days without fish treats are equally unbearable. The Kryptonian kitten perched upon Kara's shoulder nodded in agreement. It is said that the teacher would appear in New York during the evening. Soon, Kara regained her spirits. Excellent. Then let us seek him out tonight. Meow. Chapter 88. Magneto's choice. After DG's departure, Professor X and his team endeavored to mend the devastation wrought by Magneto and Antonia. During this time, Magneto formally acknowledged Wanda and Quicksilver. Eric, do you still adhere to your previous convictions? Professor X inquired, observing the bustling X-Men. Throughout their history, Professor X and Magneto have harbored fundamentally divergent philosophies concerning mutants and humanity. This divergence is intrinsically linked to their childhood experiences. Born into affluence, Professor X was sheltered from calamity and hardship, despite possessing telepathy that allows him to perceive the darker facets of human nature. He remains an unwavering believer in the inherent goodness of mankind. He aspires to foster acceptance of mutants through continual expressions of goodwill towards humanity, even if such efforts necessitate sacrifices of mutant interests or lives. His approach resembles that of a forlorn admirer, pursuing a goddess who remains indifferent, as the goddess perceives his devotion as mere entitlement. In stark contrast, Magneto, a Jewish survivor of a concentration camp, endured profound humiliation and anguish. His lived experiences have cemented his belief that instilling fear in humanity is essential for the betterment of mutant lives. While his methods have proven somewhat effective, they are not without limitations. Magneto's formidable power, though impressive, is insufficient to subjugate all of humanity. Additionally, the presence of traitorous mutants complicates matters, as humanity's fear of Magneto often fuels intensified research into mutant eradication. Ultimately, both Professor X and Magneto are pursuing extremes, rendering a favorable resolution unlikely for either. Had they chosen to integrate their ideologies, one embodying gentleness while the other embodies strength, their outcomes could have been different. As for the present, Magneto candidly expressed his thoughts in response to Professor X's inquiry. Your approach will never succeed. However, my current method is equally ineffective. Thus, I am contemplating a new path. Ultraman, though often seen only in the presence of monsters, emerges when significant crises threaten Earth, as evidenced by his intervention during 2 Pacific tsunamis. Should Magneto decide to act against humanity, it would undoubtedly create considerable upheaval, potentially attracting Ultraman's attention. Regardless of Magneto's confidence in his abilities, he is wary of confronting Ultraman directly. Moreover, the existence of the Avengers, equipped with anti-monster armor, and the Justice League, with their superhuman prowess, would render all of Magneto's efforts futile. Nonetheless, Magneto remains resolute in rejecting Professor X's approach. Perhaps we should seek out new allies. After a moment of contemplation, Magneto mused, it is essential to recognize that in this world, we are not the only freaks among the mutants. A few days later, at 20 Ingram Street, Forest Hills, Queens, New York, at precisely 10 a.m. This morning, representatives from the World Security Council engaged in preliminary diplomatic relations with delegates from Atlantis of the Northern and Southern Hemispheres. At noon today, the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants appeared together in the Pacific, visiting Atlantis. Qin Yang, Peter, and Aunt May dined while listening to the news broadcast from the television. Thank goodness for Ultraman, Aunt May remarked, expressing her relief. Otherwise, Atlantis would surely be at war with us land-dwelling humans. Such a conflict would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Not to mention, prices would inevitably rise. And New York might become quite perilous, even though it is not exactly safe at present. Furthermore, Atlantis is home to numerous monsters, should a confrontation arise without Ultraman's intervention. The scenario is almost too dreadful to imagine. Indeed, Peter nodded in agreement. While Atlantis currently submits to Ultraman, it effectively benefits from his presence. Unless Atlantis chooses to launch an offensive on land, our kind shall not easily provoke them. The current arrangement is quite favorable. Humans and denizens of the deep coexist peacefully. And in a few years, we might even have the opportunity to purchase unique goods from Atlantis. Perhaps we could even visit Atlantis for leisure. However, why would the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Mutants venture to Atlantis? In Peter's eyes, the Brotherhood, established by Magneto, bore little distinction from other criminal factions. Had it not been for the presence of the X-Men, Peter might have directly suspected Magneto of harboring some nefarious scheme. Even so, the actions of the X-Men and the Brotherhood would likely draw considerable attention and suspicion from many. I believe they seek collaboration, Qin Yang pondered aloud. Now that Atlantis has emerged, it will inevitably interact with the terrestrial world. In this regard, the X-Men and the Brotherhood can offer pertinent information and assistance to Atlantis. Additionally, the mutants could leverage Atlantis to exert pressure on the World Security Council, thereby alleviating various forms of oppression faced by mutants. Although interactions with the World Security Council may prove somewhat easier for Atlantis than with mutants, in the eyes of humanity, both mutants and Atlanteans are viewed as outcasts. The only distinction lies in the absence of monsters and Ultraman's backing for the mutants. Therefore, a foundation for cooperation exists between mutants and Atlantis. Let us hope this is the case. Peter remarked that it is profoundly unjust to ostracize mutants merely due to the randomness of their birth, the unpredictability of their abilities, and the sheer magnitude of their powers, treating them as though they were a contagion. Furthermore, among the mutants, there exist formidable individuals such as Professor X and Magneto. Should a conflict erupt, leading to a complete severance of relations, it would surely spell disaster for humanity as well. Chapter 89 Transformation. Ultraman of the Galaxy Qin Yang paid little heed to these discussions. As long as the World Security Council, Atlantis of both the northern and southern hemispheres, and the mutants refrained from self-destructive actions or unleashing monsters, he felt no need to concern himself with their affairs. In contrast, threats such as the Wasteland Wolf, Belial, the Rebrando aliens, Darkseid, the Dark Lookwhile, Dr. Manhattan, and potential monstrous appearances warranted far greater attention from Qin Yang. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a new mission. Defeat the Accuser Ronin, Pedanium Juden, and prevent the Wasteland Wolf from seizing the Mother Box of Paradise Island. Ah! It seems someone has begun to stir trouble. However, the Accuser Ronin. Am I to elevate my monster-slaying endeavors to the cosmic level? It is well known that Ronin is one of the three major alien races in the Marvel Universe, a formidable figure within the Kree Empire. He serves as the final boss in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, famously met his demise during a dance-off with Star-Lord. According to the original storyline, Ronin should not require Qin Yang's intervention. Yet, the activation of this mission suggests he is highly likely to manifest as a monster. Most likely, it will be the Pedanium Juden mentioned in the task. This entity made its debut in the Geed world, formed through the fusion of the powers of Belial, King Joe, and Juden. It possesses greater strength than a standard King Joe or Juden. This also indicates that Belial is orchestrating the machinations from behind the scenes. Moreover, I must prevent the Wasteland Wolf from acquiring the Amazon Mother Box? Qin Yang pondered. In other words, the appearances of Ronin and Pedanium Juden are merely diversions intended to facilitate the Wasteland Wolf's opportunity to infiltrate Wonder Woman's homeland, Paradise Island, to retrieve one of the three Mother Boxes that Darkseid was unable to take when he retreated after his defeat. Though these thoughts are currently mere conjectures, they seem quite plausible. While this plan is straightforward and should ordinarily be somewhat effective, its efficacy is limited. Not to mention, Qin Yang now possesses Ultra clones, allowing him to manifest in multiple locations simultaneously. From the original narrative, it is evident that, with the efforts of the Amazon Queen, Wonder Woman's mother, and her allies, the Wasteland Wolf would require considerable time to successfully obtain the Mother Box. It seems Qin Yang, even without his clones, would have ample time to eliminate Ronin and Pedanium Juden before the Wasteland Wolf could secure the Mother Box and subsequently rush to Paradise Island to intervene. Nevertheless, given the existence of the clones, why not utilize them? Perfect timing. I wish to test out the new transformation device. With a mere thought, two identical figures emerged from his original form, visible only to him. This sensation, it felt as though my consciousness resided simultaneously within three bodies. Qin Yang assessed the conditions of his original self and the two clones, then dispatched the latter two through teleportation, departing from the current location. His essence remained here, dining with Peter and Aunt May. Meanwhile, on the planet Xander, a vibrant and formidable world in the cosmos, A powerful legion known as the Nova Corps was tasked with its defense. However, today, due to the invasion of the accuser Ronin, Xander stood on the brink of annihilation. Oh, what a dreadful predicament. What could that be? Regardless of its nature, it seems beyond our capacity to confront. Before them loomed a towering creature, 65 meters in height. Adorned with red protrusions on its shoulders and head, bearing mechanical features reminiscent of a beetle. In its grasp was a peculiar hammer radiating a sinister purple glow, exuding an aura of terror. Rocket Raccoon, Star-Lord, and Gamora felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. They were also perplexed. Mere moments ago, they had endured the backlash of the Power Stone together, poised to vanquish Ronin. Yet, how had the latter suddenly transformed into this colossal monstrosity amidst a surge of black light? To make matters worse, that very black light had snatched the Power Stone from their hands, embedding it within the hammer wielded by the beast. In truth, this hammer was an omnipotent weapon bestowed upon Ronin by the supreme leader of the Kree Empire, endowed with abilities such as flight, force field generation, and teleportation. Initially, Star-Lord and his companions should have destroyed it. Yet, in the presence of that dark radiance, the hammer not only regained its form, but also expanded in size. What madness is this? In summary, Star-Lord and his allies now faced a formidable adversary, the Pedanium Geddon, armed with the Power Stone. Is this truly the extent of my power? It is astonishing. At this moment, Ronin, seemingly unaffected by the will of the Pedanium Geddon, was filled with elation. Though he was uncertain of the circumstances, he felt invincible. In this state, even the likes of Thanos, the son of Titans, and the Kree Empire would appear as mere insects before him. He would reign as the sovereign of the universe. Little did he know, the last individual to declare himself the ruler of the cosmos was currently lost in contemplation atop Mount Everest on Earth. Yet before addressing such lofty aspirations, he had to first eliminate these bothersome pests. Regaining his composure, Ronin directed his gaze upon Star-Lord and his companions. After all, had it not been for the sudden black light, he would have perished at the hands of these self-proclaimed guardians of the galaxy. Perish. Wasting no more time, Ronin, transformed into Pedanium Geddon, aimed the hammer, his ultimate weapon, at Star-Lord and the others. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying purple energy projectile erupted from the Power Stone embedded in the weapon. This was dire. Witnessing this, the expressions of Star-Lord and his companions turned grave. A profound and unprecedented shadow of death loomed over the hearts of each individual. Suddenly, a dazzling white, rainbow-hued nebula-like radiance enveloped the entire realm. Super Entity Manifestation. Galactic Ultraman. Concurrently, accompanied by a resonant proclamation, a colossal being of light adorned with red and silver stripes, its arms, legs, shoulders, chest, and head embellished with blue plasma crystals, gradually emerged from the radiant nebula. This was none other than the Galactic Ultraman, transformed from one of Qin Yang's avatars. As for the purple energy projectile unleashed by Pedanium Geddon, naturally, it was deftly countered by the Galactic Ultraman's Invincible transformation mechanism. Chapter 90 Ronin. We preferred your previous rebellious demeanor. Is that a giant? Oh, first Ronin transforms into a fearsome beast, and now a mysterious giant appears? This day is indeed fascinating. At least this giant seems to be on our side. Perhaps having witnessed the chaotic events across the cosmos, Star-Lord, Rocket Raccoon, and the others were astonished by the emergence of the galaxy. Yet their astonishment was tempered. The most crucial aspect was the luminous aura emanating from the galaxy, which enveloped them in warmth and tranquility, immediately shielding them from the beast's onslaught. Naturally, it filled their hearts with trust and hope. Who are you? The transformed Ronin. Now as the formidable Pedanium Geddon gazed uneasily at the giant before him, he had just felt invincible, intent on obliterating the insignificant creatures below. Yet, an unfamiliar giant had emerged, rescuing those very creatures. Was this not a slap in his face? In response, the galaxy offered no words but merely gestured with a nonchalant middle finger, inviting Ronin to strike. Were it not for the desire to test his own strength in battle and the notion that a swift resolution would be rather dull, the galaxy might have ended the confrontation instantly, intrigued by the Power Stone in Ronin's possession. Seeking death, Ronin was taken aback. Unable to believe that his adversary dared to provoke him, in a fit of rage, he unleashed a violet energy shockwave from the Power Stone embedded in his versatile weapon. It is known that the potency of the Infinity Stones correlates with the strength of their wielder. Thus, the violet energy shockwave released by Ronin, empowered by the might of Pedanium Geddon, was formidable enough to dispatch ordinary beasts like Gorba and Nalanga with ease. However, cutting shield, the galaxy raised a hand, conjuring a horizontally spinning white octagonal disk of light to intercept Ronin's violet energy wave. What? How is this possible? Ronin stared in disbelief. That was the Invincible Power Stone, and yet it had been effortlessly deflected? What manner of being was this giant? Pedanium Meteor Shower. Ronin, refusing to concede defeat easily, launched a barrage of destructive red energy orbs resembling Jedin's fiery projectiles from his chest. Galactic Super Barrier. The Galaxy lifted his right hand, casting a spiraling galaxy-shaped shield that once again thwarted all of Ronin's assaults. Moreover, with a gentle push of his right hand, the spiraling barrier repelled the red destructive orbs back toward Ronin. Crack. Bang. Accompanied by a cascade of sparks and anguished screams, Ronin's immense form, weighing 54,000 tons, was sent hurtling backward. The Milky Way did not cease its movements. Instead, its arms, chest, and head emanated a radiant yellow glow from the plasma crystals, as it raised its left hand to conjure a circular yellow lightning storm in the sky. Once the storm stabilized, the Milky Way connected it with its right hand and hurled it towards Ronin. Oh no! Just as Ronin fell to the ground, still reeling from the impact, he sensed a profound life and death crisis. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed an orange-yellow diamond-shaped shield around himself. This transformation technique, a fusion of Jedon and the Golden Bridge, boasted impressive defensive capabilities. Bang! However, after merely a brief moment of protection, the PZ shield was breached by the Milky Way's lightning strike and continued its relentless assault on Ronin. Damn it! Having fought countless battles throughout his life, Ronin possessed a wealth of experience, even though he was still unfamiliar with many of his abilities as the newly transformed Pedanium Jedon. The imminent threat of death allowed him to instinctively grasp how to employ them. For instance, just as the mysterious giant's yellow lightning was about to strike him, Ronin adeptly teleported away from the impending attack. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst the cosmos. I refuse to believe that the creature can pursue me any further. With a cold smirk, Ronin gazed toward the distant Xander. Despite seeming vastly outmatched by the mysterious giant, he felt confident that escaping would not pose a significant challenge. Or so he thought. Milky Way super kick. Regrettably, just as Ronin began to revel in his escape, an overwhelming force struck him from behind. He barely had time to teleport before suffering grievous injuries, uncontrollably hurtling toward Xander. Ultimately, he landed squarely in front of Star-Lord and Gamora. To be honest, Star-Lord and the others felt a mix of emotions at that moment. Initially, upon witnessing Ronin transform into an unknown beast wielding the Power Stone, despair had enveloped them. Yet, unexpectedly, a mysterious red-silver giant appeared, displaying an absurd level of strength, dominating Ronin's monstrous form throughout the encounter. They could hardly discern how much of its own power the giant had exerted. Was it 1%, 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th? Undoubtedly, both Star-Lord and the surrounding Xandarians were filled with relief and astonishment. Damn it! At this moment, Ronin lay on the ground, severely wounded and seething with rage. Even when previously confronted by Star-Lord's awkward dance, he still possessed the strength to overpower these fools. Yet now, faced with the enigmatic red-silver giant, he found himself utterly defenseless, on the brink of true annihilation. This truly was a fate where he could perish before transformation and still face imminent death afterward. Had his transformation been in vain? Milky Way Fireball. In a moment of sheer terror, Ronin was astounded to witness the enigmatic giant descending from the heavens, enveloped in a sphere of flames. For reasons unknown, the very fabric of space surrounding him seemed to be ensnared, rendering him incapable of utilizing his teleportation abilities. A dreadful sense of life and death urgency surged within him once more. I was mistaken. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ronin hastily fell to his knees, exclaiming fervently, "Having drifted through half a lifetime without encountering a worthy sovereign, I now pledge my allegiance to you as your eternal servant. My lord, I beseech you, spare my life." The Guardians of the Galaxy looked on in disbelief. The inhabitants of Xander were equally astonished. Is this truly the same Ronin who once exuded arrogance, bringing forth an apocalypse to Xander? In truth, we much preferred your former rebellious demeanor. Might you consider reverting to that? Chapter 91. The Howling Wolf. Are you waiting for the mighty Tiga? This was assuredly the case. The Galaxy had not anticipated Ronin's unwavering resolve. Nevertheless, he continued his assault, adorning the fireball surrounding him with a luminous blue radiance emblematic of the Star of Miracles. After all, the Galaxy lacked the cellular transformation beams, nor did it possess the capability to commandeer the abilities of its adversaries like the Dark Tiga. Ronin was not transformed into the formidable Pedanium Jedon through mere sparks and puppetry. Of course, the Galaxy could have ceased its onslaught at any moment. But there was no necessity for such an act. The fate of Ronin was of little concern to the Galaxy. However, should Ronin fortuitously endure the impending onslaught, the possibility of contemplating his submission could be entertained. No, unbeknownst to Ronin, as he beheld the encroaching fireballs, he felt the imminent threat to his existence. Boom! In an instant, the Galaxy descended upon him with several fireballs, causing the very ground of Xander to tremble violently. When the tumult subsided, The site where Ronin once stood had transformed into a vast crater. At the bottom of this pit lay Ronin, reverted to his original form, sprawled out in a starfish position. Within his now diminished universal weapon, a violet light emanated, autonomously soaring into the hands of the galaxy above. This was none other than the Power Stone. Indeed, another Infinity Stone had been acquired. The galaxy nodded appreciatively, temporarily securing the Power Stone within the Cosmic Science and Technology Bureau, intending to later entrust it to Tiga's wristband. For now, you shall accompany the Guardians of the Galaxy. Subsequently, the galaxy communicated telepathically with Ronin, as he had yet to devise a concrete arrangement for him. Rather than allow Ronin to roam aimlessly, it was more prudent for him to remain with the Guardians for the time being. Any further plans could be determined later. It is worth noting that, under the influence of the Star of Miracles, Ronin could revert to Pedanium Jedon at will. Moreover, the galaxy, or rather Qin Yang, could ascertain Ronin's actions at any moment, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Upon receiving the galaxy's directive, Ronin's lips twitched. He was to join forces with those imbeciles? This was troubling. Images of Star-Lord's awkward dancing resurfaced in his mind. Clearly, he would need to devise a means to erase those memories, lest he find himself resorting to the most desperate of measures. Or perhaps, he could attempt to summon the giant back? However, just as Ronin contemplated this course of action, he discovered that the giant had dissipated into countless particles of light. Thank you, mighty giant. Were it not for you, our Xander would have surely faced calamity. The Xandarian populace murmured in unison, their voices filled with relief. Waves of intangible hope radiated from within them, ultimately being absorbed by the Star of Hope. This signifies that the brilliance of Ultraman has officially illuminated the boundless cosmos. Not long ago, as the galaxy engaged in battle with Ronin, who had transformed into Pedanium Jedon, another scene unfolded on Paradise Island, the dwelling of the Amazons, a secluded isle. Despite being an all-female society, the Amazons are relentless warriors, training diligently each day. Upon learning of the anomalies surrounding the Mother Box, Queen Hippolyta, the mother of Wonder Woman, led a contingent to the fortress where the Mother Box was safeguarded. Suddenly, a dark luminescence emerged, summoning the Desolate Wolf along with a horde of monstrous entities. The Mother Box. Upon the arrival of the Desolate Wolf, he swiftly reached for the Mother Box, keen to avoid any unforeseen complications. At that moment, a rope shot forth, ensnaring the Mother Box and swiftly pulling it into the grasp of Queen Hippolyta. Go! Recognizing the significance of the Mother Box, Hippolyta wasted no time, clutching it tightly as she dashed toward the fortress. The remaining Amazons valiantly engaged the Desolate Wolf and the monstrous assailants, even as they fell one by one. Yet, none of the surviving Amazons faltered in their resolve. Just as Queen Hippolyta was about to breach the fortress, a small, purplish-red shockwave surged toward her. Caught off guard, Queen Hippolyta was hurled away, and the Mother Box slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. How dare you interfere with the plans of that esteemed individual? You know not the peril you face. With a disdainful sneer, a man clad in a suit and tie, exuding an air of arrogance, retrieved the Mother Box from the ground. This man was none other than the fervent admirer of Belial, the Striumian, Fukiuchi Kei. He should have perished in the world of Jed, but days prior, he resurrected within the unique dark realm alongside Belial. This time, to ensure the success of their scheme, Belial had dispatched him here. After all, Belial was curious to witness the intriguing events that would unfold once the three Mother Boxes converged. No. Upon witnessing a stranger seize the Mother Box, Queen Hippolyta sprang to her feet, intent on reclaiming it. However, her path was obstructed by an energy barrier formed from dark red pentagonal shapes, a manifestation of Fukiuchi Kei's powers. Farewell, Your Majesty. With a mocking grin, Fukiuchi Kei observed as Queen Hippolyta, trapped behind the barrier, could only glare at him. He then prepared to teleport away, indifferent to the fate of the Desolate Wolf. After all, the Mother Box in the wolf's possession could facilitate his escape wherever he desired. Boom. At that moment, a brilliant white light enveloped the entire fortress. The towering figure of Tiga subsequently emerged before everyone present. Tiga? Fuji-eyed Kei's expression changed. How did you come to be here? Is it possible that that fellow from Sandar Star is so inept that he could only delay Tiga for a moment? No. How could Tiga even be aware of what transpired here? There are clearly no monsters in this vicinity. More precisely, even if there were monsters, Tiga shouldn't have known so swiftly and arrived so promptly, should he? Tiga? Not far away, the wilderness wolf's countenance also darkened upon witnessing the scene. Fortunately, it was not dark Tiga, otherwise, he would likely have lost all will to resist and fled immediately. However, at present, it was merely Tiga, and one of a height comparable to a human. The wilderness wolf's thoughts became increasingly agile. Perhaps I could even take a few Amazons hostage. The advantage is mine. Chapter 92. You have captured them. What right do you have to command my release? Although the current form of Tiga stands only at the height of a man, it is evident that his strength must be significantly diminished compared to his previous stature of over 50 meters. Moreover, those who self-proclaim as heroes often place undue emphasis on the lives of others, which frequently results in their own downfall. In past conquests of other worlds, the Wasteland Wolf did not hesitate to exploit the lives of innocents to defeat those so-called heroes who sought to thwart him. He firmly believed that this time would be no different. Of course, as a precaution, the Wasteland Wolf was prepared to utilize the mother box previously delivered to Earth by the Supreme Green Lantern Kraken, provided he had the opportunity to do so. Tiga. While the Wasteland Wolf was ready for battle, Fuzue Chuck was the first to strike. Bang, bang, bang. Fuzue Chuck, filled with rage, unleashed a series of purplish-red shockwaves toward Tiga. The good news for him was that there was no Jeed in this world. The bad news was that Tiga existed here, and he appeared to be even more troublesome than the Jita from his original world. Fuzue Chuck was aware that he might not be a match for Tiga, yet he could not remain passive. As expected, Tiga did not need to exert himself. The purplish-red shockwaves released by Fuzue Chuck were effortlessly absorbed by him. This scene illustrated the vast disparity in power between the two. Ultrasonic beam. Tiga, of course, would not merely stand and endure the assault. He retaliated with a beam of purple light directed at Fuzue Chuck. Bang! Fuzue Chuck summoned his dark red pentagonal energy barrier, previously used to block Queen Hippolyta, in an attempt to defend himself. However, in an instant, the ultrasonic beam shattered the barrier and struck Fuzue Chuck directly. Accompanied by a cry of agony. Fuzue Chuck was sent flying. Had it not been for a sudden surge of dark energy that mitigated some of the damage, he might have met his end. The mother box he held fell from his grasp, only to be swiftly retrieved by Queen Hippolyta, who rolled towards it with remarkable agility. Tiga. Just as Tiga intended to take action, the Wasteland Wolf leaped into the air, preparing to bring his massive axe down upon him. Tiga's powerful fist. In response, Tiga's red stripes radiated with brilliance as he raised his right hand, enveloped in light energy, and struck with a powerful punch. This was one of the techniques developed by Tiga, inspired by the orb's rebirth form and his own armor. When the red stripes glowed, he temporarily acquired enhanced traits, while the illumination of the purple stripes provided him with aerial capabilities. Although this transformation required Tiga to consciously activate it and consumed energy in the process, it undeniably rendered his combat style more adaptable and dynamic. And at that moment, bang! With a swift motion, Tiga shattered the axe wielded by the Wasteland Wolf and seized him by the throat. Tiga, wait! The Wasteland Wolf exclaimed urgently, you must understand. Do you not wish for their survival? If you wish to spare them, then release me at once. Surrounding Tiga and the Wasteland Wolf, several dozen fiends held captive an Amazon warrior each. Act, Tiga. Upon witnessing this, Tiga remained unperturbed, prompting Queen Hippolyta to interject from a distance. We Amazons fear not death, nor shall we ever capitulate to evil. Tiga retorted, what the hell? I haven't even spoken yet. Why the rush to take a stand? Yet, it must be acknowledged that Queen Hippolyta was indeed fervent in her resolve, for the captured Amazons exhibited a demeanor that suggested they were prepared to embrace death. In their eyes, the prospect of exchanging their lives for that of the Wasteland Wolf appeared to be a worthy trade. The Wasteland Wolf sneered in disdain. Fully aware of these so-called heroes, the more the Amazons displayed their indifference to sacrifice, the more likely it was that the heroes would be moved to compromise. In the Wasteland Wolf's perspective, their most prudent course of action should have been to seek their own demise, thus relieving the heroes of any moral quandary. Unfortunately, under the control of the fiends, they were rendered powerless and seemed devoid of such awareness. Observing the fiends around them preparing to focus their attacks on Tiga, the Wasteland Wolf smirked, feeling secure in his position. How absurd. You hold them captive, yet demand my release? At that moment, however, Tiga let out a cold chuckle and swiftly snapped the Wasteland Wolf's neck. Ultraman telekinesis, explode. Seizing the moment while the onlookers were momentarily stunned by his decisive action, Tiga made a gestural grasp with his right hand. Boom, boom, boom. Invisible Ultraman telekinesis infiltrated the bodies of every fiend present, erupting violently. Consequently, the fiends were reduced to mere dust. Regrettably, during the distraction caused by the Wasteland Wolf and the fiends, Fukui had managed to escape. In truth, Tiga had no firm intention of eliminating Fukui. After all, it was not easy for Old Black to acquire a loyal follower. Tiga anticipated Fukui's continued antics alongside Belial, eager for the opportunity to gain experience. Yet, had Fukui perished under Tiga's ultrasonic beam, it would have simply been his misfortune. Tiga's desire to kill Fukui was not particularly strong, but that did not imply he would hesitate to act. Moo. Just then, with a bellow that resonated with palpable power, an abundance of dark energy began to emanate from the seemingly deceased Wasteland Wolf. In the midst of this dark energy, the Wasteland Wolf's form vanished, replaced by the formidable bull god super beast, Kola. Boom. Thunder. Bang. At this moment, the fortress appeared unable to withstand the immense bulk of Kaora, commencing a rapid collapse. Queen Hippolyta and the Amazon warriors within the fortress once again found themselves ensnared in peril. A notification echoed in Diga's mind. Congratulations. You have triggered a new quest. Defeat the bull god Kaora. As the system's prompt resonated within him, Diga radiated a resplendent white light. Boom. Crash. Soon, the entire fortress collapsed with a thunderous roar, plunging into the waters beyond. In truth, the Amazons had deliberately constructed their stronghold at the edge of a cliff to eliminate any potential invaders. Should a formidable foe breach their defenses, they would seal the fortress and submerge it into the ocean depths. Chapter 93. The Ultra-Destruction Ray. At this moment, Queen Hippolyta and her companions, along with Diga and Kaola, found themselves submerged beneath the sea. Clearly, such a fate was implausible. With a resounding explosion of brilliant light, Queen Hippolyta and the Amazon warriors, who had been ensconced within the fortress, materialized in a safe expanse not far from the precipice. Simultaneously, Diga returned to his towering height of 53 meters. Lo! Swiftly, the bull-headed beast, Kaola, leapt from the ocean depths, ascending to the cliffside. Moreover, at that moment, Kaola adorned a set of silver armor akin to that of the wasteland wolf. Your Majesty, what is that? Such a formidable bull-headed monster? Is that a giant? The radiance emanating from him is so warm. Such a striking giant must surely be a benevolent being, right? The Amazons, who had been vigilantly stationed outside the fortress, could not contain their astonishment upon witnessing Kaola and Diga. What transpired? That creature transformed into a monster? Diga has grown larger? Queen Hippolyta and her companions were equally taken aback. After all, they had been isolated from the world and were entirely ignorant of monsters and Ultraman. The name Diga had only reached them through the words of Fuyuki and the wasteland wolf. With a mighty bellow, Kaola unleashed 3 crimson beams of destructive energy from the twin horns atop its head. Bang, bang, bang. However, those 3 beams of destruction were absorbed on the left side of Diga's body and reflected back from the right, striking Kaola and igniting sparks upon contact. Regrettably, the potency of this attack was rather feeble, and coupled with the protection of the silver armor, Kaola sustained no significant injuries. In the next moment, realizing that the energy beams posed no threat to Diga, Kaola kicked the ground with its forehooves and charged at Diga with its head lowered. Ultra fixed. Observing this, Diga awaited Kaola's approach and unleashed a golden beam from his left fist, immobilizing the beast in place. Palm slash. Consequently, Diga raised his right palm, enveloped in luminous energy, and struck down upon Kaola's twin horns. Crack, crack. Kaola's horns shattered in response. It was not its fault for having horns, yet it was indeed a grave mistake to prance before Diga with such adornments. With a powerful kick, Diga then targeted Kaola's legs and, seizing the opportunity, executed a spinning kick that connected with the beast's body. Bang! In an instant, Kaola was sent hurtling backward, plummeting once more into the depths of the ocean. Throughout this ordeal, it remained immobilized, unable even to emit a cry of distress. At that moment, a dense shroud of dark energy enveloped Kaola, who had fallen into the sea. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that within this dark energy resided the monster capsules of all the super beasts that had graced the screen of Ace TV. Suddenly, accompanied by a thunderous bellow, a colossal creature, inspired by Kaola, and standing approximately 250 meters tall, emerged from the ocean. This fearsome beast bore the characteristics of all the super beasts from Ace TV, exuding an aura of terrifying power, and landed before Diga and his companions. Ding! Mission update. Change from defeating the Bull God Super Beast Kaola to defeating the Sea Bull God Super Beast Kaola King. This super beast is a fictional creation of this work. Any resemblance to actual entities is purely coincidental. Kaola King? As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Diga found himself intrigued. With the passage of time, his strength had grown significantly. The majority of monsters that had appeared thus far were akin to oversized insects in his eyes. Even the malevolent deity Gitanja would not pose a threat to him. The Kaola King before him, capable of merging all the super beasts from Ace TV, undoubtedly signified formidable power. It is worth noting that the ultimate boss in Ace, the formidable Bo Wong, combined only 6 different super beasts alongside the souls of the Yabos. Soon enough, Kaola King unleashed a barrage of missiles, flames, corrosive acid, rockets, toxic gas, destructive beams, shurikens, clones, flashes, freezing gas, and other abilities drawn from various super beasts towards Diga. Evolving form. Ultra Tornado. In response, Diga transitioned into a form that possessed the characteristics of all 3 basic forms, spinning in place to conjure a massive tornado. In an instant, the tornado engulfed all of Kaola King's attacks and swiftly redirected them back toward him. Perhaps due to its amalgamation of numerous monsters, Kaola King's defenses had multiplied several dozen times. Even after enduring its own full onslaught in Diga's Ultra Tornado, it appeared largely unscathed. Ultimately, it employed the phasing light from the Celestial Maiden Super Beast to render itself immune to all attacks. Indeed, this creature's power was no trivial matter. In that moment, rather than feeling fear, Diga's fighting spirit intensified. Eternal Radiance. A golden light flashed from the crystal on his forehead, and in an instant, the Diga form with golden, red, and silver stripes, known as Eternal Radiance Diga, made its debut, its appearance referencing the Tiga Eternal Radiance form, though Diga's chest timer and armor remained unchanged. Eternal Radiance Diga emitted a radiant wave of light. The term eternal here is used to distinguish it from the subsequent Shining Diga series of skills. Immediately afterward, Diga gathered a golden web of light between his hands and propelled it forward. Golden waves of light burst forth, inflicting no tangible harm upon King Kaola, yet temporarily sealing all its special abilities. Eternal Radiance, Zyperia's Light Wheel. Subsequently, Diga transformed into a series of shimmering golden afterimages, spiraling rapidly around King Kaola while wielding a similarly spinning golden octagonal light wheel that relentlessly sliced through its form. Bang! Crackle! Snap! Under the relentless assault of the Eternal Radiance, Zyperia's Light Wheel, blinding sparks erupted from King Kaola's body. As King Kaola prepared to counterattack, it realized that Diga had already transported it into the vastness of outer space. Then, Eternal Radiance, Ultraman Star Ray. Diga turned its back to Earth, extending both hands towards King Kaola, unleashing a colossal conical beam of destructive golden light, the apex resting in its palms, while the base, as wide as a planet, aimed menacingly at King Kaola. Chapter 94. The Soul Gem, what is that? Oh, behold the golden legend. Such a brilliant radiance. Diga? How has he transformed into gold? In that moment, even the multitude standing on Earth beheld the magnificent golden light that enveloped the entire sky. Individuals such as Tony, the S.H.I.E.L.D., the Eye of Heaven, and Batman, who had satellites in space, gazed in awe at the images relayed from above. It was their first encounter with the golden Diga, and they instinctively sensed that in this form, Diga possessed a power exponentially greater than his usual state. Furthermore, prior to this, Tony and Batman had witnessed Ultraman unleashing his light-based abilities. However, they had never imagined that the scope of such light could be so vast, as if entire celestial bodies were being transformed into beams of radiance. It goes without saying that the potency of this light-based skill was unequivocally immense. As anticipated, the unknown monstrosity, barely discernible from the satellite's viewpoint, offered not the slightest resistance, nor did it even explode. It was utterly annihilated beneath that colossal golden beam. Surely, that light could obliterate an entire planet. Upon this realization, organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D., the Eye of Heaven, and the World Security Council were drenched in cold sweat. Although Ultraman was theoretically capable of effortlessly eradicating all life on Earth, the imminent threat posed by the capacity to obliterate a planet with a single beam created an entirely different sensory experience. Even Batman, known for his propensity to prepare for the worst, felt a shiver run down his spine. Should Ultraman ever turn against humanity, he could conceive of no means to avert such a calamity. After all, Batman remains fundamentally human, and in the face of a being capable of cosmic annihilation, his own insignificance becomes glaringly apparent. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in power, all schemes and machinations appear utterly futile. Ultimately, after witnessing Diga unleash the Eternal Radiance, Ultraman's annihilating star beam, the significance attributed to him by all factions and individuals on Earth surged dramatically. The World Security Council's previously cordial attitude toward the Atlantean nations of the North and South grew even more amicable, as they stood as the sole overtly powerful faction aligned with Ultraman. Simultaneously, Aunt May, Peter, and Gwen would soon discover that their fortunes had taken a fortuitous turn. After all, considerable time had passed, and organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Eye of Heaven, renowned for their intelligence capabilities, still had yet to grasp the nature of Armored Diga. However, they had at least surmised some connection between Armored Diga and Qin Yang. Yet, the stronger Diga's displayed might became, the more hesitant these factions were to act impulsively, and they were even less inclined to confront Qin Yang directly. For, should they make even the slightest misstep and provoke dissatisfaction in him, it would spell disaster. At this very moment, in the cosmos, Diga paid little heed to the reactions of the people on Earth. His decision to employ the Eternal Radiance, Ultraman Star Ray, stemmed purely from curiosity regarding the effects of this ability. In truth, even without this technique, he possessed countless methods to ensure the demise of King Kaola. In comparison, the Ultraman star ray appeared capable of annihilating opponents at the molecular, even atomic level. Observing the complete obliteration of King Kola, Tiga pondered thoughtfully. Unlike the layered light storm, which inherently possessed the characteristic of molecular destruction, the eternal radiance, Ultraman star ray, or Ultraman star ray, was characterized by its sheer destructive power, specifically aimed at obliterating all in its path. It was a case of brute force overcoming all obstacles. Furthermore, the potency of the Ultraman star ray was directly proportional to Tiga's own strength. As Tiga's overall power grew in the future, the Ultraman star ray he unleashed might even influence the very fabric of the universe, potentially capable of piercing through singular or even multiversal realms. It was time to proceed to the next task. Swiftly regaining his focus, Tiga transformed into his composite form and instantaneously teleported before Queen Hippolyta and her companions on Paradise Island. Tiga, do you wish to take this? Queen Hippolyta, gazing upon the seemingly invincible figure before her, instantly grasped his intentions and willingly extended her hand, offering the mother box. Clearly, Paradise Island could no longer safeguard the mother box. Although this was their first encounter, Tiga's repeated assistance and the warm, hopeful light emanating from him instilled a sense of trust in Queen Hippolyta. Under the influence of infinite ultramind power, the mother box soared into Tiga's grasp. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Ronin, Pedanium Juden, and King Kola, safeguarding the mother box of Paradise Island. Rewards: Soul Stone, Eternal Core Fragment, Jilbalis Core fused with the mother box, and Ultra Amplifier can be fused with the Divine Light Rod or the Dark Divine Light Rod. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in Tiga's mind. Among the rewards, the Soul Stone was one of the 6 Infinity Stones, endowed with the abilities to steal, manipulate, modify, create, and destroy souls. It also contained boundless energy. In the original Marvel cinematic narrative, acquiring the Soul Stone required the sacrifice of one's dearest. Clearly, that was a price Tiga would never accept. Thus, receiving a Soul Stone directly from the system was indeed the best outcome. Now, with only the Time Stone remaining, he could gather all the Infinity Stones. Given Tiga's current strength, even forcibly obtaining the Time Stone from the Ancient One would pose no significant challenge, though there was no necessity for such an action. In the realm of darkness, with the eternal shining form, the Star of Hope, the Star of Miracles, the silver giant version of the galaxy, and 5 infinite gems at his disposal. If Tiga were to require one final infinite gem, how immense would the crisis he faces be? At that juncture, it is likely that not only would Tiga refrain from speaking, but even the Ancient One would willingly relinquish the Time Stone. Moreover, one of the primary reasons why Thanos in the Marvel Cinematic Universe was able to gather the infinite gems was due to the inexorable hand of fate. Should another individual take his place, one could not dismiss the possibility of cosmic elders or the 5 great deities of the universe emerging to complicate matters. Tiga is not driven by fear, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. In essence, Tiga wishes to have the Time Stone within reach at all times. Yet it is not imperative that he acquires it immediately. Chapter 95. The Ultra Sublimation Device. Did he just acquire another fragment of the Eternal Core? A flicker of excitement surged within Tiga. With the fragment he previously obtained, he now possessed 2 pieces of the Eternal Core. He could merge these fragments to amplify his power in the Eternal Radiance form, or he could utilize them separately, allowing 2 distinct Ultras to simultaneously enter the Eternal Radiance state. The reward of merging the Jilbalis Core with the Mother Box was also commendable. This fusion would bestow upon the Jilbalis Core the entirety of the Mother Box's capabilities, while also enhancing certain attributes. After all, both the Jilbalis Core and the Mother Box belong to the realm of superintelligences. This effectively meant that Tiga had indirectly gained control over a Mother Box, along with a Jilbalis Core that exhibited improved performance in various aspects. Furthermore, Tiga could seek out additional Mother Boxes to integrate into the Jilbalis Core, continuously enhancing its capabilities. The Ultra Sublimation Device was an exceptionally significant reward. It could facilitate the fusion of individual Ultra powers, enabling Qin Yang to transform into the corresponding Ultra. Additionally, it could amalgamate the powers of 2 or even multiple Ultras into a new Ultra power. For instance, one could merge Gaia, SV, and Egel, SV, to achieve Gaia SSV, Super Supreme, or even Egel SSV. Similarly, one could combine Galaxy and Victory to form Galaxy Victory, or fuse Gauss and Justice into Riajato. In other words, could he now merge Tiga with Dark Tiga to create Light and Dark Tiga? This thought invigorated Qin Yang. However, even if such an endeavor were successful, it would rely on the use of a device, and may not fully manifest the true might of Light and Dark Tiga. Nonetheless, it would likely surpass the strength of Tiga's true form. Yet, when circumstances permitted, Qin Yang preferred to harness his own efforts to amalgamate the powers of Tiga and Dark Tiga. Of course, Qin Yang was not one to be overly rigid. When the occasion called for the use of tools, he would not hesitate to employ them. Moreover, upon acquiring the Ultra Sublimation device, Tiga sensed three distinct Ultra powers emanating from it: Dinah, representing the miracle star; Gaia, symbolizing the guardian of the earth; and Egel, embodying the guardian of the ocean. In essence, as long as Qin Yang had sufficient clones, he could indeed summon Tiga, Dark Tiga, Galaxy, Dinah, Gaia, and Egel to coexist in this realm, merging their powers into new Ultra forces. The mere thought of this prospect stirred a wave of exhilaration within him. In summary, this was yet another rewarding experience that left Tiga immensely satisfied. Upon swiftly regaining his composure from the aforementioned accolades, Tiga gently nodded to Queen Hippolyta and the surrounding Amazons before dissipating into countless particles of light, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, Queen Hippolyta and the Amazons knelt, as if in reverence to a newfound supreme deity. Meanwhile, within the base previously constructed by the Wasteland Wolf, the foolish Wasteland Wolf, the Supreme Green Lantern Kraken observed the projection of Paradise Island emanating from the mother box. Her voice cold as she remarked, not only could he not retrieve a single mother box, but he also sacrificed his own life in the process. It is truly remarkable how confident he was before. However, this time, the Ultraman has unveiled yet another new power. Despite her mockery, Kraken furrowed her brow concerning Tiga's new form and the devastating star-erasing beam he had unleashed. The worst part was that this Ultraman could indeed thwart their efforts to gather the mother boxes. It seemed she needed to devise a more prudent strategy. As one of Darkseid's most loyal servants, she was determined to sacrifice everything to offer Earth and the anti-life equation to him. Naturally, Kraken was unaware that Darkseid had already acquired the anti-life equation. Though the Wasteland Wolf was foolish, his course of action was not entirely flawed. Kraken pondered, with our current strength, we cannot confront Ultraman directly. The best course of action is to first divert Ultraman's attention, then seize the remaining mother boxes. Once we gather 3 mother boxes, I shall have the opportunity to contend with Ultraman and annihilate Earth. Therefore, the mother box in her possession, along with the 2 still in Atlantis and human society, must not be lost. If Ultraman were to obtain another mother box, the situation would become exceedingly troublesome. Thus, we may find a way to collaborate, no? With a surge of dark energy, Fuching appeared before Kraken, wearing a confident smile. One could only wonder where this unfounded confidence stemmed from. As night fell, Qin Yang, adorned in Tiga's armor, approached Peter and Gwen, exclaiming, "I have gifts for you." He produced 2 vials of azure serum, addressing the duo clad in their respective uniforms. This is a Kryptonian gene serum, once ingested. It will grant you powers akin to Supergirl's. To be precise, this is the 2.0 version of the Kryptonian gene serum. It will endow the user with Kryptonian abilities on par with Kara, though it still retains the drawbacks associated with kryptonite and red suns. However, that is of little concern. The perfect Kryptonian gene serum capable of eliminating these flaws should be completed in a few days. Pondering the prospect of acquiring powers akin to those of Supergirl, Peter and Gwen gazed incredulously at the azure vials in Qin Yang's hand. It was essential to note that, aside from Ultraman and monsters, Superman was undoubtedly the strongest being on the surface of Earth today. Even the recently emerged Supergirl and Supercat possess formidable powers. In truth, Supergirl is relatively manageable. It is the appearance of Supercat that has genuinely caused many superheroes and supervillains to question their existence. They have acquired their various abilities through extraordinary luck or personal effort, only to find themselves outshone by an adorably striped kitten. What is more perplexing is that this feline seems to be barely out of kittenhood. Now, Peter and Gwen merely need to ingest the Kryptonian gene serum held by Qin Yang to attain powers akin to those of Supergirl. Of course, Peter and Gwen do not doubt Qin Yang. They are simply astounded by the revelation. Indeed, Qin Yang nodded and stated, "Although my Bayless Knight will always be present to ensure your safety, external forces can never compare to the innate strength of your own self-preservation. Furthermore, this serum holds no benefit for me. If you do not use it, I will have to give it to someone else or discard it carelessly." Chapter 96. The Gate of Demons. Qin Yang possesses a symbiotic battlesuit that allows him to directly share the powers of Kara and the Kryptonian Cat. The Divine Light Staff and the Dark Divine Light Staff will, over time, continually enhance his own strength. Moreover, during the previous rescue of Magneto, it was due to the glimmer of hope within Kara and the Kryptonian Cat that Qin Yang was once again able to share their powers. And this was without any drawbacks. The Kryptonian gene serum is indeed no longer of any use to him. It would be far better utilized to strengthen Peter and Gwen. Furthermore, as their powers continue to escalate, their abilities will also be shared with Qin Yang, who possesses the symbiotic battle suit. In essence, this equates to an enhancement of Qin Yang's own strength, does it not? Thank you, Qin Yang. Upon hearing his words, Peter and Gwen no longer hesitated and each took the Kryptonian gene serum from his hands, drinking it down. After all, they did not wish to hinder Qin Yang, nor did they want to endanger those around them as they had done previously. Is this the might of Kryptonian genes? How formidable! Even though it was nighttime, devoid of the yellow sun's rays, after consuming the Kryptonian serum, Peter and Gwen still felt a slight enhancement in their overall abilities. By the time the sun rises the next day, Earth will once again witness the emergence of two more superhumans. In fact, the subsequent strength of Peter and Gwen may surpass that of Kara and the Kryptonian cat. After all, the second-generation symbiotic battlesuits worn by Peter and Gwen can elevate their powers by at least fourfold, while the first-generation suits worn by Kara and the Kryptonian cat can only enhance their strength by twofold at a minimum. Teacher, I have finally seen you again. Meow, meow, meow. Just as Kara and the Kryptonian cat arrived, Kara flew over and immediately leaped into Qin Yang's embrace. Quickly, teacher, I want your lollipop. It has to be big and hot. Peter and Gwen were left bewildered. The fact that Supergirl calls Qin Yang teacher is one matter. But what on earth are those words she is uttering? Furthermore, isn't Supergirl still a minor? How can she act so brazenly? Step aside and speak properly. At that moment, Qin Yang's face darkened as he gently pushed Kara and the Kryptonian cat, who was clinging to his shoulder, aside. In broad daylight, embracing one another. How inappropriate. Can't we find a more private place? Cough, cough. Oh. Kara stood to the side like a dutiful student, but still clung to Qin Yang's arm in a playful manner. Teacher, I originally thought that after seeing Cal, I would be able to return to your side. Yet, I find myself unable to go back. Most importantly, I have yet to enjoy a lollipop. The lollipops on Earth, while not entirely unpalatable, pale in comparison to the ones you make. Teacher, please either take me back or give me more lollipops. By the way, how does that saying go? Oh, I remember. Teacher, may I implore you? I truly desire it. Meow, 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 meow. Qin Yang, where on earth did this person and cat learn such things? And what of Carl, this cousin, who as a guardian seems indifferent? Furthermore, little crypto cat, it is rather unbecoming for you to mimic Kara's endearing antics. Perhaps transforming into a cat girl would be more fitting. Ahem. In any case, Qin Yang ultimately assisted Kara in producing a substantial quantity of solar energy-infused lollipops and fish treats for Crypto. On one hand, if he did not comply, who could predict the mischief Kara and Crypto might indulge in next? On the other hand, these items would expedite their growth. Their enhancement in power would also be shared with Qin Yang through the symbiotic battlesuits. Moreover, from previous observations, it appeared that Kara and Crypto would be classified as allies by the system. Should weaker monsters or adversaries arise, which Qin Yang might find uninteresting to confront, they could be entrusted to the two of them. Of course, theoretically, Peter, Gwen, Dr. Green, Ronan, Dr. Connors, Barton, the Slam People, Reverse Flash, and even the Atlanteans from both the North and South could also be considered. So, this is what Supergirl was referring to with the lollipops? Soon enough, after tasting one shared by Kara, Gwen comprehended why Kara was so fixated on Qin Yang's lollipops. After all, Gwen now possessed Kryptonian genes on par with Kara's. Observing this, Qin Yang naturally assisted Gwen and Peter in producing a considerable batch as well. However, it was not merely lollipops and fish treats, but a variety of solar energy-infused foods. Ah, fortuitously, you have arrived. Subsequently, as if struck by inspiration, Qin Yang produced a small white sphere and handed it to Kara, saying, when you return, please deliver this to Carl. Is this the symbiotic battle suit? Kara glanced at the small white sphere, then took it, patting it enthusiastically as she replied, certainly. I shall personally give it to him. In Kara's eyes, this would enhance her seemingly less astute cousin's strength and foster a greater connection between him and the teacher, which she deemed beneficial. For Qin Yang, the opportunity to once again share Superman's power was likewise advantageous. Yes, a win-win situation. By the way, have you all noticed something amiss? At that moment, Peter, feeling a chill akin to a cold wind, shivered slightly and inquired, there is an unsettling breeze. My spider sense warns me that something ominous is likely to transpire. For instance, that dark portal in the sky. The group looked up and indeed discovered a towering black door, approximately 70 meters high, exuding an ominous aura, firmly shut in the sky. The Gate of Demons? Qin Yang instantly recognized it as the very portal that appeared in Tiga. According to the descriptions found within the original play, when the Gate of Demons swings open, the deity of the Kyrielod people shall emerge from its depths. Unfortunately, to this day, no one knows what this so-called deity of the Kyrielod actually resembles. It is highly probable that it is not as formidable as the Gitangia. In other words, it is but a trivial entity, hardly worthy of fear. Yet, it is evident that the matter at hand is far from simple. Indeed, At this very moment, screens around the globe, be it televisions, smartphones, or other devices, are illuminated with demonic symbols resembling the visage of the Kyrielot. Upon witnessing these infernal emblems, the darker inclinations within humanity are stirred. Violence, destruction, madness, all manifest in various corners of the world. Chapter 97. Mephisto, dare you betray me? I shall end you. I have long harbored disdain for you. Under the sinister influence of the demonic sigil, the darkness within humanity has been ignited, leading to chaos erupting across the globe. Even some superheroes and supervillains find themselves powerless against this tide. The inner darkness thus unleashed transforms into tangible negative energy, surging towards the demonic gateway in the sky. Empowering certain entities within, madness shall ensue, and decadence shall prevail. Eradicate the giants of light. The world belongs to the great deity Kyrielot. Before long, 10 first-generation Kyrielodians, 5 second-generation Kyrielodians, and a particularly formidable third-generation Kyrielodian, who bore traits of both predecessors and had not appeared in the original narrative. This work is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons is purely coincidental. Emerged from the shadows, encircling the demonic portal. Could it be the monstrous demons that had previously manifested? Peter and Gwen were momentarily taken aback at this sight. The Kyrielodians had made their appearance in Gotham City before, only to be effortlessly vanquished by Dijia. Now, their return suggests they possess newfound confidence. Even more troubling is, "Teacher, I feel unwell." Kara's cherubic face displayed signs of distress and turmoil. There's a voice within me urging destruction, urging me to obliterate everything. It sounds as if it could be my own. Meow, meow, meow. The Kryptonian feline seemed to share a similar plight. Well, Kryptonians and their feline counterparts, that seems rather typical. Qin Yang. At this moment, a circular portal crackling with sparks opened before Qin Yang, from which emerged the solemn supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. These are no mere beasts. Their true essence is that of demons from hell. What they seek is not simply the Kyrielodian deity, but more accurately, the new Kyrielodian deity, who is the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, in a certain dark realm. Lord Belial, what is occurring? Fukuji K, sensing the external situation, expressed his astonishment and confusion. Aren't the Kyrielodian monster capsules under your domain? Belial chuckled lightly, revealing little surprise. You must understand that those are merely monster capsules, possessing only a fraction of the corresponding beast's powers. The beast cards of the Labrondo Star people, the Dark Luciol's beast spark dolls. There is always the possibility of encountering duplicates. However, this incident indeed pertains to me. Or rather, an intriguing individual sought me out privately, requesting my participation in some delightful games. Fukuji K found himself increasingly perplexed. Belial had no intention of elaborating, merely smiling with amusement. You shall see as it unfolds. Hoping for that Ultraman, and anticipating this intriguing game. The external world, the demons of hell, and Mephisto? Qin Yang was initially taken aback, but upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. A demon lord like Mephisto cannot easily traverse to Earth. Even if he were to arrive, his powers would be significantly diminished, and he would soon be pursued and subdued by the Supreme Sorcerer. Although transforming into an unfamiliar beast, as is the case now, may render Mephisto and his minions somewhat ill-suited, it is likely that they would still find it acceptable. It is precisely due to Mephisto's involvement that the Ancient One has appeared here. The physical manifestation of Mephisto in this realm would not be overly formidable. The Ancient One's expression grew increasingly grave, with a hint of solemnity as he cautioned. Yet, should the knowledge he commands intertwine with the powers of the so-called Kyrielod people's deity, it could indeed become quite troublesome. Furthermore, I have glimpsed even more terrifying entities in the tapestry of time. Regrettably, since Qin Yang's arrival in this world, the future has become a chaotic blur. At times, even when the Ancient One perceives something through the time stone, it may not necessarily be accurate. It could very well be a deception of time itself. Thus, will the sorcerers join this battle? Qin Yang inquired of the Ancient One. Although he did not believe that he alone could contend with the chaos wrought by the Kyrielod people, the demons of hell, and Mephisto, having an additional ally would certainly be advantageous. Indeed, the Ancient One nodded gently, then surveyed the surroundings, stating, "Before that, we should first find a way to protect those innocent lives." This global turmoil is also linked to the fragments of hellish knowledge wielded by Mephisto. Such external forces that incite negative emotions are bound to inflict irreversible harm on billions of people on Earth. There is nothing irreversible before me. Qin Yang raised his left hand, the 5 infinity stones embedded in the Tiga wristband glimmering with their respective lights. However, it is indeed unnecessary to allow events to unfold unchecked. Even if, in hindsight, Qin Yang could utilize the infinity stones, or the Star of Hope, or the Star of Miracles to restore everything to its former state, would Aunt May, Peter, and Gwen not still suffer as a result? The last one who sought to harm them is now trembling on some beach. Boom. Despite this, Qin Yang did not immediately wield the Infinity Stones. Instead, amidst a dazzling radiance, he transformed into the composite form of Tiga. What just happened? Oh my, what have I done? The light emanates from Ultraman. Thank you, Ultraman. Ultraman. I beseech you, eradicate them, vanquish those demons. A brilliant white light enveloped the globe, restoring all those affected by the demons marked to their original selves. Moreover, under the influence of the space gem, individuals, regardless of their location, can behold the ominous portal exuding an aura of malevolence, witness the sinister-looking Jiri-Iolodians, and glimpse the embodiment of eternal hope, capable of vanquishing all evil, representing light and justice. Ultraman Tiga. It is said that wealth and honor, when not returned to one's homeland, are akin to a splendid garment worn in the dark. If the masses are oblivious to the presence of heroes, unaware of those who bear burdens for their sake, and blind to the impending doom, how can they cultivate gratitude? How can they pray like heroes? And how can they foster the light of hope? For instance, at this very moment, an endless cascade of hopeful radiance ascends to the heavens. Absorbed by the star of hope, should Tiga so desire, he could effortlessly transform into his resplendent form using this luminous hope. However, to employ such power so recklessly would be exceedingly foolish.